Chapter 1. The nun from overseas Long City lies at the southernmost tip of the eastern continent, nestled between mountains and the sea, basking in a perennial spring. The inhabitants of this locale revel in the warmth of the sun throughout the year. Yet, Long City is an industrial hub, its somewhat antiquated districts dotted with numerous machinery factories, the incessant clamor of steam engines echoing endlessly across the urban expanse. The old-fashioned quarters of Long City extend to the shores of a deep crimson sea, where a dam of unknown origin stands. Although the dam is not particularly towering, it serves as a barrier, separating the mechanized, heavy metal-laden city from the tranquil, dark red waters beyond. Afternoons are relatively leisurely. Even those toiling within the steam-powered factories can take a moment to enjoy the city's sporadic bursts of sunshine. A human boy, clad in a work uniform with rolled-up pant legs, walks through the streets of Long City, bearing a makeshift fishing rod over his shoulder, with his dark hair and well-defined features. The most striking aspect of his visage is his profound, ebony eyes. While his bronzed skin exudes vitality, this boy appears more robust than his contemporaries, even those of half-beast or bull-headed descent. Accompanying him is a rabbit, its fur smeared with grease and dirt. The boy's name is Sulialu, and like many other children in Long City, he is obliged to work in the factories. Unlike most, however, he is an orphan, with only the rabbit for companionship. In this serene afternoon, the boy and the rabbit stroll leisurely along the aged streets. Passers-by, be they steam vehicles or pedestrians, cast curious glances at the duo, unfazed by the scrutiny. Sulialu continues walking until he passes a small blacksmith shop. A young bull-headed boy squatting at the entrance suddenly calls out, "Sulialu, are you off to the seaside to fish again?" Sulialu recognizes the boy, named Beck, a fellow worker from the factory with whom he shares a cordial relationship. Often passing by Beck's father's blacksmith shop on his way to the coast, Beck's father is renowned as one of the finest blacksmiths in Long City, frequently summoned to resolve technical issues at the local machinery factories. His prowess in forging well known throughout the region. Beck, however, is subject to strict oversight from his father, who insists that as his son, he must inherit the craft. Consequently, aside from his morning shifts at the factory, Beck spends the remainder of his time laboring at the forge, swinging a heavy hammer before the fiery hearth. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Beck's predicament, Sulialu halts and replies, "Indeed, I'm off to test my luck by the sea." Beck's eyes glimmer with envy as he inquires, "You always go to the coast. Have you ever caught anything?" This question resonates with many in Long City, for the once bountiful sea has been rendered lifeless by the ravages of war. It is said that those who ventured far into the ocean returned with tales of dark red waters devoid of any signs of fish or shrimp. Thus, the residents of Long City are skeptical of Sulialu's fishing endeavors. In response to Beck's query, Sulialu breaks into a smile, his expression radiating warmth akin to the sun overhead. He then delivers an answer that elicits only further envy from Beck. "I may not catch anything, but being able to bask in Long City's glorious sunshine by the sea is quite delightful, isn't it?" Upon hearing Sulialu's reply, Beck's face falls, his heart filled with yearning for the leisurely fishing and the afternoon sun. However, before Beck can dwell on his thoughts, the voice of his father bellows from within the blacksmith shop. "Beck, you lazy rascal. Where on earth have you wandered off to? Why is it so quiet in here?" With a grimace, Beck waves farewell to Sulialu and hurriedly retreats into the shop. Sulialu chuckles softly and continues on his way to the shore. After only a few steps, he hears a crunching sound behind him. The rabbit, having procured a carrot from an unknown source, nibbles away while keeping pace with Sulialu. Swiftly finishing the carrot, the rabbit hops closer to Sulialu and asks, "How much longer do we have to wait?" Sulialu calmly responds, "Patience is essential. Assassinating the Lord is a significant undertaking, and we cannot rush it." The rabbit, clearly dissatisfied, bounces alongside Sulialu, pressing on, but my carrot is nearly gone. Suddenly halting, Sulialu turns to the rabbit, pondering for a moment before stating, "I will make time tomorrow to visit the farm on the outskirts of the city and bring some back for you." The rabbit persists, "We've been here for 2 years and 3 months. Do you truly intend to kill that pig-headed lord?" Sulialu smiles, declaring, "Of course, this is the first task assigned to me by the Dawn of Flames." Before the rabbit can interject again, Sulialu preempts, "For our initial task, we must cultivate patience. Fishing is the finest way to develop such a virtue." With that, Sulialu guides the rabbit to the embankment of Long City's beach, descending the slope to the dark red waters, where he sets down his fishing rod and retrieves a small wooden bucket. He extracts the prepared bait from the bucket, affixing it to the iron hook on his rod, and with a deft motion, casts the line into the sea, cautiously embedding the rod into the sandy seabed. Sululu reclines on the embankment, ready to savor the afternoon's golden rays. Yet, before he can fully bask in the sunshine, a sudden splashing sound interrupts his reverie. The rabbit, eager to rouse Sululu from his brief slumber, nudges him awake, whispering urgently, "Quickly, wake up! There's a fish on the line." Fish? Since the last battle between the Republic and the Empire had turned the waters crimson with blood, no one had managed to catch a fish along the shores of Long City. However, after 2 years and 3 months of fishing, Sululu has indeed hooked a sizable catch today that a somewhat dilapidated little wooden boat slowly approaches the embankment. From a distance, it appears as though it might capsize at any moment. Yet it steadily draws closer. Upon the small vessel stands a young nun, clad in simple robes, exuding an air of ancient grace and elegance. What captivates Sululu's attention is not merely her fair complexion and striking beauty, but rather the glimmering metallic rosary wrapped around her wrist. Recognizing the significance of the beads, Sululu's heart races with the certainty that this is indeed a big catch. However, he remains composed, choosing to lounge on the embankment and await the big fish's arrival. With a gentle thud, the little boat docks beside the embankment, and the young nun gracefully steps onto the shore, bringing her hands together in prayer as she intones, "Amitba, may I ask the young benefactor?" "Step aside, you're blocking my sunlight." Before the nun can complete her thought, Sululu interjects, cutting her off mid-sentence. Chapter 2. Here to kill, Sululu finds it hard to fathom how such a delicate and graceful nun has braved the turbulent seas to arrive here. Dressed in a plain, coarse robe and donning a gray hood, she exudes an aura of tranquility. Despite her undeniable beauty and alluring figure, there is a haughty aloofness about her that suggests a disdain for those around her. Yet, even with her chilling demeanor and distant pride, Sululu concedes to guide her to the city hall of Long City, swayed by the 2 gold coins she offers. Long ago, before the onset of war between the Republic and the Empire, the ancient Buddhist kingdom voluntarily withdrew from the conflict, retreating to the vastness of the ocean. Therefore, the relationship between the Buddhist kingdom and the Republic is not overly antagonistic. Following the Republic's victory, one often encounters monks from the overseas kingdom traversing the seas to engage in missionary work in coastal cities. Thus, as Sululu leads the nun through the streets of Long City, their presence does not attract undue attention. Even though the nun is strikingly beautiful, the bustling citizens are too preoccupied with their daily toil to appreciate her allure as Sululu does. Strolling along the somewhat desolate streets, Sululu engages in conversation with the nun. "Where exactly is the Buddhist kingdom?" he inquires. "Overseas. Upon the sea," she replies. "I've heard that the waters are now all dark red. Is it the same near the Buddhist kingdom?" "No, the seas surrounding our land are azure, teeming with schools of fish and shrimp," she answers. "Oh, it sounds like the Buddhist kingdom is quite a splendid place," Sululu muses. The nun seems disinclined to converse further, leaving Sululu to fill the silence. The people of Long City are ever so busy. The afternoon respite is fleeting, and by now, most have likely returned to the factories. "Do people from your Buddhist kingdom also work in factories?" Sululu inquires. The nun offers no reply, but a flicker of disdain crosses her eyes. Whether directed at Sululu's idle chatter or the laborers of Long City remains unclear. Despite Sululu's unwavering forward motion, his peripheral vision caught the subtle shifts in the nun's expression, a fleeting glimpse of a chilling intent to kill. Upon detecting that hint of malice, Sululu chose to refrain from further conversation, exchanging a knowing glance with the rabbit beside him. Having spent many years together, their silent communication had become remarkably fluid, allowing them to comprehend one another's thoughts through mere eye contact. Analyzing the nun's demeanor and the changes in her expression, particularly the ominous glint he had sensed, Sululu concluded that her mission was not one of proselytization. The rabbit, more direct in its assessment, gestured toward the nun and then produced a carrot, promptly severing its leafy top. Sululu instantly grasped the rabbit's implication. He harbored the same belief that the nun's objective aligned with his own: to assassinate the Lord of Dragon City. According to Sululu's discreet investigations into Dragon City, several years prior, a monk had arrived from across the sea to spread the teachings within the city. However, for reasons unknown, that monk had mysteriously vanished, and no further Buddhist missionaries had since appeared in Dragon City. Sululu's inquiries over the past 2 years suggested that the proselytizing monk had stumbled upon a secret involving the Lord of Dragon City, resulting in his imprisonment. The nun before him seemed to be connected to that monk. and her current visit might be related to his fate. From the information provided to Surelu regarding his mission from Dawn's Flame, it was evident that the Lord of Dragon City was a tyrant, greedy and oppressive towards the city's populace. Ordinarily, such matters would fall under the jurisdiction of the Republic, yet the internal turmoil and rampant corruption within the Republic, marked by the ongoing power struggles among the Church, the Chancellor, and the Parliament, left them little inclination to concern themselves with distant Dragon City. Thus, Dawn's Flame issued the directive for a direct assassination of the Lord, intending to send a message to other lords within the Republic. The rabbit had long pondered why Dawn's Flame would choose to target the Lord of Dragon City, who, by all measures, was no mere chicken, but a formidable beast in his own right. Surelu, however, found the reasoning quite straightforward. Remarking to the rabbit, to instill fear among the Republic's many monkeys, one must naturally select a worthy adversary. Now, it appeared that the Buddhist kingdom had encountered obstacles in their missionary efforts within the Republic over recent years. The arrival of the nun likely mirrored similar intentions, to eliminate a powerful lord and thereby intimidate the Republic's leaders, facilitating the spread of their teachings. Nonetheless, Surelu perceived the nun's approach as rather conspicuous. While he pondered these matters, he was suddenly interrupted by the familiar voice of Beak calling out, "Hey, Suru, you're back so soon?" Turning towards the sound, Surelu spotted the young bull-headed man outside the blacksmith shop, busily clearing coal dust. Before Surelu could respond, Beak's gaze shifted to the cold, haughty nun, particularly captivated by her striking beauty, leading him to ask, "Suru, who is this?" Surelu glanced at the nun, poised to answer Beak's query. But he caught sight of Beak's wide-eyed astonishment. The nun's eyes radiated disdain as she coldly urged, "Could you expedite this? Do not forget, you owe me 2 gold coins." Surelu had already experienced the nun's arrogance along their journey. Yet he was taken aback by her utter lack of civility. With a smile, he disregarded her and approached Beak, presenting him with the fishing rod and bucket, stating, "This lady has hired me to escort her to the town hall. Please hold on to these for me." Initially, Beak felt a bit awkward, but Surelu's intervention alleviated the tension. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away, he accepted the fishing rod and bucket, saying, "Sure, no problem, Dutso. You won't be fishing this afternoon?" Surelu chuckled, replying, "Not today. I've already caught a big fish. By the way, I'll come find you later during the evening roll call at the square." With that, Surelu ceased further conversation and turned towards the main district where the town hall was located. The nun, without a word, followed suit. Only the rabbit paused momentarily, crunching on the carrot in hand, shaking its head as it muttered, "What an arrogant creature." Hearing the rabbit's comment, Beak glanced at the nun's elegant silhouette retreating and sighed. "She really is quite haughty." The rabbit tossed aside the remaining carrot and hopped after Surelu and the nun. Just as Beak was lost in thought, the booming voice of the elder bull-headed man erupted from within the blacksmith shop. "Hey, where have you gone? Why is it so quiet again?" Startled by the old bull-headed blacksmith's roar, Beak hurriedly dropped the fishing rod and bucket by the door, grabbing a hammer and rushing back into the shop. Moments later, the familiar sound of metal clanging echoed from within. After walking a few paces, Surelu couldn't help but inquire, "You traveled all the way from the Buddhist kingdom to spread your teachings. Do you not find it arduous?" To which the nun coldly replied, "I am not here to spread teachings." Surelu pressed on, "Then what, pray tell, brings you so far from home?" "To kill," she answered succinctly, her tone unusually calm. Standing at the edge of the small square before the town hall, Surelu beheld the grand entrance that had been blown apart. The air filled with the cacophony of gunfire and urgent alarms. Surelu had surmised that the nun's journey was to assassinate the Lord, yet he had not anticipated her audacity. She was not attempting a covert strike, but charging directly through the front doors. Stunned, he watched as the nun, enveloped in a radiant glow, moved with the grace of a divine being, wielding mechanical prayer beads. The beads split open, revealing ominous gun barrels that hovered before her, spewing flames as they protected her while she stormed into the town hall. Behind her, a luminous moon faintly illuminated her figure, seemingly bestowing upon her a remarkable power. Surelu could hardly fathom that the nun would brazenly invade the town hall, despite her possession of mechanical weaponry. After all, this was the town hall of Dragon City. Her approach, in Surelu's eyes, seemed akin to courting death. Despite his astonishment, he couldn't help but admire the nun's fierce determination as she pressed forward. However, before he could fully appreciate the scene, the urgent wailing of sirens drew near, prompting the rabbit to exclaim, "We need to move." The military police are coming. Casting a lingering glance at the solitary figure of the nun charging into the town hall, Surilu sighed. Beautiful women often meet tragic fates. The rabbit seized Surilu's hand, urging him to flee as it said, "Are you still contemplating this? That woman is a lunatic. We need to get out of here, or we'll be caught in the crossfire." Together, man and rabbit navigated through the encircled main district, finally breaching its confines. Standing at the periphery of the main street, Surilu gazed at the smoke billowing from the town hall and couldn't help but ask, "Rabbit, do you think that woman will escape?" With a crunch, the rabbit produced yet another carrot from seemingly nowhere and munched on it, replying, "Let us see how fate treats her. 2 blasts from an 80mm magic cannon will tell." No sooner had the rabbit spoken than the sound of cannon fire erupted from the direction of the town hall. Echoing loudly, upon hearing the shots, the rabbit shook its head, lamenting, "It appears fate is not in her favor." Yet, as if to contradict the rabbit's words, a figure enveloped in golden light suddenly burst forth from the besieged main district. As the radiant figure passed Surilu and the rabbit, it momentarily paused but did not falter, soaring into the air and speeding away from the city, once the golden figure vanished at the street's end. Military police swiftly emerged from the main district, pursuing the direction in which the light had disappeared. As the throng of military police rushed past, Surilu and the rabbit prepared to depart when a steam-powered vehicle screeched to a halt before them. Blocking their path, a young man clad in a crisp white military uniform stepped out, scrutinizing the pair standing at the roadside. Surilu, in turn, appraised the officer emerging from the steam patrol car, with golden hair peeking from beneath a cap. His sharply chiseled features were complemented by a high, aristocratic nose and piercing blue eyes. His refined attire and demeanor exuded the essence of an ancient imperial noble. After exchanging glances for a brief moment, Surilu chose silence, patiently awaiting the officer's initiation of dialogue. Soon enough, the young officer spoke first. "Greetings, I am Ballet, the head of the Special Operations Unit of the Dragon City Guard. I am quite curious about what you two are doing here." Prior to posing his inquiry, he introduced himself courteously, establishing his identity with the poise of a former noble. Surilu responded directly, "Good day, sir. We were merely here to observe the commotion." "Observe the commotion?" Ballet echoed, clearly taken aback, his smile faltering as he struggled to comprehend the absurdity of the reply. After a moment's pause, he managed to inquire with a renewed smile, "You consider the military's mobilization, the lockdown of the main district, and the thunder of cannon fire to be mere entertainment?" Surilu, with a bewildered expression, remarked, "It is indeed quite lively." Ballet narrowed his eyes, fixating on Surilu for an extended period, with a flicker of hostility emanating from his gaze, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. However, Surilu maintained his stoic demeanor in the face of Ballet's piercing scrutiny, entirely disregarding the latter's interrogative glare. Even as Ballet attempted to unnerve Surilu with his feigned ignorance, he had no intention of letting him off the hook, remaining steadfast in his unwavering gaze. The tense standoff persisted until a military officer hurried over to Ballet, exclaiming, "Chief, we have discovered traces of the assassin in the western outskirts." Finally, Ballet diverted his attention, turning to board the steam police vehicle, issuing orders to pursue the lead to the western suburbs. Watching the steam police car speed away, Rabbit let out a sigh of relief, nibbling on his carrot, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." My heart nearly leaped out of my chest, to Rabbit's surprise. Surilu did not respond immediately, prompting a sense of unease within him. Raising his gaze, he noticed Surilu staring intently at the military officer who had brought the news, only then realizing that the officer had not departed. Surilu calmly addressed the officer, saying, "You should not have returned. You ought to know that this is far more perilous." In the next moment, the officer's voice shifted dramatically, and Rabbit was horrified to hear the officer uttering in a nun's voice, "If I don't come back, I will surely perish. I need your assistance. I cannot die." Knowing you are doomed and wishing to avoid death, yet you still dare to storm the city hall. Do you truly believe I will assist you? Surilu questioned. The nun, with unwavering conviction, replied, "If you do not help me, you too will not escape." Threatened, Surilu abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with the disguised nun, a murderous intent glimmering in his deep black irises. The officer looked up, revealing the nun's handsome features, pale yet resolute, stating firmly, "You must help me." The nun's assertive words left Surilu feeling somewhat vexed. Nevertheless, after contemplation, he resolved to lend his aid. pointing towards the road leading to the Eastern District. Surilu instructed, "Go to the Eastern District, find a dumpling restaurant. You will find sanctuary there. Remember to dispose of that disguise." The nun turned and headed towards the Eastern District without uttering a word of thanks, casually remarking, "All right, I understand." Observing the nun's swift departure, Rabbit shook his head and sighed. "You truly should not have helped her. Is it worth risking our lives for a mere 2 gold coins?" Surilu sighed in response. "Such a beautiful girl. It is hard to turn a blind eye." "If I can assist, I shall." Rabbit staggered slightly, glancing at Surilu with a lamenting expression. "It's over. You are utterly bewitched by her beauty." Surilu playfully rapped Rabbit on the head, retorting, "Nonsense. This is merely to enhance our chances in the plan." Rabbit grimaced from the light hit, muttering resentfully, "Such earnest nonsense. You will pay for it one day." Surilu ignored Rabbit's grumbling and set off towards the Eastern District, only to suddenly exclaim, "Oh no, I forgot to tell her to enter through the back door." The pair quickly quickened their pace, hastening towards the Eastern District of Longqing. Chapter 4. The Dumpling Restaurant in Longqing. Aside from the bustling main district housing the City Hall, the Eastern District is the most serene and leisurely area, filled with various shops. This is the most prosperous part of the city, where streets and alleys are lined with diverse establishments. Merchants from all over the Republic bring their goods to Longqing, showcasing them in the shops of the Eastern District for the affluent residents. It is a paradise for the wealthy, yet even the impoverished can indulge in some affordable delicacies and beautiful sights here. The duo ambled through the bustling streets of the Eastern District, appearing somewhat out of place, especially Surilu with his rolled-up trousers and soiled work attire, unfazed by the disdainful glances of the affluent. Surilu swaggered confidently down the street until they arrived at a dumpling restaurant, marked by an iron sign depicting thin-skinned, generously filled dumplings. The two pushed open the restaurant door and stepped inside. Clang! The moment the door swung open, a cheerful bell chimed, drawing the attention of a few patrons within. As it was not yet mealtime, the restaurant was sparsely populated, and the entrance of the duo failed to attract any notable attention. Rabbit darted inside the moment they entered, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the restaurant. Surilu approached the long oak bar, seating himself before the chef, who was engrossed at the cooking station, and said, "Dumplings. I have arrived." The chef, stationed behind the metal cooking counter, did not acknowledge Surilu, not even lifting her head. However, a boy of around 10 years old approached Surilu, extending a hand and squeezing a cloth bag, producing a sound akin to swish, swish, swish. Upon hearing the peculiar noise, Surilu turned to the boy beside him. The boy, possessing a handsome visage with black hair like Surilu's, had bright, clear eyes. When Surilu looked at him, the boy remained silent, instead squeezing the cloth bag again, creating a rhythmic sound. Swish, 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 swish. Most people were baffled by the strange swish sounds, but Surilu understood perfectly, smiling at the boy and saying, "Are you saying I am finished?" "The dumplings are angry. Why are they angry with me?" The boy drew Surilu closer, once again squeezing the cloth bag. Swish, 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 swish. The boy's name was Yuan Bai, the younger brother of the chef, Bao Mian, with whom he shared a close bond. The siblings had arrived in Longqing a year prior, and with Surilu's assistance, they opened this unique private dining establishment in the Eastern District. Due to an illness, Yuan Bai could not speak much, and the cloth bag he held was referred to as the swish machine by Bao Mian, serving as Yuan Bai's means of communication. Oddly enough, apart from Bao Mian, most people could not decipher the strange sounds emitted by Yuan Bai's swish machine. However, Surilu could distinguish the varied rhythms of the swish sounds, understanding their intended meanings. Following Yuan Bai's series of squeezes, Surilu grasped that the nun had entered the restaurant through the back door. Yet, it was evident that Bao Mian was somewhat displeased, feeling that Surilu should not have invited such trouble into their establishment. Leaning closer to Yuan Bai, Surilu whispered, "Where is she now?" Yuan Bai squeezed his swish machine again, conveying, "She is hidden by the dumplings. You cannot find her." After squeezing, Yuan Bai proudly tilted his chin, causing Surilu to chuckle softly. Surilu murmured, "As long as she's hidden, that's fine. However, I fear someone may come looking for her soon. So we must be cautious." Swish, swish. Yuan Bai squeezed the swish machine twice, then climbed onto the high stool beside Surilu, resting his chin on the oak bar as they both watched the engrossed chef. It wasn't long before the door to the restaurant swung open with a ding, and a group of fully armed military officers entered in single file. The sudden appearance of the soldiers sent the few patrons in the restaurant into a panic, their faces turned pale. And no one dared to linger, hastily rising to leave to Surlu's astonishment. The leader of the group was none other than Ballat, who seemed intentionally to have sought them out as Ballat stepped into the restaurant. He immediately spotted Surlu, locking eyes with him and striding over, remarking, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again. How old are you this year? Given your age, shouldn't you be at the factory? Why are you here?" In response to Ballat's inquiry, Surlu calmly replied, "It appears, Lord Ballat, that you have never worked in a factory." Surlu's comment caught Ballat off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless before he replied, "Indeed. I am a student at the Republic's first military academy." Surlu then realized, that explains it. No wonder, Lord Ballat, you are unfamiliar with the factory's protocols. Work in the factory is piecework. Complete the daily quota, and you need not return." After hearing Surlu's explanation, Ballat nodded, saying, "That sounds rather easy." Surlu smiled and responded, "Easy, is it? That is merely the superficial impression you have." Ballat took measured steps towards Surlu, standing before him, and gazing intently as he inquired, "All right then, I have come here to ask, where exactly is he?" Not anticipating Ballat's directness, which left no room for Surlu's playful banter, Surlu feigned confusion, asking, "Whom do you mean?" Observing Surlu's bewildered expression, Ballat sneered, "Do not feign ignorance before me. Your acting skills are rather poor." Surlu opened his palms innocently, saying, "But I truly do not know who you are searching for." In the face of Ballat's questioning and intimidation, Surlu's attitude remained resolute. He had no intention of cooperating. Observing that Surlu was unwilling to cooperate, Ballat retreated a couple of steps with a cold smirk, signaling the military police behind him to step forward. It appeared that Ballat had no intention of engaging in further banter with Surlu and was prepared to apprehend him directly. However, just as those officers were about to take action, a sudden cacophony of strange cries erupted, followed by the sight of a boy clutching a cloth bag, who stepped forward to shield Surlu. The unexpected appearance of the boy left the military police in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation, and they turned to Ballat for guidance. Ballat furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Yuanbai, and inquired, "What does he mean by this?" Surlu rose to his feet, smiling as he pulled Yuanbai behind him and stated, "Xiaobai means that according to the Republic's laws, you have no authority to arrest me." Before Ballat could retort, Surlu produced a small metallic badge from his coat pocket, presenting it before the military police. Upon seeing the distinctive gear emblem of the mechanical factory on the badge, the officers who had reached out to apprehend Surlu were instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 5. With no fear within the Republic. Aside from a few military academies located in the capital and the seminary of the church, there were hardly any schools. According to the Republic's law, all children of 10 years and older, regardless of their birth or ethnicity, were mandated to be sent to factories to commence work. Those sent to factories were required to labor for a full decade, until they reached the legal age of 20, before they could leave. Naturally, this law did not apply to the privileged elite, who could easily circumvent the factory process for their offspring by means of wealth. Ballat, for instance, successfully avoided entering the factory, thanks to his family's considerable riches, directly enrolling in the Republic's military academy instead. However, such privileges were reserved for a select few among the aristocracy, as the majority of common children were compelled to enter factories at the age of 10. Each factory also provided education in literacy and various subjects to the children, and those who displayed exceptional talent could be selected to attend the Republic's military academy or even the church's seminary. Furthermore, all children within the factories possessed an extraordinary privilege. Those bearing the factory badge could not be apprehended for any offenses, no matter how grave, without the local lord or the church's tribunal issuing an order for their arrest. Even in cases of treason, capturing a child from the factory required the consent of the local authority or church court, and any conviction would necessitate a report to the church for judicial review. Upon Surlu revealing the badge issued by the factory, Ballat comprehended that he lacked the authority to arrest Surlu here. Gazing at the triumphant expression on Surlu's face, Ballat felt a surge of irritation. Nevertheless, despite his displeasure, Ballat was unwilling to take any risks by forcibly detaining Surlu. His family had once belonged to the ancient empire's noble class. Even in its decline, Ballat still viewed himself as a true aristocrat, possessing a lineage far superior to most of the Republic's rulers. Regrettably, he alone held this view. Even after gaining admission to the Republic's foremost military academy, Ballot had not received the treatment befitting his noble heritage. His family's fall from grace had led others to regard him not as an aristocrat, but as someone to be wary of and to discriminate against, a remnant of the old empire. Ultimately, he was compelled to relocate to Longsheng, where, through the introduction of a former family friend, he garnered the favor of the local lord, known as the Pighead Lord, and was transferred to the city's garrison. Having earned the lord's admiration, Ballot became the youngest section chief in the garrison, endowed with the authority to operate independently. Everything Ballot had achieved thus far had come with great difficulty. Thus he approached every endeavor with heightened caution. Faced with the unique factory badge in Sululu's possession, Ballot, ever prudent, wished to avoid infringing upon the Republic's laws and attracting the attention of the tribunal. After a moment of contemplation, he elegantly smiled and clapped his hands, saying, "In that case, proceed with the search." The military police behind Ballot, well-versed in executing various duties alongside him, immediately understood his intent. They quickly scattered, preparing to conduct a thorough search of the restaurant. Witnessing the malicious smiles of the officers, Sululu's own smile vanished, clearly recognizing their intention to breach the restaurant and conduct a violent search. Despite his anger, Sululu stood up but merely grasped Yuanbai's hand, refraining from interfering with the officers' aggressive actions. With a loud crash, a glass shattered as the officers roughly overturned a table near the entrance, sending wine from unfinished glasses splattering across the floor. Before Sululu could react, Yuanbai, who had been pulled to safety behind him, sprang into action. He dashed forward, confronting the officer about to overturn the table. And with a swift motion, he slammed the table back down. To the astonishment of all the officers present, despite the officer's exertion, Yuanbai held the table firmly in place, rendering it immovable. That Ballot's pupils dilated in shock as he assessed the boy who appeared frail, yet exuded the strength of a fierce beast. Just as Ballot opened his mouth to halt the officer's impending assault on Yuanbai, a figure darted past him in a flash. The next moment, the officer who had raised his arm to strike Yuanbai was propelled out of the restaurant like a bullet, landing across the street. Everything transpired with startling rapidity, leaving little time for anyone to react. When Ballot regained his composure, he saw the ejected officer sprawled on the pavement outside the restaurant, appearing to have lost consciousness. Other officers took a moment to gather their wits, surrounding Sululu and Yuanbai. Had it not been for Ballot's commanding gaze, they would have surely acted by now, despite being encircled by the officers. Neither Sululu nor Yuanbai displayed any fear. In fact, Yuanbai even raised his contraption, unleashing a barrage of sounds that echoed menacingly throughout the restaurant. Ballot pushed aside two officers to approach Sululu and Yuanbai. Discovering that while Sululu was shorter than he, his bare arms looked remarkably sturdy as he scrutinized Sululu. Ballot recalled a dossier from the Special Operations Division, which explicitly stated, possesses strength surpassing that of adolescent half-beasts and minotaurs. Recalling the earlier incident when Yuanbai held the table down so forcefully that the officer could not budge it, Ballot's mind was consumed by a singular thought. These two seemingly youthful individuals were akin to young magical beasts. The atmosphere in the restaurant had grown palpably tense, with the military police and Sululu, along with Yuanbai, poised for conflict at any moment. At that juncture, Bao Mianmian emerged from the kitchen, placing two silver trays upon the oak bar and beckoning to Yuanbai. "Xiaobai, come eat. You still need to report at the square tonight. Do not delay." Yuanbai grimaced in apparent reluctance, yet Sululu chuckled as he took Yuanbai's hand, pushing past the officers toward the bar where the trays lay. Ballot chose not to obstruct them, instead preventing the military police from making any rash moves. The laws of the Republic were quite clear. Though the officers appeared to wield extensive authority, they could not infringe upon the Republic's laws. Any transgression would invite the tribunal's scrutiny and punishment. Therefore, even if Yuanbai had thwarted their search and Sululu had thrown an officer out, as long as they were children of the factory, Ballot could not take action against them without the Lord's orders. The military police, confronted with this unexpected scenario, looked to Ballot, awaiting his next commands. Before he could speak, Bao Mianmian interjected, "You may continue your search. I will ensure these two do not impede you further." Hearing her words, Ballot smiled and replied, "No need. The culprit is likely not here. My apologies for the disturbance. I bid you farewell." With that, Ballot led the officers out of the restaurant, swiftly lifting the unconscious officer from the street before departing the East District. Chapter 6. A hidden agenda. As Ballot and his men departed in disarray, Sululu could not help but break into a wide grin, though it had not fully blossomed before he turned to see Bao Mianmian's dark expression. Instantly, his smile froze, and he hastily lowered his head to focus on his meal at the oak bar. Bao Mianmian was not about to let Sululu off the hook. She called out from across the bar. "Do you think you're clever? Did you truly believe you could deceive him?" With his mouth full of the dinner Bao Mianmian had prepared, Sululu mumbled, "No, that's not it." Bao Mianmian slammed her palm on the oak bar and shouted, "Then what were you laughing about? Do you genuinely think Ballot has no means to deal with you?" Sululu lifted his gaze to meet Bao Mianmian's and responded, "At the very least, we need not fear him. He wouldn't dare risk the tribunal's wrath by actually arresting me." Bao Mianmian coldly remarked, "However, if he were to encounter that nun, he could easily have you captured. The court in the city would not convict him." Upon hearing Bao Mianmian mention the nun, Suluru immediately recalled the incident where he had concealed the nun in the restaurant, swallowing the morsel he had just placed in his mouth. He hastily inquired of Bao Mianmian, "By the way, what about that nun?" With a disdainful huff, Bao Mianmian retorted, "She has long since hidden away. Otherwise, do you think you could sit here eating in peace?" Suluru let out a long sigh of relief, continuing to consume his meal as he murmured, "Well, that's good, that's good. Truth be told, I really don't want to help her, but she insists on my assistance." Bao Mianmian gazed at Suluru with a complex expression, saying, "I fear that during the gathering in the square tonight, Ballot will not let you off easily." Suluru, spoon in hand, looked up at Bao Mianmian with a puzzled expression, responding with a soft, "Huh?" Bao Mianmian elaborated, "In the presence of the Lord, your crimes will be declared. Even in the absence of irrefutable evidence, he has the authority to apprehend you first." At this, Suluru's face contorted in terror, and he exclaimed in a flurry, "What should I do? Should I run away quickly? Or perhaps we should hand over that nun. Who knows, if the Lord is pleased, we might even receive a reward." Observing Suluru's frantic demeanor, yet noticing his hands persistently shoveling food into his mouth, the scene appeared quite comical. Yuan Bai beside them could not help but burst into laughter, repeatedly squeezing the noisemaker. "Hua hua hua." Bao Mianmian remained serious, stating, "I do not care what you plan to do. But one thing you must remember, do not harm Xiaobai." Yuan Bai took the opportunity to squeeze the noisemaker again, "Hua hua," as if affirming, "Indeed, do not harm Xiaobai." The comical horror on Suluru's face suddenly vanished, replaced by an unusual seriousness, his demeanor shifting to one of lofty authority. He then earnestly assured Bao Mianmian, "Rest assured, I will not let others bear the consequences of my actions." Gazing into Suluru's earnest eyes, Bao Mianmian caught a fleeting glimpse of a ferocious aura deep within those profound orbs. With a resigned sigh, Bao Mianmian finally said, "In truth, you need not rush to undertake that task. It has already been pending for so long." Suluru calmly replied, "Some matters must be addressed. And perhaps this is my opportunity to enter the Dragon City prison." Having met in Dragon City, both Bao Mianmian and Suluru had refrained from revealing their true backgrounds. Yet, they both understood that, like each other, they had come to Dragon City with a paramount purpose: to eliminate the Lord of Dragon City. However, Suluru's assassination was driven by the mission of the Dawn of Flame, seeking to fulfill the organization's objectives, while Bao Mianmian sought vengeance for Yuan Bai's brother. Furthermore, Bao Mianmian was aware that Suluru had another motive for coming to Dragon City beyond eliminating the Lord. He wished to enter the Dragon City prison. Their joint investigations revealed that Suluru's parents had once been incarcerated in Dragon City prison, prompting his desire to seek traces of them within its confines. Yet, despite spending more than 2 years in Dragon City, Suluru had failed to find an opportunity to access the prison. This time, he intentionally provoked Ballot, the head of the Security Bureau's Special Operations, clearly harboring thoughts of being captured and entering the Dragon City prison. Bao Mianmian grasped his intentions entirely, saying, "Have you considered that despite your numerous attempts over the past 2 years, you have not succeeded in entering? Are you certain that you can enter this way and still emerge unscathed?" After a moment of scrutiny, Suluru suddenly reached out to gently stroke Bao Mianmian's delicate cheek, saying, "Do not worry, I will definitely return." Taken aback by Suluru's sudden forwardness, Bao Mianmian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly stepped back, turning her head away in a huff. "Humph, who cares about you? If you don't return, then you'll be dining on prison meals from now on." Suluru, with his fingers still lingering on his own nose, chuckled, "Ha ha, I am not destined for a life of prison meals. I still need to avenge Xiao Bai's brother. Upon hearing this, Yuan Bai was filled with excitement, raising his noisemaker and squeezing it vigorously. The urgent sound echoing throughout the restaurant. Despite being afflicted by autism due to his brother's tragic fate, which hindered his speech and caused him to forget many past events, he still recalled the circumstances surrounding his brother. The mention of vengeance for his brother ignited a spark of enthusiasm within him, as that was the sole conviction that resided in Yuan Bai's heart. Bao Mianmian looked up, assessing Su Luru. She knew he was not merely speaking empty words. He would indeed see it through. Typically, Su Luru appeared to be an ordinary and amiable youth, but in reality, he possessed a fierce and relentless nature. Those who were cruel to others were not particularly fearsome. It was those who were merciless to their enemies and equally harsh on themselves who were truly terrifying. After a prolonged silence, Bao Mianmian finally spoke softly to Su Luru. "Take care of yourself." Su Luru smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I have many things to accomplish, so I will not easily meet my end." In the time that followed, Bao Mianmian prepared some snacks for Su Luru and Yuan Bai, allowing them to indulge in a delightful meal. As the night gradually descended, patrons began to fill the restaurant, marking the time for Su Luru and Yuan Bai, along with the other children, to report to the square in front of the town hall. Initially, Su Luru intended to check on the injured nun before departing, but Bao Mianmian firmly refused, recognizing her unwavering stance. Su Luru acquiesced. He called for the rabbit, which had been hidden away, and, with one hand holding the noisemaker and the other clutching a small bag of snacks, he bid farewell to Bao Mianmian. They then left the restaurant, making their way along the ancient cobblestone streets toward the main city. Chapter 7. A fist as big as a sandbag. In the early evening, most of the children from Dragon City emerged from the factories scattered throughout the city, gradually making their way to the small square in front of the town hall. According to the regulations of Dragon City, factory children were required to gather in the square for inspection by the Lord before and after their shifts. Serving as a means for the Lord to maintain control over the city. As they drew closer to the main city, they began to see children from all directions converging together. Su Luru led Yuan Bai and the rabbit, quickly joining the throng of children heading toward the square, flowing along with the crowd. Approaching the entrance to the square, they spotted a small minotaur named Beak, carrying a fishing rod and a wooden bucket. Su Luru hurried over and patted Beak on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Nice job, Beak. I can't believe you remembered to bring my fishing rod and bucket." Beak was initially startled, but soon relaxed upon recognizing Su Luru and his companions. He handed over the fishing rod and bucket, whispering, "I just heard that the Security Bureau is searching for a nun." Su Luru chuckled. "Oh really? I must say, I'm impressed by the efficiency of the Security Bureau," seeing the grin on Su Luru's face and his nonchalant demeanor. Beak couldn't help but cautiously advise. "Based on the description in the wanted notice, it seems that the nun you brought back from the seaside bears a slight resemblance to her." Observing the Minotaur's robust physique, yet hearing his cautious tone, Su Luru found it quite amusing. Understanding that Beak meant well, he reassured him, "It's all right. Her being wanted has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Beak realized that the nun in question was indeed the one Su Luru had brought back. Growing anxious, he urged, "Su, you should hide for a bit. What if they trace it back to you?" Su Luru dismissed the concern. "There is no need for that. Beak. Don't worry. I'm merely acting as a guide. And guiding someone isn't a crime." Though Su Luru's words seemed carefree, they could not entirely quell Beak's apprehension. At that moment, Yuan Bai raised his noisemaker, squeezing it a few times in front of Beak, then retrieved a small snack that Bao Mianmian had packed for him before they left. He took Beak's hand and placed the treat in his palm. Yuan Bai flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and squeezed the noisemaker a few more times. "Wah wah wah." Su Luru grasped Beak's somewhat rough hand, saying, "It is fine. Eat this. Xiao Bai says it will give you courage." The treat, shaped like a small cow, crafted from dough, appeared quite impressive. After gazing at the cow-shaped snack for a moment, Beak opened his mouth and placed it inside. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved entirely, the milky flavor quickly spreading throughout his mouth. Beak felt as though he had tasted a dish crafted by his mother after many years of absence. Beck gazed in astonishment at Sulyalu and Yuan Bai, who was grinning widely, his fists clenched and arms raised in a display of strength. In an instant, the young Minotaur comprehended that Yuan Bai was inquiring if he felt the surge of courage. Beck broke into a smile, similarly raising his fist to showcase the muscles in his arms. exclaiming, "Indeed, I have felt it. I have been bestowed with courage." Yuanbai, elated, leaped into the air, dancing joyfully while continuously squeezing the device in his hands, the sound of hua 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 echoing throughout the slightly oppressive old urban district. The young Minotaur relaxed. Sululu and the others intended to proceed towards a small square when suddenly, a sardonic voice rang out. "I thought it was some ghastly thing making such a shrill, annoying noise. Turns out it's just you, you little wretch. Humph, what's this? Planning to flee upon seeing me?" The group turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a small green-skinned half-orc leading a cadre of children from various races. The half-orc, named Ram, was the son of the deputy chief of the Dragon City Guard. Leveraging his father's status, the green-skinned half-orc brazenly bullied others in the factory, particularly relishing in tormenting the weaker human children. The cluster of children surrounding Rem were predominantly those who shirked work and bullied the timid. As Rem approached, he immediately hurled insults at Yuanbai. Sululu stepped forward and confronted Rem, saying, "What's the matter? Was our last encounter insufficient for you?" Previously, Sululu had been shielded by the towering Minotaur, thus evading Rem's notice. Now, upon seeing Sululu stand forth, Rem and his companions immediately shrank back, among the children in Dragon City. Rem was known for his tyrannical demeanor, with no one daring to challenge him. However, Rem held a deep-seated fear of Sululu, for he was a formidable opponent. It wasn't that there weren't children capable of besting Rem, but those who could had families that, due to Rem's father's influence, urged them to avoid confrontation. The deputy chief's identity was the crutch upon which Rem leaned to assert dominance among Dragon City's youth, as few dared to directly confront him. Yet Sululu was different. As an orphan, he fought with reckless abandon. Particularly irksome to Rem was the fact that Sululu, despite appearing human, possessed a latent explosive power that surpassed even that of half-orcs. 2 years prior, upon arriving in Dragon City, Sululu had encountered Rem, who seized the opportunity to provoke him. The result was that Rem suffered 3 broken ribs and spent half a year recovering before returning to the factory. Since that experience, Rem had refrained from antagonizing Sululu. However, today, the small half-orc seemed emboldened by some newfound confidence. Stepping forward without a hint of retreat, standing before Sululu, he growled, "You human brat, let me tell you, I am not afraid of you anymore." Sululu smiled and raised his fist, inspecting it with feigned curiosity as if it contained something intriguing. After shouting for some time, Rem realized that his opponent was not even looking at him but rather examining his own fist. Feeling belittled, the small half-orc stepped closer and demanded, "Hey, what are you looking at?" Hearing Rem's inquiry, Sululu replied with a smile, "Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag?" "Huh, what fist the size of a sandbag?" Rem responded. Bewildered, the next moment, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging in his line of sight, and before he could comprehend, it collided with his head. The small half-orc, Rem, was sent flying, crashing into the wall of a nearby red brick building, half of his body embedded in it. Dazed and seeing stars, he muttered, "It truly is the size of a sandbag." With that, Rem's head tilted, and he lost consciousness, slumped against the indentation in the wall. Sululu dusted off his hands, turned to Yuanbai, and flashed a grin, striking a muscular pose, asking, "So, what do you think, Xiaobai? Impressive, right?" Hua hua hua. Yuanbai raised his device, enthusiastically squeezing it, as if celebrating a triumphant victory. Seeing Yuanbai's delight, Sululu felt a surge of happiness as he beckoned Yuanbai, and the young Minotaur becked to venture towards the small square. However, just as they took their first steps, a sudden, violent force surged from behind, and in an instant, a crimson whirlwind bore down on Sululu. Chapter 8. A display for the Lord. As the tempestuous energy manifested, Sululu sensed its approach, realizing it was aimed directly at him. He swiftly pivoted, pushing Yuanbai and Beck aside, clenching his fists and raising his arms to confront the crimson whirlwind. With a thunderous crash, the small square and the children making their way there were taken aback. The crimson whirlwind dissipated upon the impact of Sululu's fists, revealing a red-skinned half-orc within. The half-orc's eyes gleamed with madness. Even though Sululu had halted his advance, he continued to scream and push forward. It was evident that the red-skinned half-orc was in a frenzied state, his eyes ablaze with excitement, relentlessly applying pressure against Sululu. However, Sululu was not at a disadvantage in strength, and the two stood in the street, locked in a battle of wills. After a brief struggle, the red-skinned half-orc suddenly withdrew his fist, gathering energy for another strike at Sululu. Observing this, Soyulu reciprocated without hesitation, also preparing to deliver a blow. Boom, boom, boom. They exchanged powerful punches, neither yielding an inch. Yet, during the fourth clash, the force emanating from Soyulu's fist was even more formidable, and the red-skinned half-orc caught a glimmer of steel-like brilliance, though he anticipated that this encounter might not end in his favor. The red-skinned half-orc nonetheless put forth every ounce of strength he possessed. Boom! A terrifying cyclone erupted around them, scattering everyone in the vicinity in mere moments. The red-skinned half-orc, like the small half-orc before him, was sent hurtling backward. Upon landing, he exerted force through his legs, shattering the pavement beneath him, dragging his feet into the ground, avoiding the fate of crashing into the red brick building. Defeated yet undeterred, the red-skinned half-orc remained exhilarated. With eyes glowing red, he fixed his gaze on Soyulu, roaring, "Indeed, Rem did not deceive me. You are truly powerful." Soyulu gradually raised his fist, blowing on it nonchalantly, declaring, "I am strong. No need for others to tell me. That is a fact. Now, I have no time to waste with you." With that, he turned away with an air of nonchalance, dismissing the two half-orcs entirely. However, before he could take 2 steps, he heard the red-skinned half-orc roar behind him. "It's not over yet. Half-orcs do not simply surrender." Soyulu spun around, witnessing the red-skinned half-orc enveloped in a crimson aura, stepping out of the pit with determination. With a furious roar, he tore away the tatters of his upper body, exposing his grotesquely muscular physique. The red-skinned half-orc charged forward, his steps quickening with each stride, barreling directly towards Soyulu. Soyulu furrowed his brow, crossing his arms over his chest, preparing to absorb the impact of the red-skinned half-orc's assault. Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that the half-orc would ensnare him, grinning maliciously as he proclaimed, "Haha, you can't move now. Can you? Let me show you the true strength of a half-orc." With that, the red-skinned half-orc exerted his strength, forcefully propelling Soyulu toward the small square while bellowing in rage. Although the red-skinned half-orc's strength did not surpass Soyulu's, he wielded sheer brute force, igniting the primal power of his half-orc lineage. Caught off guard, he managed to push Soyulu from the street into the small square in front of the town hall that a multitude of children, both big and small, had already gathered in the square. Upon witnessing the red-skinned half-orc pushing Soyulu into their midst, the children gasped in astonishment. Those blocking the path hurriedly scrambled aside in fear of being swept up in the tumultuous clash between the two. As Soyulu was forced backward, he struggled against the binding grip of the red-skinned half-orc, who continued to push him with overwhelming force, intent on slamming him against the elevated platform in the square. Realizing the half-orc's intention, Soyulu resolved to do everything in his power to break free from the vice-like grip. Just as he was about to collide with the platform, Soyulu could no longer suppress his frustration. He tilted his head back and struck the red-skinned half-orc's face with his forehead. In the next instant, blood and fangs flew, and the red-skinned half-orc let out a pained howl, finally releasing Soyulu. Clutching his mouth, the red-skinned half-orc squatted on the ground, howling in anguish while casting a resentful glare at Soyulu. Soyulu wiped the blood from his forehead, unflinching as he met the half-orc's gaze defiantly. The red-skinned half-orc, upon receiving a fierce glare from Soyulu, felt an even greater surge of irritation. With a guttural roar, he leapt into action, lunging towards Soyulu. However, at that very moment, a commanding voice rang out. "Enough! Cease this at once! Do either of you possess any sense of decorum? How dare you brawl in the presence of our esteemed lord?" Hearing the reprimand, the red-skinned half-orc hesitated, his steps faltering as he cast a panicked glance towards the elevated platform in the small square that in front of the town hall. There stood a raised dais constructed of red bricks. Whenever a significant announcement was to be made in Dragon City, the Lord would ascend this platform. Likewise, each evening, he would survey the children gathered in the square below. The figure atop the dais resembled a massive mound of flesh. Seated in a wooden wheelchair, atop this mound, one could discern a grotesquely tusked, corpulent boar's head. This mound of flesh represented the true authority over Zero City and served as the representative of the Republic's governance of Dragon City. Despite the diverse array of races inhabiting Dragon City, including half-orcs, minotaurs, humans, and elves, the Lord was uniquely a pig-headed creature. Yet, this pig commanded a power and strength that instilled fear in nearly all the residents of Dragon City. In the eyes of the various factions, This pig-headed entity seated upon a wooden wheelchair was an unapproachable figure. Thus, the children who gathered in the square to be called forth would do so with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they provoke the Lord's displeasure, let alone engage in playful antics. However, today was different. The pig-headed Lord, seated regally upon the dais, had observed the two children squabbling in the square. This sight brought him immense delight, and he watched with keen interest, only to be taken aback when, at a critical juncture, someone dared to intervene. The one who had halted Sululu and the red-skinned half-orc was Barot, who had not anticipated that the Lord had been watching all along. Even more surprising was the Lord's desire to witness the children's conflict and his insistence that it continue. Barot leaned closer to the Lord, whispering a few words of persuasion, but the Lord, behaving like a petulant child, disregarded Barot's explanations. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a magical force, drawing a circle in the air that encircled Sululu and the red-skinned half-orc. Manifesting an ancient arena that rose into the air, the pig-headed Lord pointed to the two combatants on the arena, declaring, "Fight. I wish to see you engage." Chapter 9. The law, energy, and mechanism. An arena steeped in antiquity rose beneath Sululu and the half-orc. Lifting them from the square, the children gathered below gazed upward in astonishment at the peculiar floating arena above them. Sululu, standing upon the platform, stamped his foot, testing the ground beneath him, which felt surprisingly solid. Yet, he was acutely aware that the arena was not real. It had been conjured by the pig-headed Lord's magic. Magic is a wondrous force, one that embodies the rules governing the entire plane. As well as an unpredictable power, the magic wielded by the strong among living beings resonates with their own energy and the laws of the universe, manifesting a unique force that in times past. The power of magic was grasped by the inhabitants of the plane, with each race and faction possessing its own methods to wield their unique brand of magic. It became a tool for different groups to assert their dominance over one another, as well as a means to alter the fate of every living being. However, with the advent of the age of diminished magic, all magic was stripped away, as if the natural world no longer favored living beings, reclaiming the magic it had once bestowed overnight. Yet, alongside the withdrawal of magic, living beings were endowed with a purer and more abundant energy. Unfortunately, the energy that once facilitated the casting of magic could no longer be released during the age of diminished magic. As this era unfolded, the once mighty ancient empires that had ruled the plane fell into decline. In the midst of chaos, various factions arose, each seeking new means to reclaim magic and establish themselves as the new sovereigns of the plane. Against this backdrop, a remarkable mechanism was invented that in the past, the resonance between energy and law might have relied on a spell, a gesture, or even a thought. However, in the age of diminished magic, such resonance could no longer be achieved, rendering the casting of magic impossible. Yet, the emergence of this extraordinary mechanism resolved the connection issue between energy and law. Through the operation of this mechanism, energy re-established its connection and resonance with the natural laws, allowing for the casting of magic once more. The inventor of this mechanism was an ordinary blacksmith apprentice who, through a stroke of luck, created this miraculous apparatus. He dubbed it the magical energy mechanism. From that day forth, the advent of the magical energy mechanism altered the fate of the entire plane. The young blacksmith apprentice, intent on spreading the benefits of the magical energy mechanism to more living beings, established a guild. The guild was founded on principles of shared prosperity and collaborative advancement, leading the young apprentice to name it the Republic. In the subsequent years, amidst the decaying empires and the outbreak of war, the Republic began to grow and flourish. Utilizing the magical energy mechanism as a weapon, they expelled the invading evil deities, thereby gaining recognition among all intelligent races of the plane. With the support of those disillusioned with the empire, the Republic successfully overthrew the ancient regime, banishing the obstinate factions overseas by securing dominion over both the eastern and western continents. The Republic emerged as a formidable entity straddling both lands. As for the blacksmith apprentice who invented the magical energy mechanism, it is said that he became the first head of the Republic. The establishment of the Republic heralded the dawn of a new era, an era belonging to mechanisms. The magical energy mechanism was swiftly embraced by the majority of the races, becoming the most significant artifact of the plane and a tool that sustained the age of magic. However, on the two continents, there existed a faction that derided the magical energy mechanism. obstinately believing it to be the root cause of the age of diminished magic. They clung to ancient methods, relying on the veneration of certain deities or employing archaic techniques to cast magic. Among the most powerful representatives of this faction was the Church, a bastion of stubborn traditionalism. Due to the use and promotion of the magical energy mechanism, the Church had engaged in protracted conflict with the Republic, ultimately reaching a compromise after years of struggle. Many viewed this concession as a result of pressure from the overseas empire. Given the Church's involvement in the expulsion of the empire, following the agreement between the Church and the Republic, the era of the Republic commenced, characterized by a tripartite division of power among the Church, head, and Parliament. These historical events illustrate a key point. Residing hundreds of years later, the pig-headed Lord of the Republic cannot possess the ability to invoke magic at will, as he is unable to resonate with the laws using solely his own energy, rendering him incapable of casting magic. Thus, standing upon the arena conjured by magic, Sulyalu curiously scrutinized the pig-headed Lord, attempting to discern the source of his magical energy mechanism. The pig-headed Lord, seated in his wooden wheelchair, tilted his head expectantly, yet was met with silence as Sulyalu and the half-orc did not continue their fight. This disappointment prompted the pig-headed Lord to summon a middle-aged man clad in work attire to the platform. The pig-headed Lord bellowed to the two youths on the arena, "Hurry up and fight. If one of you happens to die, fear not. I shall not hold it against you, and I will even reward the victor." Upon hearing the pig-headed Lord's declaration that there would be rewards for slaying an opponent, every child in the square perked up with interest. The pig-headed Lord, grinning widely to reveal his tusks, pointed at the middle-aged man beside him, proclaiming, "The victor shall have a custom-made magical energy mechanism crafted by this artisan." At the mention of a bespoke magical energy mechanism, the eyes of all the children widened with longing and envy. The pig-headed Lord continued, "Any type of magical energy mechanism they desire, including weapons." The words, "including weapons," rendered the crowd momentarily speechless, as every child held their breath, gazing incredulously at the pig-headed Lord. Even those surrounding the pig-headed Lord, including Barot, wore expressions of disbelief, yet the Lord's calm demeanor indicated that this was indeed genuine. The winner would receive a tailor-made magical energy mechanism, potentially even a weapon. The red-skinned half-orc was the first to regain his composure, panting heavily with excitement as he shouted, "Gaga, that reward belongs to me. Remember my name. I am the cousin of Raimu. My name is Gasher." As he spoke, Gasher had already drawn two hand axes from his waist, channeling energy through his hands into the weapons. Through the fissures of the axes, one could clearly see the intricate machinery whirring within. In the next moment, a crimson aura of fighting spirit enveloped Gasher, completely shrouding his form. Clearly, Gasher's axes were magical energy mechanism weapons. Though they appeared somewhat crude, the magic they wielded was not to be underestimated. "Roar! Kill!" The red-skinned half-orc bellowed, brandishing his hand axe, transforming into a crimson whirlwind as he lunged towards Sulyalu. Witnessing Gasher's fearsome display of strength, coupled with his arcane mechanical weaponry, the children below the arena were largely rendered speechless, their expressions of greed evaporating, leaving only shock in their wake. However, atop the platform, the pig-headed Lord Escape shimmered with excitement, seemingly anticipating the imminent spectacle of bloodshed. Yet, that scene did not unfold. The scarlet whirlwind reached Sulyalu, who remained composed. In the instant of the half-orc's approach, Sulyalu suddenly leapt into the air, delivering a sidekick that sent the red-skinned creature flying. Boom! Gasher crashed against the edge of the arena, losing consciousness without uttering a sound. Sulyalu landed gracefully, turning around, revealing that his chest garment had been shredded, exposing his bronze, muscular torso. Those watching from the high platform, including the pig-headed Lord, could clearly see a metallic object embedded in Sulyalu's chest, right over his heart. Chapter 10. The arcane mechanical heart. As Sulyalu strolled from the magical arena to the platform of the Lord, he received accolades, encouragement, and rewards. Ballot felt a pang of discomfort, for he had just reported to the Lord the findings of an ongoing investigation into the assassins. Through a thorough examination of the Dragon City district, he had ascertained that the assassins had been brought into the city by Sulyalu. With such a conclusion, Ballot eagerly sought the Lord's command to detain Sulyalu. He intended to promptly present all evidence to the judiciary, anticipating a verdict that would condemn Sulyalu. Originally, the Lord had acquiesced, but after this commotion, it seemed he had entirely forgotten the matter. Despite Ballot's urgency to apprehend Sulyalu, he ultimately held his tongue out of respect for the Lord. He bore witness to the conclusion of the children's assembly in the square. And as they began to disperse, Ballot could no longer contain himself and sought to remind the pig-headed lord. However, before he could speak, the lord cheerfully interjected. All right, Ballot, let's put that matter aside for now. Continue your discreet inquiries without drawing attention. The phrase, without drawing attention, rang sharply in Ballot's ears in his mind. He had envisioned seizing this opportunity to gain the Lord's favor, to elevate his status in Dragon City, and to ascend beyond his current position in the Special Operations Department. However, the Lord's insistence on discretion implied that regardless of the outcome of the investigation, Ballot would reap little benefit. This was evidently not the outcome he desired. Leaning closer to the Lord, he whispered, But my Lord, this matter. Before he could finish, the Lord interrupted. Enough. Remember, the pressing concern at hand is the arrival of the Chancellor's envoy. Upon hearing these words, Ballot faltered, swallowing the remainder of his thoughts. He watched helplessly as Surulu departed, surrounded by a throng of human children, akin to a hero. Ballot could only begrudgingly suppress his frustration. After the assembly concluded, Ballot pushed the Lord's wooden wheelchair, guiding him from the platform into the municipal hall. Traversing its interior until they reached the courtyard at the rear as they entered, the pig-headed lord spoke. Do you know why I spared that Surulu? Ballot boldly ventured a guess. Because the Chancellor's envoy is coming, and you do not wish for these trifles to draw his attention. You aim to placate the envoy, ensuring that your plans remain undetected, allowing you to navigate this situation smoothly and commence your scheme. The Lord remained silent, patiently awaiting the completion of Ballot's conjecture. After listening, he shook his head. What you propose has no relevance to that boy. Ballot was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that indeed, it seemed unrelated to Surulu. A mere youth from a factory had no connection to such matters, even if he had inadvertently guided the assassins or was linked to foreign entities. It bore no significance to the Lord's plans. Observing Ballot's prolonged silence, the Lord discerned that he had miscalculated. The Lord sighed and chuckled. In truth, I spared that child because I recognized his arcane machinery. Merely a mechanical heart. The mechanical heart was a remarkably common yet extraordinarily powerful arcane device. Its prevalence stemmed from the fact that most soldiers of the Republic were equipped with one. That the mechanical heart was immensely potent, capable of unlocking human potential. The creation of arcane machinery was intended to address the awkwardness of the post-magic era, wherein magic could not be wielded. Possessing a mechanical heart resolved the issue of magic's inaccessibility. However, it was well known throughout the Republic that the mechanical heart bore a fatal flaw, which explained its widespread use solely among soldiers. The operational principle of arcane machinery involved utilizing the energy originally allocated for casting spells to power the machinery, allowing the energy to resonate with the laws of magic, thereby enabling spellcasting. The strength of the mechanical heart lay in its ability to replace the original heart, allowing the wielder to directly touch and resonate with the laws of magic. In essence, by installing a mechanical heart, one could directly access the previously unattainable laws through the energy they exuded, thus casting various spells via this resonance. Yet, this seemingly formidable resonance required an even greater energy source to drive the machinery. Furthermore, during the process of resonance, certain backlash effects could occur from the laws, which would invariably increase the burden on the heart. Simplistically put, the mechanical heart continually overdraws the user's vitality, granting them extraordinary power unattainable by others. The pig-headed lord chuckled as he addressed Ballot. A young lad equipped with a mechanical heart, regardless of his genius, is doomed to achieve little greatness. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Ballot concurred with the Lord's assessment, but felt an unsettling dissonance. Pondering for a moment yet arriving at no conclusion, ultimately he could only flatter the Lord. As always, my lord, your observations are astutely meticulous. I failed to notice this detail. The pig-headed lord reveled in Ballot's flattery. Laughing, oh ho ho, I had always wondered how a mere human child could appear more robust than both bullmen and half-orcs, able to grapple with a half-orc cub barehanded. Today, upon witnessing his mechanical heart, I finally grasped the reason. Ballot immediately added, Indeed, a wretched orphan like him surely seeks any opportunity to gain power, believing that seizing strength will allow him to rise. Pausing, Ballot continued, Little does he know. The acquisition of any power demands a price. The mechanical heart drains his life force, and the stronger he becomes, the faster his heart will wither. The pig-headed lord chuckled. Ignorance is the most fearsome foe. For choices made in ignorance inevitably shape one's life. Therefore, let that young lad be. Do not fixate on him. Allow him to stir up some mischief. At times, it can be rather amusing to observe. Oh ho ho. Upon hearing the Lord's sentiments, Ballot promptly nodded. Understood, my lord. Surrounded by a throng of children, Surilu and his companions returned to the restaurant. Wrapped in cotton, as they opened the door, they found a considerable number of patrons already gathered inside. Upon seeing Surilu enter, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Roar, roar, roar. Welcome our little warrior. That battle today was simply magnificent. Ha ha ha, indeed. Let those half-orcs know that we are not afraid of them. Exactly. Let us see if those half-orcs dare to bully us again. In Dragon City, the half-orc leader had gained the pig-headed lord's trust and ascended to the position of deputy chief of the security bureau. This led to the half-orcs becoming increasingly arrogant, often oppressing the citizens of other races. Consequently, within Dragon City, half-orcs were undoubtedly the most unpopular race. Thus, Surilu's public defeat of an older half-orc youth in the square was a source of immense satisfaction for the oppressed citizens, friends of Surilu. Upon learning of the event, spontaneously gathered at Wrapped in Cotton to celebrate his victory in the blink of an eye, the small restaurant transformed into a sea of joy amidst laughter and merriment. Chapter 11. The injured nun. After several rounds of drinks, as most patrons had become somewhat inebriated, Surilu seized the opportunity to slip away from the bustling restaurant hall. He quietly entered a concealed passage beneath the cooking area of Wrapped in Cotton. The entrance to this passage was situated directly beneath the cooking station, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Furthermore, the entrance was an active mechanical contraption, typically obscured and resembling a storage cabinet. Surilu slipped into the passage and slid down a thick metal pipe. A short distance from the pipe's exit, he arrived before a secret chamber, where a rabbit nibbling on a carrot awaited outside the door. Upon seeing Surilu's arrival, the rabbit promptly approached and remarked, "It seems that the nun's condition is rather dire." Surilu, upon hearing this, immediately inquired, "What has happened? Did Sister Bao not say there was no issue before? How could her situation have deteriorated?" Just then, the door to the chamber swung open, revealing a little sprite who emerged. Carrying a small orange lantern, spotting Surilu, the sprite stated, "Previously, Mian utilized holy energy to temporarily suppress her injuries." Suppress her injuries with holy energy. Could it be that she truly encountered the pig-headed man? Has she been harmed by that fiend's malevolent power? Surilu's expression showed a hint of shock as he posed the question. The sprite nodded and replied, "It appears so. The dark energy is now spreading within her." Upon hearing this, Surilu couldn't help but growl in frustration. "Damn it, what a reckless individual." The sprite calmly responded, "I heard Mian mention that someone who does not value their own life. Why are you still intent on saving her?" Clearly displeased with Surilu's determination to assist, the sprite expressed her discontent. Faced with the sprite's dissatisfaction, Surilu could only manage a sheepish smile, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate it would be this severe." The sprite, puffing up in indignation, retorted, "You clearly wish for Mian to exert herself to save someone, thereby gaining a favor and acquiring an ally." Realizing he had been so easily seen through, Surilu felt somewhat embarrassed. He then chuckled and said, "Well, if this works out, it would be beneficial for all of us." "Nonsense," the sprite exclaimed, "you stand to gain. But what do we get in return?" Leaning closer to the sprite with a grin, Surilu replied, "Look, if I acquire an ally, our odds of defeating the pig-headed man increase significantly. Vanquishing him would surely be advantageous for everyone." The sprite pouted, scrunching her little nose, still visibly displeased with Surilu, yet seemingly at a loss for words. Noticing the sprite's predicament, Surilu chuckled and asked, "Shall we call this a win-win? May we enter and see her?" Reluctantly nodding in acquiescence to Surilu's smile, the sprite cautioned, "You may enter, but I must warn you. Her mind is a bit muddled due to the dark energy invading her body. You must exercise caution should she harm you." "Do not blame me for failing to warn you." Surilu, rising with a grin, began to step into the chamber while saying, "Rest assured, who am I? Would I be harmed by a mere patient?" Ouch, he hadn't finished speaking when, upon opening the chamber door, a peculiar orb of light flew directly at him. Unable to evade in time, Surilu was struck squarely on the nose, causing him considerable pain. The sprite behind him stifled her laughter, covering her mouth as she watched. The sound of her amusement only heightened Surilu's irritation as he glanced down at the object that had collided with his nose, discovering it was a cloth shoe. Suddenly realizing the nun's confusion, he understood she must have mistaken the shoe for a weapon. Just as he was examining the shoe closely, another orb of light darted out from the chamber. This time, Sulyalu reacted swiftly, grabbing the sprite from behind and holding her up as a shield. Ah! Ah! Two simultaneous cries of distress erupted, startling the dazed nun awake. She lifted her head to see the sprite hanging from her head, viciously biting down on a young man's hand. Sulyalu looked down at the sprite clinging to his thumb and gritted his teeth, saying, "Could you possibly let go for a moment?" Yet, the sprite refused to release her grip, holding tightly onto Sulyalu's thumb. Although her teeth were not sharp enough to pierce his tough skin, the pressure was genuinely painful. Sulyalu, tightening his grip around the sprite's throat, warned, "If you don't let go, do you believe I want to twist your head off?" Ironically, while threats were exchanged, the sprite only bit down harder. Sulyalu, nearly howling in discomfort, was growing increasingly agitated at that moment. The rabbit appeared out of nowhere, standing at the door of the chamber, observing the scene with keen interest. Spotting the rabbit, Sulyalu quickly pleaded, "Hurry over and help me get this creature off my hand." Before the rabbit could respond, the nun shook her head as if coming to her senses. Weakly, she asked, "Excuse me, what is this place?" Hearing her frail voice, the sprite promptly removed the shoe that had been obstructing her vision. Realizing the nun had indeed regained consciousness and seemed eager to rise, the sprite swiftly released Sulyalu's thumb. Breaking free from his grasp, she flapped her tiny wings and flew towards the nun, reassuring her, "Do not move. You are still quite weak. That it is best to lie down and rest. The dark energy within you is yet to be expelled, and moving about may lead to complications. Please lie down." The nun glanced at the sprite and then at Sulyalu, asking, "Did you save me?" Witnessing the nun's demeanor, Sulyalu felt something was amiss. It seemed she did not recognize him. He stepped into the chamber, approaching her with a query. "Do you remember who I am?" The nun scrutinized Sulyalu for a while, deep in thought, before shaking her head and saying, I believe I have seen you before, but I cannot recall who you are." Sulyalu felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. "This is bad. My life is truly at stake now. I've really overextended myself. Enough. She is already in this state. Is it appropriate for you to make such flippant remarks? Furthermore, this is merely a manifestation of dark energy invasion. Once the dark power is eliminated, she will recover," replied Sulyalu. Just as his words fell, the chamber door swung open once more, and Bao Mianmian entered, accompanied by Yuanbai. Upon seeing her, Sulyalu exclaimed, "It's wonderful that you're here. Quickly, see if there is any hope for her." Bao Mianmian responded directly, "Of course, there is hope." Sulyalu pointed at the nun and urged, "Then why aren't we acting?" However, Bao Mianmian spread her hands in response, "But I cannot help her right now." Sulyalu, taken aback, asked, "Why not?" Bao Mianmian, helplessly raising her hands, explained, "Because I lack the necessary herbs for treatment." Chapter 12. Cunning and theft. Dressed in black, leading the rabbit, who was similarly wrapped in dark cloth, Sulyalu traversed the streets of Dragon City under the cover of night. He felt a surge of discontent. It always fell to him to engage in such underhanded activities that in truth, Sulyalu harbored no fondness for such tasks, as they required an excessive level of skill. Take the current situation, for instance. At midnight, the entire Dragon City was under curfew, making it impossible to walk the streets freely. Sulyalu and the rabbit had to rely on specialized mechanical tools to traverse the narrow spaces between the buildings. Clinging to the outer walls of the aged structures, they could not press too closely to the walls, lest their climbing gear become stuck, nor could they stray too far from the walls, as the absence of ease might expose them to the watchful eyes of patrolling guards. In summary, engaging in acts of cunning and theft within Dragon City was a task that tested one's technical prowess to its limits. Moreover, the item Bao Mianmian required was of utmost importance. Adding to the peril of the undertaking to save the nun, Bao Mianmian needed a particular herb, which, when combined with her holy energy, would effectively expel the dark power from the nun's body. The only place in Dragon City that harbored such herbs was the apothecary's lab adjacent to the municipal hall. It was the workspace of the city's sole apothecary and the source of most potions produced within Dragon City. Most crucially, the apothecary was the personal pharmacist of the pig-headed lord, and the concocted potions were solely for the lord's use. The danger level of such a place was nearly on par with that of the municipal hall itself. Stealing herbs from there without drawing attention was a task fraught with peril and requiring exceptional skill. Nonetheless, at Bao Mianmian's insistence, Sulyalu had no choice but to brace himself for the challenge. Sulyalu was well acquainted with the streets and alleys of Dragon City. He could navigate them even with his eyes closed. Utilizing their specialized climbing gear, he and the rabbit moved swiftly along the outer walls of the buildings. Advancing with ease, after navigating several blocks, they gradually approached the city center. However, just before entering the main district, Sulyalu suddenly halted at a corner. The rabbit rushed forward and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't we supposed to be stealing the potion?" Sulyalu pondered for a moment before muttering, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone has ceased to pay attention to us." Initially, the rabbit was puzzled by Sulyalu's cryptic words, but soon she grasped his meaning and whispered, "You wish to take a look at that place?" Sulyalu, maintaining an unusually calm demeanor, replied softly, "Indeed, we have searched for so long and even joined the Dawn Flame for the sake of uncovering the whereabouts of my parents. Why did I take on the seemingly impossible task of assassinating the Lord of Dragon City? You are well aware of the purpose. We simply sought the opportunity to enter Dragon City. Long Qing, I recall that before my parents went missing, they often spoke of this place. There must certainly be many secrets regarding them here." The rabbit said solemnly, "You are correct, indeed. There are numerous traces left by your parents, as well as items specifically meant for you by your mother." Sulyalu, rather unfazed, chuckled softly to himself, just as I suspected. The rabbit fell silent for a moment before asking, "So, where do you plan to go first? I must caution you that there are certain places you are not yet suited to visit." Sulyalu nodded, replying, "I am well aware, for instance, I would never recklessly approach the launching prison. I shall seek a more suitable reason to do so." Pausing for thought, Sulyalu continued, "Given the fortuitous opportunity this evening, let us pay a visit to the court." Sulyalu's response startled the rabbit, for the court was undoubtedly a forbidden entity. The rabbit quickly recalled an important matter. Hastening to interrupt Sulyalu, "No, it seems the law energy gold from the Holy See has just arrived." Sulyalu hesitated momentarily, perplexed as he inquired, "Is today the day the law energy gold is delivered?" The rabbit answered earnestly, "Indeed. It should be today. The law energy gold should now be within the small chapel of the court." Sulyalu's brow furrowed slightly, clearly feeling the complexity of the situation. Involving such a crucial resource as the law energy gold made matters far more intricate. Law energy gold is a unique metal sourced from the Dawn Mountains, and its distinction lies not only in its exclusive origin, but also in its historical significance. During the era of law energy gold was merely a commonplace decorative metal, its vibrant hues adorning various edifices. Additionally, once refined, it could not be fully molded, rendering it nearly useless for the creation of tangible objects. However, in the era of decline, what was once simply ornamental has become exceedingly vital. By incorporating law energy gold during the forging process, metals can be endowed with extraordinary powers, enabling them to withstand any energetic impact. Furthermore, law energy gold leaves behind unique runes within the metal, which, through specialized shaping techniques, can be crafted into various intricate patterns. When these pattern metals are fashioned into mechanical components and subsequently assembled into machinery, the internal law energy gold unleashes unimaginable power, recombining energies into their lawful forms. Simply put, law energy gold is the key to the manifestation of laws through those energy-driven machines in the era of decline. Such an essential resource has inevitably become paramount in today's age, establishing it as a critical commodity controlled by the Holy See. The Holy See's ability to maintain judicial authority over the Republic is largely attributed to the fact that law energy gold is produced within their Dawn Mountains. Consequently, each appearance of law energy gold becomes a highly sought-after resource, with city lords privately vying for its possession, a fact well known throughout the Republic. Thus, the Holy See has attempted on multiple occasions to bring these lords to justice. However, those who ascend to the rank of lords often possess intricate webs of support, both overt and covert. As a result, the Holy See's numerous inquiries and judgments have ultimately ended in failure. The Holy See has also considered halting the distribution of law energy gold, yet the Chancellor and the members of the Council would never permit such a course of action before the laws of the Republic. Even the Holy See, with its judicial authority, remains bound by the Chancellor and the Council. Thus, the Holy See must continue to supply law energy gold to various regions, fully aware that local lords will secretly pilfer and seize it. and can only bolster the overall strength of the courts to safeguard this precious resource. The pighead lord of Longsheng has long been plundering surrounding towns, necessitating substantial support from law energy-powered weaponry. Therefore, with each shipment of law energy gold, the pighead lord invariably sends agents to steal and seize it. Sometimes they succeed, and sometimes they fail, but regardless of the outcome, the arrival of law energy gold means that tonight, action will undoubtedly be taken. Chapter 13. The secluded chapel. As Surilu contemplated his next move, the rabbit suddenly queried, "But how will we deliver the stolen law energy gold to that pig?" Surilu replied with an enigmatic smile, "Why? We shall deliver it directly to him." The rabbit remained perplexed, yet Surilu did not wait for him to speak again. Instead, he abruptly seized the rabbit and leapt from the small building's exterior wall onto the adjacent one. Surilu then grasped the rabbit firmly. Darting through the streets and across various walls with remarkable agility, he skillfully evaded the military police patrolling the curfew, and the pair glided between houses like shadows cloaked in the night. Ultimately, they arrived outside a seemingly inconspicuous small chapel in the northern district of Longsheng. This chapel, located at the edge of the city, was situated in a rather remote area, and thus, most of Longsheng's citizens would not venture here to pray. While there were grand churches scattered throughout the city's various districts, this particular chapel appeared even less impressive than a typical dwelling. After a moment, the rabbit regained his composure, and as he and Surilu concealed themselves in the shadows, he murmured, "I can't believe this place is the court's headquarters. It truly is quite shabby." Surilu whispered with a smile, "Do not underestimate this humble chapel. It can be regarded as the most perilous location in all of Longsheng." Just then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from within the chapel. "Since you have come, why not reveal yourselves?" In that instant, the rabbit's fur bristled with fright, his long ears standing erect, nearly dislodging his hat. The voice continued, "Do you not wish to show yourselves? Then what purpose do you serve in coming here?" Surilu pressed down on the rabbit's upright ears, covering his mouth and pressing him against the wall, remaining perfectly still. After a brief wait, dark figures began to materialize on the ground before the chapel. The rabbit, held firmly by Surilu, finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. However, Surilu did not relax. He continued to restrain the rabbit, quietly awaiting the developments below. "Ha ha ha." The four emerging shadows emitted sinister chuckles. Who would have thought that such a dilapidated chapel would be guarded by a knight of the Holy See? It appears that beneath this chapel lies the infamous Longsheng prison of the Republic. A cold snort emanated from within the chapel, and in an instant, a radiant light burst forth. The glow cascaded like rippling water from the chapel, illuminating the surrounding streets in a heartbeat. The area around the chapel transformed from the depths of night into brilliant daylight. Witnessing this spectacle, the rabbit's heart raced to his throat, terrified of being discovered by those within the chapel. Yet Surilu remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Firmly holding the rabbit close, he gripped the mechanical claw attached to the wall with his other hand. He understood that this was a critical moment. They must not reveal their presence, or all would be lost. The surroundings were awash in a radiant glow, the holy light illuminating everything nearby. Those figures emerging from the cobblestones of Longsheng, confronted by the searing holy light, appeared to dissolve like ice. They seemed to seek refuge in the crevices of the pavement, attempting to escape the illuminating brilliance. Unfortunately, the presence within the chapel did not afford them such an opportunity. With another surge of overwhelming power, the holy light rippled once more. Under its purifying wash, the dark, viscous forms were rendered utterly exposed, evaporating under the brilliance of the holy light. The ebony liquid that had seeped from the cobblestones remained silent, not a sound escaping it. The rabbit, now thoroughly unnerved, found the scene utterly terrifying. Surilu, however, maintained his composure, controlling his breath to avoid detection at long last. The wave of searing holy light receded, retreating back into the chapel. The rabbit released a sigh of relief, but Surilu suddenly spoke. "All right, let us descend." The rabbit felt as though his heart, which had just settled, leapt back into his throat, and in a hushed voice, he asked, "Are we going down now?" Surilu replied calmly, "Of course. This is the optimal moment." Without allowing the rabbit a chance to protest, Surilu leapt down. Seeing Surilu fly directly towards the small chapel sent the rabbit into a panic. He covered his eyes with his long ears. Yet, in the next moment, there was no horrific sight as he had imagined, only an eerie silence enveloping them. Slowly, the rabbit opened his eyes, moving his ears away from his face. Before him lay a shroud of darkness, within which he could faintly discern a wall constructed of rough-hewn stones. The voice of Surulu broke the silence. "Fear not, we have arrived." Upon hearing these words, the rabbit's eyes widened in astonishment, finally comprehending the scene before him. The pair, a human and a rabbit, stood at the threshold of a small chapel, the rough stone wall before them serving as its exterior. In a hushed tone, the rabbit inquired, "How shall we gain entry?" "You don't expect me to dig a tunnel, do you?" Surulu lightly tapped the rabbit's head and replied, "Patience, there is no need for you to excavate. We shall soon be able to enter." The rabbit, clearly skeptical of Surulu's assurances, perceived the challenge of entering the chapel as formidable, and the dangers that awaited within seemed perilous, particularly given the blinding holy light that had emanated from within, indicating the presence of a formidable paladin. These knights, the private soldiers of the church, were meticulously trained enforcers of its will. When the church wielded its judgment, these knights were its guarantee of authority. But before long, a creaking sound echoed through the air, causing the rabbit to hold its breath and widen its eyes in disbelief as a figure clad in dust-laden armor emerged from the chapel. Just a glance at the figure made the rabbit's heart race anew. The palpable aura of holy energy confirmed that this was indeed the mighty knight who had previously unleashed the radiant light. The knight, oblivious to Surulu and the rabbit, gazed out at the dimly lit streets of Dragon City, and with a voice cold as ice, declared, "Lowly and filthy beings, your presence is an affront to the sacred light. Out of pity, I shall spare you, yet you linger still." Accompanying this ominous proclamation was a sinister laughter, as dark liquid began to seep from the cobblestones of the street before the chapel. This time, the liquid swiftly coalesced into shadowy figures that stood before the great knight. The knight, seemingly incensed, leapt forward with ferocity, advancing toward the manifestations of darkness, before the rabbit could fully comprehend the situation. Surulu seized him and swiftly darted towards the chapel entrance, exclaiming, "This is an incredible opportunity." Chapter 14. The vision of a mother. Upon stepping into the small chapel, Surulu was immediately enveloped by a powerful surge of energy. It was as if every corner of the chapel brimmed with an essence of magic, a natural force that seemed to emanate directly from the energy itself, unmechanized and pure. As the melodious chimes resonated within the chapel, Surulu regained his composure. In that moment, it was as if he had crossed into another realm. Though he stood but a step from the entrance, the cacophony of Dragon City faded into oblivion, replaced by the serene and harmonious sound of the bells, which seemed to purify the soul and evoke an instinctive desire for pious devotion. Just as Surulu felt the urge to kneel in reverence at the chapel's threshold, a ripple coursed through his chest, and an extraordinary power washed over him. Startled, he regained his senses, the previous sensations vanishing without a trace. Listening intently once more, he discerned not only the chimes, but also a deep, melodic chanting reverberating in the air. Yet, both the bells and the chants could no longer sway his spirit. Taking a deep breath, Surulu composed himself and stepped further into the chapel. The interior of the chapel was distinct from others in Dragon City. The chairs were arranged in a hexagonal formation around a central point, divided into 6 sections, each facing one of the chapel's sides. A most peculiar arrangement that in typical chapels, chairs are aligned towards the altar, forming rows along the aisles leading from the entrance. As Surulu approached the chairs, he finally noticed the central altar, which towered majestically before him. In front of the towering altar, he observed 6 statues, each corresponding to the faces of the chairs. The statues were diverse, each unique in expression. It was unclear whether they were sculpted or cast, but each figure was strikingly lifelike. However, a few statues appeared to deviate from the church's typical representations. Among them stood 2 that clearly bore Eastern features. One, draped in a robe reminiscent of a nun's attire, exhibited a fierce countenance, eyes wide with rage. The other held a sword behind his back, pointing forward with an intense gaze, resembling a blade poised for action. Surulu scrutinized the other statues, eager to comprehend their significance. Between the monk and the sword-like figure stood a quintessential ecclesiastical statue of an elder, clad in priestly garments and holding a staff aloft, his face a portrait of compassion for humanity. Adjacent to the monk was a wild-looking figure, adorned with peculiar artifacts and facial markings akin to a shaman. Another statue, shrouded in darkness, appeared indistinguishable from a priest. Yet its features were obscured, arms crossed around a pitch-black staff. The final statue was that of a mage, robed and crowned with a wizard's hat, wielding a staff of power. After examining the 6 statues, Surilu pondered their meaning and what their presence might signify. Suddenly, the rabbit sprang onto a chair before the statues, tugging at Surilu's sleeve, exclaiming, "Look, look there, Surilu. There's another statue in the center of the altar." Upon hearing this, Surilu quickly lifted his gaze and beheld a statue positioned amidst the 6, gazing upward. Although the figure's face was obscured by its upward tilt, the graceful form suggested it was a woman. Just then, a rhythmic thumping sound echoed in Surilu's ears. Initially dismissive, he soon realized the sound was the frantic beating of his own heart. As he looked upward once more, a brilliant light descended from above, rendering him momentarily blind. "Child, my child." The gentle voice stirred Surilu from his daze. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a figure both familiar and foreign. His mother, familiar, for it was indeed her, yet foreign, as he struggled to recall the last moment they had shared. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the realization washed over him, and he eagerly rushed to embrace her. The warmth of their long-lost connection enveloped him, and in that instant, he thought that if this were a dream, he would wish never to awaken. After a long embrace, his mother finally spoke. "My child, you must not linger in my embrace. You are destined to become a man of substance. You must strive to achieve what your father and I could not. Your homeland needs you, as do your friends and the people." Upon hearing these words, a sense of foreboding arose within Surilu, and he lifted his gaze to his mother, only to witness her form beginning to wane, as if to dissipate into smoke. "Mother, are you leaving again? Please don't go," he pleaded, clutching her tightly. She gently pushed him away, smiling as she said, "Surilu, you have grown that it is time for you to bear your responsibilities. Remember, you are to become a ruler, a sovereign of this world. Therefore, you must learn to be strong and courageous, and fulfill your duties to your country and its people." Surilu listened, bewildered by her words. Unable to grasp why she spoke of him as a king, a master of the world, she extended a delicate finger and touched his chest, and he heard a series of cracking sounds. It felt as though something within him had been unlocked, and a surge of strange energy erupted from his heart. Before he could contemplate further, he felt a torrent of power flooding his body. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he faintly heard his mother's ethereal voice echoing in his ears. "Be brave, my child. When you master your strength, venture to the deepest confines of the Dragon City's prison, where all your questions will gradually find answers. The wheels of fate are turning. War and turmoil shall inevitably arrive. Steel and blood will reshape the world. My child, summon your courage and grow amidst the baptism of iron and blood." As her voice faded into a whisper, Surilu watched helplessly as his mother's figure dissolved into mist. That he reached out, desperately trying to grasp her, but could only witness the ethereal image slip through his fingers, dissipating within the chapel. Chapter 15. The collision of law and machinery. With a resounding bang, the door of the small chapel swung open, and the mighty paladin strode forth, stepping into the chapel with an air of indignation. Upon seeing the figure standing before the altar, he exclaimed with fury, "To my surprise, there are accomplices." As he spoke, the great holy knight extended his hand with a flourish, summoning a massive broadsword that materialized in his grasp. With one hand wielding the blade, he radiated a sacred aura of martial energy. Swinging the sword directly at Surilu, who stood before the altar, the sword's brilliance shimmered like scorching sunlight, rushing towards Surilu in an instant. Yet, Surilu remained unflinching, standing quietly before the altar, gazing at the lifelike statue above it. Humph! The great holy knight regarded Surilu's demeanor as a slight, responding with an icy snort as he anticipated the moment when the sword's light would cleave Surilu in two. The miraculous occurred. Just as the blade was about to strike, Surilu vanished from sight, causing the sword's radiance to dissipate harmlessly in front of the altar. The knight's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the sight. In his mind, no one could evade such a stunning blow. Although the strike appeared unadorned, it concealed the formidable might of a great knight. Infused with holy martial energy, the sword's gleam embodied a divine essence, a hallmark of the great holy knight's lethal prowess. Such a strike should have been unavoidable, even for someone as seemingly powerless as Surilu, let alone an abyssal demon. Yet, the unbelievable had transpired. Surilu, who appeared no more robust than an ordinary child, had simply vanished, eluding the onslaught. Regaining his composure, the great holy knight lifted his gaze, scanning the small chapel for the vanished figure. However, at that very moment, a gust of wind descended from above, striking him squarely in the face. Faced with this sudden assault, the great holy knight remained unfazed, bellowing as he raised his broadsword to counter. The searing martial energy surged anew into the sword, transforming it into a beacon of sanctity. A sharp clash resounded, and the knight clearly saw the youth's mechanical dagger collide with his broadsword. Humph! Another cold snort escaped the great holy knight as he swung his blade in a sweeping arc. Forcing the youth back, Sullilu sprang backward, narrowly avoiding the sword's edge, landing firmly on the ground. The great holy knight scrutinized Sullilu, catching sight of some mechanical apparatus faintly visible on the youth's body. With disdain, he remarked, "Another mere mechanical tool, relying on contraptions instead of honing oneself. You misguided souls believe external power can counter all. It is a grave misjudgment. You are but slaves to machinery." With that, the great holy knight raised his broadsword, gripping the hilt with both hands as blazing holy flames enveloped him. Standing amidst the sacred inferno, he fixed his gaze on Sullilu, murmuring, "I shall show you that your so-called supreme mechanical powers are nothing but scrap metal before me." Yet, the moment his words fell, Sullilu, positioned before the altar, sprang into action. Before the knight could regain his bearings, the youth had darted before him, raising an arm encased in metallic gauntlets to seize the great holy knight's sword. Despite the knight being engulfed in holy flames, the youth's gauntlet clung tightly to the blade. The great holy knight attempted to swing his sword, but found himself utterly immobilized, panic-stricken. He looked up to see the youth's deep black eyes devoid of any emotion. Those obsidian orbs resembled an unfathomable abyss, emanating a turbulent aura from within. "Ah!" Sullilu roared, channeling power into his palm. With a resounding crack, the great holy knight's broadsword shattered in Sullilu's grip. The knight, bewildered, stared in disbelief at the splintering remnants of his sword. Alongside the youth radiating a tempestuous energy, Sullilu reached out, grasping the great holy knight by the throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Without mercy, he hurled the knight down onto the chapel's floor. With a thunderous crash, the ground before the chapel collapsed under the knight's weight. Lying in the pit, the great holy knight watched as the holy flames dissipated, his expression one of utter incredulity as he regarded the youth. In truth, Sullilu had not awakened. His soul remained engaged in conversation with his mother. Immersed in the dialogue with her ethereal presence, he remained blissfully unaware of the peril he faced. The great holy knight raised his head to gaze up at the youth. Noticing the radiant glow emanating from Sullilu's chest, through the tattered fabric torn by the sword's light, he glimpsed an extraordinary mechanical heart pulsating wildly within the youth's breast. The rotting church clings to its so-called purity, blindly walking the path to ruin. Sullilu whispered, raising his arm to deliver a crushing blow to the great holy knight's chest. Poof! The knight coughed blood, his vitality waning as he sank deeper into the pit. "Ignorance, folly, and the sheer audacity of your deception upon the populace. This is utterly unforgivable." With that, Sullilu delivered another merciless punch, causing half of the great holy knight's body to sink into the pit. At that moment, the knight finally felt a surge of dread and fear. Comprehending the violent energy emanating from the youth, that he realized that this boy, with a mechanical heart infused with martial prowess, truly could beat him to death, one punch at a time. Nevertheless, the great holy knight would not yield, gritting his teeth and roaring, "You filthy demon shall ultimately descend into the abyss, tormented by devils." Hearing this, Sullilu seized the great holy knight from the pit, delivering a resounding slap that left the knight dazed, his face swelling from the impact. Teetering on the brink of consciousness, Sullilu drew the knight closer, fixing him with an intense gaze, and spoke in a low, firm voice. "You stubborn fools understand nothing. The energies of this world are devoid of inherent good or evil. That it is merely the wielder that distinguishes them. A villain wielding the light can corrupt it, while an upright individual can warm the world even with dark energy." As he spoke, the great holy knight observed the mechanical heart pulsating rapidly within Sullilu's chest. While dark flames began to swirl around the youth's hand, to the knight's horror, he noticed that these black flames exuded a holy essence. The tendrils of dark fire rapidly ascended upon the great holy knight, merging with his own holy flames. Both the sacred and the shadowy energies radiated a divine aura, virtually indistinguishable save for their differing hues. That moment, Suryulu suddenly regained clarity, bidding farewell to his mother's apparition. Awakening fully in his dazed state, he released the great holy night, stumbling back a couple of steps as conflicting thoughts collided within his mind. The bewildered knight, now seated in the pit, abruptly lifted his gaze to the youth, asking, Who are you? From the shadows, a rabbit leapt forth, brandishing a badge before the great holy knight. Chapter 16. The Unlocked Heart. The great holy knight stationed in the small chapel was named Latesa, a protector knight of the Dragon City Church Tribunal, who had long stood vigil over this dilapidated chapel. Years of solitary watch had indeed fostered a sense of loneliness. Unlike other churches in Dragon City, this one remained closed to the public, rendering it eerily quiet, often devoid of visitors throughout the year. Yet, Latesa bore this solitude, as he was bound to uphold the tribunal's regulations, enduring the desolation. Such were the Republic's tenets, even in times of turmoil. The separation of powers remained strictly enforced. The Church's divine judgment, the leader's governance, and the Assembly's legislation coexisted, with the Church barred from local governance. The tribunal's role was limited to adjudication, maintaining a low profile in accordance with Church protocols. However, this night, the small chapel buzzed with unusual activity, a fact Latesa understood well. Shadows had come seeking the power of the divine. After dispatching the shadows and capturing their leader, Latesa returned to find an unexpected ally. Following a brief confrontation, the knight, who had believed himself to have the upper hand, was ultimately bested by a strange human boy within the chapel. The youth appeared to possess a human guise. Yet to Latesa, there was undoubtedly a ferocious beast lurking beneath the surface. As a great holy knight of the tribunal, Latesa found himself utterly defenseless against the youth's might. Most astonishingly, the creature accompanying the youth produced a badge symbolizing the Church's inspector. The Church's inspectors were tasked with monitoring and overseeing the Republic, reporting any issues directly to the Grand Pope. The Pope would conduct ecclesiastical hearings, deliberating on reported matters, and if found guilty, the Church would dispatch a cadre of protector knights to bring the offenders back for judgment in the Dawn Mountains. Such trials epitomized the Church's authority, transcending all laws of the Republic. Even the leader and the Speaker of the Assembly could only attend as spectators, without any power to alter the final verdict. Thus, the role of a church inspector was exceptionally clandestine and vital. The power wielded by the inspector is both immense and fearsome. Those who are aware of the inspector's existence are typically high-ranking officials of the Republic or local lords wielding significant authority. Whenever the inspector arrives at a location, the mere display of their emblem grants them the authority to mobilize the local judiciary and all military forces of the Church. The moment the rabbit produced the inspector's badge, it left Lotus utterly astounded. Glancing at the rabbit and then at the youth who had just bested him, Lotus climbed out of the pit, trembling as he asked, "Is this truly real?" At that moment, Suryulu's thoughts finally coalesced, and he stepped forward, taking the badge into his grasp. With an unusually solemn demeanor, he addressed Lotus, saying, "As a paladin, how dare you question the emblem of the Church?" Upon hearing Suryulu's words, Lotus immediately knelt on one knee, expressing utmost respect. "Lotus, paladin of the Dragon City Judiciary, pays his respects to your excellency, the inspector." Lotus's declaration momentarily stunned Suryulu, who turned to the rabbit beside him. The rabbit continued to munch on a carrot, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, maintaining a blank expression. When the rabbit unveiled the badge, Suryulu felt his soul return to his body from his mother's embrace. Subsequently, two distinct thoughts swiftly merged in his mind. He comprehended everything that had transpired, realizing he had indeed triumphed over the Grand Paladin. Instinctively, he placed a hand over his chest, feeling the coldness of the mechanical heart within. It was only today that Suryulu understood this was not an ordinary mechanical heart. Instead, it was a unique device entirely different from the rest, one that did not extract the vitality from his heart, but rather restrained its beating. Just moments ago, as his soul returned from his mother's embrace, the mechanical lock on his heart had loosened a link. Now, Suryulu could distinctly sense a faint tremor emanating from his heart. Though the tremor was exceedingly subtle, it released a surge of energy that activated the mechanical device upon his heart. As the locking mechanism fully engaged, Suryulu discovered that it was a remarkably intricate magical apparatus. Despite merely unlocking a small link, It bestowed upon Surulu extraordinary power, enabling him to effortlessly vanquish the Grand Paladin Lotus. However, the heart could not be entirely unlocked yet. Surulu needed to grow even stronger to continue the unlocking process. Gaining an understanding of the power he possessed, Surulu took a deep breath to steady himself. He recognized that the rabbit beside him evidently possessed knowledge far beyond his own, yet it appeared the rabbit had no intention of sharing it. Thus, Surulu chose not to inquire further, directing his gaze to the Grand Paladin Lotus, who knelt before him. He then noticed, behind Lotus, the figure bound and discarded on the ground. With a calm voice, Surulu pointed at the figure and asked, "Who is that?" Despite harboring doubts about Surulu's identity, Lotus dared not show it, for he had already proven himself no match for the young inspector before him. He hastily replied, "That is the leader of the troublemakers who came to disrupt the chapel tonight. He appears to be under the command of the Dragon City Lord." Surulu stepped forward, circumventing the kneeling Lotus, and approached the bound individual. With a swift kick, he turned the figure over and then crouched down to remove the mask from the person's face. In the next moment, Surulu couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, what a coincidence. I never imagined I would encounter you here, Lord Ballot." Upon hearing Surulu's voice, Ballot jerked his head up, staring at Surulu in disbelief. He then exclaimed, "Surulu, it's you? Why are you here?" Before Surulu could respond, Ballot continued, "I see now. You, like me, have come to steal the magical gold." At that moment, the kneeling Lotus interjected fiercely, "Silence, you thief. Do not show disrespect to His Excellency." The inspector. "What? Inspector? You are a church inspector? How is this possible?" Ballot was genuinely taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard or if Lotus and Surulu were staging a performance together. Surulu smiled and replied, "I sincerely apologize, Chief of the Special Operations Division, for concealing my identity." Ballot was left speechless, his face a mask of shock as he stared at Surulu, utterly at a loss for words. Surulu, however, continued to smile, saying, "Lord, it seems your intentions of rebellion are quite evident." He then instructed Lotus to rise. Taking a seat on a bench in the chapel, resembling a judge presiding over a trial, and addressed Ballot, "Now, speak. Reveal everything you know. Perhaps you may yet gain the mercy of the divine." Chapter 17. The deceptive scheme in response to Surulu's inquiry. Ballot had no intention of answering. From the moment he accepted this assignment, he had prepared for everything that as a descendant of an ancient royal lineage. Ballot upheld the pride of the aristocracy, even though his family had fallen from grace and he looked down upon the pig-headed lord. He felt compelled to maintain the dignity of his noble blood and remain steadfastly loyal to the pig-headed lord. Yet, as Ballot resolved to keep silent even at the cost of his life in the chapel, Surulu spoke again. "Well, even if you remain silent, I already know. The pig-headed lord harbors treasonous thoughts, aspiring to emulate the several principalities on the fringes of the Western continent, to break free from the Republic's grasp, to establish his own dominion and become a sovereign of the southern shores of the Eastern continent, seeking greater resources and wealth." Ballot remained unresponsive, for what Surulu spoke was apparent to anyone observant in Dragon City. Surulu continued, "If I am not mistaken, the pig-headed lord must have significantly expanded his forces. Now that he has the soldiers, he requires weaponry, does he not? Thus, he compels the factories to work day and night, manufacturing various mechanical parts to assemble weapons for his armed forces. And magical gold, naturally, is an indispensable resource, which is why you were tasked with stealing it." Ballot was left agape, astonished that Surulu could deduce the broad strokes of their plan. However, Surulu suddenly shifted his tone. Yet, such a crude scheme hardly aligns with the pig-headed lord's character. This statement caused both Ballot and Lotus to pause, as the atmosphere in the chapel shifted with Surulu's words. After a moment of contemplation, Surulu mused, "The pig-headed lord was once one of the Republic's 10 most ruthless lords. According to certain information from the Republic, the unexpected mortality rate among the populace of Dragon City is undoubtedly among the top 3 in the Republic. The pig-headed lord's cruelty is well known. Otherwise, so many would not seek his demise. Yet now, a curious turn of events presents itself. This cruel lord has suddenly changed his demeanor and appears benevolent." Surulu leaned closer to Ballot, continuing with a smile, "Moreover, he has even reinstated those he despises most among humans. How peculiar indeed." At this point, Ballot could no longer contain himself, stating, "What is so strange about that? If the Lord wishes to establish himself, he must garner support." Surilu, upon hearing Ballot finally divulge some truths, burst into laughter. After his mirth, Surilu fixed his gaze on Ballot and said, "There is another crucial role this serves. It allows humans to take the blame for him." Noticing Ballot still appeared somewhat perplexed, Surilu continued, "Consider this. Despite the multitude of races in Dragon City, the primary inhabitants are still humans. If the pig-headed lord seeks independence, he will need artillery to resist the Republic's oppression. In his eyes, human lives are undoubtedly worthless, making them ideal fodder." Ballot's face turned pale with horror. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he found Surilu's reasoning persuasive. Surilu continued, "Moreover, you serve as a convenient scapegoat for him." Before Ballot could argue, Surilu pressed on, "Think about it. If you had not encountered me today, would you still be alive?" Lotus interjected, "Without your excellency's presence, he would have already faced the judgment of the holy light." Surilu smiled again, saying, "If you succeed in bringing back the magical gold, do you believe the pig-headed lord would spare you?" Lotus chimed in once more, "Even if you manage to return alive, the pig-headed lord will personally execute you. He would not allow you to hold any leverage over him." Listening to the exchange between Surilu and Lotus, Ballot's mind raced as he contemplated their words, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. The stubborn expression on his face faded, replaced by a pallor as he grasped the gravity of his situation, just as Lotus had asserted. Even if he were to successfully steal the magical gold and present it to the pig-headed lord, the lord would never allow him to live at this very moment. Ballot finally came to a profound realization. Despite appearing to have gained the lord's trust, allowing him to operate independently within the Dragon City Security Bureau's Special Operations Division, he was merely a pawn in the lord's grand scheme. The facade of holding a unique position, seemingly second only to the lord himself, was not born out of the lord's confidence in him, but a calculated ploy to craft a focal point among humans. Ultimately, at a crucial juncture, the lord intended to cast Ballot as a scapegoat to absorb the blame. A chilling sense of betrayal enveloped Ballot. He had believed he was performing admirably, earning the lord's trust, and wielding considerable power in Dragon City, only to discover he was destined to be nothing more than cannon fodder. With this realization, Ballot finally spoke. "Your assumptions are correct. The lord has long been expanding his military forces and has been plotting to establish independence from the Republic's control." Upon hearing of the independence of several principalities at the edge of the western continent's icy plains, his plans accelerated. Currently, he has troops at his disposal, but is critically lacking in weaponry. Hence his desire to steal the magical gold. Upon hearing this, Lotus scoffed. "That guy has indeed harbored treasonous thoughts for quite some time, always contemplating self-governance." Suddenly, Surilu shook his head, saying, "No, this is not the entirety of the pig-head lord's scheme. These are merely the surface details." Both Ballot and Lotus exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Surilu's meaning. Deep in thought, Surilu continued, "If, as Ballot stated, the pig-head lord is in dire need of magical gold, he should not have sent just you to steal it. The entire Republic is aware of the Church's formidable strength, and you are clearly no match for Lotus. To breach Lotus's defenses, storming this small chapel and successfully absconding with the magical gold is nearly impossible." At this point, Surilu inquired of Ballot and Lotus if this is known to be unfeasible. Why would the pig-head lord still send him? Surilu's question left both Ballot and Lotus bewildered. Ballot, in particular, felt utterly lost, as if everything he had previously understood was a mere illusion. He had not earned the lord's trust, nor had he grasped the true secrets of the lord. After mulling over this for a considerable time, Surilu too could not fathom why the pig-head lord would undertake such a superfluous endeavor. As the three men pondered in the small chapel, the rabbit suddenly spoke. "It's quite simple. He aims to divert everyone's attention." The rabbit's words shattered the chapel's brief silence, prompting Lotus to quickly respond. "Are you suggesting that stealing the magical gold is merely a ruse? His true objective lies elsewhere?" At that moment, a spark of clarity flashed in Surilu's mind. "I understand now. He has other plans for tonight." Then, with a smile, Surilu added, "The theft of the magical gold serves to ensnare Lotus," drawing his complete focus. After a pause, Surilu confidently asserted, "If I'm not mistaken, a significant figure must have arrived at the pig-head lord's town hall by now." Chapter 18. Leveraging the paladin. Surilu's speculations and analyses astonished both Ballot and Lotus. leaving them feeling increasingly bewildered by Surilu's depth of insight. The more inscrutable Surilu appeared, the more they regarded him as both mysterious and formidable, solidifying their belief in his identity as a church inspector. In truth, Surilu's ability to analyze the situation in Dragon City and make bold conjectures about the Pighead Lord stemmed from over 2 years of observation within the confines of Dragon City. The overall atmosphere was one of tranquility and peace, with inhabitants of various races enjoying a comfortable and serene existence. From this perspective, it seemed that the Pighead Lord was a competent ruler, capable of providing peace and harmony to Dragon City. Initially, Surilu found it perplexing why so many wished for the demise of such a seemingly capable leader. However, it now appeared that the tranquility under the Pighead Lord's rule was merely a facade, masking his deeper ambitions to be why cultivating an environment of peace and an image of mediocrity. He sought to deceive the populace and conceal his inner aspirations. Surilu contemplated that perhaps the Pighead Lord was currently in the town hall, meeting with some enigmatic visitor. At this moment, with the great paladin of the tribunal and Balot's assistants at his side, Surilu felt that an exceptional opportunity had arisen, an opportunity to eliminate the Pighead Lord. Should he succeed in ending the Pighead Lord's life, the mission of Dawn's Flame could be fulfilled, avenging the wrongs against his family. In the ensuing time, he could enter the Dragon City prison under the guise of an inspector, seeking the clues left by his parents. With this in mind, Surilu addressed Balot and Ladas. Perhaps we should make our way there. We might witness some extraordinary moments. Balot, taken aback, quickly interjected, "No, we cannot. The Lord is incredibly powerful. He is an evil mage." Surilu rose with a grin, patting Ladas on the shoulder. "Powerful? We have a great paladin of the blazing aura right beside us." Ladas hesitated for a moment before responding. "Your Excellency, this matter seems beyond our purview." Surilu understood Ladas's concern. According to the Republic's regulations, the Church could only exercise judicial authority and was not permitted to interfere in political affairs. Any issues arising with local lords should first be addressed by the Chancellor's envoy before being handed over to the Church for final judgment. Under normal circumstances, the Church should not intervene in such matters, as overstepping could provoke discontent from the Chancellor and the Assembly. However, Surilu calmly replied, "We are in extraordinary times. If we cannot catch him in the act tonight, it may be exceedingly difficult to obtain any leverage against the Pighead Lord thereafter. Even when the Chancellor's envoy arrives, the Pighead Lord will undoubtedly ensure that everything is meticulously concealed, leaving us with no further opportunities for investigation." Ladas remained hesitant, glancing at Balot, who was still on the ground, and asked, "Isn't he still here?" Surilu shook his head. "Him? He is merely a discarded pawn now. Do you think he possesses any knowledge that could aid us?" Ladas found himself at a loss for words. He recognized the truth in Surilu's assertion, but still felt an underlying sense of danger. Observing Ladas's indecision, Surilu was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, so he raised the insignia that symbolized his authority. Upon seeing the inspector's emblem, Ladas ultimately relented, saying, "Very well, since you insist, I shall accompany you and ensure your safety." This promise from Ladas was precisely what Surilu needed. Despite his earlier display of dominance, Surilu was acutely aware that he was still far inferior to Ladas, the formidable great paladin safeguarding Dragon City. With such a powerful ally at his side, Surilu was confident that eliminating the Pighead Lord would be straightforward. Having made this decision, Surilu instructed Ladas to free Balot from his restraints, designating Balot to lead the way to the town hall. Upon hearing that he was to guide them, Balot felt a surge of trepidation. Gritting his teeth, he implored Surilu, "My lord, I cannot do this. The Lord will kill me." Surilu narrowed his eyes, fixing Balot with a penetrating gaze. "Rest assured, with Ladas here, your safety is guaranteed." Ladas nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." With Ladas's assurance, Balot ultimately acquiesced, leading Surilu and Ladas toward the town hall. For Balot, there was no alternative, having been forsaken by the Lord. If he failed to grasp this lifeline offered by the Church, he might truly meet an untimely and unexplained demise. For Balot, who was determined to restore his family's honor, perishing in Dragon City without understanding the circumstances was an outcome he wished to avoid. The three men, accompanied by a rabbit, swiftly departed the secluded chapel, navigating the streets of Dragon City toward the town hall. Whether it was due to Balot's guidance or not, they encountered military police at various intersections along the way. Yet none questioned their passage. Thus, they smoothly traversed the northern district and quickly entered the main city streets. They stepped onto the thoroughfare of the central district. Both Surulu and Ballat halted simultaneously, their expressions shifting dramatically. Ballat turned back, puzzled, glancing at the quiet streets surrounding them, and remarked, "There's no need for concern. The central district has always been like this. The Lord has not imposed a curfew here, which is why you generally won't see stationed military police. They remain hidden in very discreet locations." The sound of the rabbit crunching on a carrot echoed sharply in the tranquil main district, particularly jarring against the silence. After nibbling a couple of bites, the rabbit shook its head and said, "I fear we have all fallen into the pighead lord's trap, ensnared in an ambush." Upon hearing the rabbit's words, Ballat was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Huh, how could that be? However, just as Ballat spoke, Lotus suddenly charged forward, unleashing a punch enveloped in holy flames toward the street ahead, with a thunderous crash. Ballat turned to see a shadow engulfed by the sacred fire. As Ballat turned around, he was met with the sight of shadowy figures drifting through the streets, a dark aura rapidly enveloping the entire district. To his astonishment, he noticed that a wall had inexplicably emerged behind Sululu, completely sealing off their retreat. Just as Ballat was at a loss, the rabbit stepped forward and mumbled, "It appears you have been under the watchful eye of the pighead man all along." Sululu's wrists extended with mechanical appendages, swiftly forming a pair of metallic arms that enveloped his hands. With a series of thuds from the iron fists colliding, he flexed his legs and addressed Ballat and the rabbit. "Enough dawdling. Since this is the situation, let us fight our way through." Chapter 19. Ambush in the central district. From the inky darkness, creatures caked in filth emerged from the cracks in the pavement, seemingly inexhaustible. Each time they were dispersed by Lotus's holy light, the remnants of their oily forms would coalesce once more, transforming back into grotesque beings that lunged at him. The splattering black ooze repulsed Lotus, who regretted his decision to accompany Sululu as a paladin of the holy light. Recognized by the divine, Lotus had guarded the Dragon City Judicature for a full 9 years. Only one more year remained until he could fulfill his mission assigned by the Holy See, allowing him to escape this coastal city, steeped in mechanical clamor and the acrid scent of machine oil, that he envisioned returning to the Holy See to report on his duties, perhaps even having the opportunity to further his studies in the Dawn Mountains or serve in the capital's judicature. All of this was within Lotus's grasp, and just a moment before Ballat's arrival, he was lost in dreams of what awaited him upon his return. However, Ballat's sudden appearance shattered this fleeting reverie, igniting a furious desire within Lotus to vanquish him. Yet, to his disbelief, he encountered a representative of the Holy See. Although such inspectors typically reported directly to the Pope and wielded authority over the entire Republic, they shared an equal status with the station knights of the Judicature, leading to little contention between the two parties. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Lotus found himself inexplicably yielding to the young inspector. Deciding to assist him, perhaps the tedium of the past decade in Dragon City had driven him to seek some semblance of achievement before his departure, hoping to garner greater acclaim during his report. Little did Lotus anticipate the oily monstrosities that lay ahead. Seemingly indestructible, as the splattered filth touched the blade of his sword, it nearly sent him into a fury. With a fierce shout, a radiant light erupted from within him. Infusing his sword with divine energy, the cleansing flames consumed the oil, incinerating it entirely. Glaring at the stench of the burning monstrosities, Lotus seethed. These filthy creatures truly deserve their fate. Just as Lotus's complaints subsided, Ballat interjected, "Where do these oily monsters originate? I have spent so long in Dragon City without encountering them." Sululu then replied, "You have not seen them because you were never trapped within the spatial confines of the arcane machinery." Upon hearing this, Lotus was taken aback and questioned Sululu. Are we currently ensnared in a space of arcane machinery?" Sululu nodded, stating, "It appears so. Judging by our surroundings, we are indeed within a space constructed by arcane machinery." As he spoke, Sululu unleashed a powerful punch, scattering the approaching oily creatures, then ignited the remnants on the ground with flames. With a serious expression, he warned, "Once trapped within a space constructed by arcane machinery, escaping becomes exceedingly difficult." Lotus, puzzled, inquired, "Why is that? Why is it so hard to break free once ensnared?" As he spoke, Lotus summoned his holy energy once more, intending to incinerate the group of oily creatures before him. However, Sulyalu suddenly grasped Lotus's wrist, preventing him from unleashing the holy flames. Lotus, confused, turned to Sulyalu, questioning his motives for the intervention. Sulyalu gazed intently at the encroaching oily creatures and said, "If we wish to escape, you must refrain from using your holy energy." Lotus remained perplexed, unable to comprehend Sulyalu's reasoning. Why not? Should we fight those oily monsters barehanded? At that moment, the rabbit, munching on a carrot, approached and answered Lotus's query. Do you not understand? We are in a space constructed by arcane machinery. If you utilize holy energy, it continuously feeds the machinery, allowing it to operate indefinitely. The machines will only grow stronger, rendering our escape impossible. Upon hearing the rabbit's words, Lotus's heart sank, and he hastily dissipated his energy. Sulyalu calmly stated, "As a paladin of the Holy See, I know that in your heart, machinery is merely an external force, inferior to one's own power. However, I must inform you that some matters cannot be resolved solely by relying on one's own strength." At this, Sulyalu released Lotus's wrist and charged forward. Lotus watched as Sulyalu deftly maneuvered through the oily creatures, reaching the other side of the street in an instant. The oily monsters that pursued him were swiftly dispatched, and the flames that erupted consumed them entirely. To Lotus's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Sulyalu had managed to eliminate such a multitude of foes in a single strike. Sulyalu's metallic gauntlets retracted into rings around his wrists, and he sighed. "Let us move forward. We must find an exit swiftly." Sulyalu's sigh roused the dazed Lotus, who sheathed his sword and hurried to catch up. Under Sulyalu's guidance, the trio, accompanied by the rabbit, continued down the street, encountering no further oily creatures. Yet, the eerie silence of the streets instilled a sense of unease. Finally, after traversing several streets, they arrived at the small square before the city hall. In the square stood a group of lined-up half-beasts, their bodies similarly smeared with oil. Lotus drew his sword once more, stepping cautiously towards Sulyalu, and gazed at the half-beasts, stating, "It seems our troubles are far from over." Sulyalu, equally exasperated, murmured, "Indeed, there are many dangers in this space constructed by arcane machinery." Lotus raised his sword calmly and declared, "If we have made it this far, we can certainly press on." With renewed confidence, inspired by Sulyalu's earlier display, Lotus believed that together, they could carve a path through this arcane labyrinth. With a roar, the half-beasts noticed them, brandishing their massive hammers and wrenches as they charged toward Lotus. Contemplating their charge, Sulyalu reminded, "Try not to use the holy energy within you." Lotus turned back with a smile. "You underestimate me. Do you truly believe I am merely a knight reliant on holy energy?" As he spoke, the first half-beast lunged forward, swinging its hammer. In a swift motion, Lotus ducked beneath the blow, sliding past the beast and cleaving through its filthy body with his broadsword, slicing it in two. Instead of blood, a dark ooze spilled forth, writhing as if attempting to escape. Yet, Sulyalu was quick to act, igniting the ooze with flames before it could flee. The flickering flames illuminated Lotus as he showcased his prowess as a grand paladin, weaving through the ranks of half-beasts, dispatching them one by one. Chapter 20. Seeking an exit, the Holy Knight Lotus and Sulyalu complemented each other seamlessly, swiftly clearing the square of half-beasts. The trio and their rabbit companion finally stood before the entrance of the city hall. Lotus exhaled deeply. "It seems we are safe for the moment." Yet, just as Lotus reached for the door, Sulyalu halted him with a raised hand. Sulyalu scrutinized the door and suddenly asked Ballat, "Is the main entrance of the city hall made of wood?" "I distinctly remember it being metal." Ballat froze in shock, but before he could respond, Lotus recoiled in alarm. With a grave expression, he said, "It appears we have not yet escaped our troubles. This door may lead to hell." Upon hearing Lotus's words, Ballat was gripped by terror, feeling as if he were facing inevitable doom. However, Sulyalu shook his head, asserting, "No, everything here is an illusion crafted by the arcane machinery. There must be an exit." Regaining his composure, Ballat looked to Sulyalu and inquired, "An exit? Where might it be?" Sulyalu spread his hands helplessly and remarked, "I have no idea either. This magical formation is quite arcane, and finding an exit will require time." Sulyalu's words left Ballat in a state of despair, as he had almost glimpsed hope just moments before. Yet, in a single night, all his aspirations were shattered by others. and he was confronted with a harrowing fate that he could either languish within the enigmatic magic formation until death claimed him or face the brutal slaughter orchestrated by the Lord of Dragon City. In any case, everything Ballot had envisioned had turned to naught, leaving him powerless to realize his dreams. Bearing humiliation and burdens, he had traversed countless miles from the Western continent to the Eastern continent. Arriving at Dragon City, starting as a mere military officer, he had strived to excel in every endeavor, hoping to seize an opportunity to rise above the ranks he longed for the day when. Possessing true power, he could restore his family's glory and revive its former brilliance. Before this night, Ballot believed he was on the verge of acquiring everything, having earned the trust of the Lord of the Pighead through his efforts. He had become the head of the Special Operations Department of the Dragon City Guard, granted the authority to act independently, commanding a unit of trusted officers. Even upon learning of the Pighead's intentions to betray the Republic and discovering many of his schemes and cruel methods, Ballot dismissed such concerns to him. None of it mattered as long as he could attain greater power, even if it meant following the Pighead into treachery. However, this night, after accepting the mission to steal the magical energy gold, everything changed when he was captured. Under Surilu's analysis, Ballot realized he was merely a pawn, and a discarded one at that. The Pighead had bestowed power upon him solely to use him as a scapegoat when necessary. This revelation was starkly different from what Ballot had previously envisioned, plunging him into despair. But in his darkest moment, Surilu extended a hand, willing to accept his allegiance, rekindling a flicker of hope within Ballot. Though he did not foresee that this hope would be so swiftly extinguished, Ballot was lost in his tumultuous thoughts. Surilu suddenly chuckled. "What's the matter? Do you feel as if your hopes have been dashed?" Ballot looked up, bewildered at Surilu, whose relaxed smile left him perplexed as he inquired, "Why are you still able to laugh?" Surilu, nonchalantly smiling, replied, "If I don't laugh, should I cry? If crying were effective, why not give it a try?" Ballot was momentarily taken aback, standing there speechless, unsure of how to respond to Surilu's words. At that moment, Latesa interjected, "All right, this isn't the time for jesting. We need to focus on finding an exit." Surilu turned to the rabbit and said, "Let us get to work. It's time for you to showcase your abilities." Crunch. Crunch. The rabbit gnawed on a carrot, grimacing slightly as it retorted, "Why must you always make me do the heavy lifting when we encounter such dilemmas? Can't you think of a solution yourself?" Surilu swiftly grabbed the rabbit, lifting it into the air. "Can we skip the chatter? Hurry up." The rabbit, being held aloft, kicked its legs in protest. Hey, didn't we agree not to lift ears in front of others anymore?" Hearing the rabbit's complaint, Surilu quickly set it down, sheepishly chuckling. "My apologies, I forgot about that." The rabbit wore a disgruntled expression but nonetheless stretched and casually handed the half-eaten carrot to Ballot. Then, seemingly from nowhere, it produced a pair of goggles and donned them. In an instant, Latesa and Ballot beheld how the rabbit's squinty eyes were magnified by the goggles, its crimson irises filling the lenses entirely. The rabbit meticulously scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something, its scarlet pupils darting about within the goggles. After a considerable time, the rabbit appeared to have found something, focusing intently on a specific direction. It then announced, "At 2 o'clock to your right, there's a valve." Without hesitation, Surilu dashed from the front of the town hall, sprinting toward the direction indicated by the rabbit. Ballot and Latesa turned to see that there was nothing at all in the direction the rabbit had specified. However, after Surilu had covered some distance, the rabbit suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Arms raised, a little to the left. "Good. Did you touch it?" Surilu quickly responded, "Yes, I felt it. Should I turn it that way?" The rabbit, with its red eyes wide open, scrutinized for a moment before instructing, "Turn left 3.5 times, then turn back once." "Good." No sooner had the rabbit finished speaking than Ballot and Latesa's eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed another identical door materialize to the right of the town hall's main entrance. The same small town hall structure, the same steps, yet the door was made of metal. Seeing this identical town hall door appear beside them, crafted of metal, filled Ballot and Latesa with excitement. However, before they could rush over, under the rabbit's direction, Surilu opened another door. Once more, an identical town hall door emerged, and in the blink of an eye, Ballot and Latesa were horrified to discover that they were surrounded by the main doors of the town hall. 1 door, 2 doors, 3 doors, 4 doors, 6 doors had appeared in total, making 7 doors when including the one behind Ballet and Latesa. They were utterly bewildered, unsure which door to choose. It seemed that after the rabbit's antics, the decision had become even more complicated. No one knew where any of the 7 doors led. If they were to stumble blindly through one, they might not even realize how they met their demise. Ultimately, Surelu returned to the rabbit and patted it, asking, "How did we end up with so many doors?" The rabbit continued to scrutinize its surroundings, seemingly still in search of something, ignoring Surelu. After another thorough inspection, the rabbit finally spoke. "All these doors are fake. The real one should be right in front of us, beneath our feet." Chapter 21. The oil stains within the mechanism. The revelation that the door lay beneath them startled both Ballet and Latesa, prompting them to glance at the 6 surrounding doors. They turned back to examine the door behind them, but none could discern the differences among the doors. If they had to identify a distinction, it was that the 6 doors around them were metallic, while the door behind them was wooden. The rabbit paid no mind to the 2 humans beside it, continuing to urge Surelu, "Hurry, we must find a way to open the door." Just as the rabbit's words fell, a violent crash echoed from behind one of the doors. All 6 doors trembled violently, sending chills down Ballet and Latesa's spines, leaving them bewildered. The rabbit warned Surelu, "Hurry, it seems this damned machine is furious and wants to eliminate us, turning us into its fuel." Ballet and Latesa were still puzzled, failing to grasp the rabbit's meaning, when suddenly a metal door was violently struck, causing a bulge to form, and a ferocious aura seeped through the entrance. In an instant, Ballet and Latesa felt a chilling terror, glancing nervously at Surelu and the rabbit. Latesa could not help but ask, "What exactly is that? Could it be some cursed entity spawned from within the magical mechanism?" The rabbit abruptly turned to Latesa, its crimson eyes magnified by the goggles causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back. In that moment, Latesa felt an unsettling sensation, as if the rabbit could see through him entirely. Embarrassed, Latesa chuckled nervously, his gaze flickering as he avoided meeting the rabbit's stare. However, before the rabbit could respond, Surelu had already called out, "All right, I've found it. Rabbit, act quickly." Upon hearing Surelu's voice, the rabbit finally turned around, leaping directly towards It then perched atop Surelu's head, its enlarged scarlet eyes fixated intently on the stone floor at the base of the wooden town hall door. The rabbit shouted, "Act now. It's right where your hands can reach. Yes, quickly turn that gear." Surelu, at this moment, shut his eyes, not bothering to look or think, simply following the rabbit's commands to touch the ground before him. Following the rabbit's instructions, Surelu fumbled on the ground, while Ballet and Latesa struggled to comprehend what the duo was doing. Boom! The 6 iron doors were struck again. This time 2 of the doors began to warp, and fissures formed. From those gaps, dark oil oozed forth, accompanied by a roar from behind the iron gates. In a state of panic, Ballet screamed, "This is bad. It's the oil monster, an even more powerful one. A genuine manifestation of the magical mechanism's curse. Hurry, we need to think of a way out." The magical mechanism, after prolonged use, with various energies flowing into it, could not completely utilize all the energy. Some residual energy would continuously erode the interior of the magical mechanism, growing stronger by leveraging the magical patterns within. Therefore, after a period of operation, the magical mechanism required thorough internal cleaning to ensure that the accumulated grime did not become overly powerful. However, certain large arcane machines, due to the multitude of internal corners, are unable to be thoroughly cleansed. The residual grime accumulates over time, ultimately giving rise to a peculiar entity known as the grease monster. These grease monsters stealthily siphon off the energy that escapes from within the arcane machines, thereby augmenting their own power. The larger the arcane machine, the more formidable the grease monster within it becomes, as the energy required for the operation of such machines is immense. Consequently, the grease monsters gain even more energy, rendering them exceptionally powerful. In the early days of extensive use of large arcane machines, the grease monsters often proved difficult to control. Eventually, they could become a potential calamity, with reports of them even slaying their masters, resulting in the demise of some users. In response to the menace posed by the grease monsters, the great artisans of the Republic devised a special device to be installed within the large arcane machines. This unique mechanical apparatus binds the grease monsters, akin to a sorcerer's magical familiar, compelling them to comply. Not only do they refrain from harming the operators of the arcane machines, but they also transform into protectors of the machines, becoming a formidable asset. Later, during the intense warfare between the Republic and the Empire, a brilliant mechanic unleashed the grease monsters onto the battlefield that time. The Republic's army, utilizing a colossal arcane machine, clashed with hundreds of sorcerers from the Empire. Initially outmatched, the tide of battle shifted dramatically when the grease monsters were released, instantly altering the dynamics of the confrontation. It was then that the observers realized that the grease monsters, having been steeped in various energies over the years, possessed a unique immunity to magic. With their ability to devour diverse forms of energy, they swiftly consumed dozens of sorcerers from the Empire, leading to a rout of their forces. The Republic ultimately triumphed over the Empire, driving them from the mainland to the seas. Thereafter, the grease monsters became inherent companions of the large arcane machines, embodying the peril they represented. Previously, upon entering the arcane formation created by the machines, Surelu and his companions had encountered some grease monsters. The half-beasts, coated in grime, were, in fact, manifestations conjured by the grease monsters within the arcane machines. Now, as the iron gates were relentlessly battered, the seepage of grime through the cracks indicated that the assailants were indeed the grease monsters. Clearly, someone was manipulating the arcane machine, attempting to eradicate Surelu and his companions trapped within. The thunderous sounds of impact intensified, suggesting that the iron gates were nearing their breaking point against the onslaught of the grease monsters. At that moment, Ballot could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Why? Why are these gates being opened? Does this not provide a target for the grease monsters?" Before the rabbit, who was focused on assisting Surelu in opening the door, could respond, Lotisa interjected, "What do you understand? Their actions merely block the path through which the grease monsters would have escaped." Ballot paused, momentarily taken aback by Lotisa's words, then quickly grasped the situation. He recalled that the rabbit and Surelu's actions were essentially sealing off the plaza they occupied. As the rabbit had indicated, the true entrance lay beneath their feet, below the steps of the town hall. Realizing this, Ballot turned to Lotisa in surprise, asking, "How do you know this?" Before Lotisa could reply, a crisp sound echoed as Surelu opened a door in the ground. Without hesitation, Lotisa seized Ballot and dashed toward the newly opened door, closely following Surelu and the rabbit as the iron gates surrounding the plaza were breached. Surelu and his companions surged through the door in the ground, escaping from the arcane formation crafted by the machines. Chapter 22. Blank. Work. Artisan. The acrid scent of burning flesh mingled with the metallic tang of blood, and perhaps even the aroma of roasting meat. As Surelu and the others hurriedly lifted their gazes upon passing through the open door within the arcane machine, they beheld a desolate wasteland. Beneath their feet lay charred bones, indiscernible as to which creatures they once belonged. Not far away, piles of bleached skeletons lay scattered, while a group of listless humans, their faces etched with apathy, busily transported corpses to stack at the edges of the bone heaps. The rabbit, having removed his goggles, could not suppress a tremor in his voice as he questioned, Where is this place?" The response came not from Ballot but rather from Lotisa. "This is the burial ground of the Lord. These bones are used for summoning rituals." The rabbit initially stood in stunned silence, but then abruptly sensed something amiss and turned to Lotisa, demanding, "How do you know this?" A sinister smile crept across Lotisa's face as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. You fools, have you only just realized? Unfortunately, it is too late. You know too much, and since you have arrived here, there is no escape. The Lord's portal requires 3 living sacrifices to be activated." As he spoke, Lotisa's body suddenly swelled, tearing apart the knightly armor that adorned him. Surelu, Ballot, and the rabbit watched in horror as Lotisa transformed into a grotesque mechanical being, his form unrecognizable as anything human. Hiss! The metallic plates beneath Lotisa's ribs sprang open, and scalding steam erupted from within. In an instant, Lotisa had metamorphosed from a holy knight into a monstrous mechanical creature, leaving everyone in shock. Ballot was the first to recover, exclaiming in terror, What is this thing?" Surelu grasped Ballot's arm, urging, "No, do not approach him. He is not Lotisa." "Not Lotisa?" Both the rabbit and Ballot were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Surelu could make such a claim. Yet the monstrous figure, with its fearsome visage, spoke. I also bear the name Lotisa, but I am not the holy knight from the tribunal." Surelu gazed intently at the creature, his mind racing to piece together the circumstances of its emergence. Reflecting on their encounters with the Holy Knight and their journey thus far, Surilu suddenly recalled the moment they had entered the arcane formation of the machines, during the earlier assault by the grease monsters. Amidst their frantic defenses, no one had noticed the presence of any others. Surilu raised his gaze to the mechanical monster, asserting, "You exploited our misconceptions, using the mechanical formation to lie in wait beside us. The Real Lotisa must be trapped within the arcane machine's formation." The mechanical monster Lotisa grinned wickedly. "You are indeed clever, but alas, your understanding comes too late." As he spoke, the mechanical monster swung its arm, adorned with an array of mechanisms, and emitted a radiant holy light. Witnessing the holy energy released by the mechanical monster, Balak gasped, "Why? How can he wield holy energy?" Surilu prepared to counter, explaining, "Holy energy is merely one form of energy. In this age of diminishing magic, any energy can be harnessed by living beings." The mechanical monster's arm began to operate, channeling the sacred energy to conjure a luminous holy sword that soared towards Surilu and the others. In this age of waning magic, the potency of any magical force is not determined solely by its strength, but rather by the operational efficiency of the mechanisms that invoke it. If the machinery operates with sufficient efficacy, expending minimal energy during the process, then more energy remains to sustain the magical manifestations. Ultimately, everything hinges on the intricacy of the arcane machines. Thus, at the dawn of the Republic, the great artisan who championed the arcane machines categorized them by their intricacy. The simplest arcane machines were produced by ordinary factories and exhibited exceedingly low levels of finesse. The most intricate arcane machines, however, were inscribed with various formations, each component meticulously crafted. According to the artisan's expertise, arcane machines were classified into 3 tiers: blank, work, artisan. Each tier was further subdivided into rough, fine, and precise. This classification served to distinguish the various levels of arcane machines. The term blank referred to those that underwent minimal processing, with the workers in ordinary factories being mere assemblers of these rudimentary machines, including the most basic firearms and the standard armaments utilized by the military, which could only be categorized as blank arcane machines. Work encompassed machines designed and processed by machinists within factories, often tailored to the specific needs of individual users. Similarly, work was divided into 3 categories: rough work, fine work, and precise work. Though even the simplest of rough work arcane machines far surpassed the basic blank machines. After all, even rough work machines are typically crafted with the user in mind, thereby optimizing their capabilities. For artisan. At the inception of the Republic, only the great artisan who founded the Republic possessed the skill to create artisan-level arcane machines, truly deserving of that designation. However, the master craftsman could not possibly create magical machinery for everyone, which led to the implementation of an assessment system for mechanics by the Republic. Subsequently, a number of mechanics emerged, though they could not compare to that great craftsman. Nevertheless, despite not being a master craftsman, the magical machinery designed and manufactured by these mechanics still possessed tremendous power. The machines created by the mechanics were not merely tailored to the unique circumstances of each being. They could specifically manufacture magical devices. Furthermore, the magical machinery they crafted could also mitigate certain deficiencies of the users themselves. In fact, some finely crafted magical devices could even awaken the latent potential within the users, causing no adverse effects, but rather allowing them to gradually unleash their potential and become more formidable. Now, before Surilu stood a mechanical monstrosity that also claimed to be named Lotisa. The machinery adorning it was evidently designed with meticulous precision, reminiscent of the mechanical artisan who accompanied the pig-headed lord. Initially, Surilu assumed that the opponent was merely a craftsman. However, the intricate mechanics on the monstrosity suggested that it was likely a skilled artisan capable of producing exquisite magical machinery. As the blade of holy light drew near, Surilu came to a realization and raised his hands. The mechanisms on his wrists swiftly extended, and in an instant, the mechanical gauntlets reappeared, undaunted by the assault of the mechanical monstrosity. Surilu boldly advanced, the inner workings of the gauntlets whirring into action. With energy surging from Surilu's heart, the gauntlets manifested an enigmatic power that not only deflected the blade of the mechanical beast, but also ensnared it. Subsequently, Sulyalu brought his hands together, and the gauntlets whirred furiously, radiating a dazzling brilliance. He called out to the still-dazed rabbit and Belote. Hurry over. We must leave this place at once. As he spoke, Sulyalu exerted himself to pull apart his clasped hands. And as he did so, a shimmering portal began to open, revealing scenes that seemed to belong to another world. Ignoring the dazed Belote, Rabbit leaped into the portal. Sulyalu turned to Belote, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Get inside now." Belote, regaining his senses, rushed toward the portal, intending to follow Rabbit's lead. However, at that moment, a chilling voice echoed, "Humph, self-righteous fools, do you think you can escape from here?" Having already plunged into the portal, Rabbit turned upon hearing the voice and saw Sulyalu being held down by a massive hand, which then reached toward the portal, attempting to pull Rabbit back as well. Yet, at a critical juncture, Sulyalu suddenly swung his hand, shattering the portal and thwarting the hand's advance. Witnessing the portal's destruction, Rabbit screamed in horror, "No, no, please don't." Chapter 23. An inability to rescue. No. Rabbit cried out, yearning to reopen the portal and rush out to save Sulyalu. Alas, it was all in vain. The portal had already closed, and Rabbit lacked the power to reopen it. After a brief silence, a calm voice broke through. "Why are you shouting? You just returned and are already making a commotion." Rabbit, who had been despondent, perked up upon hearing that voice, realizing he had returned to the basement of the Bao Mian Mian restaurant. Turning around, he saw Bao Mian Mian, Yuan Bai, and the little sprite. And he sprang up, throwing himself at Bao Mian Mian's feet, exclaiming, "Quick, we must save him." Dressed in a chef's attire, Bao Mian Mian looked down at Rabbit and replied, "No, we cannot go." Rabbit quickly raised his head, questioning, "Why not? Are we not partners? Will you just watch him be killed?" Bao Mian Mian calmly replied, "I understand that you are agitated, but please think clearly. Will he really be killed by the Lord?" Upon hearing this, Rabbit gradually calmed down. He had indeed been overly emotional, his mind in disarray. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "No, they want to kill him. They regard him as an inspector and want to utilize his position." He paused and continued to mutter to himself, "Moreover, their methods will not allow for his death." Now composed, Rabbit began to strategize. So, what methods will they employ against him? Bao Mian Mian remained exceedingly calm, allowing Rabbit to ponder for a moment before speaking. "What you need to consider now is what you will do next." Rabbit was taken aback, looking at Bao Mian Mian in confusion. "Me, what should I do?" Bao Mian Mian continued, "Your identity has been exposed. Do you think the Lord will let you go?" Rabbit's face fell. "So, I can only hide here." Bao Mian Mian shook her head. "No, you cannot continue to hide here. It is too dangerous." Rabbit looked at her in bewilderment, and she pointed to the secret room behind her, saying, "I already have one. Both of you must leave." Upon hearing Bao Mian Mian's words, Rabbit was instantly filled with rage, shouting, "Hey, Bao Mian Mian, we have helped you a great deal over the years. Now that we are in trouble, you intend to abandon us? Do you have no sense of decency? Where are we supposed to hide at a time like this?" Bao Mian Mian's expression was unusually indifferent as she replied, "I do not care where you hide, but I cannot allow you to threaten Xiao Bai's safety." Rabbit scoffed, angrily exclaiming, "Bao Mian Mian, how can you be like this? Don't forget, we are allies." Bao Mian Mian replied with an unsettling calmness, "Not anymore. Sulyalu has already been captured, and I do not believe he still possesses the ability to kill the pig-headed lord." Rabbit felt a surge of anger, astonished that Bao Mian Mian would so readily turn her back on him. But at that moment, an incongruous voice chimed in, "Excuse me, when will we be having our meal?" All eyes turned toward the sound. Spotting the nun who stumbled out of the secret room, Rabbit erupted in fury, shouting at the nun, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. If it weren't for you, how could Sulyalu have ventured in alone and now be captured?" The nun, frightened by Rabbit's outburst, quickly shrank back to Bao Mian Mian's side, clutching her. "Bao Bao, he's yelling at me." While Bao Mian Mian comforted the nun, she turned to Rabbit, saying, "Why are you yelling? If you dare shout at her again, I will throw you out." Rabbit bared his teeth, wanting to confront Bao Mian Mian, but despite his posturing, he lacked the courage to strike. He knew full well he did not possess that strength. All he had were his keen eyes. Defeated, Rabbit sank to the ground, sobbing, "Sulyalu, you've been captured, and now your woman wants to help me. What am I to do?" Upon hearing Rabbit's words, Bao Mian found herself both amused and exasperated, saying, "Hey, how are you speaking? I have no such relationship with him." Rabbit, hearing this, continued to shout, "Sulyalu, your woman is trying to cast me out, leaving me to fend for myself." Seeing Rabbit's increasingly absurd claims, Bao Mian couldn't help but grit her teeth, wishing she could strangle him. However, at that moment, Yuanbai suddenly grasped her hand and raised the device in his grip, manipulating it a few times. Understanding Yuanbai's intent, Bao Mian exchanged glances with him for a moment before ultimately relenting, sighing, "Fine, Delucy, you take them and leave here first." Hearing Bao Mian's words, the little sprite Delucy pouted reluctantly, muttering, "Doing this will put us in great danger." Rabbit leaped up, directly embracing Delucy and unceremoniously kissing her lips. After the kiss, Rabbit held the little sprite tenderly. "Oh, my dear Delucy, can you truly bear to abandon me like this?" Rabbit's sudden display of affection left everyone stunned. No one had anticipated such an act. Bao Mian immediately covered Yuanbai's eyes, her face contorted with disgust as she urged, "Hurry up, you all need to scram." At that moment, Delucy finally regained her composure and pushed Rabbit away, her face a mask of dismay as she exclaimed to Bao Mian, "No, that is not it. I have no relationship with him." Yet, Rabbit cornered the little sprite against the wall, forcing her to confront him. "Delucy, are you truly so heartless? Have you forgotten that night?" "Ah." The little sprite could no longer endure it, screaming as she struck Rabbit with a punch to Delucy, now wary and sporting a black eye, led Rabbit and the nun away. Bao Mian placed a hand to her forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, "I simply cannot tolerate this." At that moment, Yuanbai manipulated the device in his hand, sharing his thoughts with Bao Mian. After listening, Bao Mian furrowed her brow and shook her head, saying, "No, we cannot act now. If we do, we may be captured as well." Yuanbai, undeterred, once again manipulated the device, seemingly desperate for Bao Mian to rescue Sulyalu. However, Bao Mian steadfastly insisted, "No, we should not go now. It would only bring trouble to Sulyalu." This time, Yuanbai fell silent, his expression tinged with melancholy, seemingly deeply concerned for Sulyalu. Observing this, Bao Mian gently patted Yuanbai and reassured him, "Do not worry, he is not so easily defeated." Yuanbai lifted his gaze towards Bao Mian, his eyes sparkling with joy, and he once again fiddled with the device. Bao Mian nodded with certainty, stating, "He is a rather slippery fellow. Just look at the rabbit, and you will realize he is not truly worried about Sulyalu." Upon hearing this, Yuanbai finally broke into a smile, his eyes narrowing with delight, revealing a set of pristine, even teeth. Before the pile of charred bones, Sulyalu, having had his mechanical gauntlets confiscated, faced the boar-headed lord with calm composure. Just as Bao Mian had said, he showed no signs of distress regarding his current predicament, still observing the boar-headed lord with a curious demeanor. Moments ago, he had distinctly sensed the power emanating from the artisan-level magical machinery. Yet what intrigued Sulyalu was the hidden nature of the boar-headed lord's magical machinery. Chapter 24. The boar-headed lord's conspiracy. With a click, a peculiar magical device fastened itself to Sulyalu's chest. He could feel a slender metallic spike piercing directly into his heart. It appeared that the device was custom-made, seemingly designed specifically to target those with a magical heart. Clearly, the boar-headed lord was convinced that Sulyalu possessed a magical heart, the source of all his powers. However, the device, which the boar-headed lord held in high regard, evidently had no effect on Sulyalu, for the metallic spike that was supposed to penetrate his heart disintegrated upon passing through the mechanical lock on Sulyalu's chest. Never reaching his heart, the strangely designed device seemed to latch onto Sulyalu's torso, yet its intended functionality had been rendered ineffective. Observing Sulyalu's tranquil demeanor, the boar-headed lord squinted and inquired, "Is it not curious? Why have you not been harmed?" Without waiting for Sulyalu's response, the boar-headed lord continued, "This sealing device is specifically engineered to deal with those possessing a mechanical heart. It will restrain your heart. And each time you attempt to activate it, the spike embedded in your chest will drive deeper into your heart." Pausing for effect, the boar-headed lord sneered, "Moreover, the sealing device will siphon the energy emitted by your heart. The more you endeavor to drive your mechanical heart, the more energy the locking mechanism will absorb, causing the spike to grow at an accelerated pace. If you wish for a swift demise, you might as well try." It is said that those who attempted to resist were pierced right through the chest. Sulyalu, upon hearing this, displayed no excessive reaction. He merely gazed at the boar-headed lord and queried, "I am curious. What is the purpose of this vast slaughterhouse you have constructed?" Before the boar-headed lord could answer, Sulyalu continued, "You are a benevolent lord in Dragon City, yet I fear that none are aware of the fact that such a place lies hidden behind your amiable facade, that I imagine that concealing the brutality lurking within one's core must be an excruciating endeavor. Is it not?" The boar-headed lord seemed to regard Sulyalu as no longer a threat. Crushing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. Thus, he elaborated further, "Indeed, suppressing one's true emotions is a painful affair." After a brief pause, he added, "Yet I must suppress them. I cannot allow them to surface." Sulyalu pressed on, "Why subject these beings to cruelty? Is it merely to vent your frustrations with the government?" The boar-headed lord initially appeared taken aback, but soon erupted into a hearty laugh. "Ha!" His laughter echoed ominously across the desolate slaughterhouse, amplifying the horror of the skeletal remains surrounding them. After a considerable time, the boar-headed lord ceased his laughter and scrutinized Sulyalu, remarking, "I never imagined that, as an ecclesiastical inspector, you could be so naive." He paused before continuing, "The previous inspectors have all met their demise at my hands. That is why a mere youth like you was dispatched. Yet, your thoughts are indeed quite naive, which is why you so easily fell into my grasp, becoming the inspector who revealed his identity in the shortest time." Upon hearing the boar-headed lord's words, Sulyalu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the boar-headed lord had slain the inspectors. The boar-headed lord, observing Sulyalu's look of disbelief, chuckled, "Is it not strange how I could kill an inspector and yet continue to live and reign as the lord of Dragon City?" Before Sulyalu could respond, the boar-headed lord took the initiative to answer, "You ecclesiastical folk are also self-righteous. You believe that the church wields divine authority and possesses the power to judge all, thus governing the republic? You are gravely mistaken. Your acceptance within the republic is non-existent." At this juncture, the boar-headed lord laughed once more, saying, "Do you truly think the republic would welcome a presence that restricts them? Wrong. No one desires to be constrained by another. And the existence of the church serves as a constraint on the current government of the republic, obstructing the plans of certain high-ranking officials. Therefore, I have eliminated the previous inspectors, and in return, others will aid me in concealing the truth." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated the boar-headed lord appeared. Forcibly rising from his wooden wheelchair, he leaned closer to Sulyalu, continuing, "This is our republic, a realm rife with party strife, where every faction schemes against the other, saturated with the stench of corruption. Tell me, is there any need for a nation such as this to persist? There is no necessity for its existence. Turmoil is imminent." The boar-headed lord concluded, "In these turbulent times, we of the boar-headed clan shall naturally seize the opportunity to rise and restore our former glory." At this point, the boar-headed lord's intentions were laid bare. He sought to capitalize on the impending chaos to elevate the boar-headed clan and secure a place amidst the disorder, as for the costs associated with this ambition. The boar-headed lord would harbor no hesitation whatsoever. With a wave of his hand, the boar-headed lord remarked, "Enough of this. I have said what needed to be said, and now you must take your leave." As he reclined back into his chair, he spoke leisurely, "Do not worry. You will not die just yet. I shall hand you over to the Chancellor's envoy. I am certain he will be most eager to meet you, extracting more secrets of the church from you. Thus, as you enter the prison, you may as well enjoy the little peace that remains to you." After Sulyalu was escorted away, the mechanical creature Latesa approached the boar-headed lord. It was evident that Latesa possessed a boar-headed visage. Upon Latesa's arrival, the boar-headed lord tossed the confiscated mechanical gauntlets to him. After Latesa received the gauntlets, the boar-headed lord remarked, "You may use these for now, though they are not artisan level. They are indeed fine craftsmanship among magical machinery." Latesa knelt respectfully on one knee, paying homage to the boar-headed lord, and accepted the gauntlets that originally belonged to Sulyalu. Subsequently, Latesa's form began to revert, his fierce appearance softening into that of an ordinary boar-headed creature. Once he had regained his appearance, he addressed the boar-headed lord, "My lord, why not simply eliminate that young man?" The boar-headed lord turned his gaze towards Latesa and replied, "Latesa, the currents within the republic are shifting. However, the time for a final eruption has yet to arrive. We must tread cautiously. Our entire clan has been suppressed for so many years, lurking and planning, and we cannot afford to falter over trivial matters." After a brief pause, the boar-headed lord added, "Thus, we must avoid unnecessary troubles. Do you understand?" Latesa pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping the implication, and quietly responded, "My lord, do you intend to use this young inspector as leverage to bargain with the Chancellor's envoy?" The boar-headed lord nodded. "Indeed, the Chancellor has dispatched several envoys, none of whom have uncovered any issues. This time may prove even more stringent." Latesa immediately comprehended and respectfully stated, "Your foresight surpasses mine. Latesa is far inferior to you." The boar-headed lord shook his head. "Latesa, remember that you are still young. You are the hope for our clan's resurgence. You must strive to enhance your strength." Latesa suddenly became serious, nodding earnestly in response, "You speak true, my lord. I shall bear it in mind." The boar-headed lord smiled and said, "Very well. No need for such formality. Prepare yourself. Once you deal with that Latesa, you shall replace him in the Dragon City Tribunal." Latesa naturally accepted this with respect and soon took his leave, preparing to enter the mechanical array and confront the Grand Paladin of the Tribunal. After Latesa departed, only Belote remained in the slaughterhouse, standing there in a daze that it seemed as though the boar-headed lord and everyone else had forgotten him. Yet just as Belote was at a loss, the boar-headed lord suddenly spoke, "Go find that rabbit." Belote was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his senses and knelt before the boar-headed lord, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life." Chapter 25. Dragon City Prison. Dragon City Prison undoubtedly stands as the most renowned penitentiary in the entire Republic, its fame even eclipsing that of the prisons located in the capitals of the Republic's eastern and western continents. Perhaps only the prison nestled within the Dawn Mountain Range, famously dubbed the Cage of the Gods by the Holy See, can rival its notoriety. The prison's repute stems from its history as the last bastion of the Empire on land. Prior to its expulsion from the continent at that time, Dragon City Prison served as the stronghold for the incarceration of serious offenders, making its security measures among the most formidable in the entire realm. Eventually, as the Empire's final fortress fell to siege, the armies of the Republic surged into Dragon City, swiftly seizing control of the prison. They liberated several high-profile prisoners previously captured by the Empire, while simultaneously incarcerating some of the Empire's own notorious criminals. To prevent any potential uprisings from these imperial offenders, the Republic's master craftsmen undertook extensive mechanization of the prison, rendering it even more impregnable. It is said that among those held within at that time was a significant figure of the Empire. Despite multiple attempts by Imperial death squads to breach Dragon City Prison, none succeeded, leading the Empire to ultimately abandon its rescue efforts. From that moment onward, the legend of Dragon City Prison spread far and wide, with many across the eastern and western continents of the Republic becoming aware of this seemingly unassailable prison located at the southernmost coast of the eastern continent, which even the mightiest death squads of the Empire could not penetrate. However, as the Republic's power solidified and the Empire retreated overseas, its influence gradually waned, leading to the fading of the prison's former dread. Throughout years of development, as the Republic encountered its own periods of decay, the terrifying reputation of Dragon City Prison became a distant memory for many. Of course, Surilu was an exception. He had previously taken a keen interest in Dragon City Prison. Through the organization known as the Dawn's Flame, he could access a wealth of information regarding numerous prisons within the Republic. Yet, the details surrounding Dragon City Prison remain notably sparse within the extensive records of Dawn's Flame. Surilu was well aware of the organization's formidable capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have risked joining this enigmatic group in search of his parents. Although he remained in the dark about the true identities of the powerful figures behind Dawn's Flame, he understood that they possessed extensive intelligence on both the Republic and the Overseas Empire, as well as the Buddhist Kingdom. It was clear that those who wielded sufficient power could access a wealth of information covering nearly all beings across the realm. Joining Dawn's Flame was a relatively straightforward process, as one could easily find their guild in either of the Republic's two capitals. However, mere membership did not grant access to all internal resources. Only those who became inner members could enjoy such privileges. The path to becoming an inner member of Dawn's Flame was intricate and laborious, leaving Surilu still classified as an external associate. Only upon completing his current task of assassinating the Pighead Lord would he have the opportunity to participate in the true internal evaluation. Yet, Despite his external status, Surulu had managed to acquire a considerable amount of clandestine information from within Dawn's flame, including everything recorded about Dragon City. However, the scant information provided regarding the prison was limited to just a few sentences. From this, Surulu immediately sensed that Dragon City prison was far from ordinary. Later, within the chapel of the courthouse in Dragon City, his mother's image also mentioned the prison, further solidifying Surulu's conviction that it harbored monumental secrets. Now, as he was about to enter the prison, he felt he had the chance to uncover those secrets. Two half-orc warriors escorted Surulu to the prison's entrance, and to his astonishment, the mysterious Dragon City prison appeared. At first glance, more akin to an abandoned factory. Even more surprising was the complete absence of any stationed guards at the prison's entrance. As they approached the rusted iron gate, two figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. Blocking Surulu and his escorts, the half-orc warriors presented the Pighead Lord's decree to the two unexpected figures. One of them, clad in metallic armor, accepted the parchment and, after perusing it in silence, turned to open the rusted iron door. As the door creaked open, the flickering candlelight within revealed a space that was not particularly expansive, resembling an ordinary factory workshop. In this modest area, a wooden table was situated, behind which sat a figure with their back turned to the rusted door. Even as the door swung wide, the individual remained oblivious, showing no inclination to turn around. The one who had received the decree then gave Surulu a shove, speaking in a low voice, "Step inside." In the next moment, Surulu found himself unceremoniously thrust through the door, which then slammed shut behind him. But at that instant, he turned sharply, catching a fleeting glimpse of the figures outside as they vanished from sight. Surulu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such a lax attitude from the prison's guards. Did they not fear an escape? In his eyes, that seemingly impenetrable iron door was riddled with flaws, and he believed he could easily find a way to pry it open. However, Surulu was not inclined to leave just yet. He had far more pressing objectives, namely uncovering the clues left by his parents. Gathering his thoughts, Surulu turned and stepped deeper into the prison, soon arriving at the wooden table. Observing the figure seated there, stiff and statue-like, he contemplated whether to greet them. Yet, it was the statue that spoke first. "The prison uniforms are in the corner to your left. Choose a set for yourself, and feel free to find an empty cell to settle in." Surulu was momentarily perplexed by the statue's words. He had not expected that serving time in prison would feel akin to checking into a hotel, allowing one to select their own cell. As Surulu stood in a daze, the figure at the table finally reacted. Upon lifting their head, Surulu beheld a visage strikingly similar to his own, youthful and undeniably Eastern in appearance, though perhaps just a few years older. With sharp brows and piercing eyes, there was an air of resolute dignity about them that led Surulu to think, this individual was a true holy knight. Imbued with faith. Chapter 26. The Soul Warden. The young holy knight scrutinized Surulu, his expression remarkably placid, devoid of any visible emotional fluctuations. After a prolonged gaze, the young knight inquired, "Is there something more you wish to ask?" Surulu, jolted from his reverie by the knight's question, hurriedly replied, "No questions." He then turned to walk toward the left corner as directed. After taking a couple of steps, he couldn't resist glancing back, only to find the young knight had lowered his head once more. It seemed the knight held no interest in Surulu's presence and did not intend to monitor his actions. This method of prison management left Surulu somewhat astonished, yet, adhering to his principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, he refrained from any untoward behavior. In the corner, he casually selected a prison uniform that appeared reasonably fitting. Instinctively, he brought the fabric to his nose for a sniff. Once again, the young knight spoke. "Do not worry. Each garment is washed regularly, guaranteed to be clean and devoid of any unpleasant odors." Surulu found himself speechless at the knight's comment, pondering whether the duty of the warden of Dragon City Prison was merely to wash uniforms. After donning the prison attire, he began to explore the interior of the prison, eager to inspect the cells. The facility was divided into two levels, with an iron door separating the cell block from the young knight's area. When Surulu opened the rusted iron door leading to the cell block, he was instantly awestruck. Standing frozen before the threshold, behind the door lay a spiraling staircase descending into an unfathomable abyss. Gazing downwards, he could see that the staircase twisted downward, with branching paths appearing at intervals, leading to rows of cells. While Surulu was momentarily entranced, the young knight's voice resonated from behind him. Choose a cell on this level. The lower levels are unsafe. After a moment of silence, Surilu could not help but inquire, "What lies beneath?" The young knight promptly replied, "Just cells, though the inmates differ." "How many levels are there in total?" Surilu pressed further. The knight calmly responded, "There are 108 levels in total. However, access beyond the 100th level is not possible, as the staircase terminates there." The revelation of 108 levels left Surilu astounded, rendering him incapable of imagining how such a deep prison had been constructed. Surilu, after a prolonged silence, finally broke the quietude to inquire, "Are there prisoners in all the cells below?" The young paladin, seemingly unaccustomed to conversation, revealed little concealment in response to Surilu's query, unperturbed by the multitude of questions. He maintained a steady tone as he replied, "The further down you go, the fewer empty cells there are." He then added, "The prisoners below possess formidable strength, which contributes to their longevity." Surilu's pupils constricted once more, struggling to fathom the nature of the beings confined within such a prison, that he recalled the few lines in the Codex of the Dawnflame that described the Dragon City prison, a mysterious and powerful fortress, the contents of which remained unknown to all. Very few criminals had managed to escape its confines, and for nearly a century, no new souls had been admitted. Reflecting on these descriptions, Surilu found himself perplexed as to why the boar-headed lord intended to send him here. While he stood pondering at the foot of the staircase, the young paladin suddenly remarked, "It seems you have not committed any grave transgressions. You need not descend, as you may remain here and converse with me." Surilu, taken aback by this statement, curiously asked, "Have you never ventured outside?" The young paladin lifted his gaze, equally puzzled, and replied, "Why would I wish to leave? It is my duty to guard this place, and I cannot abandon my post." Surilu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you dispatched by the church?" The paladin nodded, "Indeed. This is my final task before my promotion." Upon hearing that the paladin was sent by the church, Surilu hastily declared, "I am an inspector sent by the church to Dragon City." The paladin responded, "I am aware. I sensed the aura of your inspector's badge when you entered." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, that badge likely does not belong to you, for the aura it emanates is faint, indicating it has seen better days." Surilu was once again taken aback, astonished that the young paladin could perceive the badge's essence. The paladin murmured to himself, "How peculiar. Given your age, you should not possess such an antiquated badge." At that moment, every hair on Surilu's body stood on end, as he gazed at the young paladin in astonishment. After a lengthy silence, he feigned calm and queried, "Where do you hail from? How can you sense the aura of the badge?" The young paladin scrutinized Surilu and retorted, "How strange. If you are indeed an inspector, how could you not recognize the essence that I belong to?" As the paladin's skepticism grew, a particular place surged to the forefront of Surilu's mind, the place where the church's most powerful paladins were nurtured. The Dawn Sanctuary. Realizing this, Surilu's pupils dilated, and he whispered, "Could it be that you are from the Dawn Sanctuary?" Paladins trained by the church fall into various categories. Most, even those as formidable as Lothar, do not qualify as the church's true elite. Though they may be paladins, even great ones, they lack the highest combat prowess of the church's paladins and have not acquired the true might of the church's crusaders. Within the church, the true display of its power emanates from the knights of the Dawn Sanctuary. Those who emerge from there can genuinely be deemed true paladins. However, these paladins from the Dawn Sanctuary seldom make an appearance before the world unless the church's foundation is under threat. Thus, the majority remain oblivious to the existence of such authentic paladins, often mistaking knights like Lothar for true paladins. In reality, the disparity between the two is vast, and Surilu believes that this seemingly unworldly young paladin could effortlessly dispatch Lothar. Upon hearing Surilu utter the name Dawn Sanctuary, the skepticism in the young paladin's eyes gradually dissipated. Seeing this shift, Surilu quickly urged, "Since you are aware of my identity, please release me and assist me in dealing with that boar-headed lord. He intends to betray the Republic, seek independence in Dragon City, and has even established contact with overseas empires that we should unite to eliminate him, and in doing so, you would earn great merit and be able to leave this wretched place." Surilu was convinced that his words were irresistibly compelling, especially when paired with his recognized status as a church inspector. That it was unfathomable to him that the young paladin might decline. Although he had misjudged Lothar, He believed that securing the young paladin's assistance would adequately compensate for that oversight. The young paladin's strength was formidable. If he chose to lend his aid, Surulu felt that eliminating the Boar Lord would be a trivial task. Unfortunately, he did not anticipate the firm response that followed. "No, I cannot leave here." Before Surulu could press further, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the spiral staircase behind him. As he instinctively moved aside, a figure enveloped in blinding white light burst forth from the depths of the prison. Chapter 27. The escape of the Eastern Taoist. Surulu sidestepped, bewildered and astonished as he beheld the figure emerging from the cell, wielding a rusted iron sword, clad in tattered garments. Yet, an extraordinary surge of energy radiated from him, akin to a holy power, though distinctly different from it. Soon, Surulu's attention was captured by the iron sword in the figure's grasp. Despite its rusted appearance, which belied its true nature, Surulu's years of experience in mechanical engineering allowed him to recognize it as a piece of arcane mechanical weaponry. According to his senses, it was likely a craftsmanship-grade arcane mechanism. Such a mechanism was considered a treasure throughout the Republic, as craftsmanship-grade arcane devices could not only perform spells with minimal energy, but also possessed unique capabilities tailored to the user's potential. The sight of an elderly man escaping from prison with a craftsmanship-grade arcane weapon left Surulu utterly astounded. The young paladin did not immediately rise, seemingly indifferent to the escapee. He did not even lift his head, but merely addressed the elder. "You cannot escape. Why squander your final moments in a futile attempt?" The elder's expression darkened momentarily. Yet his eyes soon gleamed with determination, undeterred by the paladin's words. With a resolute swing of the iron sword, he declared, "As my life draws to a close, I must make one last attempt." Hearing the elder's words, the young paladin sighed and finally stood up. As he did, the dark armor he wore suddenly gleamed with brilliance. The light of the holy power enveloped the entire armor, illuminating the seams and patterns as if it had been resurrected with his movement. In an instant, the young paladin's armor transformed into a radiant silver hue, with the patterns glowing with the essence of holy energy. Surulu widened his eyes in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Another craftsmanship-grade arcane mechanism? Was it not said that the church refrains from using mechanical spells?" Upon hearing Surulu's exclamation, the elder who had burst from the cell finally took notice of Surulu's presence, turning to glance at him. He was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Surulu with curiosity as he muttered, Why do you emanate a familiar aura? Who are you?" "No, that essence you possess is. Ha, how unexpected, just as my life reaches its twilight. I find myself encountering you." The elder's words left Surulu perplexed, yet he faintly sensed that his heart resonated for a brief moment when the elder unleashed his energy. Subsequently, the elder turned his gaze toward the young paladin clad in shining silver armor and proclaimed, "The church's rejection of mechanical usage is merely the arrogance of a decaying faction. However, a faction of radicals within the church does not shun the use of machinery. In fact, they leverage mechanical power to greater effect. And he is not merely the paladin you speak of. He is a being of a higher order, a Dawn Knight." Surulu's heart raced with astonishment, not only because it was his first encounter with the term Dawn Knight, but also due to his surprise that the elder seemed intent on explaining this to him. He could not comprehend why, but without regard for Surulu's confusion, the elder continued, running his palm along the surface of the iron sword. In an instant, the rust on the sword began to shimmer, and as the rust fell away, it revealed a gleaming blade of 3 feet and 7 inches. The unveiled blade exuded the formidable power of a craftsmanship-grade arcane mechanism, emanating an aura that instilled fear. Even when its internal mechanics lay dormant, the elder suddenly posed a question. "Young one, since you are familiar with arcane mechanisms, do you know what law is and what energy signifies?" Surulu was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, the young Dawn Knight calmly interjected, "Energy manifests the law, while the law simultaneously generates energy." Upon hearing the words of the young Knight of Dawn, the elder shook his head and replied, "Your statements are too broad. In essence, energy is the source of all power, while law represents the principles that govern this energy. The world we inhabit is fundamentally composed of these laws and energies. It can even be perceived as a colossal, ever-turning mechanism." He continued, "The law remains constant and unchanging, serving as the foundational rules for the world's operation. The only variable is the energy that drives it." At that moment, the elder suddenly channeled the energy within him into the 3-foot-long sword in his hand. causing it to radiate with a dazzling light. The sword emanated a magnificent brilliance that enveloped the entire prison, leaving Surelu with a peculiar, ethereal sensation. As the elder showcased his formidable power, he continued, "Young one, do you see? This is my energy. Is it not distinct from what your holy see possesses?" After a brief pause, he bitterly laughed, adding, "Yet, initially, this celestial energy was merely one of the 6 fundamental energies of the Republic." The elder then abruptly pointed his sword at the standing Knight of Dawn, questioning, "As a Knight of Dawn, you should comprehend what celestial energy and celestial law truly are." At this moment, a thought surged through Surelu's mind. He recalled a rumor he had heard many years ago. It was said that there once existed a civilization on the eastern continent, home to beings endowed with extraordinary abilities. These beings were referred to as Taoists, who wielded celestial energy to perform various celestial laws. The rumor further suggested that the Republic's victory over the Empire, leading to its dominance across both eastern and western continents, was significantly aided by these Taoists from the east. As Surelu reflected on this tale, the young Knight of Dawn spoke up. "The Taoists from the east have a place within the Holy See's celestial law sanctuary, yet even so, it cannot conceal the sins that cling to you. Otherwise, why would you find yourself here, imprisoned in the depths of this cell?" "Ha!" The elder Taoist burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the prison. Surelu could even feel the ground beneath him trembling in response to the elder's mirth. Once the laughter subsided, the elder remarked, "Ah, truly splendid. You are indeed the most outstanding and youthful Knight of Dawn from the Holy See." With that, the elder suddenly flicked his wrist, and Surelu witnessed a streak of sword light shoot forth, hurtling directly toward the young Knight of Dawn. Surelu could scarcely comprehend the speed of the sword light, which emanated an overwhelming aura. The young knight's pupils constricted as he sensed a shift in his own energy. He tore open the space around him, summoning a metallic shield that he quickly raised before his chest to intercept the oncoming sword light. With a resounding boom, brilliant light erupted at the point of contact between the sword and shield, instantly engulfing the entire prison as if it were melting away in the radiance. Chapter 28. The 3-foot sword as celestial light and holy light intertwined. Surelu stood to the side, closely observing this rare confrontation between titans. Both opponents wielded master-level energy-fueled machines, exhibiting no discernible disparity in power. Throughout the clash, both sides continually infused energy into their magical devices, causing them to unleash a dazzling array of spells. Countless distinct laws materialized and interwove within the prison. In the midst of the battle, the Elder Taoist and the Knight of Dawn unleashed radiant spells, and as their various laws converged, an abundance of energy dissipated, permeating the entire prison. The mesmerizing energies clashed, causing Surelu's heart to beat with an unsettling rhythm. Under the impact of celestial and holy energies, it felt as though his heart, just beginning to unlock, was responding anew. The restless throbbing made Surelu acutely aware that despite the Elder's decisive strikes, his vitality was waning, and the energy he released lacked the potency of the young Knight of Dawn. Thus, while the Elder appeared fearsome in his assault, Surelu's perception of energy indicated that the Elder was at a disadvantage. With a clang, the 3-foot sword finally collided with the long spear wielded by the young Knight of Dawn. At that moment, celestial light and holy light converged, erupting into an even more blinding radiance. Surelu's heart, which had never before fluttered, unexpectedly thudded once, causing the mechanical lock that bound it to whirl frantically. Meanwhile, the lock intended to confine Surelu's heart within the energy-fueled machine had become nothing more than worthless scrap. It began to melt away, consumed by the very lock that secured Surelu's heart, integrating into it. After the mechanical lock spun wildly, it eagerly absorbed the surrounding celestial and holy energies. Surelu felt distinctly that the lock was drawing in vast amounts of energy, replenishing his heart. Although it did not continue to beat, it relayed a wealth of information to him. He realized that the so-called celestial energy and holy energy indeed shared a common origin. Both derived from light. Since both were offspring of light, holy energy could not suppress or threaten celestial energy. Thus, in the ongoing fierce battle between the Elder Taoist and the Knight of Dawn, neither side exhibited a clear advantage. The 3-foot sword, infused with celestial energy, displayed terrifying power, momentarily restraining the Knight of Dawn. However, through the feedback from his heart, Surelu understood that the Elder's strength was fundamentally a result of his life force being sacrificed. In other words, the Elder was wagering his entire vitality to to forcibly unleash potent celestial energy in an attempt to break through the Knight of Dawn's defenses. The assault of the 3-foot sword grew increasingly ferocious. And Surulu observed the Knight of Dawn beginning to struggle. Just as it seemed the Elder would successfully breach the Knight's defenses, the sword emitted a triumphant cry, as if heralding imminent victory. Yet, suddenly, the young Knight of Dawn halted, radiating an even more intense holy light. Surulu watched in astonishment as holy energy surged almost instantaneously into the Knight's armor, forming a colossal light shield that effortlessly repelled the oncoming assault of the 3-foot sword. With a swift movement, the Knight advanced, thrusting his spear forward, the crimson weapon piercing through the Elder's shoulder. In that instant, both celestial and holy lights dimmed as Surulu witnessed blood seeping from the Elder's shoulder. The Knight remained composed. Surulu could hardly believe that the Elder's life force-fueled strike had resulted in such a defeat. However, in the next moment, it appeared that the Elder had not surrendered, nor did he seem to care about his wounded shoulder. The previously dim celestial light erupted once more, surrounding the Elder in a radiant aura. Surulu's heart thudded again, as the mechanical lock detected the influx of celestial light and energy. In the next moment, images flashed through Surulu's mind, and he looked up in astonishment at the Elder, who now seemed resolute, determined to break past the young Knight's obstruction even at the cost of his life. Seeing the celestial light and energy emanating from the Elder, the young Knight furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "You should understand that with only your rusty sword, you cannot hope to defeat me." The Elder, wearing a calm smile, retorted, "Ha ha ha, and so what? At least I have the right to fight. You cannot stop me." The young Knight faltered, seemingly taken aback by the Elder's words. The Elder then turned his head towards Surulu, grinning as he asked, "Young one, do you have any wine?" Surulu was momentarily stunned, gazing at the Elder in confusion before shaking his head, answering, "No, I don't have any." The Elder sighed, "Alas, without wine, life is rather dull. It seems you, young one, lack excitement." With that, the Elder suddenly flipped his hand and produced a metallic wine gourd from seemingly nowhere. Caressing the gourd, he chuckled, "Fortunately, I still have a little stock left." Infusing it with celestial energy, the intricate patterns on the surface of the gourd gradually illuminated, and it radiated a splendid glow. Surulu was astonished to discover that the wine gourd in the Elder's hand was also an energy-fueled machine. The Elder held the gourd, gently pushing the lid to open it. The instant the gourd was unsealed, the aroma of wine surged forth, filling the prison with a rich, intoxicating scent. "Wine, a jug of turbid wine," the Elder suddenly exclaimed, inhaling deeply as the liquid naturally soared out of the gourd and flowed into his mouth. Upon consuming the wine, the Elder's celestial energy surged explosively, and Surulu sensed a significant increase in the Elder's strength. Having nearly drained the gourd, the Elder tossed it casually to Surulu after consuming the last drop. He then staggered a few steps, raising the iron sword in his hand, locking eyes with the blade. The Elder bellowed, "Sword, 3-foot azure blade. I vow to eradicate all injustices in the world." With a surge of energy, the 3-foot sword transformed into an arrow, flying towards the young Knight of Dawn, blocking the exit. The Knight finally displayed a look of terror as the light shield before him shattered, and the sword light, undiminished, continued its relentless advance. With a furious shout, the Knight's armor bulged, and, propelled by holy energy, a gleaming silver shield materialized before him. The shield was raised to greet the incoming sword light. With a resounding boom, the celestial and holy lights intertwined, bursting forth in a dazzling display. As the brilliance faded, Surulu hurriedly lifted his gaze, only to discover that the young Dawn Knight remained unscathed. Instead, the elderly Taoist's 3-foot azure blade had lost a portion of its edge. Yet, the Elder began channeling celestial energy once more, causing the blade in his hand to emit a resonant hum. The young Dawn Knight, with an expression of indifference, spoke, "Are you truly determined to proceed in this manner? This will cost you your life. The 3-foot azure blade comprises 3 feet, yet your vitality is nearly depleted. If you forcefully wield the blade, you will ultimately exhaust your life force. What meaning does this hold? Why must you choose such a death?" The Elder Taoist remained unmoved, resolutely infusing celestial energy into the blade, causing it to surge once again. Surulu watched in awe as 2 azure blades shot forth simultaneously, the Elder Taoist bellowing, "Even in death, I shall face my end outside." Chapter 29. To take and to be with the elder Taoist's formidable presence astonished both Surelu and the young Dawn Knight, leaving them to ponder the depths of his resolve. Nonetheless, despite the young knight's reluctance, he steadfastly upheld his duty, refusing to retreat even a single step as the elder unleashed the final 2 feet of the azure blade. It resembled a lamp nearly extinguished, the flickering flame on the verge of dying out. Surelu could distinctly sense the waning essence of life emanating from the elder, a manifestation of his vitality nearing its end. The 2 feet of azure blade, nearly depleting the elder's life force, unleashed a power that was both immense and terrifying. Yet, in the next moment, Surelu heard a lament. Alas, in this age of waning magic, the law is ultimately incomplete. A radiant holy light erupted from the young Dawn Knight, the fervent glow enveloping his armor and shield. A shimmering barrier materialized before the shield, rapidly expanding outward to reveal 6 layers of luminous protection. The impact of a foot-long azure blade struck the first shield, effortlessly piercing through 2 layers before being halted by the third. However, the seemingly depleted azure blade unleashed a cataclysmic force at the last moment. In a desperate act of mutual destruction, it shattered the 3rd layer of the shield, swiftly followed by another foot-long azure blade. With a resounding crash, the 4th layer was easily breached, and the 5th layer succumbed soon after. The 6th layer, after sapping much of the azure blade's energy, too fell to its relentless advance. Surelu's heart raced, as he envisioned the imminent breach of the Dawn Knight's defenses, sensing that perhaps the elder Taoist could indeed overcome the obstacles and escape this prison. However, at the moment the azure blade collided with the mechanical shield, it consumed its final energy, failing to penetrate the impenetrable barrier. The mechanical shield, brimming with holy energy, revealed the faint whir of gears, unleashing an extraordinary sacred magic that gradually eroded the remnants of the azure blade. The young Dawn Knight sighed. I am sorry, but I cannot allow you to leave, nor can you escape this place. Yet, scarcely had the knight's lament echoed than a figure brushed past him. Instinctively, the knight thrust his spear, piercing the figure, yet failing to halt its advance. The elder Taoist staggered forward, leaving behind a long trail of crimson blood. It was a sight of utter desolation, yet the elder remained oblivious, murmuring to himself as he approached the prison's heavy gate. I was but a humble Taoist from Nanshan, unwilling to endure the solitude of the mountains, descending alone to rescue the people from peril that I have fought throughout my life, cleaving a path for my nation, willingly enduring a century of confinement to guard this place, only to fall prey to treachery, destined never to see the light of day again. Should I perish today, let me at least behold the moon once more. The elder's murmured words were in an ancient Eastern tongue, sounding eloquent yet comprehensible. As the elder stumbled to the imposing iron door, Surelu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Can we not open the door and fulfill his final wish? The young Dawn Knight dissipated the holy light surrounding him, causing his spear and shield to vanish. His armor dimmed, returning to its previous dark hue. Casting a glance at the figure before the door, the young knight shook his head. I am sorry, but it cannot be done. The door cannot be opened from within. Hearing this, the elderly Taoist, on the verge of collapse, suddenly appeared invigorated. A bitter laughter resonated throughout the desolate prison, as though recounting endless sorrow. Yet, in an astonishing turn, the elder, previously slumped against the door, erupted with celestial light. With a thunderous roar, he delivered a full-force punch against the heavy iron gate. However, after the divine light flickered, the gate remained unmoved, the elder's strike leaving not a trace. Nevertheless, the elder persisted, continuing to batter the formidable iron door with all his might, striving to break free from his confining prison. Yet, no response came. The dark, heavy iron door stood as an insurmountable barrier, isolating the prison from the outside world. Another thunderous punch reverberated against the door, followed by a spray of blood from the elder's mouth, splattering against the unyielding barrier. Coughing violently, the elder's breaths grew shallow, akin to a dying flame on the verge of extinction. The young Dawn Knight, unable to restrain himself any longer, spoke with a tremor in his voice. No, please stop. You will perish. Coughing once more, the elder radiated a majestic celestial light, seemingly preparing for one final, desperate attempt. The young knight shouted, No, you. Just as the elder was about to deliver his final blow, Surelu suddenly appeared before him. Grasping the elder's fist, it was a hand weathered by time, stained with remnants of blood. Surelu held the elder's fist, suppressing the celestial light emanating from him. Then, Surelu swiftly turned, revealing mechanical gauntlets that enveloped his arms in iron. If the Boar Lord were present, he would be utterly astonished, for those iron gauntlets had been confiscated by his orders. Yet now, they reappeared on Surelu's arms, expanding rapidly to cover them entirely. Placing his hands upon the heavy iron door, Surelu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the faint beating of his heart. Simultaneously, the machinery upon his heart whirred into action. Generating a tremendous surge of energy that coursed into the iron gauntlets, they erupted with light, which swiftly spread toward the formidable iron door. In an instant, radiant patterns emerged across the door's surface. Expanding as they did, the young Dawn Knight gasped in astonishment as the once imposing iron door began to shimmer, revealing the interior beyond. With Surelu's energy flooding in, the mechanical gears within began to turn slowly. And with the rotation, the heavy iron door began to creak open as the gates of Longqing prison swung wide. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the threshold. Gazing at the starry night sky, the elder Taoist's face broke into a smile. Tremulously stepping forward, he slowly spread his arms wide, his body once again radiating celestial light, becoming increasingly ethereal amidst the swirling brilliance. Surelu stood before the prison door, watching as the elder's form gradually transformed into divine light. Faintly hearing the elder's final words, "In the realm between heaven and earth, all things have their masters. Only the clear winds along the river and the bright moon among the mountains remain the endless treasures of the Creator. I have taken from them, and after death, I shall return to them." Chapter 30. Identity revealed as the elder Taoist dissolved into ashes. Surelu felt his strength waning, his hands gradually falling away from the heavy iron door. Instantly, the door slammed shut, its sheen vanishing, reverting to its original oppressive state. In that moment, myriad scenes intertwined, leaving the young Dawn Knight, tasked with guarding the prison, utterly astonished. For he had known from the outset that the doors of Longqing prison could only be opened from the outside. No prisoner had ever escaped these confines. The previous Dawn Knight had remarked that in nearly a century of his watch, only one individual had walked out through those gates. That individual was said to have later ascended to the position of head of the Republic's military and political affairs, and according to rumors from the capital, had now become the Minister of National Defense. Wielding immense power, he commanded respect even from the head of state. This man had escaped Longqing prison through the personal intervention of the current Pope of the Church. Since then, during the years the young Dawn Knight had stood guard, no prisoner had ever managed to break free. The elder Taoist, as the young knight had heard from his predecessor, was a particularly obstinate individual. According to the former guard's account, the elder had likely severed all ties, becoming one of the old souls trapped within those 8 layers of confinement. Every few years, the old Taoist would attempt to break free from his confinement, striving to escape from the Dragon City prison. Unfortunately, due to his advanced age and diminished strength, coupled with the lack of suitable magical machinery at his disposal, he found it impossible to succeed. Thus, the Dawn Knight was always able to thwart his efforts, resulting in the old Taoist's continuous failures over the years. However, today, as the old Taoist exhausted all his strength, even sacrificing his treasured 3-foot green blade and his own vitality, the young Dawn Knight felt a pang of compassion and allowed the old Taoist to pass. The knight understood that the heavy iron prison door could not be opened, and thus, even if he spared the old Taoist from a fatal blow, the latter would still be unable to escape the confines of the cell. What the young Dawn Knight did not anticipate was the presence of Surelu, which became the turning point of the situation. To his astonishment, Surelu was able to wield extraordinary magic, opening the massive prison door. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that, despite Surelu's ability to unlock the door, it was not truly opened in the conventional sense. As intricate patterns emerged and radiant gears materialized on the iron door, the turning of the gears and the opening of the prison door seemed more like a wondrous manifestation of magic rather than a mere act of physical force. It was a process in which the magical machinery converted energy into magic applied to the weighty iron door. Ultimately, the mechanics operated flawlessly, re-establishing a doorway on the prison gate. The young Dawn Knight gazed intently at Surelu, who had slumped against the iron door. Before suddenly appearing behind him, he picked up the old Taoist's 7-inch green blade and pointed it at Surelu, demanding, "Who exactly are you? How can you wield such powerful magic?" Surelu, seemingly unfazed by the 7-inch blade in the knight's grasp, gasped for breath as he sat there. Once he had regained his composure, he calmly replied. What's this? Are you afraid? The young Dawn Knight candidly responded. The power you have demonstrated compels me to fear. Upon hearing such frankness, Sululu burst into hearty laughter. Ha! How amusing. I never expected a Dawn Knight to feel fear. After his laughter subsided, Sululu inquired. So what do you think I am? The young Dawn Knight pondered for a moment before sheathing the 7-inch blade, stating, I do not know who you are, but you are certainly not an enforcer of the Holy See. This assertion surprised Sululu, who wondered why the knight was so certain. Thus, Sululu turned to face the knight, asking, Why? What makes you so sure? The young Dawn Knight tossed aside the 7-inch blade and returned to the wooden table, sinking back into contemplation as he said, Enforcers of the Holy See would never rely on mechanical power. They are typically conservatives who believe that the magic derived from their own strength is the purest form of magic, rejecting all forms of machinery. Sululu was taken aback, having only heard rumors of a conservative faction within the Holy See. They deemed the use of machinery to cast magic a desecration, further deepening the influence of the Age of Decline. Hence, the conservatives of the Holy See steadfastly refused to employ machinery, clinging to their final beliefs and the ideal of what they considered pure magic. Originally, Sululu had thought this was merely the stubborn notion of an old curmudgeon. However, from the young Dawn Knight's words, Sululu sensed that perhaps these conservative factions possessed alternative means of casting magic. This notion intrigued Sululu, as logically, in an age of decline, all forms of magic should be ineffective if magic could still be wielded directly. Then the ancient empire that once dominated the Western continent and threatened the Eastern continent would surely not have been expelled from the land by the current republic. The creation of magical machinery represented a monumental achievement by the republic's artisans, laying the foundation for their victory. Yet, how could the existence of the conservative faction within the Holy See be explained? If magic could not be naturally cast, wouldn't the existence of the conservatives be rendered a mere joke? Contemplating this, Sululu could not help but ask the young Dawn Knight, Then how do those enforcers cast their magic? The young Dawn Knight suddenly looked up, his tone laced with disdain as he replied, They use wicked artifacts. Sululu's curiosity was piqued. He realized that there was much to learn within the Dragon City prison, prompting him to eagerly inquire, Wicked artifacts? What are they? The young Dawn Knight abruptly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed Sululu with a penetrating gaze, demanding, Who exactly are you? Sensing the animosity emanating from the knight, Sululu resignedly raised his hands, saying, all right, I'm just an ordinary boy from the Dragon City factory. He then gestured to the badge adorning his chest, stating, This badge was left to me by my father. An ordinary boy from the Dragon City factory. How could you possess such powerful mechanical equipment, and why were you sent to this prison? The young Dawn Knight clearly did not believe him, his eyes still filled with suspicion as he continued to scrutinize Sululu. Sululu casually picked up the 7-inch blade that the young Dawn Knight had discarded, which originally belonged to the old Taoist, and explained, I accidentally stumbled into a place I shouldn't have. Uncovering some secrets of the Dragon City Lord. It seems the Lord believes I still hold some value, and did not wish to eliminate me easily, so he had me sent here. Upon learning that Sululu was sent by the Lord of Dragon City, the young Dawn Knight surprisingly chose not to press further. He did not even require Sululu to select a cell, and thus, the two remained in the guardroom for the entire night. Dawn. Sululu was awakened by the thunderous roar of machinery, the rhythmic sound of gears turning echoing in his ears. It was so loud that he wondered if he had spent the night in the factory workshop. The moment Sululu opened his eyes, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. The entire prison's dome had risen, sunlight streaming in through the transparent glass ceiling. Immediately, Sululu noticed that the corners of the room were filled with massive, rotating gears. As these enormous gears continued to turn, Sululu felt the prison beneath him begin to rise slowly. Startled, he looked down to find the floor gradually transforming into transparent glass, allowing him to see the scenes below with clarity. The once buried prison started to ascend, rows of cells rising and shifting according to a predetermined direction. First, the topmost 44 layers of cells rose and slowly moved outward, forming a vast circle. Following that, the next 33 layers ascended, similarly shifting outward to form an inner circle adjacent to the previous 44 layers. Then, another 22 layers rose, moving outward, closely aligning with the 33 layers, completing the encirclement as the young Dawn Knight had mentioned. There were a total of 108 layers of cells, but only 100 could be accessed, as the final 8 layers remained irretrievably below AT this moment. The rising cells had reached the 99th layer. With the 100th layer barely visible, despite its elevation, it had not yet breached the surface. Meanwhile, the 8 layers of cells in the abyss had completely vanished, seemingly forever lost in the darkness of the pit. Sul'Yulu was astounded by the sight before him, unable to fathom that the Dragon City prison was such a magnificent structure. The young Dawn Knight, sensing Sul'Yulu's astonishment, stood up and explained, "This is the Dragon City prison." What most do not know is that it is actually a colossal mechanical city. Every morning, the top 99 layers of cells rise, allowing the inmates to see the sunlight and providing them with a space to move. With a sigh, the young Dawn Knight continued, "Within these cells, they can do many things, but alas, they are devoid of freedom." Sul'Yulu hurried to the iron gate leading to the cells, noticing that there were indeed stairs leading to each level. However, the entrance appeared sealed, and the prisoners below seemed unable to emerge. Observing Sul'Yulu's interest, the young Dawn Knight remarked, "There's no need to look. Once you enter, you can never come back out." After a night had passed, the young Dawn Knight seemed much calmer and took the initiative to ask, "I still don't know your name." Sul'Yulu turned to face the Dawn Knight, replying, "My name is Sul'Yulu. May I ask how you are addressed?" The young Dawn Knight's expression stiffened, his lips twitching slightly as he said, "You need call me sir. I am called Li Wei, still in the apprenticeship stage, and unworthy of such a title." Upon hearing the name of the young Dawn Knight, Sul'Yulu was somewhat surprised, stating, "You are of Eastern descent?" Li Wei smiled, "I have a quarter of Eastern blood. My grandfather was from the East. You also seem to have Eastern heritage, don't you?" Sul'Yulu nodded and said, "Yes. My father should be of Eastern descent. At least, in my memory, he possesses an Eastern visage." As she spoke, Sul'Yulu scrutinized Li Wei in the sunlight, discovering that he indeed bore the features of an Eastern person. Yet his hair was a striking shade of crimson. The fiery red hair seemed at odds with Li Wei's somewhat dull and steady demeanor, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Last night, due to the dim lighting in the cage, and later when Li Wei was clad in armor during his confrontation with the old priest, Sul'Yulu had not noticed this peculiarity. It appeared that Li Wei discerned Sul'Yulu's astonishment and, with a smile, remarked, "The red hair is a gift from my grandmother." By day, Li Wei exhibited a more cheerful disposition. Despite being a rigorous Dawn Knight, he was still a young man. Thus, Sul'Yulu found no fault in this newfound cheerfulness. However, recalling some of Li Wei's words from the previous night, she could not help but inquire, "You mentioned yesterday that I was also sent here by the Lord. Does that imply there are others who were also sent by the Lord?" Li Wei nodded and replied, "Indeed. There are quite a few, and you are not the first to arrive after my own entrance." At this juncture, Li Wei, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Since you possess the ability to open the door from within, why do you not simply leave this place?" Sul'Yulu chuckled and said, "Having entered, I naturally wish to explore and see what makes this prison so extraordinary." Li Wei could not help but give a wry smile, saying, "You truly are fearless. Do you not fear that the Lord might send someone to eliminate you?" Sul'Yulu refrained from answering and instead curiously queried, "If the pighead man is aware that this place is guarded by the church, why would he send me, a church inspector, here? Are you, perchance, affiliated with the pighead man?" Li Wei shook his head and replied, "No, for he is well aware that I lack the authority to release you. My sole responsibility is to guard this place. I cannot meddle in the matters of the imprisoned, as that is the principle I uphold." The words of the young Dawn Knight took Sul'Yulu by surprise. And after a brief pause, she continued, "Will you adhere to your principles?" Li Wei's response was remarkably straightforward. "Naturally, according to the code of the Dawn Knights, we are only responsible for maintaining our post here and must not engage in any disputes within Dragon City." Upon hearing this, Sul'Yulu, still unsatisfied, asked, "If I truly am a church inspector, would you not assist me?" Li Wei suddenly turned serious and said, "If you were indeed an esteemed inspector, then you would not be posing such questions to me." At this point, Sul'Yulu realized that the young Dawn Knight before her was a steadfastly principled individual, wholly inflexible. Noticing Sul'Yulu's silence, Li Wei once again inquired, "Do you truly not wish to leave now? This is your final opportunity." Sul'Yulu abruptly turned to gaze at the young Dawn Knight. Vaguely sensing that he harbored some unspeakable concern that it seemed the young Dawn Knight did not desire Sul'Yulu to remain, nor did he wish for him to enter the prison. Rather, he hoped for his swift departure. This struck Surilu as peculiar, and she smiled, asking, "Isn't allowing me to leave tantamount to violating the principles you uphold?" Li Wei remained silent for a moment before sighing and saying, "If you choose to leave now, I will not hinder you. Consider it a courtesy to that old fellow. However, should you wish to depart after this time, I will certainly show you no mercy." Observing the resolute demeanor of the young Dawn Knight, Surilu could not help but laugh, saying, "I have no intention of leaving. I merely wish to see what lies within the prison." Chapter 32. Entering the prison district despite Li Wei's persistent attempts to dissuade her. Surilu remained steadfast in her decision to enter the mechanical prisons district, eager to encounter those who had once been imprisoned by the pighead and Li Wei found it perplexing. He believed Surilu's actions to be utterly futile, as those individuals had been confined for many years and, in his view, were devoid of value. Yet, Surilu was an exceptionally persuasive orator, and once he invoked the ideals of the Republic, Li Wei contemplated the possibility that if the pig-head man truly worshipped an evil deity and had committed nefarious acts to escape the Republic's grasp, it would be his duty, as an upright Dawn Knight, to intervene when necessary. Thus, in pursuit of clarity regarding the true circumstances, Li Wei ultimately acquiesced to Surilu's request to enter the expansive prison district below. Within the prison district, there were, in fact, no cells. Rather, it resembled a city. The inmates could move about freely within the district, limited only by the confines of their designated area, allowing them to engage in nearly any activity. As the sole guardian, Li Wei, the Dawn Knight, lacked the time to oversee the internal conflicts of the district unless a life-threatening situation arose. Where there are living beings, there exists a realm of conflict. And in a prison such as this, that reality was amplified. According to Li Wei's observations, each section of the district was home to various gangs, each led by a prominent figure who managed the area. These individuals established differing regulations for each section, becoming the de facto rulers of their respective domains. Initially, Surilu had thought the Dragon City prison to be an impenetrable fortress, rendering the rules within it meaningless. However, once he stepped inside, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. He could not deny that the prison district was indeed vast. From above, it merely appeared as a city, yet being within it revealed the truth. It was a sprawling metropolis. Standing amidst the district, Surilu gazed at the orderly rows of houses and the impeccably maintained streets, feeling that vast was the only term that could adequately describe it. Previously, when outside, he had not anticipated the prison district's enormity. But now that he was within, he comprehended its truly expansive nature. After a brief moment of astonishment, Surilu recalled that this prison was a mechanical one, a colossal construct of magical machinery. Considering this, the boundless realm before him must have been shaped by the operation of this magical mechanism. That it was a world independent of the reality he knew, where everything appeared real, yet was ultimately illusory. The reality he perceived was built upon the foundation of a world created by the mechanical workings of magic. Should the machinery cease to operate, everything established upon this magical construct would collapse and perish in an instant. As Surilu marveled at this revelation, a sinister voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, a newcomer has arrived. It seems yet another has been sent here by the Lord of Dragon City. How unfortunate for you, having offended your esteemed lord and being cast into this dreadful place. A veritable hell from which there is no escape. How pitiable, how tragic, how lamentable." The voice lingered in his ears, haunting like a specter, evoking a chilling sensation akin to being in the depths of hell. However, Surilu felt no trepidation. He reached out toward the source of the voice. A sharp scream pierced the air as a gaunt figure was seized in his grasp, examining the creature dangling from his hand. Surilu disdainfully remarked, "So it's merely a rat. Chirp, chirp." The rat struggled desperately, attempting to free itself from Surilu's grip. Yet, unbeknownst to the rat, this newcomer was no ordinary individual. He was a formidable force, the rat. A local bigwig in the district quickly realized it had encountered a challenge and feigned death, rolling its eyes back. Observing the rat's act of playing dead, Surilu smirked and said, "Feigning death are we? Do you believe I won't make you truly dead?" The rat quickly regained its composure, pleading, No, dear sir, please don't take offense. I was merely blind to your greatness. Let us consider this a misunderstanding and release me." Surilu found the rat's pleas amusing and inquired with a chuckle, "What led you to be imprisoned here in such a state?" It was not the first time this question had been posed. Many newcomers encountering the rat often wondered the same. The rat's response was simple. Alas, this prison was not always like this. I had no idea that when I burrowed in, I would find myself trapped by the prison's renovations. Upon hearing the rat's explanation, Surelu understood that it had simply been an unwitting intruder caught in the prison's changes. Finding it somewhat ridiculous that a rat had inadvertently entered such a place, Surelu felt little sympathy for its plight and casually tossed the rat aside, saying, "Very well, lead me to meet the district's leader." The rat paused, lifting its head to scrutinize the young human before it. It seemed incredulous that this newcomer would possess the audacity to seek an audience with the district's overlord. Nevertheless, recognizing that the young man had not harmed it, the rat offered a friendly warning. "Youngster, you certainly have guts, but the district's leader is not someone I can easily approach." Surelu proudly lifted his chin and declared, "What nonsense is this? Quickly, lead the way. I have matters to discuss with your district's leader." Observing Surelu's demeanor, the mouse could only sigh inwardly. Indeed, he was a child blissfully unaware of the world's vastness. Resigned, the mouse hunched his back and proceeded to lead the way. Surelu glanced back at the alleyway around the corner, offering a cold smile before hastening to match the mouse's pace. After the youth followed the mouse away, a figure slowly emerged from a dim alley. This figure appeared to be covered in grime, resembling the oil-stained creatures found within mechanical constructs. Yet, the pair of crimson eyes and the robust physique beneath the thick layer of filth hinted at a different identity. After fixating on the boy's silhouette for an extended period, the burly figure gradually turned and sluggishly crawled back into the alley. Shortly thereafter, a bird, smeared in oil, emerged from the alley, flapping its wings, which were stuck together by the grime, and swiftly flew in the direction the boy had taken. In this mechanical prison of Dragon City, what set each district apart from others was that the leaders within typically congregated in designated areas. This locale, a nexus of magical machinery and energy, allowed beings to harness the dissipating energies of the magical constructs, thereby acquiring unique abilities. Of course, this peculiar phenomenon was a result of generations of exploration by the beings within Dragon City's prison. The bird, seemingly hindered by its oil-slicked wings, soared at remarkable speed, quickly overtaking the boy and the mouse, arriving at the gathering place of the district's leaders. Before a towering, bizarre iron tower, the bird dropped the object it had carried in its beak. The next moment, before a hand could reach out from within the tower, the bird took flight, escaping at an astonishing speed. Roar! Just moments after the bird's departure, an enraged voice echoed from within the tower. "Prepare yourselves. Little wretches, new prey has appeared. Excite yourselves to welcome our new quarry." Chapter 33. The mechanical fabrication of the magical realm. Trailing behind the mouse, Surelu attentively scanned the surroundings of the district. Whether it was the cobblestone street beneath his feet or the buildings flanking either side, everything appeared strikingly real. Reflecting on his earlier observation from the outside, Surelu realized the entire district was not particularly expansive. Thus, he could ascertain that this vast area was likely sculpted by the prison's immense magical machinery. The ability to create an independent, tangible spatial realm suggested that the prison was, at the very least, a masterfully crafted piece of magical machinery. Considering the era of its construction, it was highly probable that it was built by the great artisan who originally founded the Republic. This implied that it might surpass the level of master craftsmanship, existing in an exceedingly mysterious and powerful domain. Among the three most renowned large-scale magical constructs personally overseen by the great artisan that still stood in the Republic, two were located in the capitals of the eastern and western continents, while the third was the Grand Cathedral nestled within the Dawn Mountains. Each of these colossal magical machines wielded formidable power, transporting anyone within back to the epic of magic. Contemplating this, Surelu's mind sparked with an idea. Could it be that this prison's district existed within an independent magical era? Surelu turned to the mouse leading him and inquired, "Are there sorcerers in this place?" The mouse's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Surelu, incredulously asking, "Honored outsider, do you truly not know? The inmates here are predominantly sorcerers, powerful sorcerers who usually congregate in the magical towers within the district. They possess terrifying might." Upon hearing the mouse mention the magical towers, Surelu lifted his gaze towards the distance. Through the pervasive mist shrouding the district, he could still vaguely discern the black iron towers rising in various locations. Surelu then questioned the mouse, Are there knights in this district? The mouse halted once more, looking at Sulyalu with astonishment. Honored sir, are you jesting? How could such noble beings ever be found in a prison? Sulyalu chuckled at this, continuing, Is this your personal belief, or do the inmates share the same sentiment? The mouse, perplexed, replied, Is something amiss? It is said that a knight guards this prison. Hearing the mouse's words only solidified Sulyalu's conviction that the districts shaped by the mechanical prison were indeed each independent realms of magic. Here, within the magical era, all forms of magic could be wielded through energy in conjunction with incantations that in truth. However, the casting of such magic relied heavily on the prison's immense magical machinery. The machine's operation crafted a world governed by magical laws, rendering the practice of magic feasible. Suddenly, Sulyalu extended his arm, and machinery rapidly unfolded across it, enveloping his entire arm in a mechanical gauntlet. Sensing that the machinery was still operational, Sulyalu was assured that the prison had not sealed off its mechanisms. Yet, it was reasonable to assume that despite the prison being a colossal construct, it could not interfere with the functioning of other independent machines. Confident in the machinery's operation, Sulyalu felt emboldened, even if he were to venture alone into those magical towers to meet the so-called sorcerers. He harbored a certain level of assurance. As they traversed the quiet street, the mouse abruptly came to a halt, staring hesitantly at the oil-slicked road ahead. Sulyalu, puzzled, asked, Why are we not continuing? Is this not the place where your district's leader resides? The mouse, with an expression of deep reluctance, turned and said, My lord, could we perhaps refrain from proceeding? Sulyalu smiled and inquired, Why is that? Upon hearing the word why, the mouse nearly lost his composure in his eyes. This newcomer to the district was nothing short of insane. The mouse pointed towards the grimy road ahead, exclaiming, Do you not see? We are already being watched. Continuing down this path would be perilous. However, before the mouse could finish, Sulyalu raised his palm, flames erupting from his hand. In an instant, the mouse witnessed the oil-stained ground ignite, transforming the filthy road into a blazing inferno. The mouse stared in horror at the calamity before him, then turned to Sulyalu, fixated on the small flame in Sulyalu's palm. The mouse stammered, Why you? You are also a sorcerer? Immediately following, the mouse, bewildered, asked, But why do you not need to recite incantations? Before Sulyalu could respond, the mouse continued, I have heard that if a sorcerer encounters the source of magic, they need not chant incantations to wield their spells. Thus, you must be a powerful archmage who has glimpsed the source. Sulyalu scoffed, What source? That is merely a ruse. While toying with the small flame in his palm, he elaborated, Magic is simply energy adhering to laws, channeling various natural elements. As long as one can touch the laws and allow energy to flow in accordance with them, then one can naturally perform what is termed magic. Those convoluted incantations are merely contracts, binding agreements with the forces of the laws. If you grasp the laws, why require a contract? Upon hearing this, the mouse's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Sulyalu felt as though he had transformed into a delectable cheese in the mouse's sight. The next moment, the mouse knelt before Sulyalu, bowing repeatedly as he implored, Great sir, please take me under your wing. Taken aback by the mouse's unexpected display, Sulyalu had not anticipated such a reaction. The mouse continued, Great sir, Jack is willing to follow you for a lifetime, eagerly becoming your servant. I beseech you to accept Jack. Regaining his composure, Sulyalu interrupted the mouse's further pleas with a smile. Are you mistaken? You likely have better options in this district. Yet, Jack persisted, No, great sir. In Jack's eyes, you are the one and only choice. Sulyalu, exasperated, spread his hands. I must sincerely apologize. I have no intention of acquiring a servant within this prison. Jack momentarily froze, then quickly replied, My lord, you will need assistance. The circumstances in this district are quite intricate, and you will surely require someone to help with tasks you wish to avoid. Jack is more than willing to handle the dirty work. Seeing that Sulyalu remained unmoved, Jack finally blurted out, Moreover, my lord, you will gain the loyalty of all the mice in this district. Undeniably, Jack's final words stirred something within Sulyalu. Considering the complex environment of the district, the prospect of obtaining the loyalty of a multitude of mice seemed rather appealing. Just as Sulyalu was poised to agree to Jack's proposal, a boisterous laughter erupted. Ha! Filthy mouse, from where does your wretched loyalty stem? As the voice echoed, The flames Sululu conjured were instantly extinguished, and oil seeped once more from the cracks in the ground. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, a robust man, caked in grime and hefting a massive iron hammer, appeared, obstructing Sululu and the mouse's path. Chapter 34. The crude adversary upon the sudden appearance of the burly, grease-coated figure, the Ratman Jack exclaimed, "Grease King Hank." The oil-soaked giant, hearing the outcry and noticing Jack's grin, retorted, "Little mouse, how dare you betray the sovereign? You have truly disappointed me." As Jack perceived the anger radiating from Grease King Hank, a wave of trepidation washed over him, igniting thoughts of kneeling in supplication. However, glancing at the steadfast Sululu and recalling his recent pledge of loyalty, Jack hesitated. Ultimately, the small rodent gritted his teeth and resolutely stood by Sululu's side. With newfound courage, Jack introduced, "This fellow is Grease King Hank, one of the 13 kings under the dominion of the district's ruler. It is said that he sacrificed himself to the lake of oil, with his entire body being replaced by the viscous substance, thus earning the title Grease King." Upon hearing Jack divulge such sensitive information, Hank's wrath was unmistakable. He felt not only betrayed by the mouse, but also publicly humiliated, which he perceived as a direct affront. In a fit of fury, Hank bellowed and swung the massive gate knife strapped to his back, charging towards Sululu and Jack. Witnessing Hank unleash such formidable power, Jack's heart raced with fear, instinctively urging him to flee. Yet, noticing Sululu's unwavering composure, he suppressed the urge to escape, determined to display his loyalty by remaining beside Sululu. Sululu showed no inclination to move. Even as Hank bore down upon him, wielding the colossal gate knife, Hank's approach appeared to be a brute force assault, yet a peculiar aura of combat energy emanated from him. Sululu sensed the energy being wielded. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Despite the world of law that governed the mechanical prison, which allowed for the application of various magics, it was evident from Hank's attack that the individuals confined here possessed a lamentable grasp of energy manipulation. In comparison to the old sage who had escaped the prison and the Dawn Knight Levi who guarded it, Hank's clumsy use of energy was glaringly inadequate, even when measured against the half-beast military police of the Dragon City. To Sululu, Hank's approach was riddled with flaws, the sophistication of his energy application utterly lacking. In this age of waning magic, the finesse with which one wielded energy was crucial in determining one's strength. The more adept the manipulation, the more boundless the potential variations of the limited energy, which, when combined with the magical mechanisms, could yield wondrous results. Yet, although Hank's gate knife was not a magical mechanism, the laws of the mechanical world still allowed for the casting of spells. However, due to his woeful application of energy, Hank's attack amounted to little more than sheer brute force. The gate knife descended. Poised to cleave Sululu in two, Jack's heart raced to his throat. Clang! In the next moment, Jack witnessed Sululu raise his arm, effortlessly blocking the descending knife. With a swift kick, he sent the oil-soaked Hank flying and seized the knife from his grasp. In an instant, flames erupted, igniting both Hank and the ground beneath him. Hank barely had time to utter a sound before he was engulfed in roaring fire. Initially, Jack was exhilarated to see Sululu dispatch Hank with such ease and set him ablaze. However, as he observed Hank engulfed in flames, it seemed as though the life had been drained from him, the acrid scent of charred flesh rising ominously. The little mouse began to worry and couldn't help but ask Sululu, "My lord, do you truly intend to kill him?" Sululu looked at Jack with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "Shouldn't he be dead?" Jack, flustered, replied, No, he has certainly offended you, my lord, and must be punished." After a moment's pause, the Ratman continued, "However, according to the regulations within the prison, indiscriminate slaughter of other inmates is prohibited." Sululu, unfazed, queried, "Oh, and what would happen if one were to kill?" Jack, perplexed, shook his head. "I don't know. I've only heard that there may be repercussions from the prison's deities." "Prison deities?" Sululu asked with intrigue. "What are they?" Jack, casting a cautious glance around to ensure no oddities were present, whispered, "My lord, please lower your voice. If we disturb the deities, we shall be in grave peril." Sululu pressed further, "But you still haven't answered me. What exactly are these prison deities?" The little mouse, exasperated, explained in hushed tones, "It is said that these deities are the true rulers of the prison. We, the inmates of each district, serve them. Only by continually serving the deities can we earn their favor and gain extraordinary powers." To forsake the deities is to invite punishment. Surulu found Jack's words fascinating, sensing that the mechanical prison held numerous secrets. Reflecting on the words left by his mother's specter, Surulu felt that his daring venture into the mechanical prison was indeed a wise choice. Surulu then asked Jack, "So, the sovereign that Hank spoke of earlier is indeed determined by those deities?" Jack nodded, affirming, "Indeed, each prison district has a sovereign, and only they are permitted to meet the deities and serve them in person, receiving the formidable powers bestowed upon them." Surulu donned the goggles around his neck, and as he peered through them, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. The mechanical goggles peeled away the surrounding fog, revealing the true visage of the prison. At the heart of the prison stood a towering spire, from which the energy field enveloping the district emanated. Surulu withdrew his gaze, and, noticing Jack's continued trepidation, remarked, "There is a tower, standing tall above the pitch-black lake of oil, an iron spire unlike any other magical tower within the prison." Jack gasped in disbelief, staring at Surulu with astonishment, unable to comprehend how he could perceive such a tower. After regaining his composure, Jack exclaimed, "That is the abode of the deities, the very place where the district's overseers serve them." Grasping Jack firmly, Surulu activated the mechanical wheels beneath his feet, propelling them forward as they traversed the fiery expanse. "We shall go meet the deities of this realm." Jack's face contorted with anguish. Yet having been seized by Surulu, he had no choice but to steel himself and accompany him toward the tower looming over the lake of Oil. At the lake's edge, a group of figures, smeared with grease, congregated. At a bald figure clad in armor proclaimed, "Hank has been defeated. That newcomer seems quite formidable and is approaching us. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We may be in for a fierce battle." The beings along the lakeshore bristled with combat fervor, while a shadowy figure darted ahead, racing towards Surulu's direction. Chapter 35. Onward. Grabbing all the while, Surulu cast Jack aside, and, gliding on his wheeled shoes, advanced steadily toward the lake of Oil. As he ambled forward, he activated the heart that unlocked a ring, propelling the machinery that bound his heart, allowing him to sense the energy permeating the entire prison. In this energy-rich environment, despite his heart showing no inclination to further unlock, it resonated remarkably with the surrounding energy. He could distinctly feel his heart gradually quivering, each subtle tremor echoing with the ambient energy. What appeared to be a minuscule resonance was, in truth, profoundly intense under the heart's perception. Amidst this energetic resonance, Surulu was able to capture enigmatic information from the fluctuations around him. Firstly, it seemed that the Grease King, consumed by flames, had not perished. At a unique energy emanated from the tower by the lake of oil, which retrieved the burning Hank. Sensing this peculiar energy fluctuation, Surulu attempted to harness the machinery tied to his heart to capture it. Yet, he encountered fierce resistance from the energy, leading to a prolonged struggle with neither party yielding. Just as Surulu prepared to intensify the machinery's operation, a sudden noise echoed ahead, distracting him momentarily. In that instant of distraction, the elusive energy seized the opportunity to escape. Surulu lifted his gaze, seeking the source of the disturbance, only to see a ghostly figure rushing toward him. Unlike the previous Grease King Hank, this specter charged with a clear intent to take Surulu down. In the face of this spectral assault, Surulu calmly halted his wheeled shoes, retracting them beneath him, as the mechanical gauntlet on his wrist unfurled rapidly. The gauntlet's internal mechanisms whirred to life, morphing into a massive net that ensnared the ghostly figure above. Despite the haunting shadow's desperate attempts to break free, the net spun by Surulu was conjured from arcane magic. Imbued with peculiar laws, the spectral shadows struggled for an extended duration, yet ultimately failed to escape the confines of the net. Instead, becoming ensnared ever more tightly, Surulu extended his hand, unveiling the hidden movements of the ghostly shadows, revealing a graceful figure trapped within the net. Jack swiftly approached, and upon seeing the struggling silhouette within the net, gasped, It is the Shadow Queen Nona." Surulu scrutinized the woman ensnared in the net. She possessed an elegant physique and a stunning visage, her pointed ears betraying her elven heritage. Observing the elven lady, Surulu furrowed his brow and muttered, "Aren't the night elves renowned for their self-healing purity? Why then do you bear the marks of grime upon your form?" Before the night elf could respond, Jack interjected, "By tainting oneself with grime, one can harness the magical energies of this realm." The mouse's words astonished Surulu, Yet upon reflection of the previously encountered Grime King Hank, as well as Jack and the present Night Elf, it became apparent that in this penal domain, one must indeed acquire grime to tap into the powers bestowed by its laws. Solulus scoffed. You self-righteous beings, consumed by your noble self-healing, are merely a band of magic-obsessed lunatics. Upon hearing Solulus' derision towards her kin, the Night Elf lady let out a furious scream. Filthy humans, what right do you possess to judge us? Were it not for your sordid kind, the laws of this world would not have crumbled. The gods would never forsake us. The Night Elf glared at Solulus, her voice seething with rage. It is you who have forged those vile machines, causing the gods to turn their backs on our realm, plunging us into an age devoid of magic. You despicable wretches deserve to be locked away in this cage, consorting with the very grime you so disdain. In response to Nona's tirade, Solulus broke into a grin, a smile that sent shivers down Nona's spine, as if he could see through her very essence. She attempted to evade the gaze of Solulus' mirthful eyes, but as a prisoner, she found herself utterly powerless. Observing her restlessness, Solulus drew closer and whispered, You do realize that the laws here are dictated by the mechanical prison, do you not? His words struck Nona like a dagger, piercing the secret concealed deep within her heart, rendering the Night Elf momentarily dazed. Noticing the horror etched upon her beautiful face, Solulus refrained from further questioning, instead tossing the net to Jack and commanding him to drag it behind as they continued towards the lake of grime. Initially, Jack harbored trepidation, fearing that the ensnared Night Elf might seize the opportunity to attack him from behind. However, after traversing a short distance, Jack soon discovered that the trapped Night Elf remained in a state of disorientation. Gradually, he found his courage, dragging the net along the street towards the lake of grime. Solulus chose not to utilize mechanical means for transport, believing they might encounter more obstacles along the way, and thus walking might yield more opportunities to capture potential adversaries. Indeed, Solulus' instincts proved correct, as he soon encountered a growing number of assailants. Despite their increasing numbers, their manipulation of energy remained clumsy. Consequently, Solulus easily subdued all those who dared to intercept and attack him. Before long, the nets trailing behind Jack multiplied, and by the time they approached the lake of grime, he was dragging 13 nets. According to Jack, this was precisely the number of kings under the dominion of the overseer of the penal colony. To Solulus' bemusement, the Grime King Hank, who had previously fled, returned to launch another assault, only to find himself added to the collection of nets. After a lengthy journey, Solulus, guided by Jack, finally arrived at the heart of the penal colony, before a lake formed from a gathering of pitch-black grime. In the center of the grimy lake stood a rusted tower, soaring into the heavens, before which stood an unremarkable old man wielding a gnarled wooden staff. Jack discarded the nets and returned to Solulus' side, whispering, Master, that is the true master of our penal colony. Clap, clap, clap. The moment Jack finished speaking, the man before the tower suddenly applauded, smiling at Solulus. Welcome, welcome. I never expected such a formidable presence to grace our penal colony. You must be someone of great significance from the outside world. May I inquire what transgression has led you to be confined in this inescapable Dragon City prison? Solulus, uninterested in idle chatter, directly inquired, Where are the individuals previously sentenced to imprisonment by the Lord of Dragon City? The unremarkable man before the tower displayed a look of realization, scrutinizing Solulus as he asked, So, you two were sent here by the current Lord of Dragon City? He then revealed something that astonished Solulus. Do you also wish to rescue your former lord? Chapter 36. Defeating the overseer of the penal colony. The overseer before Solulus was indeed the true master of the penal colony, wielding control over all within. However, his words surprised Solulus, revealing a wealth of information. The former Lord of Dragon City was, astonishingly, also imprisoned here, and there were likely loyalists who had infiltrated the prison to attempt a rescue. This revelation momentarily bewildered Solulus, causing his mind to drift. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the overseer seized the opportunity and struck without hesitation. Without uttering any incantation, the overseer hurled a mass of inky grime towards Solulus. As it flew, the mass underwent a bizarre transformation, morphing into several black blades aimed at the nets that ensnared the 13 kings. Clang! Unfortunately, the blades merely sparked upon colliding with the nets, shattering into fragments. While the nets remained unscathed that moment, Jack's heart raced, fearing that the Overseer might succeed in his attack. Should the Overseer and the 13 Kings coordinate their efforts, Sulyalu would stand no chance. Yet, to Jack's astonishment, the blades conjured from the grime failed to breach the nets. Sulyalu regained his composure and regarded the Overseer, shaking his head. "You truly are relentless, are you not?" The Overseer, discarding his earlier amiability, responded with a menacing glare. "Outsider, you have angered me. I advise you to surrender without further resistance." Sulyalu's reply was succinct. "What if I refuse?" "Refuse." The Overseer's aura surged, roaring, "Then I shall ensure your demise." He brandished the sword of grime and unleashed a grand display of knightly aura. Charging at Sulyalu, Sulyalu was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering an individual wielding knightly energy within the penal colony. Jack had previously mentioned that no knights existed in this realm. However, upon further reflection, it was clear that the laws of the penal colony were dictated by the mechanical prison's operation, thus defying conventional conclusions. Indeed, within the penal colony, influenced by the mechanical laws, anything was possible. Nevertheless, the Overseer's application of energy remained crude. Yet, despite this, the Overseer's formidable strength was undeniable, as his movements and techniques exhibited a striking aggression. His angles of attack were astutely calculated, employing unexpected approaches and seizing the advantage of surprise. As the sword sliced towards him, Sulyalu raised his arms, using the extended metal on his wrists to deflect the blade. Simultaneously, he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch with his other hand, encased in a mechanical gauntlet, into the Overseer's abdomen. The Overseer absorbed the blow but immediately retaliated with his sword, aiming for Sulyalu's side. In that instant, the energy within Sulyalu surged into his arm, activating the gauntlet, which unleashed a tremendous force as it struck the Overseer's abdomen. The Overseer failed to land his strike, and Sulyalu's mechanical gauntlet sent him hurtling away. Thud! The Overseer crashed into the lake of grime. Instantly engulfed by the inky depths, he flailed in the murky waters. The Overseer struggled against the suffocating grasp of the grime, yet the lake, akin to quicksand, only dragged him deeper with each frantic movement. Observing this scene, both the 13 Kings ensnared in the nets and the mouse standing beside Sulyalu were filled with a profound sense of terror. As the Overseer of the prison district teetered on the brink of being engulfed by the oily lake, Sulyalu, in a moment of decisive action, activated the mechanical apparatus within his gauntlets. The energy he had channeled transformed into a formidable force. And with a single, powerful punch, he struck the descending region of the Overseer, sending waves of sludge cascading and forcibly ejecting the sinking figure from the murky depths. With a resounding thud, the Overseer landed before Sulyalu, his expression a mixture of shock and terror as he gazed at the young intruder. Disregarding the Overseer's distress, Sulyalu, embodying the demeanor of a sovereign, commanded, "Summon all those I seek." Upon finishing his decree, he waved his hand, retracting the net that had ensnared the 13 Kings of the prison district, releasing them from their confines. Among them was the diminutive Jack, a mouse, who, along with the myriad of creatures by the shores of the oily lake, was taken aback by Sulyalu's unexpected leniency. However, upon witnessing Sulyalu's strength, the 13 Kings under the Overseer's command understood all too well that they stood no chance against this formidable outsider. Summoning his courage, the Overseer inquired, "Might I ask, my lord, which individuals you wish to summon?" Sulyalu pondered momentarily before replying, "Those who were brought here after the former Lord of Dragon City." After a brief pause, he added, "Include the former Lord of Dragon City. Ensure you bring him to me alive." The Overseer and his 13 Kings exchanged uncertain glances, acutely aware that such a task posed a considerable challenge. Throughout the years, they had seldom engaged in such matters, and the whereabouts of the former Lord and the others were all but a mystery. Now, with Sulyalu's arrival and his insistence on their retrieval, the Overseer and the 13 Kings found themselves in a predicament. Observing their troubled expressions, Sulyalu calmly stated, "I shall grant you 3 days." With that, he turned and strode towards the towering iron edifice at the center of the oily lake, leaving the Overseer with no choice but to instruct his 13 Kings to mobilize their forces in search of the desired individuals. As the Overseer and the Kings departed in succession, the night elf assassin, Nona, chose not to follow their orders. Instead, she remained by the edge of the oily lake, contemplating Sulyalu's retreating figure. After a moment of reflection, she hastened to catch up with him, Positioning herself just behind, sensing her presence, Surilu turned, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Why do you not accompany them? Nona refrained from answering directly, instead posing a question of her own. Do you know how to escape this place? Without turning around, Surilu maintained his gaze upon the towering structure, responding with serene conviction. Whether I can leave or not seems to be of no concern to you. Without hesitation, Nona knelt before him, her demeanor earnest as she implored. Nona, beseech you to take me away from here. I am willing to serve you faithfully. In that moment, Surilu sensed the desperation that permeated the souls imprisoned within these walls. For them, this mechanical confinement was an unending nightmare, and they would sacrifice anything for the chance to escape. Yet, Surilu's reply was resolute. I am sorry, but I, too, cannot leave at this moment. You might have mistaken me for someone else. Perhaps you should seek assistance from this prison instead? Standing behind Surilu, Nona was taken aback by such a response. Momentarily rendered speechless, Surilu continued his advance toward the towering iron structure, undeterred. After a brief hesitation, Nona called out, Do not go. You cannot enter. The tower is accessible only to the overseer. Without turning, Surilu replied with a smile. Fear not. I believe the entity you dread will allow me entry. Nona was utterly astonished, feeling as though she were transparent before him, her every secret laid bare. As Surilu approached the towering iron edifice, the oily lake beneath him began to churn violently, the surface boiling as the tower stirred to life. Nona watched in awe as the sludge coating the tower began to slide away, revealing a radiant portal of light before Suvudes, one of the 13 kings. Nona had witnessed the overseer entering the tower, traversing the thick layer of oil, and she knew the ancient rule of the prison. Only those who could pass through the oily barrier would become the overseer themselves. This had been a long-standing decree, adhered to by the ancient beings imprisoned within these walls. Though not long in this prison, Nona had heard tales of ancient entities, remnants of the fallen empire or the nascent republic, many of whom were warriors or entire families locked away within this confinement. She found it hard to fathom how such families had survived. According to some who possessed cross-district abilities, such families were the most formidable forces within each prison district. Yet even these powerful beings were bound by the prison's rules, compelled to bow before the overseer, treating him with utmost deference. Nona had once attempted to breach the tower to surmount the dense layer of oil, but had ultimately failed. Not even Hank, the oil king who had sacrificed himself to the lake, could penetrate the oily barrier. Yet now, the very tower, enshrined in filth, had willingly dissipated its sludge for a mere boy who had just arrived in the district, opening a sacred portal for him. Such a phenomenon had never before graced her memory. Even the descendants of ancient families, when confronted by the towering structure, displayed utmost reverence. The towers, like sacred idols, demanded worship from every inmate within the prison. But today, an outsider, a mere youth, had compelled the oily tower to part, revealing a sanctified entrance. Surilu stood before the luminous threshold. Pausing before stepping through, he turned to the rat folk Jack and Nona, advising, It would be wise for you to retreat from the oily lake and await me on the far side. Though Jack appeared diminutive, he was acutely sensitive to fluctuations in energy. The moment the portal manifested, he sensed an impending danger. Despite Surilu's urging to leave, he gritted his teeth and declared, My lord, there is no need for concern regarding Jack. Surilu chuckled softly. Remaining here may expose you to the returning tide of sludge. If you are unafraid of death, you may stay. Upon hearing this, Jack did not hesitate, responding, Then please, my lord, be cautious. He swiftly turned and raced towards the lake's periphery. Quickly reaching the outer shores, Jack's swift and decisive action left Nona momentarily stunned. After regaining her composure, she too began to retreat from the center of the oily lake, following Surilu's guidance. Once Jack and Nona had departed, Surilu stepped confidently through the portal. He crossed the threshold. The entire lake erupted in turmoil, waves crashing against the iron tower at its core. The oily lake gradually settled. Jack and Nona beheld in horror as the portal was once more obscured by the sludge. Gazing at the droplets of oil seeping from the tower's surface, they exchanged fearful glances, understanding the peril they now faced. After a moment of silence, Nona could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, Did he truly come from the outside? Jack, initially taken aback, confirmed, Yes, he arrived only this morning. Nona gazed pensively at the calming lake, murmuring, Who is he? How could he enter the oily tower? For Jack, standing beside the night elf, who was one of the 13 kings, it was unthinkable to presume familiarity, yet now, she engaged him in conversation, her tone revealing an unexpected closeness. His heart raced with a mix of anxiety and excitement, prompting him to respond, in truth. He is an incredibly powerful mage, casting spells without uttering incantations that I witnessed it with my own eyes. He possesses a pair of extraordinary mechanical gauntlets, whose gears rotate to unleash terrifying power. Nona, seemingly well aware of Jack's thoughts, replied coolly, I am already aware of that. However, her curiosity piqued. She asked, You mentioned he is a mage, and he does not require incantations? Jack, undeterred by her aloofness, replied respectfully, Indeed, he does not need to recite spells. Nona lowered her head, lost in thought for a moment, murmuring, Could it be that he is a grand sorcerer? Subsequently, the night elf dismissed this conjecture. As an elf, Nona was acutely aware of the principles governing the casting of magic. The execution of any spell must adhere to specific laws, and the rules within this prison were entirely distinct from those of the outside world, i.e. this penal colony. The essential rule for casting magic was to first become tainted by the repugnant grease. Once sullied by the filth, one could easily perceive the various elements within the prison, followed by the necessity to recite obscure incantations. These incantations were utterly dissimilar to those known to the night elves. Being cryptic and convoluted, seemingly nonsensical, yet imbued with an ancient, mysterious aura. Whether casting spells or employing fighting spirit like the Grease King Hank, one must recite the corresponding incantations. These spells were bestowed by the warden of the prison, derived from the Tower of Grease, and tailored to the unique circumstances of each being. According to Nona's understanding, the incantations of their 13 kings differed. Uttering another king's incantation would not enable them to wield the other's special abilities. Yet, Surelu was merely a youth who had just entered the prison and had scarcely encountered the Tower of Grease before stepping through the light gate. How could he possibly cast magic without the incantations disseminated by the tower? Chapter 38. The trials left by parents. Stepping through the luminous portal activated by the Tower of Grease, Surelu found himself in a realm composed of interlocking gears. Surrounding him were numerous gears of various sizes in motion, including a massive gear beneath his feet. Before him stood a central axis that appeared to drive the rotation of the surrounding gears. Surelu remained remarkably composed in the face of this scene, as if he had anticipated such a sight. Standing before the central mechanical axis, he calmly declared, Come forth. You have brought me here, so let us meet. After a prolonged silence, a familiar voice echoed, My child, you are my pride. I never expected we would meet so soon. Upon hearing his mother's familiar call, Surelu was momentarily stunned, turning around in a daze, once more beholding his mother's ethereal form. Emerging gracefully from the surrounding mechanical gears, he felt no excitement this time. Instead, a wave of anxiety washed over him as his mother's apparition approached. He instinctively raised his mechanical fist and swung it towards her. The fist, imbued with a sense of lethal intent, passed through his mother's apparition without dispersing it in response. He heard her ethereal laughter. Well done, my son. You are vigilant and have not disappointed me. Clearly, his mother's apparition bore no ill will towards Surelu's sudden action. Rather, she admired his response. She advanced, passing through his form to stand before the central mechanical axis, stating, Being here signifies that you possess a certain strength. I can reveal some truths to you. First, this place was constructed by your father and me, and within it dwell those who once followed your parents, individuals you can trust. Surelu was utterly astonished by his mother's words. He could scarcely fathom that such a mechanical prison was a creation of his parents. Noticing Surelu's astonishment, his mother playfully smiled. Do not be surprised. Your father was once the most formidable mechanical craftsman in the entire realm. Surelu exclaimed. Could it be that my father was the great craftsman who founded the Republic? His mother scoffed. Pa, such a person hardly deserves the title of a great craftsman. He was merely a fraudulent thief of nations. Surelu observed that his mother did not resemble an elder, but rather appeared like a playful young girl, her mannerisms evoking a sense of discomfort within him. While Surelu remained silent, his mother suddenly stepped closer, gently cradling his face in her hands. Studying him intently, she said, Relu, remember to seek out those thieves of nations and help your father and me teach them a harsh lesson. Then, her apparition drifted away, gracefully moving through the mechanical space as she continued. And when you become the sovereign of this realm, you may come to find your father in me. Unable to contain himself, Surulu inquired, "Where am I to find you?" His mother, with a playful chuckle, replied, "Of course, you must go to my homeland. Only then will you understand. In truth, the realm you inhabit is but a minuscule world within the universe, which encompasses countless others. When you can truly step beyond your current world, you will realize just how insignificant it is, trivial to the point of being inconsequential." Her expression then grew solemn, and she spoke with grave seriousness. "However, I must caution you. Until you possess sufficient strength, do not attempt to seek out your father in me. It would be perilous for you. Only when you can dominate everything, the stars above you and the universe in which you reside, will you be worthy of visiting my homeland." Surulu was further astounded, his mind racing with the singular thought. What manner of place did his parents inhabit? Why must one become the sovereign of the universe to visit his mother's homeland? Moreover, it seemed from her words that there was more than one universe. All of this shattered Surulu's previous understanding, as if the knowledge he had acquired from the Republic was utterly inadequate to comprehend these revelations. Sensing Surulu's confusion, his mother gently reassured him, "Child, do not feel lost. The vastness of this world is beyond your imagination. The universe harbors innumerable mysterious and wondrous phenomena, things you cannot yet comprehend or are qualified to explore." Her words instilled in Surulu a sense of his own insignificance. He felt like an infant compared to his parents. According to his mother, the entire universe was indeed a boundless entity, and in comparison, the stage of the Republic seemed exceedingly diminutive. Finally, his mother extended her hand, lightly brushing Surulu's face as she whispered, "Child, the challenges left behind in this realm are trials bestowed upon you by your father and me. These trials will facilitate your gradual growth. When you truly mature and become the sovereign of this entire realm, only then will you be worthy of reuniting with your father and me. Strive diligently, my child." As her playful encouragement echoed in his ears, Surulu watched his mother's apparition pass through him, transforming into a cascade of light before vanishing completely. With her specter gone, she had imparted a series of tasks but revealed little else of the mysteries at hand. Theo Surlu, it felt as if his mother was testing him. Presently, these trials appeared daunting, yet he firmly believed he would succeed and eventually visit his mother's homeland to reunite with his parents. Regaining his composure, Surulu resumed his observation of the mechanical gear space before him. This was the heart of the mechanical prison, though it seemed it might not be the core of the entire facility, perhaps merely the nucleus of this particular section. The ceaseless rotation of the gears indicated that the machinery was continuously operating, upholding the laws governing the penal colony. With these rules in place, the inmates could perform a myriad of extraordinary feats within the confines of the prison. According to his mother, the prisoners of this mechanical prison were the foundation left to him by his parents. However, the fact that his parents had left behind a plethora of problems before their departure suggested that these issues were quite troublesome. As his mother's apparition dissipated, the trials left by his parents began to manifest. A series of images unfolded, depicting various challenges that indeed seemed to pave a path for Surulu's growth. Yet, the more he beheld, the more astonished he became, especially upon encountering the final few trials, leading him to question whether the figure he had just seen was truly his biological mother. Surulu gazed at the fading images, his face a mask of despair as he muttered to himself, "Mother, what on earth were you thinking? Such Herculean tasks, and you dare to label them mere trials?" Addressing the mechanical axis before him, he could not help but shout, "What do you mean by sealing an evil god beneath this mechanical city? Is this truly a trial? You clearly intend to play me to my death." Regrettably, Surulu's anguished cries were heard only by himself. Chapter 39. The magnificent and perfect machinery after his exasperated wails. Surulu gradually regained his composure, reflecting on the trials that lay before him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to accept his mother's design for his fate. Fortunately, the abyss beneath his feet remained sealed. While the malevolent deity within stirred restlessly, it appeared unable to break forth for the time being. Surulu had ample time to devise a strategy to confront it, and at present, he need not worry about facing the abyssal evil. Once he calmed his thoughts, he ceased pondering the fantastical and began to focus intently on the mechanical axis before him. Although this axis was not the core of the entire mechanical prison, it undoubtedly served as the central axis of this particular section, that if one could master the mechanical axis of the prison, it would undoubtedly grant Su Lulu absolute control over its domains. Circling the colossal mechanical axis, Su Lulu meticulously observed its intricate details, scrutinizing each gear and branch affixed to it. He sought to ascertain the destination of every gear-driven branch, identifying which could be touched and which must remain untouched. The machinery within the mechanical prison was vast and complex, implying that achieving flawless operation of such an enormous construct demanded an extraordinary level of precision. Each gear, every bearing, had to fit perfectly. Even the slightest deviation could lead to catastrophic consequences. As the saying goes, a small error can lead to a great disaster. And this was especially true in mechanics, where even the minutest misalignment could yield dire outcomes, according to the narrative of his mother's specter. This mechanical prison was constructed by Su Lulu's father, suggesting it had stood for many years. The continuous operation of this prison over the years indicated the exceptional integrity of its overall mechanical design. To maintain such a vast mechanism in perfect working order for many years without any wear was an exceedingly challenging feat. Even a minuscule deviation, over time, could accumulate and result in terrifying consequences. In such contexts, many machines exhibit a finite lifespan, particularly those of inferior craftsmanship. For instance, standard blank, magical machines produced in ordinary factories typically last only a few decades. Prolonged use could lead to internal wear, diminishing the original functionality of the magical machinery. As for the crafted, magical machines produced by artisans, due to their limited technology, they often resorted to expensive materials to compensate for their manufacturing flaws, thereby enhancing the wear resistance of the components through costly materials, extending their longevity. However, most ultimately only managed to last for a few decades, with rare exceptions of meticulously crafted pieces lasting over a century. Considered jewels among their kind. To aspire to become a mechanical artisan, one must first possess the ability to enhance the wear resistance of components. Even a novice artisan must ensure that the parts they forge can withstand wear for at least 100 years. Failing to meet this standard would prevent one from passing even the foundational assessments of the Republic's mechanical artisans, let alone attaining the title of artisan. The crafted magical machines often boasted wear resistance far superior to those of mass production. Yet, regardless of how skilled an artisan may be, even a master craftsman would find it challenging to create a mechanism as grand as the mechanical prison. The larger the machinery, the higher the precision required for each component. And it is likely that even the most skilled artisans could spend their entire lives attempting to replicate such a creation. Reflecting on this, Su Lulu felt a surge of pride for his father, who had managed to construct such an immense and precise machine that it was nothing short of miraculous. Gazing at the machinery before him, Su Lulu was certain that within the Republic, no artisan could rival his father's craftsmanship. However, despite his admiration, Su Lulu faced a formidable dilemma: how to find an entry point to seize control of the mechanical axis of this prison. Unlike the typical magical weapons that can be commandeered, which are often tailored by artisans for their users, once such a weapon is acquired, any being can wield it, albeit with varying degrees of proficiency. The colossal magical machinery, however, cannot be controlled simply through brute force. To master such a gargantuan mechanism, one typically seeks out a flaw in its operational circuitry, forcibly introducing a new operational branch to disrupt the original circuit and create a new control pathway. Some more aggressive individuals might even destroy the existing circuitry entirely to forge a brand new operational loop. Regardless of the method employed, establishing a new mechanical circuit to control the original operation is imperative. At present, Su Lulu was confronted with the challenge that the operational circuitry of this mechanical prison was exceptionally flawless, leaving no gaps to exploit. Any attempt to forcibly dismantle the existing circuit could potentially cripple the entire prison. Even risking its destruction, what consequences might ensue? Su Lulu could not ascertain, but it was unlikely to be favorable. The entire mechanical prison could collapse, leading to the demise of all inmates within. This was not the outcome Su Lulu desired, should he proceed in such a manner. It would be a grave sin. Standing before the mechanical axis for an extended period, he meticulously observed every detail of its rotation, ensuring he understood each gear and branch. This was an immensely complex task, demanding not only considerable time but also substantial effort. While Su Lulu remained engrossed in his analysis of the mechanical axis, a gathering of beings had assembled by the oil-slicked lake outside. The Warden and the 13 Kings had summoned those whom Su Lulu wished to meet, including the former Lord of Dragon City. However, to the surprise of all gathered at the lake's edge, Su Lulu's presence was notably absent. Under the urging of the crowd, the warden attempted to enter the iron tower at the lake's center to discern Su Lulu's activities. Yet, astonishingly, the warden found himself repelled by the tower. Unable to gain entry, instead, he was swept away by the tumultuous oil of the lake, which then birthed a swarm of oil creatures that encircled the lake, forbidding any being from approaching the iron tower at its center. This sudden transformation of the oil lake and the tower quickly captured the attention of other beings within the prison, stirring the interest of ancient families hidden within the confines. After deliberation, one such ancient family decided to act, dispatching a member to investigate the oil lake and the tower. For a family long imprisoned within the walls of this prison, their mobilization was sure to cause a stir, prompting other concealed beings to emerge from their hiding places and converge upon the oil lake, eager to seize the rare opportunity to stand out in this gathering. Chapter 40. The dog by the Lord's side. The alterations within the mechanical prison remained unknown to the outside world. Such a place, where entry was allowed but exit was not, attracted little attention. As for Su Lulu's current fate within, even the pig-headed Lord of Dragon City showed little concern. At that moment, within the municipal hall of Dragon City, the pig-headed Lord sat indifferently at a vast desk, while a bikini-clad catgirl gently fed him from a pile of food atop the desk. Before him stood Ballot, trembling with trepidation, awaiting the Lord's command. Since the incident involving Su Lulu, the pig-headed Lord had cast aside his previously genial demeanor, adopting an unexpectedly violent disposition. He not only indulged in excessive feasting, but also became prone to fits of rage. Several of his servants had met untimely ends due to his unpredictable wrath, instilling a palpable fear in all who served him. The pig-headed Lord suddenly buried his face in the mound of meat on his desk, voraciously devouring it. The sight sent the two cat girls into a panic as they rushed to support him. One of the cat girls gently urged, "My lord, you mustn't do this. The alchemist has advised you to restrain your appetite." Ballot, too fearful to raise his gaze, kept his head bowed in silence. Suddenly, Ballot sensed a surge of chaotic energy, and as he instinctively looked up to intervene, it was too late. The two cat girls were torn apart in an instant, their blood and flesh splattering across the office. Ballot, with his hand outstretched, was drenched in the viscous mixture of blood and flesh. Witnessing the gruesome scene, he was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, in the next moment, Ballot fell to his knees, burying his head deeply to the ground, offering his obeisance to the pig-headed Lord. Thud, thud, thud. He bowed several times, trembling as he implored, "My lord, please temper your wrath." Roar. The pig-headed Lord bellowed, consuming the bloodied roasted meat atop his desk. Chewing, he muttered, Why have you not yet captured that rabbit for me?" Kneeling, Ballot curled his body, prostrating himself as he pleaded, "My lord, please, grant me your forgiveness." The pig-headed Lord's demeanor calmed, and he gazed down at Ballot. "Forgiveness? You seek my forgiveness? Yet you cannot even manage such a trivial task. How am I to forgive you? You failed to capture the previous assassin, and now, days have passed, and you have yet to find a single rabbit. Is Dragon City so vast? I ask you a question." Faced with the inquiries of the pig-headed Lord, Ballot hastily shook his head and stammered, No, Dragon City is not. No, Dragon City is quite vast. No. His anxiety rendered his speech increasingly incoherent, leaving him bewildered as to what he was actually saying. Observing Ballot's flustered demeanor, the pig-headed Lord suddenly broke into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, indeed, Dragon City is quite large." However, he quickly adopted a more serious tone, stating, "Even if Dragon City is expansive, is it not a formidable challenge to locate a single rabbit?" In truth, Ballot yearned to express that capturing that rabbit was exceedingly difficult, particularly within the ancient confines of Dragon City. The streets were lined with venerable architecture, concealing countless hidden nooks where one could easily take refuge. Even if one were to turn Dragon City inside out, it would be a daunting task to scour every corner, especially given the tight timeline imposed by the Lord. Yet, complaints could only fester within him. Ballot dared not voice them in the presence of the pig-headed Lord. Times had changed. Once, he had felt emboldened to speak freely in front of the amiable Lord, but now, confronted by a butcher capable of violence at any moment, Ballot had lost that audacity. A prolonged silence enveloped the room, thick with the scent of blood, creating an ominous and oppressive atmosphere that stifled Ballot's breath. At last, the pig-headed Lord relented, calmly stating, "Very well, I shall grant you some time." Before the arrival of the Chancellor's envoy, ensure that you provide me with a response." Upon hearing this, Balot was momentarily taken aback, then hastily bowed to the pig-headed lord, saying, thank you, my lord. Your mercy shall forever be etched in my heart." The pig-headed lord chuckled. Do you know why I favor you? I relish hearing your words. Those pleas, emanating from a scion of ancient nobility, bring an unparalleled delight. That sensation makes every fiber of my being tingle with excitement. Bring forth the feast. When two elven maidens entered, bearing a massive platter laden with roasted meats, Balot's stomach churned at the sight and the pervasive stench of blood. Nevertheless, he forced himself to suppress his nausea and said in a low voice, "My lord, I must take my leave." The pig-headed lord, already indulging in the roasted meats, seemed indifferent to Balot's presence. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed Balot, returning his focus to the sumptuous feast before him. Stealthily, Balot exited the chamber, and the moment he stepped out of the lord's office, he immediately turned and hurried towards the town hall. Navigating through the bustling office of the town hall, he ignored the greetings of those along the way. Escaping without a backward glance, bursting out of the town hall, he swiftly veered into an alley beside the building. The instant he entered the alley, Balot could no longer contain himself and expelled the contents of his stomach. Heaving violently, Balot nearly collapsed, his legs trembling. Had he not been leaning against the wall, he would have struggled to remain upright. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he heard a crisp sound behind him. Crack. Crack. Then, he distinctly heard the voice of a rabbit. Ah, how pitiful, a once respectable man reduced to living like a dog. Upon hearing the rabbit's voice, Balot, who had felt utterly defeated, suddenly regained his strength, whipping around. He saw the drab rabbit standing at the alley's entrance. Doubting his sanity, Balot rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to realize that the rabbit was indeed there. The rabbit, munching on a carrot, remarked, "No need to rub your eyes. I'm here specifically to find you." A surge of joy coursed through Balot. He perceived this as an opportunity to capture the rabbit and present it to the pig-headed lord, thus ending his nightmare. However, in the next moment, Balot abandoned that thought and coolly replied to the rabbit, "You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous." The rabbit leisurely responded, "What? Are you not planning to capture me and present me to your lord?" Balot retorted coldly, "I refuse to be a dog. Even if my existence is less than that of a dog, I still possess a conscience. I will not partake in such despicable acts." The rabbit erupted into laughter. "Ha! How amusing, a mere dog of the lord. Proclaiming conscience while condemning despicable deeds." Balot disregarded the rabbit's mockery, simply stating, "You should leave quickly. If you're discovered, you won't escape." Upon hearing Balot's words, the rabbit flashed a peculiar smile, but Balot paid it no heed as he turned to depart. In that instant, he noticed a chasm suddenly appear before him, and before he could react, the rabbit kicked him from behind, sending him plummeting into the abyss. Chapter 41, A Necessary Choice. Balot was reluctant to scream, feeling it would tarnish his noble lineage. Yet, as he continued to fall into the dark void, the rushing wind deafeningly assaulted his senses, compelling him to emit a cry. Once the first scream escaped his lips, the floodgates opened, and he could not silence himself thereafter. Balot felt as though he were descending into an unfathomable abyss, surrounded solely by darkness, which threatened to engulf him entirely. Time lost meaning as he fell, until suddenly his body felt weightless, and the acceleration ceased. Balot marveled at the sight, feeling as if he were a leaf gently drifting down to the depths of darkness. Ding! Clang! The sound of a hammer striking metal echoed, and fiery flames danced before his eyes. Balot finally grasped that he had entered a peculiar realm, seemingly ensnared once more by the rabbit's machinations. Years later, a saying would resonate throughout the realm. Have you once again fallen into the rabbit's trap? The crunching of a carrot mingled with the rhythmic clanging of the hammer. Balot regained his composure and discerned that the flickering flames belonged to a roaring forge. A deep voice emerged. "You should not have brought him here. You must understand that my willingness to shelter you stems from Suralu's status. By bringing him here, we all risk great peril. My workshop is not your refuge. Should the pig-headed lord's minions arrive, do not expect me to conceal anything." Balot, bowing his head in contemplation, finally recognized the voice. It belonged to the finest blacksmith in Dragon City, an elderly minotaur. Upon realizing this, Balot quickly stood, scanning his surroundings to confirm his suspicion. Unfortunately, the dimness enveloped him, leaving only the blazing forge as a source of illumination. The crunching of the carrot echoed again, and the rabbit, having appeared at Balot's side, calmly stated, "Do not look around aimlessly. You now have two choices: join us or be thrown into the furnace." Faced once more with a life-threatening ultimatum, and from a rabbit no less, Balot could not comprehend whether he had lost his sanity or if the world had gone mad. Ultimately, the mounting psychological pressure proved too much for Balot to bear, and he erupted in a fit of rage, shouting at the rabbit, "Why? Why must it be this way? Why do you all force me?" Balot's mind finally buckled under the immense strain, plunging him into utter despair. Just as he teetered on the brink of insanity, a towering figure loomed behind him. Before Balot could utter another word, he was struck on the head and rendered unconscious. The rabbit, witnessing Balot's collapse, immediately cried out, "Oh heavens, look at what you've done! Why did you have to knock him out?" Illuminated by the glow of the forge, a large, burly minotaur stood beside the unconscious Balot, gazing down at the fallen noble. The minotaur's deep voice rumbled, "Let him gather his wits." The rabbit covered its face with its hands and, stretching its features in exasperation, replied, "Could you not also exercise some restraint?" The minotaur, however, merely pressed the heavy hammer closer to the rabbit's face and warned, "You would do well to silence yourself." Confronted with the imposing hammer, the rabbit raised its hands in surrender and said, all right, I shall be quiet." As the hammer slowly retreated, the rabbit could not resist asking, "What shall we do now?" But as soon as the words left its mouth, the old minotaur shot at a cold glare. The rabbit quickly covered its mouth, squinting and smiling to indicate to the minotaur to remain calm. The minotaur, grasping Balot as one would a chick, hoisted the unconscious noble and unceremoniously tossed him onto a nearby anvil, dousing him with a bucket of water. Witnessing the old minotaur's rough treatment, the rabbit swallowed hard, relieved it had not provoked him. Cough, cough, cough. Balot jolted awake, glancing around to find himself still at the edge of the forge. Before he could utter a word, the deep voice resumed, "You will answer my questions directly, without rambling. Otherwise, I shall shatter your skull." Now composed, Balot understood his predicament and could do nothing but comply with the old minotaur's demands. The elder minotaur first inquired, "Has that rascal Surulu met his demise?" Upon hearing such a question, the rabbit indignantly exclaimed, "Hey, old fellow, what manner of speech is that?" The minotaur extended his large hand and pointed at the rabbit, compelling him to hastily cover his mouth with both hands once more. Before the minotaur could pose his question a second time, Balot hastily interjected, No, he was sent to the Dragon City prison by the Lord. The Lord stated that he would be handed over to the Chancellor's envoy. Thus he will not be executed for the time being. But it seems that the Chancellor's envoy will not let him off easily." The rabbit could not restrain himself and shouted again, "Nonsense! Surulu holds the title of a pontifical inspector. How could the Lord possibly send him to a prison under the church's jurisdiction?" Ignoring the minotaur's warning, the rabbit continued to rant. "Moreover, what authority does the Chancellor's envoy have to extract someone from the prison?" The minotaur seized the rabbit, compressing him into a fluffy ball before casually tossing him aside. Then, the minotaur explained to the rabbit, "The guardians of the prison are the Dawn Knights. Those fellows are forbidden from interfering in other matters. Furthermore, the relationship between the church and the Chancellor has long been strained. To maintain a semblance of balance, the church has granted the Chancellor's side certain powers." The rabbit, now uncoiling from his ball-like form, incredulously remarked, "How can that be? Does this mean the Dragon City prison has become a private detention center?" The minotaur replied with nonchalance, "What else would you think? After so many years, how many in the Republic still remember those locked away deep within the prison?" Balot, somewhat perplexed, struggled to comprehend the exchange between the minotaur and the rabbit. Yet, despite his confusion, he sensed that he was brushing against the hidden truths of the Republic. Finally, the minotaur addressed the rabbit once more, saying, "Let me tell you, the church's decision to station the Dawn Knights is twofold. 1. To guard those imprisoned deep within, and 2. To assess the Dawn Knights themselves. Thus, most of the Dawn Knights currently stationed here are still in their probationary period." Upon hearing this, the rabbit scoffed. The Republic is truly in decay. Even the church has become so corrupt. The minotaur cut the rabbit off, saying, "Enough of that." He then turned to Balot and asked, "Are you certain that Surulu was sent to prison without sustaining any injuries?" Balot pondered for a moment before replying, "He should be fine. But it seems the Lord has used a closure lock to secure his mechanical heart." The rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, A closure lock. It has locked Suralu's mechanical heart. The next moment, the rabbit erupted into uproarious laughter, rolling on the ground in fits of mirth. The Minotaur, too, could not help but chuckle, though he quickly regained his composure and addressed Ballot seriously. Well, we have asked all that needs to be asked. It is now time for you to make your choice. Will you join us? Or shall I crush you to death with a single blow? Make your decision. Ballot, utterly bewildered, cried out, again, Why? Why must I be the one to choose? Chapter 42. Forcibly inducted under the menacing pressure of the Minotaur and the rabbit. Ballot found himself kneeling helplessly before the roaring flames of the forge that he cut his wrist, allowing blood to flow into the forge's trough, all the while listening to the Minotaur recite an arcane incantation. As the Minotaur's cryptic chant resonated, Ballot observed the flames in the forge suddenly surge. The searing fire danced vigorously, casting a crimson glow all around. Remarkably, Ballot felt no heat despite the intense blaze. Gradually acclimatizing to the environment, Ballot began to feel drowsy amidst the Minotaur's chanting. Despite his efforts to remain awake, fearing that sleeping at such a moment would be impolite, the incessant rhythm of the Minotaur's incantation lulled him into a deep slumber. As his head drooped against the edge of the forge, Ballot succumbed to a heavy sleep in his dreams. Ballot found himself inexplicably back in front of the small ancestral building left by his family. Illuminated by bright lights, where many figures seemed to be anxiously discussing something. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ballot realized that his body had inexplicably passed through the wall into the building. Inside, he saw a group of people gathered around a newborn, singing ancient hymns that appeared to bless the infant. That Ballot's body drifted uncontrollably through the room where the newborn was being blessed and baptized. Soon, he arrived in the familiar reception hall of his family's small building, where the atmosphere was palpably heavy. There, he discerned several familiar figures, those who had once been the ancestors of his family. Their portraits he had only ever seen in the library of the ancestral home, that he had never anticipated witnessing them in the flesh, and now they stood vividly before him. Ballot felt somewhat dazed, uncertain of what was transpiring or where he had arrived. Suddenly, the elderly man seated at the head of the table spoke. We have no choice. We must support the one vying for the chancellor's position. His words immediately incited dissent among the other family members present. Father, though that individual wields considerable power, he has already garnered support from some opposing factions within the council. We are playing with fire here, potentially leading ourselves to ruin. We should not take this step. Naturally, there were also those who sided with the elder, stepping forward to argue in favor of his stance. Another voice piped up. Ha! That individual is practically assured victory. The council members are nothing but fickle-minded individuals. Hardly a threat, the opposing family members retorted. Until the final moment, we must not jump to conclusions. The struggle for power has always been brutal, and we cannot afford to take risks. Those in agreement scoffed. Indeed, we have always adhered to the tradition of avoiding risk. Yet what have we ultimately gained? Our family was once of imperial lineage, and we were once the benefactors of this nation. Yet now, what remains for us? Look at others and what they possess. In comparison, we are nothing but parasites feasting on the glory of our ancestors. Do you wish to continue living this way forever? Opportunity and risk coexist. This is our family's chance to rise again. And we must not let it slip away, especially since we have no retreat. Witnessing the heated debate among his family's ancestors, Ballot couldn't help but scoff at their naivety. From his current perspective, their past decisions seemed foolish and immature. However, upon further reflection, Ballot realized that the ancestors had been left with no choice at that time. The family had already lost its former glory. The honor of being descendants of benefactors was long gone. In the ruthless contest for power, their repeated neutrality had not brought any benefits to the family, but had instead led to their decline. The memories captured in Ballot's mind represented the moment when the family truly stood at the brink of survival. Failure to make a choice could lead to even graver consequences. After a series of arguments, the elder finally declared, Very well, let us proceed according to the original plan. Fourth son, prepare to take the child overseas. Upon hearing this, Ballot was suddenly engulfed in flames, which swiftly consumed everything around him. He watched in horror as the family building was engulfed in fire, and he cried out, No, stop, please. As he shouted, the slumbering Ballot jolted awake, startled, only to realize it had been a dream. However, he soon felt a burning sensation on his arm. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a mark resembling flames etched upon his skin. When he glanced back at the forge, he sensed that the flickering flames contained a wondrous energy. The Minotaur's voice resonated once more. This is the flame of dawn. The energy of dawn and fire. Congratulations, you have become a member of the Flame of Dawn. At this revelation, Ballet was struck with astonishment, leaping up in disbelief and turning to the Minotaur. The rabbit stood beside the Minotaur, munching on a carrot with an air of indifference. Observing Ballet's shocked expression, the rabbit remarked, holding his half-eaten carrot, "To convince us of your loyalty, this is the only way." Ballet, still trembling in fear, protested, But if the Lord discovers this, he will kill me." The rabbit smiled and stepped closer, producing a metal bracer from seemingly nowhere. He took Ballet's hand and pressed the metallic bracer into his palm, saying, "Wear this. It will help you channel the mark of the Flame of Dawn and suppress the energy of dawn and fire within you." Staring at the metallic bracer resting in his palm, Ballet stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The rabbit, still nibbling on his half-eaten carrot, encouraged him, "Just give it a try." Realizing that there was no turning back, Ballet could only don the wrist guard. The guard clasped around his wrist perfectly concealed the emblem of the dawn flame. Simultaneously, a peculiar message emanated from the guard, prompting Ballet to instinctively follow its call. Before he knew it, the wrist guard swiftly unfurled, transforming into a holster affixed to his arm. Within the holster lay an oddly designed revolver. Casting a glance at the old Minotaur and the rabbit, and encouraged by their approving gazes, Ballet reached for the revolver and drew it. In that instant, he felt an unparalleled surge of energy as the revolver resonated with the latent dawn flame within him. Astonished, Ballet looked at the rabbit and the old Minotaur, his excitement at acquiring such power palpable. The rabbit, casually gnawing on a carrot, tossed the scraps into the roaring hearth. Then, with a flick of his front paw, the rabbit remarked, "This is a standard mechanism crafted by Lulu, tailored specifically to the characteristics of the dawn flame's energy. For now, make do with it. If you manage to rescue Lulu in the future and perform admirably, I shall speak highly of you to him and ensure he customizes a magical weapon for you." Chapter 43. The Adorable Rabbit. The simple Minotaur and the foolish nun. After Ballet was sent away, the old Minotaur scrutinized the rabbit with a grave expression. The two of them enveloped in a prolonged silence. The room became eerily quiet and oppressive, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the burning coals in the hearth, which only added to the strange atmosphere. Thankfully, the flames blazing within the hearth alleviated some of the pressure brought on by the stillness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of silence, the old Minotaur spoke in a low voice. "You should not have brought him here. This is perilous." Seeing the old Minotaur had finally spoken, the rabbit pulled out a carrot, munching as he replied, "I had no choice. I'm like a rat crossing the street. There's nowhere else to go but here." With a stern expression, the old Minotaur replied, "Then you should have kept him away, especially from receiving the dawn flame here." Noticing the old Minotaur's genuine anger, the rabbit remained unfazed, continuing to crunch on his carrot. Chewing away, he muttered, "To whom much is given, much is expected. After all, you are the only fire-bearer here." The old Minotaur slammed his fist down heavily on the wooden table between them, struggling to contain his emotions as he said, "You newcomers to the dawn flame are all fools. You do not comprehend its significance, nor do you understand what that flame within you, symbolizing dawn, truly signifies. You are merely a bunch of lowly scoundrels craving power." The rabbit continued to gnaw on his carrot, seemingly indifferent to the old Minotaur's words, displaying an utter lack of concern as if nothing could distract him from his snack. The rabbit's apathetic demeanor only served to infuriate the old Minotaur further. His fists clenched as he contemplated smashing the rabbit's head. Sensing the old Minotaur's restraint nearing its limit, the rabbit finally spoke, "Old man, you must understand, this is not what we desire. Who knew Lulu would have such misfortune on his first mission, and now he's captured. Although he has assumed the guise of a false inspector, that is merely a facade. Thus, we require the organization's strength to rescue him, necessitating your cooperation to deal with that swine." At this point, the rabbit curiously asked the old Minotaur, "By the way, how powerful was the flame you just infused into Ballet? Can I receive it as well?" The old Minotaur could no longer contain his fury and bellowed at the rabbit, "Get lost. Hurry and leave." With the old Minotaur's roar, the rabbit was forcefully expelled from the room warmed by the hearth. Standing outside the door, the rabbit cautiously tidied his ruffled fur, grumbling, "What a miser. It's just a matter of infusing a flame." As soon as the rabbit's words fell, he heard a deliberately hushed voice calling, "Rabbit. Hey, hey, rabbit. Come here, come over." Recognizing the voice without needing to look, the rabbit knew it was the young minotaur. Following the sound, he spotted the young minotaur, Beak, hiding around the corner of the passageway, waving eagerly at him. The rabbit glanced back at the wooden door before striding confidently toward Beak. Upon turning the corner, he noticed that Beak was accompanied by the foolish nun. The nun dashed out from behind Beak upon seeing the rabbit. Seizing him in her grasp, with a silly grin, she began to playfully shake the rabbit. Hee. Bunny, Bunny, what are you doing here? Despite being overtaken by dark energies, the nun still possessed significant strength. When she grabbed the rabbit, she was oblivious to her own grip, and the surge of energy within her threatened to crush him. The rabbit cried out in alarm. "Ah, don't squeeze so hard, you troublesome silly girl. Let go of me." Upon hearing the rabbit's loud admonition, the nun quickly released him and timidly retreated behind Beak. The rabbit stretched his body, confirming that his bones were intact, and glared at the foolish nun, saying, "You silly nun, do you realize you nearly crushed me?" Startled by the rabbit's exclamation, the nun shrank back behind the young minotaur, nervously muttering, "Scary, scary, rabbit, scary." Beak quickly offered reassurances to calm the nun down before addressing the rabbit. "Rabbit. Although this nun is foolish, her strength is surprisingly great." The rabbit continued to move his limbs, retorting, "You should address me as Lord Rabbit. After all, I am of equal standing with your father." Seeing the rabbit's pompous expression, Beak merely chuckled. "Yes, Lord Rabbit." Satisfied, the rabbit nodded and, assured that his body was unharmed, remarked, "Don't underestimate her. She is, after all, a warrior from the overseas Buddhist realm." Noticing Beak's confusion, the rabbit further explained, "Do you know what a monk is? A warrior nun is simply the female equivalent." The young minotaur nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see, and no wonder she possesses such strength. It would take me ages to smash a block of iron, but she could do it in one blow." Upon hearing this, the rabbit suddenly tilted his head and scrutinized the foolish nun anew. Her bright red eyes darted about, clearly plotting something. After a moment's contemplation, the rabbit exclaimed, "Of course. How did I not think of this? Lulu is saved." Upon hearing the rabbit's seemingly nonsensical proclamation, Beak looked perplexed, but as soon as he heard Lulu's name, his eyes brightened. He quickly inquired, "Lord Rabbit, is it true that Su Lulu has been imprisoned in Dragon City?" The rabbit rolled his eyes. "Is there any doubt? Otherwise, why would I bring this silly girl to your home?" Beak then asked eagerly, "Lord Rabbit, are you planning to take this warrior nun to Dragon City to rescue Su?" The rabbit scrutinized Beak and questioned, "What of it? Don't tell me you wish to tag along." Beak hastily replied, Yes, Lord Rabbit. I truly want to go with you. Rest assured, I can protect myself." The rabbit bluntly retorted, "What protection can you offer? Those 2 swings of your hammer hardly suffice. Stay home quietly." After chastising the young minotaur Beak, the rabbit rubbed his hands together, smiling at the foolish nun. "Silly girl, be good and come with me to rescue someone, okay?" To his surprise, the foolish nun clung to Beak, declaring, "I won't go. I don't want to go with you. You're a bad person. I want to stay with the minotaur." Feeling the softness of the embrace from behind, Beak blushed and lowered his head. The rabbit's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief as he watched the foolish nun cling tightly to the young minotaur. Even though she hailed from the overseas Buddhist realm and, according to Su Lulu and Bao Mianyan, was not human but a member of the Naga clan, the sight of such a graceful figure wrapped around the sturdy young minotaur was hard for the rabbit to bear, with no other recourse. The rabbit turned to Beak and urged, "You need to persuade her to come with me to rescue someone." Still basking in the warmth of the embrace, Beak, upon hearing the rabbit's words, suddenly had an idea and earnestly said, "Lord Rabbit, I can convince her to go, but you must agree to take me along. Otherwise, I won't let her join you." The rabbit felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and kick Beak's smug face. But then he heard the foolish nun say, "I want the minotaur to come along. Otherwise, this silly nun won't go either." Chapter 44. The clumsy rescue squad. As night descended, Long City once again succumbed to the oppressive stillness and silence following the curfew. No figures could be seen on the streets, with only the military and police lurking in the shadows. Like hunters in the dark, they lay in wait in various corners of the city, anticipating the appearance of audacious prey. The rabbit was exceedingly agitated, filled with a profound sense of frustration and, at this very moment, overwhelming regret. Accompanied by two burdensome companions, the rabbit felt that their mission was less about rescuing and more akin to a death sentence. Beck, the Minotaur, donned a cumbersome suit of black iron armor, and the most comical aspect was that his helmet, due to his large head, was stuck on his horns. What vexed the rabbit even more was Beck's insistence on bringing along the massive iron hammer he regularly wielded. Before long, the little Minotaur was already panting heavily from exhaustion. Ultimately, the foolish nun, feeling pity for Beck, reached out to take the heavy hammer from him, and it appeared in her hands like a child's toy. Under such absurd circumstances, the big-headed rabbit, the simple-minded Minotaur, and the silly nun embarked on their journey. Fortuitously, before being captured, Sulyalu had secretly set up several mechanical doors throughout the city. These were intended for their escape after assassinating the pig-headed lord. And the locations of these doors were quite discreet, ensuring safe passage through them. The rabbit quickly located the mechanical door leading outside the city, but upon attempting to open it, he discovered that Sulyalu was not present and that he was unable to unlock the door. Standing before the door, the rabbit wore a face of despair and could not help but lament, "Oh, Sulyalu, it is not that I do not wish to rescue you, but I truly have no means to do so." Looking up at the mechanical door, the rabbit cried out, "Why on earth did you lock this door so securely?" Observing the rabbit squatting in front of the door and wailing, Beck could hardly bear it. He leaned closer and said, "Actually, perhaps we could." Before Beck could finish, the rabbit shoved him aside, exclaiming, "Get away from me. Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm already distressed?" Beck retreated to the side and began to swing that heavy black hammer. Clang! The hammer struck the mechanical door, the sound of impact echoing down the streets. The rabbit nearly lost his mind. Unable to endure it any longer, he leaped up and kicked the little Minotaur, causing the heavy helmet stuck on his horns to fly off. The rabbit then growled at Beck, "What are you doing? Are you seeking death? If you want to die, please do not drag us down with you." Beck, looking aggrieved, replied, "I didn't mean to. My father once said that this hammer can break through anything." The rabbit despondently muttered, "Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this torment?" However, just as the rabbit had finished lamenting, the foolish nun suddenly seized the iron hammer from the Minotaur's hands. With surprising ease, she swung the hammer and aimed it at the mechanical door ahead. The rabbit was horrified, covering his eyes with his large ears, bracing himself for the sounds of guards arriving. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was no sound of the hammer striking. The surroundings were eerily silent, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. The rabbit slowly peeled his ears away from his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that the mechanical door had indeed been smashed open. The Minotaur and the foolish nun were gleefully traversing back and forth through the doorway. Noticing the rabbit's eyes had opened, Beck smiled and said, "Hello, esteemed rabbit. This door is truly marvelous. It leads directly outside the city." At that moment, the rabbit finally collected himself and hurriedly knelt down to listen intently. Soon, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from the alley behind them. The rabbit urged the Minotaur and the foolish nun to enter the mechanical door. When he saw the foolish nun hesitating to go in, wanting to play around with the mechanical door instead, he exclaimed anxiously, "Stop playing. Someone's coming. Hurry inside, quickly." At the rabbit's urging, Beck chimed in a few words of persuasion, and finally, the foolish nun complied and entered the door. The rabbit was the last to enter, promptly closing the door behind him as it slowly sealed shut. When the individuals rushing through the alley rounded the corner and glanced at the wall where the mechanical door had been, it was already completely closed, leaving no trace behind. After passing through the mechanical door, the rabbit and his companions left the urban confines of Long City and stepped into the wilderness beyond. This mechanical door had been strategically placed by Sulyalu, situated very close to the Long City prison. Upon leaving the city, the rabbit felt a wave of relief wash over him, convinced that the pig-headed lord would not be able to trace them. After all, the prison was notorious for its impenetrability, and there had been no reports of anyone escaping from it. Thus, the rabbit surmised that the pig-headed lord would not likely have set a trap here. Waiting for them to attempt a rescue, he called over the Minotaur, instructing him to keep a close watch on the foolish nun. The rabbit strode confidently ahead, making his way toward the Long City prison, his demeanor resembling that of a high-ranking official coming to inspect the premises rather than a would-be rescuer. However, after traversing a low hill and taking just a few steps, the rabbit's fur stood on end. Sensing an imminent danger, instinctively, he wished to turn back and flee with the Minotaur and the foolish nun, but it was already too late. flames suddenly illuminated the night, and a group of ferocious half-orcs emerged, surrounding the rabbit and his companions. With sinister laughter echoing, the rabbit spotted a familiar figure emerging from a nearby thicket that a half-orc, wielding a crude axe reminiscent of a stone weapon, leered at the rabbit and his friends, declaring, "It seems the Lord was correct. You truly have come here to rescue someone. It appears the wait of these past days has not been in vain. You have indeed walked into our trap." Seeing himself encircled by the half-orcs, the rabbit realized escape was no longer an option. He coldly retorted, "You likely remain unaware that your lord is an evil creature, do you not?" Noticing the half-orc's expression shift slightly, the rabbit continued, "Your lord sacrifices the flesh and blood of the living in an attempt to awaken a demon." Upon hearing this, the half-orcs suddenly fell silent, their previous agitation dissipating. The chief of the half-orc security division laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha ha, you truly do not know, do you? We, like the Lord, worship the dark gods." Immediately, the half-orc deputy chief's body contorted, his muscles bulging grotesquely, transforming him into a fearsome figure. Moreover, the once green skin of the half-orcs darkened to a deep gray. The rabbit gasped in horror. You are all corrupted half-orcs." The half-orc deputy chief smirked. "Too bad you discovered this too late. It is best that you surrender." Just as the words left his mouth, the foolish nun suddenly swung the heavy iron hammer, aiming it at the half-orcs surrounding them. Simultaneously, her aura shifted dramatically, a radiant full moon appearing behind her, as mechanical prayer beads flew from her sleeves. Chapter 45. The rabbit opens the door. Faced with the onslaught of the corrupted half-orcs, the foolish nun seemed to awaken, showcasing the formidable power she had displayed during the assault on the town hall. However, as the rabbit and the minotaur watched with great anticipation, the moment she unleashed the mechanical prayer beads, it was as if a sudden surge of dark energy erupted within her. Her expression darkened, and the energy she had summoned dissipated entirely. Suspended in midair, the foolish nun did not have time to react and fell to the ground like a lifeless object. The minotaur, witnessing this, rushed forward and caught her as she plummeted. The foolish nun returned to her previous dazed state, curling up in the minotaur's embrace, clutching his clothing tightly, murmuring, "I'm scared. No, I'm scared." Seeing the foolish nun revert to her simple-mindedness, the rabbit smacked his forehead in despair, lamenting, "Heavens, what sin have I committed?" The corrupted half-orcs, recognizing the nun's displayed power, immediately recalled the individual who had attacked the town hall alone. All the corrupted half-orcs grew tense, their gaze fixated on the nun hovering in the air, filled with dread. Yet, in an instant, they beheld her energy dissipate, resembling a pitiful creature falling from the sky. A collective sigh of relief escaped the half-orcs, and the deputy chief sneered, "Ha ha ha, is that all there is to it? I must admit, you startled me somewhat. It seems your bodyguard is rather unreliable. Little rabbit, it would be wise for you to surrender, or we might just stew you up for the Lord's dinner. Perhaps we'll even save her some broth." The arrogant words of the corrupted half-orc filled the rabbit with indignation. With a swift motion, his paw sliced through the air, and all present were astonished to see the fabric of reality tear open. In the next moment, the rabbit conjured a shimmering firearm pulsating with magical energy from the void, aiming unflinchingly at the malevolent half-orcs and firing without hesitation. With a resounding bang, a colossal orb of white light erupted from the barrel. The rabbit immediately urged Beck, "Quickly close your eyes, do not open them." Beck was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly complied, shutting his eyes tightly while using his hand to shield the silly nun's eyes. The white orb shot forth from the gun, tracing a parabolic arc before halting mid-air. The malevolent half-orcs, perplexed, moved closer to discern the nature of the white orb. It suddenly burst open, a blinding radiance engulfing everything in its vicinity. Within the dazzling light, the anguished wails of the malevolent half-orcs echoed hauntingly. In truth, the little minotaur, upon hearing the half-orc's blood-curdling shrieks, was tempted to open his eyes to see what was transpiring. However, just as Beck entertained that thought, the rabbit's voice resounded in his ears, "Do not open your eyes." Thus, the little minotaur had no choice but to obey, keeping his eyes firmly shut while patiently awaiting the rabbit's next command. After what felt like an eternity, the rabbit fell silent, with only the mournful cries of the half-orcs resonating around them. Just as the little minotaur could no longer contain his curiosity and was about to open his eyes, he felt a sudden emptiness beneath his feet. Beck hastily opened his eyes and looked down to find a metallic door had appeared beneath him. Before he could react, he tumbled into the pit below, clutching the silly nun in his arms. Ah! The little minotaur Beck screamed in terror, only to quickly feel the ground beneath him. Immediately, the rabbit's furry paw covered Beck's mouth. The rabbit glared and said, "What are you shouting about? Be quiet." Upon seeing the rabbit, the little minotaur promptly fell silent, gazing around in disbelief. Then Beck inquired, "Where are we? How did such a place come to be?" The rabbit took 2 steps back, plopped down on the ground, and spread its hands in resignation, saying, "There's nothing I can do. My abilities are limited." Still puzzled, Beck pressed on. "Are you saying that door we just went through was opened by you? Is this your power?" "That's quite impressive." The rabbit chuckled wryly. "Impressive? Perhaps only to you. In reality, this ability is utterly useless." The little minotaur, still bewildered, struggled to grasp the rabbit's meaning, believing its power to be both extraordinary and formidable. However, observing the rabbit's despondent demeanor, Beck softly reassured, "It's all right. You have this ability, so surely you can rescue Sue." The rabbit shook its head, replying, "No, I cannot create a door to that mechanical prison." Noting the little minotaur's confused expression, the rabbit continued, "This world is filled with spaces interwoven with various laws. The mechanical door merely utilizes the gaps in these laws to slice through spatial discontinuities, transitioning from one lawful space to another. If the lawful space is exceedingly stable, it becomes impossible to open a mechanical door. Do you understand?" Beck stood there, pondering for a long while before shaking his head. "I'm truly sorry, dear rabbit. I really don't understand." The rabbit, not at all perturbed by the little minotaur's confusion, recognized that certain concepts were indeed difficult for a single-minded minotaur to comprehend at that moment. The silly nun, who had been nestled in the little minotaur's embrace, peeked her head out and said, "I understand. It's because your mechanical door cannot break through the spatial barriers of the prison." The rabbit looked at the silly nun, grinning. "Are you genuinely foolish? Or merely pretending to be?" The silly nun immediately recoiled into the little minotaur's arms, unwilling to face the rabbit's scrutinizing gaze. Beck chuckled awkwardly, wanting to clarify to the rabbit that he and the nun were merely becoming closer in recent days. But the rabbit halted him, saying, "Enough, no need for explanations. Let us hide here for now and hope we won't be discovered." The little minotaur, puzzled, asked, "Didn't we escape? Why would we be found?" The rabbit shrugged, saying helplessly, "As you can see, my abilities are limited. We are merely hiding beneath those half-orcs." Beck gasped in shock, quickly looking up to find the ceiling above them sealed by a massive rock. Glancing around, he realized they were indeed in a nearly airtight space, devoid of any exit leading outside. The rabbit sighed, "Let us hope we can evade this crisis. Should we be discovered, we may only await our demise." After a pause, the rabbit jested, pointing at the silly nun in the little minotaur's embrace. "Perhaps the silly girl in your arms will suddenly awaken and lead us to safety." Above the hidden space where the rabbit and its companions took refuge, the malevolent half-orcs had recovered, though most bore scorched eyes, dark blood oozing from their sockets, rendering them blind. Even the half-orc vice-director had one eye seared shut, the remaining eye scanning the surroundings. Noticing the absence of the rabbit and its companions in the wilderness, the half-orc vice-director seethed with rage, roaring, "Damn rabbit, I will rip you to shreds." Meanwhile, within the mechanical prison, Suraloo, the core of the monitoring district, was oblivious to the unfolding events outside and unaware of the rabbit's daring rescue attempt. After several days of observation, he finally discerned a method to control the mechanical core and began earnestly attempting to manipulate it. Chapter 46. The uprising in the monitoring district. Suraloo toiled alone within the Iron Tower, almost sleeplessly scrutinizing the mechanical core of the monitoring district, seeking a breakthrough to control the mechanical axis. Simultaneously, outside the oil-stained tower, an ever-growing throng of prisoners had gathered, nearly all the inmates converging there. Were it not for their hesitance to venture into the oil-laden lake, and the sight of their overseer being repelled by the tower, these prisoners might have already stormed the oil-stained tower. Yet even without an assault on the tower, the prisoners gathered at the edge of the oil lake began to lose their patience. Covered in grime, Hank, the oil king who had sacrificed himself to the oil lake, roared in frustration, "How long must we wait? It's just some outsider. Who does he think he is? I say we should all go about our business instead of lingering here for that fool." As he spoke, Hank stood up, intending to leave, but was abruptly struck on the head by the overseer. Furious, Hank glared at the overseer, shouting, "What gives you the right to hit me? Did I say something wrong?" The overseer, unusually solemn, replied. "Those words you just uttered are an affront to the deity of our district. You shall kneel and repent." As he spoke, the overseer prepared to invoke the power bestowed upon him by the Iron Tower to suppress Hank. However, to his astonishment, when he recited the obscure incantation and waved his staff symbolizing his authority, he received no response. In that moment, it seemed the overseer had lost all his power, unable to perform the spells that represented his status. Hank, initially terrified and kneeling, began trembling as he pleaded for the overseer's forgiveness. Yet, after a prolonged wait with no harm befalling him, Hank slowly examined his body, confirming he had not sustained any injury. Once assured of his safety, Hank stood upright, straightening his back to face the overseer, who appeared gaunt and significantly smaller than him, sneering. "Ha ha ha. Old man, I've tolerated you for far too long that it seems you've finally been stripped of your powers. Therefore, I will no longer endure your torment. I shall show you what true power is." Saying this, Hank seized the old overseer, gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him aloft, under the horrified gaze of the prisoners by the oil lake. Hank pressed down on the overseer's head and forcefully twisted it off. A cacophony of screams erupted, as the prisoners could scarcely believe that Hank had murdered the overseer. Hank held the severed head in his grasp. Staring into the overseer's incredulous, wide-open eyes, after a moment of heavy breathing, Hank suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha! You wretched old fool! You have finally lost all your power." His maniacal laughter echoed across the oil lake, and Hank casually tossed the overseer's head into the murky waters. Watching the lifeless head sink slowly, disappearing into the oil, Hank exclaimed with exhilaration, "With the overseer's power gone, you are nothing but an old dog." Silence enveloped the oil lake, none daring to speak, all stunned by Hank's actions. Yet soon, some began to grasp a terrifying reality. With the overseer stripped of his power and killed by Hank, the original rules of the monitoring district were about to be shattered. Although the Long City prison had initially been established by the Republic to confine the staunch loyalists of the old empire, however, it is, after all, a prison. Since it is a prison, it must serve its purpose. After the Republic unified the continent, the Dragon City prison gradually faded from memory. This prison transformed into an ordinary facility, once regarded by the Lord of Dragon City as a severe punishment ground for criminals. Successive lords of Dragon City would consign the most heinous offenders to this prison. In the eyes of those lords, merely executing these vile miscreants was insufficient to atone for their sins. Instead, condemning them to this inescapable prison, where they would languish in solitude until their demise, was deemed the most fitting form of punishment. Thus, at the dawn of the Republic, during a time of unrest across the land, a multitude of marauders, emboldened by the nascent Republic, attempted to incite turmoil in Dragon City. They were ruthlessly suppressed by the lords of Dragon City. Some of their leaders were executed, while others were cast into the depths of Dragon City prison. Those who survived were equally nefarious, having unleashed torrents of bloodshed within the various sections of the prison. Yet, the majority were ultimately subdued, kept in check by the overseers appointed in each section. With the presence of these overseers, the once dreaded marauders were forced to abide by the rules of their respective sections. However, today, the overseer of the first section was effortlessly slain by Hank, and in an instant, those former marauders, akin to wolves sensing blood, emerged from the shadows. The long-repressed criminals, one after another, raised their heads, as if they foresaw the impending chaos that belonged to them. Of course, some righteous inmates sensed the shift, such as a human king among the 13 rulers of the section, who stepped forward, confronting Hank, who had just slain the overseer. The middle-aged human king sternly admonished, "Hank, do not overstep your bounds." The oily sovereign Hank, still reveling in his delight, was abruptly interrupted, which greatly displeased him. Glancing down at the human king before him, Hank sneered, "King Henry, who do you think you are? With the overseer gone, your authority will also crumble." As he spoke, Hank casually plucked a lump of oil from his person and hurled it at the human king. The oily projectile flew through the air with the speed of a bullet, reaching King Henry in the blink of an eye. It appeared that King Henry did not attempt to evade. He stood firm, yet the oily sphere passed right through him. A criminal standing behind King Henry was immediately struck by the oily projectile, which pierced through his chest. In disbelief, the criminal raised his head, only to witness the oily mass engulfing his body, transforming him into sludge. This was the terrifying power of Hank, for once his oily projectile made contact, it would turn any object into oil. Hank, witnessing the transformation, grinned widely and remarked, "King Henry, do you see? Old Hank's abilities have not waned." Then, Hank bellowed, "To my long-oppressed brothers, what are you waiting for? The Overseer is dead. To hell with the rules of the section. Let us forge new ones." Hank's roar summoned a chorus of responses. And in an instant, the entire section descended into chaos. Without the Overseer's restraint and the constraints of section rules, the once-feared marauders began to unleash their pent-up turmoil. Chapter 47. Cutting the mechanical axis, the section had plunged into disarray. With the source of the turmoil stemming from within the oily iron tower, specifically from Surulu. After days of observation, Surulu finally conceived a method to control the mechanical axis of this section. He removed the mechanical bracers from his wrists, then carefully locked them together before gently wrapping them around the surface of the mechanical axis. Subsequently, Surulu donned his goggles, concentrating all his attention on the mechanical bracers. He meticulously calculated the rotational speed and timing of the mechanical axis, quickly grasping the speed as it turned. With everything prepared, Surulu took a deep breath, holding it as his heart began to tremble slightly. Although he had not fully mastered his heart's control, he could feel that the tremors released a surge of energy. Despite the energy being abundant, Surulu sensed its volatility that he clearly recognized that without the special mechanical device on his heart, the violent energy coursing through his body could potentially explode him from within, perhaps even destroying his heart in the process. However, none of this would transpire, for the majority of the energy released during the heart's tremors would be absorbed by the machinery. As the machinery drew upon this energy, it propelled the entire mechanism into a frenzied operation, serving as an indirect replacement for the original heart's functionality. Yet, the mechanical device on Surulu's heart was more sophisticated, transforming the volatile energy into a gentler form as the machinery operated. Through these days of adaptation, Surulu had begun to grasp the application of energy conversion within the machinery. Holding his breath, he meticulously controlled the energy output, injecting it into the mechanical bracers with precision. As he infused the energy, he had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that the amount and timing of the infusion from both hands remained consistent. Any deviation could lead to discrepancies in the transformations of the two bracers, resulting in suboptimal outcomes. Gradually injecting energy with great care, Surulu scoffed at the criminals within the section, believing that those who did not comprehend the art of energy manipulation were unworthy of wielding such power. As Surulu's meticulous energy flowed into the bracers like a gentle stream, the three energy nodes on each bracer lit up almost simultaneously. The moment the energy nodes ignited, the internal mechanisms of the bracers began to operate. The gears turning slowly at first. Creak, creak. The gears gradually accelerated, requiring a careful increase in speed, never too fast. Simultaneously, Surulu needed to keep a vigilant eye on the continuously rotating mechanical axis of the section. A simultaneous crack, crack, echoed as both mechanical bracers unfurled. Quick as lightning, Surulu moved his hands downward, anchoring the bases of the expanded bracers. The two bracers, now united, encircled the mechanical axis of the section. However, Surulu, holding the base with his hands, endeavored to maintain a safe distance between the bracers and the axis, preventing them from touching. This process tested both his balance and control. From a cross-sectional view, one could observe that the outer ring formed by the bracers and the inner mechanical axis were separated by only a centimeter. A slight deviation of Surulu's hand could cause the outer ring to press against the axis, leading to one of two outcomes. Either the mechanical axis would rotate with the bracers, a favorable scenario, or the axis would be seized by the bracers, halting its motion. Such a halt could spell disaster, potentially resulting in the destruction of the entire mechanical prison, taking with it Surulu, the station knight Levi, and all the inmates within. Envisioning such a catastrophe steadied Surulu's hands as he braced against the bracers. Taking another deep breath, he resumed the careful injection of energy into the mechanical bracers. At that moment, Surulu suddenly realized that the device locking his heart possessed formidable capabilities, allowing him to segment the complete energy into multiple streams, outputting them in segments as per his will. Recognizing this advantage, Surulu conceived a bold notion. He would grasp the entire mechanical bracer with both hands. He then began constructing a mechanical model in his mind, utilizing his mechanical heart to input this model into the bracers in the form of energy. Instantly, sharp blades manifested along the inner wall of the bracers. These fine blades cautiously extended, inching closer to the continuously rotating mechanical axis. Zing! The blades swiftly approached the rotating axis, and with steady precision, they plunged into the mechanism. Concurrently, the other blades struck simultaneously, slicing into the surface of the axis, accomplishing their task in the blink of an eye, though the entire operation transpired in mere moments. To Surilu, it felt as though he had endured an eternity. Breathing heavily, he remained utterly focused, his nerves taut, hardly daring to relax even slightly. Fortunately, because his heart was locked within the machinery, he did not need to worry about any deviations caused by its beating. After the cutting was complete, just as Surilu prepared to ease his tension, a critical thought flashed through his mind. The mechanical axis, now extensively hollowed out from the cuts, could collapse if he allowed it to continue rotating. When Surilu retracted the outer mechanical bracers, the axis might disintegrate in an instant, causing a catastrophic chain reaction throughout the prison. At this moment, Surilu realized that his previous thoughts might have been somewhat careless. He had not adequately prepared the connecting mechanisms, resulting in him prematurely severing the mechanical shaft. Now, with a notch cut into the mechanical shaft, there were no new gears corresponding to the groove he had created. Thus, everything Surilu had undertaken had become futile labor. Not only had he failed to gain control over the mechanical shaft, but he had also created a significant predicament for himself. Surilu grappled with his distress. The mechanical shaft began to accelerate. At this juncture, he truly felt a surge of despair. After days of observation, he had discerned the rotational pattern of the mechanical shaft, noting that its speed would decrease after a certain period. Today, he intended to capitalize on this interval to modify the mechanical shaft by adding grooves for his mechanisms. However, he overlooked a critical detail. To install the machinery, he first needed to remove the protective mechanical bracer. Yet, removing the bracer could lead to the instantaneous collapse of the mechanical shaft. As the mechanical shaft's speed gradually increased, Surilu understood that he was confronted with a daunting challenge. Chapter 48. Mastering the prison mechanics demands precision in the intricate world of machinery. Without meticulous internal details, perfection is unattainable. Often, a minute deviation can precipitate catastrophic flaws in the entire mechanism. The mechanical prison constructed by Surilu's parents continued to operate smoothly even after many years. The internal structure they had designed remained remarkably stable, incessantly bestowing the prison with the laws of magic. This attested to the extraordinary craftsmanship of Surilu's parents, whose mechanical expertise had reached an exceptional level. Every tiny component and detail was flawlessly aligned, leaving no room for error. Reflecting on this, as he watched the mechanical shaft's rotation accelerate, Surilu felt a pang of shame, believing he had let down his parents' expectations. He had meticulously planned everything, even fabricating the mechanical parts beforehand, only to forget one fatal flaw. The mechanical shaft was in constant motion. The twisting force generated during its rotation meant that once he removed the protective bracer, the severed mechanical shaft would shatter instantly. Surilu now faced two choices. The first was to fill in the cut grooves entirely. In doing so, all his painstaking efforts would amount to naught, and he would still fail to resolve the fundamental issue. The second option was to gamble, forcibly removing the protective bracer and swiftly inserting the prepared device into the grooves of the mechanical shaft. Faced with such a decision, Surilu lacked the courage to take the risk, unwilling to wager his parents' hard work. Moreover, there were the countless criminals imprisoned for years. Even those who were heinous did not deserve to be dragged down with him. With a resigned sigh, Surilu ultimately chose to refill the grooves he had cut from the mechanical shaft. Fortunately, the mechanical bracer possessed welding capabilities, allowing him to seal the filled grooves. Otherwise, he might have lost any chance for redemption. Just as he was about to begin refilling the grooves, a bolder idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The rotation of the mechanical shaft required energy to drive it, and during its rotation, energy was also generated. Thus, Surilu conceived an audacious plan to inscribe various magical arrays into the cut grooves, harnessing the energy produced by the mechanical movement to activate the inscriptions like mechanical gears, thereby unleashing magic. By invoking the magic, he could manifest the mechanical components that were supposed to be installed and connect them to the machinery on his heart. Utilizing the magic generated by both mechanisms, Surilu could control the mechanical shaft, thus gaining dominion over this prison, enabling him to alter its laws and even establish the rules of the illusory world. This idea was indeed bold, but if successful, it would seamlessly blend magic and mechanics. Furthermore, should this experiment succeed, Surilu's mechanical prowess would undoubtedly reach new heights, potentially allowing him to create machinery that transcended the artisan level. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis. requiring further experimentation in the future. For now, Sulyalu needed to resolve the immediate issue, as time was of the essence. The rotation speed of the mechanical shaft was beginning to increase, spinning faster with each revolution. Sulyalu understood that it would soon reach a critical speed, making any action exceedingly difficult. He had to wait for the next cycle, which would occur roughly 3 days later when the mechanical shaft's speed would diminish. The protracted wait was nearly unbearable for Sulyalu, as he stood vigil by the mechanical shaft, hands gripping the bracer to maintain its stability. With time running out, he had to seize the final opportunity. Mentally reviewing the engraved patterns, relying on the machinery on his heart, he would channel energy to sculpt the inscriptions, directing all of them into the mechanical bracer. Taking a deep breath, he observed the rapidly accelerating mechanical shaft. Knowing that the success or failure of his endeavor hinged on this moment, he had no second chances. It had to be a single, successful attempt to engrave all the patterns. Simultaneously, he needed to ensure that the gears shaped by the engraved magical arrays connected seamlessly with the gears generated by the magic from the machinery on his heart. The two sets of gear mechanisms had to be intricately aligned. Even the slightest deviation could lead to failure, causing the magical manifestation of the gears to collapse, just as magic requires a complete circuit. Sulyalu was now linking the two sides of the mechanisms. Once connected, they would form a reciprocal circuit, completing the connection. However, should the linkage fail or deviate, the circuit would be compromised, and the magic could not exist in its true form. In the moment before the mechanical shaft accelerated again, Sulyalu instantly infused all his energy into the mechanical bracer. The energy nodes sculpted the patterns, inscribing them into the grooves cut into the mechanical shaft almost instantaneously. The next moment, accompanied by a hissing of steam, the machinery on Sulyalu's heart sprang into frenzied motion, unleashing magic and forming gears. Simultaneously, the mechanical shaft suddenly surged, channeling energy into the inscribed patterns. The engraved designs illuminated and began to rotate like mechanical gears, simultaneously casting the same magic and creating special gears. Sulyalu boldly removed the mechanical bracer, guiding the two sets of gears closer together. Gradually, they aligned, the teeth of the gears meshing one by one until they were perfectly arranged. In the midst of the chaotic spinning of the mechanical shaft, Sulyalu took a final deep breath and activated the machinery on his heart. This was the first time in many years that he had actively utilized energy to operate this device on his heart, fixing his gaze on the point where the two sets of gear teeth would meet. Sulyalu suddenly shouted, "Mom and Dad, this time, I will make you proud." In an instant, the two gears fully engaged, and the motion of the mechanical shaft was instantly affected. Initially, the mechanical shaft and the machinery on his heart clashed. But as the powerful energy from Sulyalu's heart continued to surge, the force of the machinery on his heart grew stronger. In this tug of war, Sulyalu had to gain the upper hand, lest he be overwhelmed by the mechanical prison. With an influx of energy, the force exerted by the machinery on Sulyalu's heart intensified, ultimately forcing the mechanical shaft to come to a halt. For just a moment, it remained still, but the next instant, spurred by the energy of Sulyalu's heart, the mechanical shaft resumed its rotation. Watching the interlocking gears fade from view, Sulyalu collapsed onto the ground, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He had finally succeeded in mastering the mechanical prison his parents had left him. Chapter 49. The chaotic prison. At this moment, the first prison had descended into chaos, with former thugs gradually seizing control. With the absence of constraints from the prison's rulers, the established order within had disintegrated, allowing the thugs to wreak havoc. Those who dared to challenge the thugs' brutal reign were ruthlessly slaughtered, with even the ancient families within the first prison forced to cower. It was not that these ancient families lacked strength. Rather, they were overshadowed by the support of figures like the oily king. Although the ancient families had been in the prison for a long time and possessed a deeper understanding of this world of laws, their stubbornness had kept them stagnant for years. Their desire for peace had rendered them weaker than the newly emerged powerhouses like the oily King Hank, especially since Hank had audaciously sacrificed his own body to the oil lake, seeking the immortality granted by the accumulated oil within the prison, a nearly insane act that the ancient families could never fathom. This obstinacy among the ancient families had led to their decline, leaving them powerless in the face of the thugs. When the ancient families withdrew into their shells, the marauders in the prison district became increasingly unrestrained. Within mere days, the entire Block 1 fell under the sway of the Oil King Hank, during which the human King Henry met a brutal end. The other kings among the 13 were reduced to bowing to Hank, save for the night elf Nona, who continued to resist, under Nona's leadership. A group of individuals unwilling to succumb to the marauders sought refuge in the last bastion of tranquility within the prison, attempting a final stand against their adversaries, even though escape from the prison was impossible. A seemingly absurd chaos erupted within the confines. The young Dawn Knight, tasked with overseeing the prison, witnessed all of this from the guardroom, yet adhered to the principles of a warden and refrained from any intervention. Amidst the turmoil, Soyula gradually acclimated to the control of the prison and, utilizing the mechanical axis, successfully reversed the dominion over the entire mechanical prison. At the moment he seized control, Soyulu genuinely marveled at the formidable nature of his magical heart. During the process of reclaiming control, Soyulu's heart pulsed twice more. However, these two beats released an exceptionally potent energy, forcefully wresting control of the mechanical prison from its grasp, exhausted after resolving the chaos. Soyulu slumbered for an entire day within the Iron Tower. Upon emerging from the oil-stained tower, he was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. Numerous towers had been erected upon the surface of the oil lake outside, heavily guarded by armed troops. The moment Soyulu stepped out of the Iron Tower, the beings within those towers received the signal, and hundreds of weapons were aimed directly at him, before he could utter a word. A multitude of gunfire erupted simultaneously. Faced with the torrent of bullets, Soyulu wore a look of resignation. The attackers within the towers were left agape, as they witnessed the bullets come to a standstill before Soyulu. It was as if a mysterious aura enveloped him, halting the projectiles mid-air. The scene left the assailants within the towers utterly dumbfounded. Stretching languidly, Soyulu expressed his boredom, saying, "How tedious. I never expected you to create such a commotion while confined here." As he stretched, Soyulu, leveraging his control over the mechanical prison, had grasped the events that had transpired over the past 20 days. He was incensed by the fact that Hank and his band of marauders had unleashed a bloody reign of terror within the prison district. Most infuriating was the realization that he had inadvertently aided Hank. Based on the timeline, the moment he vied for control of the mechanical axis coincided with Hank's lethal strike against the prison's ruler. At that time, the mechanical axis ceased its operations, thereby stripping the ruler of his power. Ironically, the ruler had attempted to suppress Hank's madness at that very moment. While feeling guilty, Soyulu could not help but scorn the fallen ruler for his sheer foolishness. Nevertheless, recognizing that he bore responsibility for the current turmoil, Soyulu deemed it necessary to intervene. Thus, he obliterated the towers on the lake's surface, sending the marauders plummeting into the oil lake. Without a hint of hesitation, Soyulu strode over the heads of the fallen marauders, emerging from the center of the oil lake. As he stepped onto the shore, Hank, leading his entourage, rushed towards him with fervor. Upon seeing Soyulu, Hank wasted no time, disregarding the protests of those around him, and charged forward, the oil streaming from him, attempting to douse Soyulu in it. Clearly, Hank regarded Soyulu as a slippery adversary, thinking that a throw might miss its mark. Instead, Hank opted for a more direct approach, grasping the oil in his hands, intending to press it against Soyulu's face. In response to Hank's brazen onslaught, Soyulu lazily remarked, "I told you, your use of energy is rather crude." Just as Hank was about to make contact, Soyulu abruptly lifted his leg, sidestepped, and swiftly delivered a kick to Hank's back. Hank fell unceremoniously into the oil lake. Once submerged, he failed to resurface as he had before, under the horrified gazes of onlookers. Hank's body began to dissolve slowly, ultimately becoming one with the oil lake. The fact that Hank met his demise in such a manner sent chills down the spines of his followers. Soyulu, unfazed, inquired, "Where is my little mouse?" The marauders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of Soyulu's meaning. However, a few among the former 13 kings quickly grasped his intent. The burly half-orc stepped forward and said, "My lord, that mouse was captured by Hank." Soyulu furrowed his brow. "And was it killed by Hank?" The half-orc hastily shook his head. No, it was saved later by the Shadow King." Upon hearing that the little mouse was unharmed, Soyulu began to scrutinize the half-orc before him. Unlike the half-orcs outside Dragon City, this one had brown skin and exuded an air of refinement, appearing more like a cultured gentleman. Soyulu recalled that this half-orc had been mockingly dubbed the Gentleman King by many prisoners in the district. While the title seemed to ridicule the half-orc's demeanor, Soyulu perceived it as a form of acknowledgement. After a moment's contemplation, Soyulu asked the half-orc, "As the Gentleman King, how could you ally with Hank?" The half-orc chuckled ruefully, "I had no choice. Those who dared to resist were cast into the oil lake. I had to protect my friends. Sulyalu grinned broadly at the gentleman king's words. Indeed, you are a true gentleman. Chapter 50. The breathing firearms. After a period of adjustment, Sulyalu effortlessly restored stability to the prison district. Once order was reinstated, he ordered the unruly marauders to commence cleaning and tidying the prison, particularly focusing on the oil lake, which proved to be a source of great suffering for the marauders. Sulyalu did not personally oversee the enforcement, but delegated authority to the little mouse Jack. He did not rush to meet the ancient families within the prison, as feedback from the mechanical prison had provided him with some information about the outside world. Learning of the tragic plight of the rabbit, he resolved to rescue the creature that had been its only companion. Upon exiting the prison, accompanied by the night elf Nona, Sulyalu found himself before Levi. The young Dawn Knight's expression shifted dramatically, utterly astonished that Sulyalu had emerged from the prison. Unlike the old priest, Sulyalu had managed to bring other criminals along with him. Levi stood in shock. Nona, following Sulyalu, immediately assumed a combat stance. However, Sulyalu gestured for both the Night Elf and the Dawn Knight to remain calm. He then addressed Levi, saying, "My friend is in trouble, and I must leave this place at once." Only then did the young Dawn Knight regain his composure. Scrutinizing Sulyalu from head to toe, ensuring that the person before him was indeed the same youth who had entered the prison over 20 days prior, with a serious expression, Levi finally spoke, "I apologize. But by my duty, I must stop you." Upon hearing the Dawn Knight's words, Nona stepped forward aggressively, brandishing her dagger. This time, Sulyalu did not intervene. Instead, he allowed Nona to engage Levi directly, known as the Shadow King. Nona possessed an extraordinary ability that differed from other criminals, as it was not derived from the mechanical prison's imposed laws. The Night Elf's power stemmed from her racial heritage, which she had further refined to adapt to the current magic-averse era. Nona moved like a specter of the night, stepping forth with an ethereal grace that rendered her invisible to the Dawn Knight's eyes. Levi furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by the presence of such an entity in this magic-deprived age. As a Dawn Knight, he had learned about the various races during his time at the Holy See, receiving specialized instruction on how to confront them. Yet, he had never encountered anyone like Nona, who could vanish without a trace with such casual ease. The situation compelled the young Dawn Knight to take the matter seriously. He had to muster all his strength. However, at that moment, an odd energy surged forth, and Levi had no time to react before he felt his mechanical armor turn into a confining cage. Bound in place, Levi looked in terror at Sulyalu, who wore a smile, and hoarsely asked, "What are you?" Sulyalu leisurely spread his palms, replying with a smile, "Me, I'm just an ordinary mechanical worker." Levi fixed his gaze on Sulyalu, and as he began to unleash his holy energy to break free from the constraints of the mechanical armor, he felt an icy sensation creeping into his throat, compelling him to halt his actions. Immediately after, Li Wei heard a soft and enchanting voice whispering in his ear, "I thought the Dawn Knights were fearless in the face of death." This remark was, to Li Wei, an utmost humiliation that he subsequently summoned his holy energy once more, seemingly indifferent to the dagger that was slowly slicing through his throat, desperately attempting to break free from the mechanical armor's restraints. Even if it meant death, to thwart Sulyalu's blood streamed from Li Wei's throat. He paid it no heed, continuing to struggle against his bonds. After a considerable time, it was Sulyalu who intervened, addressing Nona. "All right. Nona, stay here with Li Wei and wait for my return. Do not harm him." While speaking, Sulyalu approached Li Wei, gently placing a finger on his shoulder, instantly extinguishing the holy energy that was about to erupt within him. Observing Li Wei's incredulous gaze, Sulyalu smiled and remarked, "Your manipulation of energy still lacks finesse." With that, Sulyalu brushed past the Dawn Knight and returned to the heavy iron prison door, placing his palm against the door. The mechanical apparatus on his chest began to whir, channeling energy through his hands into the iron barrier. The dark, imposing door began to glow anew, and Nona watched in astonishment as gears began to emerge on its surface. These gears rotated in synchrony with Sulyalu's energy fluctuations, and in an instant, a luminous portal opened within the heavy iron door. Sulyalu's figure vanished into the portal, and the gears on the massive steel door gradually dissipated, returning the door to its original state. Nona, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Is this real? Could it be that in this era, there are still those capable of casting magic?" Li Wei quickly interjected, "No, that is not the magic of the past. It is magic expressed through machinery." The Dark Elf turned to the Dawn Knight and inquired, How do you know that? Li Wei, now regaining his mobility, returned to his chair and calmly stated, "Did you not hear the sound of the gears turning?" Nona approached the table and sat across from Li Wei, her gaze lingering on the door as she remarked, "That is indeed quite impressive. Is it not?" The young Dawn Knight, feeling somewhat helpless, lowered his head, avoiding Nona's gaze, and simply replied, "Yes, after all, he is a mechanical craftsman." After departing from the mechanical prison, Sulyalu extended his arm adorned with mechanical gauntlets. He patted his thigh, and a fissure appeared in his trousers, accompanied by the sound of whirring gears. In an instant, a metallic door opened in Sulyalu's pants, and a uniquely designed gun handle sprang forth. Grasping the handle, Sulyalu pulled out the entire firearm, caressing its oddly shaped body. The total length of the gun approached 300 millimeters. However, the barrel was not particularly long, while the stock at the rear was elongated, perfectly resting against his wrist when held. The magazine and chamber were almost fused into one, with the chamber being relatively short, yet its caliber larger than that of a standard handgun. Sulyalu extended his unloved hand to gently stroke the chamber. And as he did so, the magazine below began to emit a peculiar glow. The light from the magazine flickered rhythmically, and faintly, one could hear the firearm emitting a prolonged huff, like breathing. Sensing that strange breathing, Sulyalu smiled and murmured to the weapon, "Old friend, it is time for your bloodlust to awaken once more." As if comprehending Sulyalu's words, the firearm's glow intensified, and its breathing became rapid, emitting hurried huff sounds. After a flurry of flickering and breathing, the weapon fell silent, its eerie glow vanishing, yet its bizarre form exuded an even more terrifying aura of bloodlust, akin to a ravenous beast unleashed. Chapter 51. The Blossoms of Peach Flowers the Rabbit. The little Minotaur and the foolish nun had been hiding in the pit for 3 days, while the surrounding malevolent half-orcs showed no signs of departing. The rabbit had made attempts to carve out a new exit, but all efforts had ended in failure. It seemed the half-orcs had employed some means to isolate the surrounding space, rendering the rabbit's mechanical door ineffective. Although the half-orcs had yet to locate the precise position of the pit, they had successfully trapped the rabbit and its companions. It was merely a matter of time before they would be found. Over the course of 3 days, the rabbit had reluctantly shared carrots with the little Minotaur and the foolish nun. However, to the rabbit's irritation, today the foolish nun adamantly refused to eat any more carrots. That moment, a broken carrot dangled from the rabbit's head, its wilted leaves drooping over his face. The foolish nun clung to the little Minotaur, Beak, wailing, I don't want it. I don't want to eat carrots. Those are for rabbits." Beak, equally exasperated, gently coaxed her, "Come now. We are trapped here. We can't get out." The foolish nun pouted defiantly, insisting, "No, I want to go out. I want to go back and eat delicious food." With that, she glared at the rabbit, accusing, "It's all your fault. You tricked me into coming here. I don't care. I want to go back. So hurry up and think of a way." The rabbit, enraged, sprang up and shouted, "You foolish nun, do you want to be hit? Don't think just because you're a bit daft that I won't strike you. If you anger the rabbit lord, I'll make your face blossom like peach flowers, so you'll understand why flowers are red." As he spoke, the rabbit assumed a fighting stance, bouncing around with clenched fists, seemingly ready to punch the foolish nun at any moment. The little Minotaur, Beak, nervously interjected, "Lord Rabbit, aren't peach flowers all red?" The rabbit was momentarily taken aback by Beak's words, and in that instant of distraction, the foolish nun swiftly struck the rabbit in the face. After delivering the blow, she quickly retreated behind Beak, peeking out to ask, "Did the flowers bloom?" It took the rabbit a moment to regain his composure. Glaring furiously at the foolish nun hiding behind Beak, noticing the rabbit's nostrils bleeding, Beak realized this situation could not end well. He quickly reassured the rabbit, "Lord Rabbit, please don't be angry. She's just a fool. Right? Don't stoop to her level." The rabbit advanced step by step toward the little Minotaur, disregarding Beak's attempts to calm him. Wiping the blood from his nostrils, he pointed at Beak and said, "You, get out of my way, or the rabbit lord will turn against you." Beak, caught in the middle, felt utterly helpless. Throughout their time together, he had grown quite sympathetic toward the foolish nun. Often in Beak's blacksmith shop, the little Minotaur would take special care of her, feeling pity for her foolishness. Now, Beak regretted ever agreeing to follow the rabbit. He should never have supported the idea of rescuing her if the pig-headed lord was so formidable that he had not only spared Sulyalu, but also imprisoned him. then surely he would be aware that someone might attempt a rescue. Even if the Dragon City prison was notoriously known for being inescapable, a cunning and treacherous creature like the pig-headed lord would not miss any opportunity. Indeed, as soon as they exited the city and stepped onto the prison grounds, they were surrounded by the malevolent half-orcs under the pig-headed lord's command. Reflecting on this, Beak couldn't help but say, to be honest, "This whole situation is still the fault of you, Lord Rabbit." Upon hearing this, the rabbit was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the little minotaur. Before he could process what was happening, the foolish nun struck him again. After delivering the punch, she remained hidden behind the little minotaur, peeking out to ask, "Have the flowers turned red?" The rabbit was utterly bewildered. Although the foolish nun was indeed dim-witted, the energy within her remained potent. Her strikes were anything but feeble. After 2 punches, the rabbit's face was indeed blooming with bruises. Realizing he was no match for her, the rabbit, feeling defeated, plopped down on the ground, resting one elbow on his crossed legs. He supported his chin with a hand and pulled out a carrot, crunching into it. Observing the rabbit munching on the carrot and sitting cross-legged on the ground, Beak let out a long sigh of relief. He then encouraged the foolish nun to sit down as well, and eventually, he seated himself. After a moment of contemplation, Beak couldn't help but ask, "Lord Rabbit, I'm quite curious. You have so many magical mechanical weapons, right? Why not use those to deal with the malevolent half-orcs outside? Even if they are strong, we could still defeat them together and break out, couldn't we?" As soon as Beak finished speaking, the foolish nun chimed in. "Could we really break out together?" Upon hearing the foolish nun echo his words, Beak was taken aback and quickly turned to cover her mouth, casting a wary glance at the rabbit. However, the rabbit showed no intention of standing up, continuing to devour the carrot, and even picking up speed. Once he had finished the carrot, he lifted his head to glare at the little minotaur and the foolish nun, saying, "Do you think I don't want to?" Pausing for a moment, the rabbit's expression fell, and with his head lowered and ears drooping, he lamented, "But I can't use those weapons." The rabbit's demeanor exuded a profound sense of disappointment and helplessness, leaving the little minotaur at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the foolish nun, still clueless, innocently asked, "Why not?" "What?" The rabbit paused for a moment before replying. "Because I lack sufficient energy within myself. I am unable to wield those weapons." This response from the rabbit utterly astonished the minotaur and the silly nun. As if the latter had suddenly awakened, fixating her gaze upon the rabbit, the silly nun, without waiting for the minotaur to recover from his astonishment, earnestly stated, "You are a pure being." Both the rabbit and the minotaur were taken aback, their attention now fully directed at the silly nun. "If truly enlightened," she continued, "a pure being possesses no energy that symbolizes the source of violence within, rendering you incapable of utilizing the magical machinery. Without an energy supply to empower the machinery, should you attempt to force its use, the magical apparatus will siphon your life force to function, and once your vitality is depleted, you shall perish." The rabbit gazed at the silly nun in astonishment, left momentarily speechless, seemingly bewildered as to how she possessed such knowledge. However, the minotaur, Bake, was the first to regain his composure and inquired, Are you awake? How do you know these things?" Just then, as Bake's question escaped his lips, a silly grin returned to the nun's face, and she instantly reverted to her previous foolish demeanor. The minotaur exclaimed in disbelief, How could she change like that?" She, the rabbit interrupted him, saying, "She has not regained her sanity. Rather, certain stimuli have triggered her nerves, granting her fleeting moments of clarity." Bake, with a forlorn expression, lamented, "Then, what are we to do? Are we truly unable to escape?" Suddenly, the rabbit stood up and declared, "No, we can escape. I may be unable to use those weapons, but you can." The minotaur was taken aback, incredulously pointing to his own bovine nose and asking, "What, me?" The rabbit nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, it is you. Do not forget, you are the son of a blacksmith." Chapter 52. The gun-toting minotaur. Bake's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the rabbit, who had produced an array of weapons, various firearms and magical machinery, an impressive assortment indeed. Bake found it hard to fathom how such a seemingly frail rabbit could conjure such an extensive arsenal. After rummaging for a while, the rabbit halted, perhaps sensing the minotaur's astonishment, and cleared his throat to regain Bake's attention. With utmost seriousness, the rabbit stated, "Do not find this peculiar. Although your humble rabbit is a pure being and lacks the formidable energy to manipulate magical machinery, it does not imply that I am devoid of capability. Crafting spatial machinery is my forte, thus concealing these items is quite effortless for me. At this moment, the silly nun muttered, "It is inscribed with a rune array within the body, drawing energy from the surroundings for personal use." The rabbit furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the silly nun, who seemed to be lost in her own world. He suspected that she was merely feigning ignorance, for she often spoke wisdom beyond expectation. Furthermore, she appeared to possess considerable knowledge. The rabbit speculated that she must have been a distinguished individual in the Buddhist realm, while such information was not particularly difficult to acquire. Even within the factories of the Republic, there were specialized courses available. Nevertheless, committing all these assorted bits of knowledge to memory was no simple task. The rabbit, uninterested in further conversing with the silly nun, seated himself and began instructing the Minotaur on the usage of various magical machinery. However, it soon became apparent that the Minotaur's comprehension was rather rigid when faced with more complex magical machines. Bake struggled to grasp their operation, much to the rabbit's frustration. Ultimately, the rabbit had no choice but to provide Bake with a few straightforward yet effective magical weapons. He equipped the Minotaur with an array of powerful armaments, transforming him almost entirely into a walking arsenal. Bake was adorned with an enhanced mechanical Gatling gun in one hand and a magical electromagnetic pistol in the other. The mechanical rocket launcher rested on his shoulder, and peculiar mechanical grenades dangled from the gaps in his transformed armor. His legs were lined with small cannons, and even his horns bore the weight of 2 miniature rocket launchers. The Minotaur appeared as nothing less than a human-shaped artillery platform. Eventually, Bake found it increasingly difficult to move, prompting the rabbit to finally cease his efforts. Observing the Minotaur's transformation into a veritable gun rack, the silly nun burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! You are merely a cannon rack, a display for your weapons." Bake felt a twinge of irritation at her words and turned to the rabbit, asking, "Why am I adorned with weapons?" The rabbit shook his head in resignation, replying, "I wish to provide you with other tools. But would you know how to use them?" Before the Minotaur could respond, the rabbit continued, "Let us utilize weapons. They are straightforward and effective. Those vile half-beasts, no matter how formidable, cannot escape death. We shall obliterate them into fragments, and they shall see no way to thwart our path. This time, we shall leave them with faces blooming like peach blossoms." Before the rabbit could finish his thought, the silly nun interrupted with a grin, "Let them discover why flowers are so red." Both the rabbit and Bake paused, momentarily surprised. Bake glanced at the rabbit, concerned that he might recall past grievances. However, the rabbit, displaying remarkable magnanimity, took a deep breath and solemnly nodded, saying, "Indeed, the silly girl speaks truth." Meanwhile, in the vicinity, the one-eyed deputy chief of the half-beast guard, brimming with hostility, led his troops in a relentless search. They had been scouring the area for several days, yet the elusive rabbit remained unfound. Had it not been for the expert dispatched by the pig-headed lord, who employed specialized detection machinery to confirm the rabbit's presence in the vicinity, the deputy chief would have long since departed. Now that it was established that the rabbit still lingered, the deputy chief could not leave. He was determined to exact vengeance and capture the detestable rabbit, muttering to himself, "Once I capture that wretched rabbit, I shall blind him with a brilliant light. Then I shall slowly torment him, making him understand the dire consequences of opposing the vile half-beast. He will witness the true terror of the dark gods." Just as the deputy chief's words hung in the air, the rabbit, emerging from the underground through a mechanical door, promptly taunted, "Oh, dear one-eyed deputy chief, you are certainly unfriendly." Upon hearing the rabbit's voice, the deputy chief and his half-beast soldiers glared furiously at him, despite some having lost their sight. The pig-headed lord had provided them with specially crafted magical mechanical eyes, enabling them to see clearly. However, when those mechanical eyes narrowed in fury, their protruding features appeared quite fearsome. The rabbit, observing their mechanical eyes, could not suppress a mocking chuckle. "Wow, your lord certainly knows how to repurpose uselessness." At this point, the deputy chief was livid and issued a command to his half-beast soldiers, "Seize that rabbit. I will personally tear him apart." With a single command, the blinded half-beasts charged at the rabbit like ferocious beasts. Faced with their savage onslaught, the rabbit stood resolutely, unflinching before the approaching half-beasts. Just as they were about to pounce, the rabbit suddenly bent low and swiftly retreated underground. Meanwhile, the Minotaur, fully equipped with an arsenal of magical weaponry, emerged from the ground and pulled the trigger at the charging half-beasts. Rat-a-tat-tat. The magical Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles, each bullet infused with devastating destructive power. Those struck by the bullets were obliterated in an instant, and the half-beasts that charged toward Bake were reduced to mere remnants. Initially, Bake found the carnage around him unsettling, but as more and more of the vile half-beasts fell, he began to relish the exhilarating rhythm of the Gatling gun. That a look of exhilaration washed over his face post-slaughter as he unleashed every weapon at his disposal upon the half-beasts, indiscriminately raining destruction down upon them. As smoke filled the air, the ground around Bake transformed into a desolate wasteland, with all the half-beasts that had besieged them reduced to rubble. The rabbit peeked out, surveying the chaos outside, and could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Splendid! Simply splendid!" Following suit, the silly nun emerged from the door, playfully pushing the rabbit aside to stand beside the Minotaur. She embraced Bake and planted a kiss on his forehead, exclaiming with delight, "You are remarkable, dear Minotaur." Bake, taken aback by her sudden affection, felt his face flush crimson. Just as he was about to savor this tender moment, a furious roar erupted, and he beheld the deputy chief of the half-beasts lunging toward him. Wielding a massive slaughtering knife, in a swift motion, Bake pushed the silly nun aside and charged toward the furious deputy chief, ready to fight with all his might. However, the half-orc deputy director charged forward, effortlessly sidestepping and striking the little Minotaur with the back of his blade, sending him flying. The mechanical weaponry adorning Beak was instantly shattered, and the half-orc deputy director, enveloped in a miasma of dark energy, disdainfully gazed at the fragments of weaponry strewn on the ground, scoffing, "With such worthless scrap metal, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Roar! I shall rend you all to pieces and relish in the terror bestowed upon you by the Butcher Zerulfa." Chapter 53. The Butcher Zerulfa. The moniker, Butcher Zerulfa, was not a title conferred upon the half-orc by the pig-headed lord, but rather one earned through endless bloodshed by this dark energy half-orc leader. Ever since the pig-headed lord of Dragon City harbored ambitions of self-establishment through the powers of the Dark God, countless devotees of the dark deity flocked to Dragon City, guided by their malevolent god. Among these, the largest faction was the dark energy half-orcs led by Zerulfa. These half-orcs, having imbibed the blood of the dark god, were infused with strength that surpassed even the pig-headed ones in their fervent worship. Under the dark god's guidance, they traveled great distances in secrecy, ultimately reaching Dragon City, where they masqueraded as the military police of the city's garrison. They brazenly eluded the scrutiny of the church, becoming the enforcement faction under the pig-headed lord's dominion. With the addition of these dark energy half-orcs, the dark god's schemes could progress more smoothly. The pig-headed ones, dark energy half-orcs, and other dark deity worshippers began to covertly expand into the towns surrounding Dragon City, capturing all living beings and sending them into the pig-headed lord's slaughterhouse. They offered the blood and flesh of these beings as sacrifices to their dark god, thereby gaining more power bestowed by the deity. Amidst this gruesome campaign, Zerulfa's ferocity became well known, for he wielded a large mechanical cleaver for slaughter, earning him the title of Butcher, a testament to his cruelty and a curse from the survivors of the towns he ravaged. However, as a bloodthirsty half-orc devoted to the dark god, Zerulfa paid no heed to such curses. To him, the title of Butcher was a badge of honor. In his eyes, only the base and weak would fear such denunciations. Thus, he not only embraced the title but also proclaimed himself as Butcher Zerulfa before every assault. When the rabbit accompanied Sulyalu to Dragon City to execute the mission of Dawn's Flame, he had encountered intelligence regarding Butcher Zerulfa in the information gathered by Dawn's Flame. The reports indicated that Zerulfa was the leader of the dark energy half-orcs, often appearing in the southern towns of the eastern continent, committing acts of slaughter. According to the intelligence, Zerulfa's half-orc raiding parties left no survivors, decimating entire towns and taking away all corpses. As Zerulfa's name was prominently featured on the Republic's most wanted list. On their journey to Dragon City, Sulyalu had expressed to the rabbit his intent to eliminate the cruel butcher if they ever encountered him. Yet, for 2 years, the duo had traveled south from the eastern capital without ever crossing paths with Zerulfa. As Sulyalu had remarked, not even a hair of a dark energy half-orc has been spotted. The pair arrived in Dragon City and remained there for over 2 years. During this time, they searched the surrounding areas but could not find the elusive Butcher Zerulfa. It was not until that fateful night when they inadvertently stumbled into the pig-headed lord's slaughterhouse that the truth finally dawned upon them. The dark energy half-orcs had disguised themselves, blending in among the ordinary citizens of the Republic. This was the essence of the proverbial darkness under the lamp. While everyone searched diligently, they remained unaware that the enemy lurked right beside them. As the fearsome butcher Zerolfa effortlessly shattered the little Minotaur's entire set of equipment with the mere back of his blade, the rabbit could not help but ponder. Surely, even Sulyalu and the members of Dawn's Flame could not have anticipated the reality would unfold in such a manner. A more terrifying thought then surfaced in the rabbit's mind. Perhaps even within the ranks of Dawn's Flame, or among the high echelons of the Republic, there were followers of the Dark God in disguise. This notion sent a chill down the rabbit's spine. While the rabbit was lost in thought, the butcher Zerolfa had already seized the Minotaur Beak by the throat, lifting Beak effortlessly with one hand. The once mighty Minotaur appeared as nothing more than a slab of meat in the hands of the butcher. The Minotaur thrashed his legs desperately, grasping at Zerolfa's arm in a futile attempt to pry it away. Despite Beak's immense strength from his blacksmithing days, it paled in comparison to that of the butcher. Seeing the Minotaur's struggle, Zerolfa grinned wickedly. Splendid. Tonight, we shall feast on fresh beef. As the butcher raised his cleaver, poised to deliver the fatal blow to Beak, the rabbit could not bear to watch the Minotaur meet such a grisly fate. Though he could not wield his magical weaponry, he hastily picked up a mechanical firearm and aimed directly at Zerolfa's head. Pulling the trigger, the butcher, seemingly aware of the impending threat, deflected the bullet with a shield of energy he had summoned. The rabbit was taken aback, recalling that without energy infusion, the mechanical firearm was little more than an ordinary gun. Clearly, Zerolfa possessed the means to harness magical energy, rendering the rabbit's bullets ineffective. Roar. The butcher, now enraged, crushed the rabbit's firearm underfoot and pinned him down. The rabbit felt as though his very insides were being twisted, his bones threatening to shatter beneath the weight of the dark energy. Orc.ina days, he looked up at the Minotaur, who was still being restrained, as the cleaver loomed dangerously close, ready to slice through his flesh. The rabbit averted his gaze, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Beak's gruesome demise, while inwardly blaming himself. Just as the cleaver was about to descend, a figure suddenly leapt into the air. A radiant full moon emerged, illuminating the nun's graceful form as she floated amidst the breeze, surrounded by her prayer beads. In that moment, the nun seemed to awaken, forcibly channeling her energy into the magical beads. She chanted loudly, "All Buddhas in the sky, all laws extinguished, all evil deeds met with retribution, perish." In response to the nun's command, the floating beads did not unleash fire but instead radiated a brilliant light. The intertwining beams of light formed a colossal magical formation, a shimmering symbol, descending directly upon the butchered at that moment. The nun resembled a celestial being, wielding the power to cleanse the world of all sin. As the character imbued with Buddhist energy fell, it exuded the profound belief that all evil must retreat. The rabbit could vaguely sense that even his very spirit was being purified, as if he were on the verge of becoming a devout follower of Buddhism. However, in an instant, the butcher Zerolfa let out a furious roar, raising his cleaver and slashing at the descending character. The crimson blade clashed with the golden symbol, and the nun, overwhelmed, coughed up a spray of golden blood as the character was shattered. Chapter 54. Timely Rescue. Ultimately, the foolish nun was unable to save anyone. The dark energy that she had failed to dispel erupted at the moment Zerolfa swung his blade. This eruption shattered the moon behind her, and in the instant of its destruction, the nun lost all her power. The butcher's cleaver was raised high, and the nun's frail form fell helplessly, poised to be cleaved in twain. Upon witnessing this, the Minotaur roared, "No, please, no." Then, from deep within Beak, a terrifying surge of energy exploded forth. As if the power that had been suppressed for too long finally erupted, he charged forward, using his robust physique to block half of the dark energy, half-orc's body, wrenching down the cleaver-wielding arm. With a powerful throw, he sent Zerolfa crashing to the ground, then placed his foot upon the butcher's face, kicking the bloody cleaver aside and rushing to catch the falling nun in his arms. Holding the dazed nun close, Beak quickly fled from Zerolfa's side, anxiously glancing at the nun, who was now gasping for breath. The Minotaur was frantic, desperate to save her, yet unsure of what to do. He stood there, holding her tightly, murmuring in distress, "What should I do? What can I do? Wake up! Wake up! You cannot die." Beak's near-manic demeanor left the rabbit shaking his head in helplessness. He wished to call out to Beak, yet he found himself utterly drained of strength. Just then, the nun suddenly regained consciousness, reaching out to touch the Minotaur's horns. With a foolish grin, she seemed to return to her naive essence, wrapping her arms around the neck of the little bull-headed man. Embracing Beck, her ruby lips brushed against his ear as she whispered, "Nyo-nyo, crying is truly ugly." Although Beck was uncertain about how to respond, he could distinctly sense the energy emanating from the nun. Realizing her life force was waning, the little bull-headed man clutched the nun tightly in his arms, weeping as he cried, "No, no, you can't die. You mustn't die." The butcher, having been kicked down, scrambled to his feet and retrieved the cleaver that had been knocked from his grasp. Enraged, he bellowed, "Damn you too. You've angered Zerolfa. I will tear you to shreds." With that, the butcher Zerolfa lumbered forward, advancing step by step towards the little bull-headed man. Seeing this, the rabbit summoned every ounce of strength to shout, "Run! Quickly, Beck, you must flee." Yet, the little bull-headed man stood frozen, his eyes wide and bloodshot, brimming with fury that threatened to erupt at that moment. Beck appeared ready to face the evil half-orc in a final confrontation. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out, crisp and decisive, causing Butcher Zerolfa to halt in his tracks, his eyes bulging in an instant. The form of the evil half-orc began to dissolve, his body melting into a pool of putrid blood. From this foul mass, a blood essence pulsating with dark energy emerged, momentarily suspended in midair, before darting away at breakneck speed. Following the trajectory of the fleeing essence, the rabbit spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. As the essence was consumed by the stranger's peculiar firearm, the rabbit felt tears welling up, exclaiming, "Lulu, is it really you?" Surulu approached the rabbit, lifting him from the ground and furrowing his brow, asking, "What happened here?" Overwhelmed with joy at Surulu's presence, the rabbit clutched Surulu's face and exclaimed, "Lulu, if you hadn't arrived, we would have truly perished here." Surulu, somewhat exasperated by the rabbit's words, retorted, "Who told you to be so clever and attempt a prison break at Dragon City?" The rabbit, suddenly sobbing, replied, "Lulu, I thought I would never see you again." After enduring hiding and fierce battles, the rabbit truly felt the weight of despair, recalling how he had followed Surulu's mother away from their homeland, willingly remaining behind to care for Surulu. Over the years, it seemed that only Surulu had become his sole companion and family. Had Surulu not arrived in time, he, along with the little bull-headed Beck and the nun, would have fallen victim to the evil half-orc leader. The rabbit felt an overwhelming guilt for the loss of Beck's life, directly tied to his own reckless decisions, now that Surulu was present. The rabbit felt he had finally found family, someone to rely on. In that moment, he experienced a profound sense of having survived a calamity, cherishing the only family he had left. Surulu, taken aback by the rabbit's sudden sentimentality, stood there, holding the rabbit's fluffy feet. In Surulu's heart, he too felt a similar emotion, having saved his only family from the brink of death. As the man and rabbit shared their poignant moment, the little bull-headed man wailed once more, "No, don't do this, Su. Think of a way to save her." Hearing that heart-wrenching plea, both the man and rabbit snapped back to reality, remembering Beck and the nun still in peril. Surulu quickly embraced the rabbit and rushed to the side of the little bull-headed man, bending down to assess the nun's condition. It was dire. The dark energy had already infiltrated her organs, beginning to corrode her vitality. The nun's once graceful form began to deteriorate, her garments soiled, and her visage aging rapidly. Surulu, witnessing this, was perplexed, but the rabbit immediately recognized the situation, exclaiming, "It's the 5 signs of death. We must act quickly to save her, or she will truly perish." Upon hearing the rabbit's alarm, the little bull-headed man grasped Surulu's arm, pleading on his knees, "Su, please think of a way. I know you can help." Surulu lowered his head in thought, realizing that the only option might be to return and seek the aid of the Dawn Knight, whose holy power might heal the nun. Despite the young knight's stubbornness, Surulu felt it was worth a try. He hoisted the little bull-headed man to his feet and urged him to race towards the prison, declaring, "Come, let us hurry to the prison. We may have no choice but to rely on that fellow." Although Beck was unaware of the situation or who Surulu referred to, he unhesitatingly followed Surulu's lead. Surulu and Beck moved swiftly, soon traversing the woods outside the Dragon City prison, arriving at the imposing steel gates. However, just as they reached the entrance, Surulu halted abruptly, sensing a wave of murderous intent surrounding them. He quickly conjured a protective barrier around Beck, then shoved the rabbit into Beck's arms, growling, "Run, do not look back. Charge straight through that door." The little bull-headed man, still confused, was thrust away by Surulu. And in an instant, a flurry of projectiles and bullets rained down, all deflected by the protective shield enveloping them. Beck stumbled, but was determined to glance back at Surulu, only to hear Surulu's voice command, "If you want the Tianuo nun in your arms to survive, rush through that door without looking back." Upon hearing this, the little bull-headed man, without a moment's hesitation, charged towards the heavy steel gates. As they reached the entrance, Beck was horrified to find the doors showing no sign of opening, causing him to waver. Yet, glancing down at the nun in his arms, the little bull-headed man steeled himself and, with a determined grit of his teeth, barreled into the steel door, in an extraordinary turn of events. The little bull-headed man, along with the nun and the rabbit, crashed directly through the entrance. Chapter 55. The deadly gunshot. Watching the little bull-headed man burst through the prison's steel gates, successfully protected by the energy shield. Surulu exhaled a sigh of relief. However, his expression soon morphed into one of ferocity as he patted the oddly shaped firearm in his hands. First, he opened the firearm's magazine for inspection, clearing out any unused ammunition. With a click, he secured the empty magazine, then pressed a button on the mechanical gauntlet he wore. Instantly, the inner mechanisms whirred to life, and the gauntlet's fingertips spread open, transforming into a maw of interlocking gears that clamped down on the weapon he held. The sound of grinding teeth echoed as the gauntlet tightened around the firearm, merging them into a singular entity. Gripping the firearm with the gauntlet encasing his hand, Surulu casually let his arm dangle at his side, lightly tapping the weapon against his thigh as he navigated through the woods surrounding the prison. With each tap, the previously tranquil firearm resumed its rhythmic breathing. As he walked, Surulu spoke coldly. "Why hide? Come out." Such naivete from the pig-headed man. Did you truly believe that you and your pathetic lot could awaken the so-called evil god? As soon as Surulu's words fell, rustling sounds erupted from the nearby thicket. A smirk crept across Surulu's lips as he abruptly raised the breathing firearm. Without a glance, he pivoted it to the side, pinpointing the source of the noise. In an instant, the sound of the weapon's breath abruptly ceased, and Surulu's arm shifted slightly. Bang! Without hesitation, he fired a clean shot, and a figure burst forth from the underbrush, wide-eyed with terror, mouth agape, as if to scream, only for their body to wither and collapse. As if drained of all life, in a moment, the figure was reduced to ash, blown away by a gentle breeze. An orb radiating dark energy floated upwards, and Surulu's firearm's breath grew heavy. He tenderly caressed the weapon, murmuring, "No need to rush. Such refuse is not worth our time." With that, he grasped the orb in his hand and carelessly placed it at the muzzle of his firearm, raising the weapon once more. He seemingly nonchalantly fired into the woods. Bang! The dark energy orb was propelled deep into the thicket, where it detonated in an explosion of malevolent energy. In an instant, the sinister aura permeated the entire forest, forcing those hidden within to reveal themselves. A chorus of pig-headed men and half-orcs wailed in the woodlands, desperate to flee the area. Alas, it was too late. The moment the dark energy orb erupted, its noxious essence spread throughout the woods, corrupting all who had worshipped it. As Surulu's mechanical gauntlet retracted into a wrist guard, he stowed the breathing magical firearm away, turning to stride towards the prison. He murmured to himself, "How naive. Did you truly think the evil god you worshipped would save you? In this age of decline, the most untrustworthy beings are the deities, for they have long been unable to safeguard themselves, let alone possess the power to redeem you wretches." At this moment, Surulu was no longer the warm-hearted youth who typically wore a sunny smile. He resembled a king who scrutinized everything with disdain. In fact, this state was the most genuine representation of Surulu, who had lost the protection of his parents at a tender age. Since childhood, he had only the companionship of a rabbit, devoid of any extraordinary abilities save for opening doors. In the current tumultuous republic, surviving alone was no simple feat amidst a tapestry of diverse races. Crises loomed at every corner, and a moment's carelessness could lead to bullying by stronger clans. 1 could easily become collateral damage in the internecine conflicts between two lords, perishing in the desolate wilderness, forgotten by all. Alternatively, one might encounter a cult led by a pig-headed man, who offered innocent lives as sacrifices to peculiar deities. In such a perilous republic, death could strike at any moment, and the struggles of a boy and his rabbit were indeed harrowing. Yet, Surulu not only survived with his rabbit, but also successfully infiltrated the enigmatic organization known as the Dawn of Flames. Should this tale be shared, it would likely become a legend throughout the Republic. This achievement was attributed to Sulyalu's cunning and his temperament, calm yet ruthless in the face of adversity in order to survive. Sulyalu adeptly concealed his cold and merciless side. However, when he revealed this aspect, it was evident that he harbored an extraordinary audacity, scanning the air thick with malevolent energy and the lingering scent of blood. Sulyalu vanished into the woods. Not long after Sulyalu's disappearance, a steam vehicle convoy entered the dense forest surrounding the prison. The moment Ballat stepped out of the vehicle, he sensed the pervasive aura of malevolence and the stench of blood. Before he could gather his thoughts, the occupants of the vehicle erupted in fury. Damn it! Who is responsible? Who has slain our men? Ballat hurriedly approached the rear of the vehicle, standing respectfully outside the door. Addressing the imposing figure seated in the back, "My lord, there is an aura of malevolence in the woods, seemingly connected to the cultists we were pursuing earlier. I believe it is prudent to report this matter to the lord immediately." Seated within was a pig-headed man. Not the lord of the pig-headed clan, nor the imposter knight Lotsa. This more robust, pig-headed individual was the head of the Dragon City Guard Bureau, a true power broker. A savage-looking pig head protruded from the vehicle window, fixing its gaze upon Ballat. After a long moment, the head of the Guard Bureau spoke. Ballat, surely you understand what malevolence represents. Ballat was well aware that malevolence was the energy wielded by the pig-headed lord and the force revered by the pig-headed clan of Dragon City. The head of the Guard Bureau continued. Are you now claiming that our ambushed men were all slain by malevolence? Are you suggesting they turned on each other? At this statement, Ballat felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the head of the Guard Bureau, memories of the slaughterhouse and the gruesome rituals dedicated to the dark deities flooded his mind. Ballat quickly replied, "My lord, it is my oversight. Please, quell your anger. My men are currently searching the area." The head of the Guard Bureau, visibly enraged, snapped, "Searching? Launch a direct assault on the prison. I want to see what manner of creature is behind this." An outright assault on the Dragon City prison? The audacity of the head of the Guard Bureau astonished Ballat. However, he soon regained his composure, realizing this must be the will of the pig-headed lord. The matter of the slain scouts was merely a pretext. They aimed to breach the prison. Suddenly, Ballat recalled that the personnel dispatched for this operation were predominantly from his Special Operations Unit. Everything had been meticulously planned. The pig-headed lord intended to use Ballat's unit to probe the defenses of Dragon City Prison. A wave of despair washed over Ballat as he realized that he and his special forces were ultimately destined to become cannon fodder. The head of the Guard Bureau growled, "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear my orders?" Ballat clenched his fists, standing face to face with the head of the Guard Bureau, feeling an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Yet, the fear deep within him, coupled with the instinct for self-preservation, compelled Ballat to abandon any thoughts of resistance. Just as Ballat turned to issue a command, a piercing gunshot rang out, and he felt a rush of air brush past his cheek. The next instant, the head of the Guard Bureau exploded, brain matter and blood splattering across Ballat's face. Chapter 56. The submission of the police force. Ballat was startled by the sudden turn of events. But when he turned to look, he saw that the pig-headed head of the Guard Bureau, despite having its head blown off, was slowly regrowing a smaller head from the gaping wound in its neck. Gazing at the diminutive, blood-soaked pig head, Ballat was gripped by sheer horror. The little pig head then let out a shrill wail. Which bastard dared to ambush me? Ballat quickly covered his ears and ducked away from the vehicle. After taking a few steps, he remembered to turn back and explain. However, in the instant he turned, he saw Sulyalu had appeared, holding an oddly shaped gun, the barrel aimed directly at the little pig head. Sulyalu muttered in dissatisfaction, "What a bother, encountering such a disgusting creature." The little pig head, sensing its imminent demise, could hear the gun's ominous breath due to their proximity. In that moment, the little pig's pupils dilated, and it pleaded, "No, please don't kill me. If you do, my father will not spare you." Sulyalu chuckled and replied, "Little pig, do you truly think I would fear your kind? The only reason I allowed you to imprison me was to enter the prison without drawing attention." The little pig had suddenly seemed to realize something and gasped, You aren't one of the old lord's people, are you?" Hearing this, Sulyalu raised an eyebrow. "It seems you hold the previous lord in great fear." The little pig head snorted derisively. "If it weren't for his bloodline from the former supreme leader and his connections to a powerful family we prefer not to provoke, he would have been dead long ago. The Lord has shown him mercy by letting him rot in prison. Who would have thought he remained so obstinate?" Sulyalu laughed and tapped the little pig head with his gun. saying, "It seems you were too foolish. Eliminating you would have been far simpler." The little pig had quickly retorted, "You don't understand. We hadn't completed our plans yet, so we wanted to avoid any complications." At this point, the little pig head suddenly froze, staring wide-eyed at Sulyalu and asking, You aren't one of the old man's people. Then who are you?" Sulyalu smiled and replied, "I reiterate, you are simply too foolish. Pigs are indeed of pig-headedness. You lack the privilege to inquire about my identity." With that, Sulyalu unceremoniously pulled the trigger. Bang! The little pig head was obliterated once more. Watching the little pig head explode again, Sulyalu remained unblemished by even a drop of blood. Balak cautiously approached the steam vehicle. Observing that the pig-headed head of the guard bureau was undeniably dead, after a brief moment of contemplation, Balak couldn't help but ask, What should I do now?" Sulyalu turned to the visibly shaken Balak, smiled, and holstered his weapon. Scanning the astonished officers, he noted that among them, the half-beast and pig-headed officers had inexplicably revealed their malevolent transformation. Sulyalu addressed Balak. "Isn't the situation now abundantly clear? Do you intend to align yourselves with these malevolent beings?" Balak turned to see the stunned officers from the Guard Bureau's Special Operations Unit. These officers had been meticulously selected by Balak. The majority were human, with some elves, minotaurs, and dwarves among them. Faced with this situation, the officers stood frozen, unsure of their next steps, observing those who had followed him, trusted him implicitly, and questioned his orders not at all. Balak suddenly found newfound confidence. He looked earnestly at Sulyalu and declared, "My lord, we are willing to serve you as our master. We only seek a path to survival." Upon hearing this, Sulyalu was momentarily taken aback, but then he smiled and surveyed the surroundings, saying, "You wish to serve me? Very well. I grant you the opportunity to deal with those who have been tainted by malevolence." Balak hesitated, quickly grasping Sulyalu's intent, and promptly commanded, "Everyone, heed my orders. During our special operations, we encountered a malevolent presence, and some officers have been tainted by malevolence. They have lost their original nature. Now, I, Balak, head of the Special Operations Unit, command you to eliminate all officers who have succumbed to malevolence." Although Balak's command was straightforward, the remaining officers, not yet tainted, hesitated to act. After all, those transformed by malevolence had once been their colleagues. Individuals with whom they had served in the Guard Bureau. In the present day, former close friends have unexpectedly become adversaries, casting a shadow of hesitation over the military and police present, who remain untainted by dark energies. At that moment, a corrupted half-orc suddenly regained his senses and roared, "Do not heed their words. They are actually—" Before the half-orc could finish, Sulyalu, having produced a firearm seemingly out of thin air, unhesitatingly shot the corrupted half-orc dead. The gunshot echoed through the dense forest, plunging the surroundings back into an oppressive silence, as no one dared to speak, each person exchanging bewildered glances as the leader of the corrupted half-orcs fell. A peculiar mark bestowed by the dark deity on the slain half-orc enabled the pig-head lord to receive immediate news. Consequently, he swiftly dispatched personnel to Dragon City Prison to investigate the situation, while simultaneously instructing the stationed corrupted half-orcs and pigheads nearby to prepare for an ambush. Aiming to avoid complications and to test the prison's defenses, the pighead lord ordered the head of the Security Bureau, his own son, to personally lead a contingent of corrupted warriors alongside the military and police forces under Balak's command. This was to both safeguard the pighead's plans and exploit the opportunity to weaken Balak's forces. However, the seemingly foolproof plan envisioned by the pighead lord did not account for Sulyalu's appearance. Furthermore, he could never have anticipated that Sulyalu, who should have been rendered powerless by his sealing magic, would exhibit such ferocity, even slaying one of his sons. With the leader of the corrupted military slain, the remaining corrupted soldiers were oblivious to the entire situation. In the face of this predicament, Sulyalu seized the initiative, casting the blame squarely upon them, leaving the corrupted military feeling utterly frustrated. Ultimately, in a desperate bid to survive and report back to the pighead lord, the corrupted military opted to take action. When the first ordinary soldier, unable to strike against a comrade, was killed, chaos erupted uncontrollably. Under Sulyalu's incitement, Balak bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Do you truly wish to die? They are no longer our companions. Their souls have been sold to the dark deity. Slay them, liberate their tainted souls. If you do not act, we shall be the ones to perish, every single one of us." It must be said, Balak possessed a remarkable eloquence. and after his nearly tearful, frenzied outburst, the dazed, ordinary soldiers finally took action, opening fire on their corrupted counterparts. The melee erupted in the dense forest outside the prison, while Surulu showed no interest in participating, pulling Ballot aside to say, "This is a trial for them." Initially intending to join the fray, Ballot, upon hearing Surulu's words, experienced a moment of clarity and stood beside Surulu, awaiting the final outcome in silence. Chapter 57. The authoritative command with the final gunshot, the fierce battle in the forest came to an end. Despite incurring great losses, Ballot's special forces emerged victorious due to their numerical superiority. Surulu surveyed the survivors, gasping for breath, and his gaze betrayed an unabashed contempt to him. This group of surviving soldiers was nothing more than a collection of inept individuals. Should the pighead lord truly turn against them, they would likely not even comprehend their impending demise. Nevertheless, recognizing their survival, Surulu nodded to Ballot, saying, "All right, take them back, that I trust you know how to handle this." Upon hearing Surulu's directive to return with the soldiers, Ballot was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself compelled to plead with Surulu for their sanctuary. However, before Ballot could voice his request, the surviving soldiers, shaken by their narrow escape, could no longer contain themselves. A brash soldier stepped forward and shouted, "Who exactly are you? By what right do you issue orders to us? It was you who urged us to kill our comrades, and now you command us to return. Given our state, the Lord will surely hold us accountable. How can we possibly expect a favorable outcome?" Surulu raised his gaze to the rude soldier, his expression impassive as he inquired, "Then tell me, how should I treat you?" The seemingly coarse soldier, though rough around the edges, possessed a keen intellect. Upon hearing Surulu's question, his eyes darted about as he quickly calculated his response. "At the very least," he began, "you should provide us refuge. A place to hide." "Ha!" Surulu erupted into laughter at the soldier's words, his mirth echoing through the forest as if mocking each survivor, delivering a stinging reprimand to them all. The brash soldier, feeling insulted, retorted, "What are you laughing at?" After a prolonged fit of laughter, Surulu managed to regain his composure and surveyed the surroundings. "Do you believe you are guilty of a crime?" he asked that moment. Another dwarven soldier approached and asked, "Isn't it? We have personally slain our former comrades." Surulu's expression suddenly hardened, the smile vanishing from his face as he gravely stated, "No, you are mistaken. You have slain a horde of corrupted enemies. You actively participated in eliminating a group of corrupted half-orcs and pigheads. This is an act of public service. You should not be fleeing, but rather returning to claim your accolades." Upon hearing Surulu's words, not only were the soldiers present taken aback, but even Ballot was left astonished, forced to admire Surulu's audacity. After the shock subsided, the brash soldier burst into laughter, declaring, "Are you jesting? Did you really believe the Lord's son was a corrupted monster?" Surulu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, he was a corrupted monster, and the leader of this group of aberrations." The surrounding soldiers erupted into laughter, with the human soldier continuing, "Ha ha ha, this is the finest joke I have ever heard. Do you think the Lord is a fool?" Surulu calmly replied, "Thus, you must take his son's corpse back, parading it before the masses to demonstrate that the head of the security bureau conspired with dark beings, seduced by the dark deity, and has been judged by the holy light." Gradually, the laughter subsided as the soldiers recognized that Surulu was not jesting. The brash soldier's expression twisted into a snarl as he raised his magical firearm, activating its mechanisms to chamber around. Aiming the barrel at Surulu's head, he shouted, "You madman! I refuse to be your scapegoat. I will blast your head off and return with your corpse, believing the Lord will surely pardon us. You wretched scoundrel, brace yourself. I will shatter your skull." Bang! The gunfire rang out, and Ballot was horrified, attempting to rush to Surulu's aid. However, as the scene unfolded, the soldiers realized that it was the human soldier who had been shot dead. Surulu, seemingly unfazed, gracefully returned a mundane firearm to its holster at his waist. After a brief silence, Surulu's cold laughter echoed, "Hee hee, look at yourselves. What are you? You consider yourselves something of worth. Let me enlighten you. You are nothing but a bunch of worthless scum. Even dealing with those 20-some corrupted beings posed a challenge for you, and yet you dare raise your weapons against me?" Such words struck like daggers into the hearts of every soldier present. Ballot, too, found himself unable to lift his head, daunted by the formidable presence of Surulu. Scanning the faces of the surviving soldiers, Surulu concluded, let me make this clear. You have no choice. Either return as heroes or remain here forever. Like the corpses on the ground, do not expect me to offer sanctuary to a bunch of failures. With that, Surilu approached the Pighead Lord's Security Bureau vehicle, grasping its roof with his mechanized gauntlet. Puff puff, the sound of steam venting filled the air as Surilu exerted force. Tearing the vehicle's roof apart, after dismantling the top, he effortlessly extracted the headless corpse of the Security Bureau chief, casting it onto the ground. This moment, the remaining soldiers recognized that Surilu had spoken the truth. The headless body also emanated dark energy. As the reality of the situation dawned upon them, they finally began to accept Surilu's assertions. Surilu then displayed his insignia, addressing the soldiers. I am an inspector of the church, dispatched to eliminate a group of corrupted beings. Pausing briefly, Surilu continued under the astonished gazes of the soldiers. Your performance tonight has been commendable. I thank you for your cooperation. He gestured toward the bodies on the ground, instructing, take these back and inform the citizens of Dragon City that the head of the Security Bureau conspired with dark beings, seduced by the dark deity, and has faced the judgment of the holy light. As the conversation unfolded, a peculiar smile emerged on Surilu's face as he remarked, moreover, and most importantly, since you claim that the chief of security is the Lord's son, you should return and convey a message to the Lord, urging him to conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Should he fail to eradicate all beings of malevolent energy, the Holy See shall take matters into its own hands. And at that juncture, he too shall face the judgment of the holy light. Surilu's righteous declaration left Ballat and the military police utterly dumbfounded, especially Ballat, who was completely taken aback, unable to fathom how Surilu, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Lord just moments prior, could muster the audacity to directly provoke the pig-headed Lord. Such blatant provocation, in Ballat's eyes, was tantamount to courting death. However, after a moment's contemplation, Ballat suddenly realized that if they reported back in such a manner, he and the surviving military police could continue to live, as the pig-headed Lord would direct his wrath solely at Surilu, inadvertently offering protection to Ballat and his comrades. With this pivotal understanding, Ballat could not help but regard Surilu with newfound respect. Despite Surilu's exceptionally ruthless approach, which showed no mercy in action, Ballat sensed that Surilu was not merely a bloodthirsty individual. Unbeknownst to him, as he reflected on their interactions, he discovered that in this decaying era, Surilu was, in fact, a remarkably relatable character. Chapter 58. Confrontation with the Dawn Knight. Watching Ballat and the surviving military police carry the corpse of the pig-headed Lord's son towards Dragon City, Surilu did not linger any longer. He swiftly turned and raced towards the Dragon City prison, employing the same method as the Minotaur, crashing into the prison's iron gates. Upon his return to the prison, Surilu immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the guard room was somewhat amiss. Without waiting for Surilu to react, the Minotaur, Baker, approached him with a mournful expression, saying, Sue, you must find a way to save her. Surilu glanced at the nun, who was now little more than skin and bones, appearing as though she might perish at any moment, her life force exceedingly frail. With a sigh, Surilu addressed the Dawn Knight, Levi, seated at the table. My lord Levi, as a Dawn Knight, do you truly intend to stand by idly while another perishes? Little did he know that Surilu's words ignited the young Dawn Knight's fury. Holy flames surged around Levi, and almost instantaneously, a burst of sacred fire was hurled towards Surilu. In the face of the approaching holy flames, Surilu instinctively shoved the Minotaur aside and raised his arm. With a whoosh, the mechanical gauntlet on his wrist expelled steam, rapidly expanding to envelop his arm in a mechanical fist. The hand, now encased in the mechanical gauntlet, did not flinch before the holy flames but instead reached out to grasp them. With a resounding bang, as his fist tightened, the sacred fire was crushed, transforming into diminutive flickers of flame that were swiftly absorbed by the metallic surface of the gauntlet. In that fleeting moment as Surilu dealt with the holy flames, Levi's armor radiated with a pure glow. The holy energy illuminated the entirety of his armor as he extended his hand, tearing through the void to seize the gleaming silver spear, without a moment's hesitation. As Surilu shattered the sacred flames, Levi infused his spear with holy energy. He thrust the weapon forward, seemingly intent on piercing Surilu's body, aiming to slay him with the spear. The pushed-back Minotaur fell beside the rabbit and the nun, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The rabbit, in a panic, shouted, Lulu, Be careful. As the holy energy transformed into a spear of blinding purity, poised to penetrate Sululu's chest, a spectral figure suddenly appeared before Sululu, stepping forth to intercept the thrust aimed at him. With a clang, the spear did not pierce the body of the night elf, for in that critical moment, Sululu reached out, grasping the searing spear as if it were a bolt of lightning. Pushing aside the determined gaze of the night elf, Sululu took 2 steps forward, locking eyes with the young Dawn Knight, and stating, "You must understand, in this era of diminishing magic, we are, in essence, not so different." Regardless of how forcefully Levi exerted himself, he could not reclaim the silver spear, which was firmly ensnared by Sululu's iron grip. Observing the Dawn Knight's apparent defiance, Sululu continued, "Do not cling to your outdated beliefs. In this age, your principles hold no significance." With a whoosh, the mechanical gauntlet on his other wrist expelled steam, and the machinery began to operate. Unfolding the previously folded gauntlet, Sululu casually flexed his palm, and in an instant, a more intense holy flame surged within his grasp, appearing even purer than that which surrounded the Dawn Knight. Upon witnessing the blaze emanating from Sululu's palm, Levi's eyes widened in disbelief, seeing the incredulity on the young Dawn Knight's face. Sululu suddenly flipped his hand, causing the holy flames to lose their sanctity in a heartbeat. Transforming into a darkened infernal fire, Levi's expression shifted to one of horror, but in the next moment, the flames underwent yet another transformation, this time exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of the fire that once surrounded the elderly Taoist. Before Levi could inquire, Sululu sighed in his final moments. "The old Taoist entrusted his energy to me." Instantly, both Sululu and Levi's expressions grew somber, as they evidently recalled the elderly Taoist, who had burned his entire life force in a bid to glimpse the starry sky beyond the prison walls. Sululu spoke somewhat dejectedly. "Do you see now? The nature of one's energy holds no relevance in this age." Levi paused momentarily before erupting in anger. "Nonsense. Do not attempt to sway me with your rhetoric. I will not fall for your deceitful words again. Your speech is an affront to the divine, a slander against the Holy See, which will not tolerate your presence. You shall face the judgment and retribution of the gods of the Holy See." Upon hearing Levi's nearly hysterical outburst, Sululu threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha." The laughter echoed throughout the guard room, and despite the Dawn Knight's desire to dismiss it, the sound pierced him like a dagger, shattering everything he held dear and believed in. After a prolonged moment, Sululu finally ceased his laughter, regarding Levi with disdain as he queried, "So, was that elderly Taoist truly deserving of such a tragic fate?" With the mention of the old Taoist once more, the young Dawn Knight felt a pang in his chest, unable to deny that the old man represented a deep-seated wound within him. In his final moments, the old Taoist had sacrificed his entire life, yearning only to step outside the prison and gaze upon the stars. Yet, according to the dictates of the Holy See, Levi was compelled to intervene, to personally end the old Taoist's life. In the days since, Levi had reflected on the old Taoist's attempts, recalling how he had ultimately perished within the prison's confines. As Sululu had pointed out, what crime had warranted such punishment, even in his final moments? He had been denied the chance to escape that dreadful prison. In truth, after gaining control of the prison, Sululu had gleaned insights into its workings through its mechanisms. The prison was essentially divided into 2 sections. The first 100 levels constituted one part, constructed under the direction of Sululu's father, while the 8 lower levels, shrouded in darkness, were not of his father's design. It appeared that those 8 levels had existed for a far longer time, and the Holy See had dispatched powerful Dawn Knights to maintain order there, ostensibly to suppress the criminals imprisoned within, although he could not ascertain the nature of the beings confined in those abyssal depths. The emergence of the old Taoist suggested that the prisoners were likely formidable entities of legend. As for the specifics of those imprisoned, Sululu suspected that the young Dawn Knight was well aware. The moment the old Taoist was mentioned, the heaviness on Levi's face made it evident that he understood all too well that the old man had not deserved such a fate. With this realization, Sululu directly stated, "You know very well what the Holy See has done. Do you truly believe that adhering to its regulations holds any significance anymore?" This statement struck at the very core of Levi's being, resonating with questions he had grappled with more than once. In that instant, the young Dawn Knight's resolve shattered, and the holy light that had enveloped him dissipated, leaving his once radiant silver armor dull and lifeless. Chapter 59. The Trial of the Dawn Knights. My children, before you can become true Dawn Knights, you must undergo certain trials. Though they may seem ordinary, these trials are, in fact, tests of your very souls. You must approach the darkness, seeking redemption within its depths. Those who endure the torment of darkness alone, yet remain steadfast in their devotion to the light, shall return to the place where the dawn rises, receiving the baptism of the light anew, and will emerge as true dawn knights. Every young dawn knight, after undergoing a rigorous training regimen, is dispatched to various locales to embark on their final apprenticeship trial within the hallowed halls of the Dawn Temple. They gather to receive counsel from the pontiff, revered as the divine emissary, who imparts words of encouragement. These exhortations, however, are laden with subtle implications, serving as a poignant reminder to the fledgling Dawn Knights. Before departing from the Dawn Mountains, Levi, like his fellow apprentice knights, was profoundly impacted by this unforgettable counsel. Yet, all Dawn Knights are acutely aware that the number of apprentices who succeed in returning from their journey is exceedingly few. Furthermore, it is said that among those who do return, a portion are unable to attain the baptism of dawn. Rumors suggest they have succumbed to the encroachment of darkness, gradually drifting away from the light. No longer favored by the dawn, these unfortunate knights are relegated to the shadowed realm behind the Dawn Mountains, entering the Dark Temple, where they become knights shrouded in darkness. Although, in this current age of waning magic, dark knights are no longer subjected to disdain. The populace continues to harbor a deep-seated aversion to darkness. Thus, for the majority of Dawn Knights, the prospect of succumbing to the dark side and becoming Dark Knights is a fate they fervently wish to avoid, as is the dread of being eternally barred from the Dawn Mountains or sinking irretrievably into the abyss of external darkness. However, upon arriving at this ancient prison and residing within its desolate confines, Levi's steadfast faith in the light and the church began to waver after uncovering certain truths from the depths of his cell. Following his initial confrontation with the old Taoist, Levi sensed an aura of ethereal energy emanating from the elder, reminiscent of the mystical powers of the East, which left him in a state of confusion that he perceived that the eldritch energy wielded by the old Taoist bore striking similarities to sacred energy. Although the Dawn Mountains houses its own sanctuaries, Levi had never encountered a Taoist exuding the same poise and purity of celestial energy as the old Man. In contrast, the Taoists within the sanctum of the Dawn Mountains radiated a more profound malice. Lacking the serene composure and transcendent grace of the elder, after several exchanges, the young Dawn Knight engaged in a candid discourse with the old Taoist. When the conversation turned to the church's Taoists, the elder scoffed dismissively, declaring, "Those individuals are unworthy of the title of Taoist. They are but a band of fame-seeking butchers and lackeys." Levi, incensed by the elder's words, felt a surge of anger, perceiving it as a grave insult to the church. Yet, the subsequent inquiries posed by the old man haunted Levi deeply. The elder queried, "Have you ever pondered why the church boasts so many temples? What deities are enshrined within those sacred halls? Have you not encountered sorcerers, Taoists, and even monks within the Dawn Mountains? From whence do they hail?" These questions stirred memories within Levi, prompting recollections of his youthful trespasses into other temples. Within those sanctuaries, each deity was enshrined, yet their effigies were bound by heavy iron chains. As a child, Levi could not comprehend why these statues were so shackled. After all, they were merely stone figures. What significance lay in their binding? It was only when he inadvertently approached one statue that he was startled by a mournful wail emanating from it. That moment, a bizarre vision was etched into Levi's mind: the twilight of the deities and the end of all things. The heavens wept, and the chains of fate descended, binding once great heroes until they were rendered to stone. That was indeed the true apocalypse of the gods, where all laws crumbled into nothingness, leaving even the mightiest of heroes powerless against their fate, ultimately becoming statues imprisoned within the temples of the church. While conversing with the old Taoist, Levi recalled this haunting image and recounted it to the elder. The old man, filled with sorrow, lamented, "Those once dear friends. I have failed them. I could not stand alongside them to face the coming doom. Compared to them, I am but an old dog, cowering in this prison, devoid of hope of ever seeing the sky again." Levi believed the old Taoist spoke truthfully. He had once been among those heroes who stood against the encroaching darkness. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had not participated in the final battle against doom, instead finding himself confined in the depths of the prison. Driven by curiosity, Levi once asked the old man, "Since you were contemporaneous with those statues, You must know who was responsible for the arrival of doom that cast us into this age of waning magic." The elder regarded Levi with an enigmatic expression, smiling mysteriously as he asked, "Do you truly wish to uncover the events of that fateful day?" Upon hearing this, Levi immediately regretted his inquiry, realizing he should not have ventured into such long-buried matters, nor sought to uncover truths better left undiscovered. Yet, it was too late. The old man, with a casual gesture, sent a wisp of celestial light surging into Levi's forehead. Sulu looked intently into Levi's bewildered eyes, drawing closer to the knight ensnared in painful recollections. Meeting the gaze of the young Dawn Knight, Sulu softly inquired, "You understand, do you not? You have glimpsed the very root of all that has transpired?" Under Sulu's low, emotionless inquiry, Levi suddenly awoke from his agonizing memories. Roused from his torment, the young Dawn Knight vehemently declared, "No, I have seen nothing. I have perceived nothing. I am a Dawn Knight, and I shall unwaveringly uphold my faith in the light." As he spoke, a dawn-like radiance erupted from Levi, illuminating the space not with blinding brilliance, but like a guiding beacon, capturing the hearts of all. Yet, in the next moment, Sulu seized the knight's armor and struck a heavy blow to Levi's head. Bang! The young knight's power faltered, and the light dissipated under Sulu's strike, causing him to stagger backward. But Sulu did not relent. He pressed forward, releasing Levi's spear and unleashing a flurry of punches upon the Dawn Knight. Levi, akin to a kite severed from its string, was swept away by the relentless barrage, unable to mount a counterattack. Finally, with a resounding bang, clang, Sulu delivered a masterful uppercut, sending Levi's helmet flying. Beneath a cascade of silver hair lay a striking visage, pale, yet imbued with a blend of determination and youthful innocence. A noble countenance framed by a high nose and deep-set eyes that sparkled like stars. It must be said, the young Dawn Knight was indeed remarkable in appearance, yet under Sulu's fierce blows, he appeared rather disheveled. Observing the young knight's disarray, Sulu halted his assault and stood questioning, "Why do you not retaliate?" Levi abruptly lifted his head, the starlight in his eyes flickering with a hint of malice. Yet, in the next moment, that trace of anger dissipated once more, and Levi ultimately chose to forego retaliation. Sulu, having ceased his punches, quietly regarded the dejected Levi propped against the table, asking again, "Why do you not fight back?" The young Dawn Knight chuckled coldly. What purpose would it serve to retaliate?" Before Sulu could respond, Levi continued, "As a Dawn Knight, I find myself questioning my very faith." It was evident that Levi was engulfed in profound sorrow, harboring resentment towards others, yet equally directed inward. After a brief silence, he added, "I am not a worthy knight. I have succumbed to darkness, forsaking my faith. Thus I lack the right to strike back. You have awakened me to the sins I have committed. Come now, continue your assault. Let me perish for my transgressions, and allow my soul to suffer in the depths of hell." The sound of a sharp slap reverberated through the guardroom, leaving the rabbit, the minotaur, and the night elf utterly astonished. Smack! Sulu raised his hand once more, delivering another slap to the young knight, who stood there awaiting his demise. It is worth noting that while the principle of not striking the face typically prevails, even as the Dawn Knight relinquished his resistance, his psychological defenses had been thoroughly breached. Such a direct slap was a profound humiliation. As the saying goes, a man may be killed but should not be dishonored. Any being would find it intolerable. Indeed, as Sulu prepared to strike again, Levi instinctively grasped the hand aimed at him. With a fierce glare, he declared, "Enough! If you wish to kill me, then do so, but I will not yield to such humiliation." However, Sulu shrugged off Levi's grip and, without hesitation, delivered another slap to the knight's face. Meeting the young Dawn Knight's furious gaze, Sulu calmly remarked, "Feel anger, do you? That is good. It signifies you have not yet descended into complete worthlessness." Upon hearing these words, the young Dawn Knight seemed to reach his breaking point, roaring as he channeled sacred energy into his dimmed armor. In the blink of an eye, the intricate machinery within the armor whirred to life, and almost instantaneously, it radiated a brilliant silver sheen. Levi roared in fury, swinging his fist directly at Sulu. Whether caught unprepared or simply unwilling to retaliate, Sulu remarkably absorbed the blow, staggering back 2 steps. He steadied himself, his iron fist retracting with a soft "chh." Raising a hand to touch the corner of his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, Sulu surged forward again, delivering a swift punch to Levi's face. Pooh! The young Dawn Knight swiftly disassembled the armor encasing him. Shedding the metal encumbrance, he then assumed a fighting stance, closing in on Sulyalu with lightning speed, unleashing a rapid succession of punches. This time, Sulyalu was not merely a passive target. He moved with equal swiftness, evading Levi's strikes while simultaneously counterattacking in an instant. The two figures began to dart around the guardroom, exchanging blows in a fierce display of combat, evolving into a dynamic bout between two skilled fighters. The spectators watched in stunned silence, and it was only then that the night elf Nona comprehended that she was indeed no match for Sulyalu. The Minotaur, dizzy from the rapid movements, struggled to track the two combatants. Unable to contain himself, he turned to the rabbit and queried, "Rabbit, sir, what exactly are they doing?" The rabbit, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Why, they are fighting, of course. It's just that their martial skills are quite exceptional, and neither can gain the upper hand. In their swift movements, they are seeking each other's weaknesses, all the while guarding against revealing their own. This is a primal form of combat, devoid of any so-called energy. It is a contest of the fighter's speed and reflexes." Upon hearing this, Beck exclaimed, "Wow, Sulyalu is so formidable. I had no idea." The rabbit, exasperated, remarked, "Young Minotaur, do you truly believe that Sulyalu could dominate that rowdy bunch of half-orc brats without reason?" Beck's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, "So, it is indeed these fighting techniques that empower Sulyalu." At that moment, the observing night elf interjected, "Indeed, Sir is exceptionally strong. Be able to spar with a probationary Dawn Knight dispatched by the Church indicates that his combat prowess is undoubtedly on par with that of a Grand Knight. No wonder he can effortlessly handle those obstinate individuals in the prison and quell uprisings with a mere flick of his hand." Upon hearing the night elf's words, the rabbit could not help but scrutinize her, his gaze wandering over every inch of her form. Ultimately, his eyes lingered rather indiscreetly on her posterior as he inquired, "Are you from the prison's monitoring section?" Nona sensed the rabbit's gaze but, out of respect for Sulyalu, refrained from chastising him. She attempted to ignore his scrutiny and replied, "Yes, I was brought out by Sir from the monitoring section." The rabbit, unperturbed by her response, pressed on, "While in the monitoring section, did you ever encounter a monk?" Feeling the intensity of the rabbit's gaze intensifying, Nona found herself on the verge of losing her composure, even contemplating delivering a slap to the rabbit. Just as the night elf was about to explode with indignation, the Minotaur's earnest voice broke through, "Rabbit, sir, what is the matter? Why is your nose bleeding again?" The rabbit, suddenly jolted back to reality, hastily pressed his furry paw against his bleeding nostrils. Tilting his head back, he chastised the Minotaur, "What are you saying? It's all that foolish nun's fault. My illustrious name is being tarnished because of you." Observing the chaotic scene between the rabbit and the Minotaur, Nona was momentarily taken aback before succumbing to laughter. Once her mirth subsided, the night elf composed herself and stated, "It seems that several years ago, a monk was indeed sent to the monitoring section." The rabbit, puzzled, inquired, "Wasn't it said that the Dragon City prison does not allow random admissions of prisoners?" At that moment, before Nona could respond, the voice of the Dawn Knight rang out. "That was a regulation from long ago. In recent years, the Church has been lax in its oversight of the prison. Otherwise, why would we probationary Dawn Knights be sent here to hone our skills? Over time, places like the Dragon City prison have devolved into mere ordinary jails." Bang! As they spoke, the rabbit, Minotaur, and night elf witnessed Sulyalu and Levi suddenly come to a halt. Both raised their fists simultaneously and, without hesitation, exchanged a flurry of punches, ultimately landing a solid blow to each other's chests. Subsequently, both were sent flying, crashing against the wall behind them, collapsing to the ground as they exchanged hearty laughter. Chapter 61. The night corrupted by fell energy. After an exhilarating bout of unadulterated combat, both Sulyalu and Levi felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The young Dawn Knight's inner turmoil and doubts had been momentarily cast aside. Leaning against the wall, seated on the ground, Levi, after their laughter subsided, solemnly addressed Sulyalu. "You may utilize everything within the prison, even liberate the prisoners from the preceding monitoring sections. However, I urge you, do not venture into the innermost depths of the prison. There lies the true terror, the very root of the end times." At that moment, as Sulyalu grasped the control over the prison, He had already formed some conjectures regarding the depths through the feedback from the mechanical prison. Hearing the young Dawn Knight's words, Sululu inquired in a low voice, "In truth, this is not merely a prison. The 8-story tower below serves to seal the abyss, while above lies a mechanical city. Does it not?" Levi did not conceal anything and directly nodded. "Indeed, this is a mechanical city, though it has been sealed away for reasons unknown, and it has been designated as a prison. The tower extending downward is indeed used to seal the abyss." As he spoke, the Dawn Knight suddenly removed the armor from his chest, revealing his bare torso. Upon seeing Levi's chest, Sululu and the rabbit were immediately taken aback. Levi's torso was riddled with grotesque, decaying flesh, almost every inch of his chest marred by corruption. Sululu abruptly stood up and rushed to the Dawn Knight's side, reaching out to touch the rotting flesh. The moment his fingers made contact, gray threads erupted from the decayed masses, swiftly attempting to ensnare Sululu's fingers. Observing this, the Dawn Knight swiftly pushed Sululu away, shouting, "Quickly, burn those threads with your holy flames." However, Sululu did not comply. Instead, he scrutinized the gray threads that had entwined around his fingertips. After a moment of careful examination, he discovered that the gray threads were exceedingly tenacious, almost as if they possessed a life of their own, continuously siphoning his vitality. Sululu, unfazed by the peculiar power of the gray threads, activated his mechanical bracers as they swiftly enveloped his arms, binding the threads at his fingertips. Seeing that Sululu had not followed his advice to incinerate them, Levi admonished, "Do not underestimate them. These are incredibly dangerous." Sululu lifted his gaze to meet the Dawn Knight's serious expression and softly queried, "Are these the fell energies released from the abyss below?" Levi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, these are the fell substances emanating from the abyss's maw." Sululu observed the gray threads wrapped around his fingertips more closely, noting that they appeared to possess a life of their own. Despite being constrained by the magical array, they continued to writhe, as if striving to break free from their mechanical bonds. After a moment of observation, the gray threads suddenly became agitated, breaking through their constraints. In the next instant, they shot towards Sululu's chest. Alarmed, Levi cried out, "Quickly, envelop yourself in holy flames. You must not allow it to reach your heart, or you will be doomed." Despite the Dawn Knight's urgency, even attempting to use his own holy flames to assist Sululu in suppressing the gray threads, it was all too late. The threads ultimately pierced through Sululu's clothing, directly burrowing into his chest. However, as the gray threads entered Sululu's torso, they swiftly made their way through the mechanical gaps surrounding his heart. Thump, thump. In that instant, everyone in the guardroom clearly heard the sound of a heartbeat. Though it was but a single thud, it resonated like a hammer against each person's eardrum. As the spectators regained their composure and turned their astonished gazes towards Sululu, he murmured in surprise, "Huh? It seems to have vanished." Upon hearing Sululu's murmured words, the young Dawn Knight let out a sigh of relief. "It appears you possess other secrets." At that moment, the rabbit, munching on a carrot, ambled forward, scrutinizing the Dawn Knight as he inquired, "As a Dawn Knight, even without having formally undergone the Dawn's baptism, you should still be able to wield holy energy, correct? Why do you not dispel these afflictions from your body and allow yourself to be corroded?" Levi chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he donned his armor once more. "Do you think I do not wish to?" After donning his armor, Li Wei continued, "However, my strength is no longer sufficient to eradicate the corrosive power." The young bull-headed man exclaimed in astonishment, "Why? How can this be? You seem to be in perfect health." Before Li Wei could respond, Sururu calmly interjected, "I believe it is because he has been here for an extended period, gradually succumbing to the corrosive force." After a brief pause, Sururu added, "The reason he is still alive is likely due to having undergone a partial baptism of light, as well as receiving assistance from certain individuals." Noticing the astonished gaze of the young Knight of Light upon him, Sururu smiled and said, "Surely it is not that old Taoist, is it?" Li Wei was once again taken aback, but this time he candidly revealed the truth. Though not a Taoist, he is indeed connected to it. It turned out that shortly after Li Wei's arrival at the prison, the source, which had been suppressed deep within the prison, had erupted. During that outbreak, driven by a sense of justice as a Knight of Light, Li Wei disregarded the warnings of his predecessor and charged into the depths of the prison. Attempting to uncover the origin of the emerging darkness, he descended the tower that spiraled downwards, and in the depths of the tower, the young Knight of Light witnessed a shocking scene. Deep within the descending tower, numerous tendrils emerged, converging into a massive black pond. Surrounding the pond were 6 protruding horns, upon which 6 figures stood. Each of these figures emanated a distinct aura, unleashing 6 disparate energies that continually suppressed the malevolent tendrils. The old Taoist who had previously attempted to escape the prison was, in fact, one of those 6 individuals suppressing the evil tendrils. The situation was dire. The initial eruption of the malevolent tendrils had already left the 6 feeling overwhelmed. Li Wei's sudden appearance added an element of unpredictability, ultimately leading to the complete eruption of the malevolent tendrils, breaking through the seals of the 6 individuals and engulfing Li Wei in an instant. Just as Li Wei believed he was doomed, a pure light shattered through everything, rescuing him from despair. In a daze, Li Wei received the power inheritance from the individual who had been guarding the malevolent tendrils. Wielding the light of holiness, although he could not suppress the corrosive power of the tendrils, his life was spared, achieving a balance between the 2 forces. With a sigh, the young Knight of Light produced a badge left to him by the one who saved his life. Softly stating, the Taoist decided at that moment to abandon the continuation of the suppression. He sought to leave here and find reinforcements, but the other 2 did not believe him, resulting in a fierce conflict that left both sides severely injured. At this juncture, Li Wei was clearly overwhelmed by sorrow, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. After regaining his composure and wiping away his tears, Li Wei continued, "The one who saved me made me swear that no matter what happened, I must prevent the Taoist from leaving." Sururu, recalling the scene he witnessed upon his arrival at the prison and the old Taoist's final reluctance, sighed and asked, "Does it truly hold any significance?" Li Wei's gaze suddenly grew resolute as he replied solemnly, "That individual once said this is our destiny, and it is our duty not to retreat." Chapter 62. The Sealed Abyss. Through repeated confrontations with the old Taoist, Li Wei gradually uncovered some hidden truths that in reality, beneath the ground lay an abyss. The very source of the evil gods and malevolent entities. The inverted 8-story tower stood here to suppress the abyss deep below. It is said that there are 6 such abysses across the entire plane. And in ancient times, many evil gods were born from these abysses. Legends abound on both the eastern and western continents, recounting how the evil gods from the depths of these 6 abysses ravaged the world, treating all living beings on the earth as their sustenance and enslaving them to wage war on their behalf. Eventually, 6 powerful heroes emerged, rescuing the populace from the clutches of the evil gods. They defeated the evil gods and drove them back into the abyss, erecting formidable towers to seal all exits of the 6 abysses. Since that time, the 6 heroes married and established 6 powerful families, each passing down the guardianship of the abyss through generations. Simultaneously, those 6 families, with the support of numerous beings on the earth, founded the first kingdom belonging to the living. However, as the years passed and the fear of the evil gods gradually waned, fractures began to appear within the once mighty kingdom. Subsequently, the ancient and formidable realm governed by the 6 kings fractured into 6 independent kingdoms. As ambition grew among the beings, conflicts among the various empires engulfed the entire plane in turmoil, leading to widespread war. While no one paid attention to the sealed 6 abysses, in the end, the seals of the abysses were broken, and the evil gods returned, once again sweeping across the land. Upon hearing this, Sururu suddenly interjected, "Don't tell me that later another 6 heroes appeared, drove the evil gods back into the abyss, and resealed it. Such a cliché story, and you truly believe it? Do you not think that these could be tales spun by that old Taoist to deceive children?" Interrupted mid-narrative. The young Knight of Light, feeling somewhat irked, retorted, "Are you mocking me for being a child?" Sururu shrugged, saying, "Isn't it true? You actually believe in such childish tales." Li Wei, now fuming, shot back, "While you label others as children, it seems you have forgotten that you yourself are also a child." Sururu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I am also a child, but I do not believe in such nonsense." The Knight of Light immediately countered, "How can you be so sure that these are not true? Then how do you explain the corruption I bear?" Faced with Li Wei's argument, Sururu raised his hands in resignation. "All right, I admit, there may indeed be something evil suppressed beneath that 8-story tower deep in the ground." After a moment, Sururu added, "However, could you possibly condense the story? Just get to the point if you would." Li Wei suddenly felt that Sururu was an exceedingly domineering individual, not even allowing him to finish his tale. However, before the Knight of Light could voice his dissent, the rabbit chimed in, Yes, hurry up and get to the point." With no other option, Li Wei stated, The crux of the matter is that the one who saved me and the old Taoist had differing opinions. The old Taoist believed that they were running on empty and could no longer bear the duty of suppression. Wishing to leave and seek out the so-called descendants of heroes for assistance in guarding this place. Hearing this, Sururu suddenly interrupted. Wait, according to your account, that seems somewhat off. Are you implying that the 6 individuals guarding this place do not belong to the so-called 6 noble families of heroes? The young Knight of Light was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Yes, they are neither descendants of heroes nor members of the 6 families. Sururu, puzzled, inquired. If they do not belong to the 6 families, why are they guarding this place? Li Wei fell silent for a moment, seemingly reluctant to respond, but ultimately sighed in resignation. The Taoist said they were sent here by someone. Sururu appeared to have grasped something. Recalling the old Taoist's final words, he sensed that there was likely a tremendous secret hidden within this situation. One that might involve certain behind-the-scenes forces affecting the entire plane. Considering the complex background, Sururu did not wish to entangle the young bull-headed man in this matter, so he shifted the topic, saying, "All right, let us return to the prison area for now." The young Knight of Light found Sururu's sudden change of attitude perplexing. He could not fathom why Sururu had shifted so dramatically. This unexpected alteration left Li Wei momentarily disoriented, as if his thoughts had short-circuited. After a brief daze, he noticed Sururu leading the way toward the entrance of the prison area. Finally, Li Wei spoke up. "Are you just going to leave like this? Don't you want to say something?" Sururu halted, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, turning to the Knight of Light and asking, "By the way, did you really find no way to save that nun?" Silence enveloped the guardroom of the prison. As everyone was taken aback by Sururu's unexpected question, the young Knight of Light clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, the veins on his arms standing out. But just then, the young bull-headed man cried out in desperation, "Please, hurry and think of a way to save her. I beg you." This scene was rather comical, plunging everyone into an awkward situation, akin to having heard a bad joke, leaving them unsure of what to say or do. After a moment of stunned silence, Sururu approached the young bull-headed man, extending his hand to halt Baker's lamentations, saying, "Enough, she is not dead yet." Baker immediately wiped his tears away, asking excitedly, "Really? Then is there any way to save her?" Sururu cast a glance at Li Wei and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "If he is unwilling to intervene, then we have no choice but to seek assistance from the monk imprisoned in the ward." Suddenly, the rabbit interjected, "How do you know there is a monk in the prison?" Sururu turned to Nona and said, "Do not forget, I made it my business to learn everything about the prison in order to rescue you from it." The young Minotaur immediately scooped up the elderly nun and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to find someone." However, Sururu halted, turning to the anxious young Minotaur cradling the nun. Before Sururu could speak, Li Wei coldly chuckled. "How absurd! A bull enamored with a celestial nymph." He then added, "But little Minotaur, you must understand that if she is healed, she may very well forget you." The young Minotaur was taken aback, incredulously lifting his gaze and stubbornly insisting, "No, that cannot be. It is impossible." Yet after uttering this, Baker instinctively glanced at Sururu, seeking some assurance. Sururu, with a look of resignation, nodded and said, "He speaks the truth. She may indeed forget the events that transpired after her injury." Baker's body trembled as the myriad experiences of the past 20 days flooded his mind, and the laughter shared became a burden he could scarcely bear. Li Wei seemed to sense the extraordinary feelings the young Minotaur harbored for the celestial nun in his arms, thus unexpectedly refraining from admonishment. He calmly stated, "My master once said that life is fraught with choices, and at times we must select a path, even if such choices do not yield the most favorable outcome. Yet, as long as the result aligns with our desires, there should be no regrets." Upon hearing the young Knight of Dawn speak such sentimental words, Sururu could not help but smile. "I never expected the Knight of Dawn to possess a sentimental side." Instantly, Li Wei suppressed the compassion on his face, donning an icy demeanor and turning his head away, refusing to look. The entire guardroom fell into silence as everyone awaited Baker's final decision. Chapter 63. Speculations of the Dark Veil. In the end, the young Minotaur chose to rescue the nun, even knowing she might forget this time together once healed. Nevertheless, Baker could not bear the thought of her suffering or dying. He first arranged to escort the rabbit, the young Minotaur, the nun, and Nona back to the ward, instructing Nona to lead them to the monk imprisoned there. After their departure, Surulu turned seriously to the young Knight of Dawn and said, "Now, we can proceed to that tower below." Upon hearing Surulu's words, Li Wei was taken aback, incredulously asking, You truly intend to go down there, to see the abyss?" Surulu shrugged. "You have told me so much. Is it not your hope that I take a look?" The young Knight of Dawn was momentarily speechless, staring at Surulu before saying, "Have you already gained control over this mechanical prison?" Surulu nodded. "It appears you are quite knowledgeable indeed." Li Wei, with a serious expression, responded, "The old Taoist revealed certain truths to me during our battles over the years." Noticing the gravity in Li Wei's demeanor, Surulu's smile faded, and he listened intently. The young knight spoke solemnly. "The Taoist once said that the seal of the abyss had begun to crack, which is why those evil tendrils emerged. However, later, a young couple constructed this vast mechanical city, utilizing its power to temporarily suppress the cracks in the seal alongside the original 6 guardians." After a brief silence, the knight continued, "Moreover, the Taoist mentioned that this grand mechanical city was not originally intended to be a prison. He said that the couple came here with a multitude of people, as if fleeing, and decided to settle here. This colossal mechanism, though built atop the tower guarding the abyss, was actually meant to serve as their dwelling." Li Wei observed Surulu's reaction closely, noting that despite his many revelations, Surulu's emotions remained remarkably stable. Finally, he said, "The Taoist relayed that he had heard from the former guardians that the arrival of that couple transformed this place into a veritable paradise." Surulu pondered for a moment and then inquired, "And what happened afterward? Did the old Taoist mention when this place became a prison?" The knight did not withhold information and straightforwardly replied, "Yes, he said it was after that couple departed." "Oh, so the old Taoist must have been sent as their successor after the couple left?" Surulu was now certain that the couple must be his parents, which filled him with excitement. Li Wei, taken aback by Surulu's sudden fervor, nodded and said, "Indeed, the old Taoist mentioned that they were sent to succeed the guardians of the abyss." Surulu understood clearly that his parents had undoubtedly participated in sealing the abyss. Given that he had been born many years after their departure from Dragon City, he continued to press, "Then why did that couple leave? What compelled them to depart?" After a moment's thought, Li Wei replied, "According to the old Taoist, it seemed that the couple departed to protect the beings within the mechanical city, ensuring their peaceful existence was not disrupted. Hence, they accepted the Empire's invitation to leave. But, before the knight could finish, Surulu coldly interjected, "But the Republic did not honor its promises, transforming this place into a prison to conceal certain truths." With Surulu directly exposing the reality, the young knight appeared quite awkward, as the actions of the Republic's higher-ups included those of the Church. Noticing the knight's discomfort, Surulu smirked. "Does this also include the Church?" Li Wei was at a loss for words, as it was indeed as Surulu stated. The very Church he had vowed to protect was complicit in the sordid events of the past. The entire Republic's leadership conspired to deceive Surulu's parents, subsequently transforming the entire mechanical city. They sealed off all pathways, rendering the city a prison from which there was no escape. To further obscure the truth, they incarcerated a multitude of criminals, turning what was once a paradise into a prison. With this realization, Surulu conceived a bolder hypothesis, articulating, "Initially, there were 6 heroes who established the so-called 6 noble families. And now the Republic is dominated by 6 powerful families. Surely, this must be an immense conspiracy?" Surulu's audacious conjectures linked the advent of the Age of Decline, the war between the Empire and the Republic, and the actions of the 6 noble families. The descendants of the once heroic families, perceiving the impending Age of Decline, chose to abandon their posts guarding the abyss to preserve their lineage. They unleashed a portion of the abyss's evil deities, exploiting their chaos to erode the people's trust in the Empire and inciting rebellion to seize dominion over the land. Subsequently, they dispatched formidable champions to assume their roles in guarding the abyss. Furthermore, they transformed the abyss into a prison, constructing grand mechanisms to seal it off and sever ties with the outside world. In doing so, they erased much of that history, assuming the mantle of heroes to govern the Republic, thus elevating the 6 noble families to the status of revered heroic lineages. By connecting all these threads, Surulu discerned the underlying conspiracy, recognizing that his parents had been ensnared in the machinations of the 6 families. However, what troubled Surulu was that he still lacked any information regarding his parents' whereabouts, remaining oblivious to what transpired after the Republic summoned them. Yet, from the images left by his mother at the mechanical core. It appeared that his parents had returned here after Surilu's birth. The reason for their failure to reclaim control or to expose the true nature of the 6 families remained a mystery. It seemed they had left all of this for Surilu to resolve. To confront these conspiracies and troubles, Surilu's bold speculations left the young Knight of Dawn utterly stunned, rendering him speechless. Surilu raised his head to meet Li Wei's gaze, solemnly questioning, "Do you share such suspicions as well? Is that why you challenge the Church and the Republic?" The young knight, with a complex expression, stood in silence for a long while, struggling to maintain his resolve. Ultimately, under Surilu's probing gaze, he relented. Li Wei sighed in resignation. Indeed, the old Taoist harbored similar doubts, which is why he sought to leave this place. Surilu replied gravely, "The one who saved you seems to know everything, which is why they commanded you to guard this place and forbade the old Taoist from departing." Li Wei nodded. "Yes, it is likely just so." Suddenly, Surilu's demeanor softened, as if he comprehended the young Dawn Knight's anguish. He sighed and remarked, "You are troubled. You harbor such speculations that cast doubt upon your faith. Yet, prompted by the dying wishes of the one who saved your life, you have ultimately chosen to remain here, to repay his life-saving grace." The young Dawn Knight lifted his gaze, astonished that Surilu could discern the turmoil within his heart. Alas, Levi exhaled deeply, confessing, "The truth is, I cannot unlock the door to the cage." Surilu pondered for a moment and inquired, "So now, will you accompany me down below? Shall we investigate the situation beneath?" The young Dawn Knight's expression suddenly hardened with resolve as he affirmed, "Of course, I must understand what lies below." "Very well, let us proceed," Surilu replied with a nod. Turning to the abyss that led downward, standing side by side with the young Dawn Knight, they exchanged a glance before leaping into the void. Chapter 64. The hero's deceit. Ballot led the surviving military officers, bearing the corpse of the pig-headed chief of the Security Bureau, hastening towards the urban area of Dragon City. Just as they were about to enter the city, Ballot abruptly commanded all his subordinates to halt. With utmost seriousness, he addressed them. "Remember, upon our return, you are to regard the chief as a hero." All the surviving officers were momentarily taken aback. Puzzled by Ballot's declaration, he continued, "We shall claim that the chief was slain in battle against the forces of evil." The officers, who had followed Ballot through the ordeal, exchanged bewildered glances. A bold high elf officer stepped forward, voicing, "But chief, that is not the truth." Ballot replied sternly, "I am aware. I know it is not the truth, but it is our means of survival." The officers remained perplexed, struggling to grasp Ballot's intent and the potential dangers that awaited them upon returning to Dragon City. Ballot longed to reveal the truth, that the pig-headed lord was also a devotee of the malevolent deity. However, with Dragon City still under the dominion of this pig-headed lord, revealing such truths would only incite panic and could compel the lord to eliminate them to silence them. Thus, Ballot was compelled to maintain the facade, planning to disclose the reality only after the arrival of the F-Rare-S envoy. Consequently, he wove a lie, soothing his comrades with deception. Ballot gravely stated, "Have you considered, if we expose the truth of the chief's corruption, how could we survive the return? We would be perceived as potential manifestations of corruption ourselves, imprisoned as heretics, perhaps even executed. Most importantly, do not forget that the chief is the offspring of the Lord." This half-truth struck terror into the hearts of all the officers. Already shaken by the day's events, they pondered Ballot's words and were instantly overcome by dread. Within Ballot's statement lay elements of truth that could not explain how they survived, nor could they prove their innocence from corruption. The paramount concern was that the chief was indeed the Lord's progeny, and the Lord might hold them accountable for the loss of his son, sealing their fate. Ultimately, swayed by Ballot's deceitful persuasion, the surviving officers concurred with his plan. Thus, upon entering the city, all officers donned expressions of grief, nearly wailing as they stepped into the urban area. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of the citizens of Dragon City, who gathered in large numbers to witness the scene. As Ballot and his companions traversed the majority of the urban landscape, they finally arrived at the central district where the municipal hall stood. Reaching a small plaza before the hall, there, Ballot, with tears streaming down his face, recounted their harrowing ordeal and extolled the heroic deeds of the chief of the Security Bureau. The citizens of Dragon City, unaware of the truth, were profoundly moved by Balot's narrative, with many shedding tears. The once corrupted pig-headed chief was transformed in the eyes of the populace into a valiant hero combating the forces of evil. Indeed, among the citizens, many fervently petitioned the Lord to seek a reward from the Republic in honor of the chief's bravery. As the lamentation commenced in the plaza, numerous citizens spontaneously gathered to mourn the courageous chief who ultimately laid down his life in the struggle against the malevolent forces. The pig-headed lord was also presented to the people, who observed that he appeared utterly haggard. The citizens, witnessing his disheveled state, attributed it to the grief of a bereaved father, thereby garnering even more support for the Lord. Quietly watching the memorial service conclude, and as the chief's body was cremated, the surviving officers collectively sighed in relief. Just as Balot had previously indicated, the pig-headed lord bore no animosity towards them, but rather rewarded their efforts. The surviving officers accepted their accolades and returned to their posts, burying the memories of their harrowing experiences deep within their hearts. In contrast to the officers, Balot was acutely aware that he still had to face an even greater trial. As a man of true understanding, Balot needed to confront the Lord's inquiries. Failing this test could cost him his life. After anxiously awaiting 3 days, Balot was finally summoned by the pig-headed lord. Gathering his thoughts, he entered the rear courtyard of the municipal hall alone. Behind the hall lay an ancient courtyard, the residence of past lords. It was said that this had once been the royal abode of a noble family stationed here during the Empire's era. In the twilight of the Empire, before its retreat overseas, Dragon City had served as the Empire's final bastion, and this very place had been home to an emperor. Yet, all of that was now but a memory. This quaint courtyard, infused with the architectural styles of various races, now belonged to the pig-headed lord. As Balot stepped into the courtyard, he immediately spotted the pig-headed lord seated in a wooden wheelchair beneath a grand banyan tree. He approached slowly, savoring the tranquility and the almost otherworldly atmosphere of the courtyard. In that moment, Balot felt a refreshing clarity, as though his very soul had been elevated. However, without warning, the aura of malevolence erupted. And before Balot could react, tendrils of dark energy surged from the ground, ensnaring him. The once serene banyan tree morphed into a grotesque sight, its branches twisting and exuding an aura of corruption. Balot stared in horror at the transformation of the tree, and as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy from the pig-headed lord, he found himself unable to utter a sound. As the tendrils tightened around his neck. At that moment, the pig-headed lord spoke. "Do you know? This banyan tree is said to be the sacred tree of the elven race, specifically transplanted here during the Empire's retreat." Pausing briefly, the lord continued, "Consider how corrupt the Empire was. Even in its demise, it sought to plunder and revel, which ultimately led to its downfall. Do you not think that the Empire's retreat to overseas territories granted it a stable existence? Most of the first nobles to flee to the sea met their demise in the depths of the ocean." The dark tendrils gradually loosened, presenting Balot before the pig-headed lord. The lord scrutinized Balot and asked, "Do you know why the Empire was able to survive at sea later on?" Balot gazed at the pig-headed lord, confusion etched on his face as he struggled to comprehend the lord's meaning. With a smile, the pig-headed lord revealed, "Because the Empire forged a pact with the dark deity, who granted them a chance at survival." Balot's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the implications of what he had just heard. The Empire had resorted to bargaining with a malevolent deity merely to secure its existence. The pig-headed lord, observing Balot's astonishment, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Do not find it hard to believe. It is the truth. And you will come to understand this in time. But for now, you must make a choice. Will you embrace the dark deity? This is your only opportunity for survival that I hope you will not utter no. Will you?" Chapter 65. The exposed flame of dawn throughout Balot's brief existence. He was constantly faced with various dilemmas, compelled to make one choice after another. The vision he beheld in a dream before the old Minotaur's furnace was a recollection of his own birth. That imagery seemed etched in his mind, the method of its imprinting a mystery to him. Yet, one thing was certain, the child born in that moment was indeed him, and after his birth, he was meant to be taken away. However, the circumstances that unfolded remain unclear. Ultimately, Balot did not depart, but instead remained in the ancestral estate of his family that in his childhood memories. The estate was already desolate, inhabited only by an elderly steward and his grandfather. During those formative years, his grandfather imparted numerous lessons to Balot, guiding him as a true nobleman. Yet, Balot held no memory of his parents. His sole recollection was of a frail woman on the night of his birth, and a resolute man in the family assembly hall. After the passing of his grandfather, the old steward also departed from this world, leaving Ballot alone. In accordance with his grandfather's wishes, he reluctantly relinquished the ancestral home in exchange for a chance to enter the military academy. Initially, Ballot believed that his decision, guided by his grandfather's directives, was the right one, that the rigors of military training would enable him to escape his previous plight, and upon graduation, he anticipated being entrusted with significant responsibilities. Even if he had to start as a mere soldier in the army, he was confident in his abilities to achieve success. However, fate seemed to mock Ballot incessantly. Upon graduating from the military academy, he found himself bereft of the expected opportunities. Not only was he barred from the Republic's military, but he could not even gain entry into the most ordinary of troops. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, Ballot was compelled to accept his fate as a military police officer in Long City. During his time in Long City, Ballot dedicated himself wholeheartedly, believing that a turning point in his destiny was imminent. Yet, to his dismay, he realized he was merely a pawn in the hands of the Lord, nothing more than cannon fodder. The tragedy of his situation was that, as a discarded piece, he had no choice over his fate and could only passively endure it. Forced to join the flames of dawn, he now faced a dilemma presented by the pig-headed lord, a choice that could determine his survival. Ballot was on the brink of despair, contemplating drawing his sword to fight the pig-headed lord to the death. Alas, he was bound by the tendrils of dark energy, leaving him without the opportunity for such a desperate struggle. Observing Ballot's prolonged indecision, the pig-headed lord grew impatient and clenched his fist tightly. As the lord's fist tightened, the tendrils ensnaring Ballot began to constrict, making him feel as if his bones would shatter. Confronted with the encroaching specter of death, Ballot felt utterly helpless, realizing the extent of his own frailty. Lacking the formidable strength of Surulu and devoid of any substantial backing, he was nothing more than an ant, easily crushed at any moment. Just as Ballot prepared to resign himself to his fate, the tendrils unexpectedly brushed against the mark of the flames of dawn on his arm. In an instant, the flames of dawn surged from within Ballot, igniting the tendrils that bound him. The fire released by the mark of dawn seemed to counter the dark energy tendrils, swiftly incinerating them. Ballot could scarcely believe that he had managed to escape in such a manner. Facing the dark god directly, the sudden blaze astonished the pig-headed lord, who had not anticipated such an outcome. However, witnessing the destruction of the dark energy tendrils, the pig-headed lord gradually regained his composure, silently observing Ballot amidst the flames. As the flames around Ballot began to subside, he felt utterly drained, collapsing at the feet of the pig-headed lord. Before the joy in his heart could fully manifest, Ballot warily raised his gaze to the lord in the wooden wheelchair. Sensing the depletion of energy within him, he quickly bowed his head in submission, pleading, "My lord, spare my life. I was forced into this." Surprisingly, the pig-headed lord did not display anger, but rather regarded him with keen interest. After a long moment, the lord bent down with great effort. Grasping Ballot's wrist, he crushed the metal bracer on Ballot's wrist, revealing the mark of the flames of dawn. Upon seeing the mark exposed, Ballot continued to implore, "Spare me, I beseech you, my lord." The pig-headed lord squinted, studying the mark closely, and extended his hand to gently touch it. Discovering that the mark did not react, he smiled and released Ballot's wrist, saying, "Excellent, truly excellent." The sudden declaration left Ballot in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the lord's intentions. Nevertheless, he remained on his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground, hoping for clemency. The pig-headed lord seemed disinclined to further corrupt Ballot with dark energy, but appeared to be contemplating something else. After a moment of careful consideration, the pig-headed lord smiled and said, "This mark indicates that you have joined the flames of dawn?" Ballot once again bowed deeply, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "My lord, spare me. I was forced into this by Surulu." The pig-headed lord paused in surprise, then eagerly inquired, "Are you saying that Surulu is also one of the flames of dawn?" Realizing he had misspoken, Ballot felt trapped but pressed on, "Yes, my lord, Surulu is indeed one of the flames of dawn." The pig-headed lord continued to question, "Do you know where the headquarters of the flames of dawn is? Are you aware of their internal structure?" Taken aback by this barrage of inquiries, Ballot raised his head in confusion, shaking it in response. Seeing Ballot's denial, the pig-headed lord furrowed his brow, falling into deep thought. After a moment, he said, I shall grant you a chance to live. You need not undergo dark energy corruption, for the flame within you poses a risk of bodily disintegration if forced. Such an outcome would render you worthless, so I have decided to offer you this opportunity." Upon hearing that forced dark energy corruption could lead to his own demise, Balot's face turned pale, bracing himself for the worst. Yet, as the pig-headed lord continued, a glimmer of hope arose within him, prompting Balot to eagerly respond, "My lord, I shall strive to fulfill any command you issue." A benign smile spread across the pig-headed lord's face as he gazed at Balot, saying, "It is quite simple. Return to your post and await contact from those associated with the flames of dawn." Initially taken aback, Balot soon raised his head, gazing at the pig-headed lord in confusion. Uncertain of the meaning behind this command, the pig-headed lord elaborated, "Since Surilu is affiliated with the flames of dawn, they will undoubtedly reach out to him. Given that he is currently imprisoned, the flames of dawn may seek you out. Therefore, I require your assistance in drawing out their remaining operatives hidden within Long City. Do you understand?" Recognizing his lack of alternatives, Balot reluctantly agreed to assist the pig-headed lord in exposing the clandestine forces of the flames of dawn in Long City. Once Balot had assented, the pig-headed lord plucked a branch from the ancient banyan tree and thrust it into Balot's arm. Balot felt a sharp pain as the slender branch took root in his flesh. The pig-headed lord, still smiling, concluded, "Should you dare betray me, this branch will take root and flourish within you, consuming you as its nourishment." Chapter 66. A meeting in a perilous situation. As Balot exited the town hall, he felt his clothes drenched in sweat, experiencing an uncanny sensation of rebirth. Just moments before, kneeling beneath the banyan tree, he had truly believed he would perish there, reduced to a mere pile of bones, serving as fertilizer for the corrupted tree. Yet unexpectedly, in that critical moment, the flame of the dawn had saved his life. At that moment, Balot's curiosity about the flames of dawn deepened, perplexed by the seed of fire within him that could withstand the terrifying tendrils of dark energy. However, as he regained his composure and observed the small branch rooted in his arm, unease began to creep in. It was evident that the tendrils of dark energy from the banyan tree were formidable, exhibiting tenacious vitality capable of thriving on flesh and blood. Balot foresaw that if the branch were to grow, it might indeed transform him into fertilizer. This unsettling feeling weighed heavily on him, leaving him anxious about the potential outcome. Nevertheless, despite his unease, Balot had no intention of seeking out the old bull-headed man. He understood that his value remained intact. Should the pig-headed lord discover that the old bull-headed man was the seed-bearer of the flames of dawn, his worth would vanish in an instant. The pig-headed lord would undoubtedly renege on his previous assurances of mercy, likely turning him into fertilizer for the banyan tree, allowing its roots to flourish within him. Out of self-preservation, Balot resolved to maintain a facade of tranquility, ensuring he did not reveal any signs of treachery. In comparison, Balot found himself more inclined to trust Surilu, who was currently imprisoned. At least Surilu had no intention of killing him and had genuinely regarded him as a comrade. Embodying the essence of true collaboration, as he strolled through the streets of the main city, Balot began to reflect on his recent experiences, attempting to identify actionable steps. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. Feeling as though he had become utterly useless, while wandering aimlessly through the streets, a figure suddenly brushed past him. In that fleeting moment, Balot felt a jolt as the figure bumped into him, distinctly sensing the exchange of an object. When Balot regained his composure and turned to locate the figure, he discovered the street was utterly deserted. A sense of unease washed over him as he quickly examined the item in his hand, revealing it to be a crumpled piece of paper. With great urgency, Balot unfurled the crumpled note, upon which he clearly discerned the message: "The pig-head man does not trust you. He is still watching you. Exercise caution, and you may venture to the 3rd district at dusk." Upon reading the words inscribed on the paper, Balot felt his heartbeat quicken, fully aware that this message must have originated from the dawn of flame. To his astonishment, the contents of the note suggested that the sender was privy to everything that had transpired in his life, that it was even possible that they were aware of his confession to the pig-head man in a bid to save his own life. Hence the admonition to be wary. Yet, if they possessed such knowledge, Balot could not fathom why they still wished to meet him. As he lingered in thought, the note in his hand began to dissolve, swiftly transforming into a puddle of water that trickled away from his fingertips. Staring at the remnants of moisture upon his palm, Balot felt a wave of surprise wash over him, and he resolved to keep the appointment at dusk. The entirety of the afternoon was spent wandering aimlessly through the city, his demeanor appearing utterly directionless. Not even once did he return to the garrison, nor did he seek out the military officers who had accompanied him back. Ballot was acutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the entire Dragon City, and being privy to the truth, he understood that interacting with anyone posed a significant risk. His only means of survival was to place his trust solely in himself and no one else. As the sun began to set, Ballot quickened his pace, darting through the streets. Fearing that he might be pursued by the Lord's men, he deliberately traversed some of the more bustling areas of Dragon City, attempting to shake off any potential followers before finally making his way to the 3rd District, as indicated by the note. The moment he stepped into the 3rd District, Ballot was struck by a transformation of his surroundings, and he felt himself lift off the ground. Gazing down in astonishment, he was horrified to see another version of himself walking along the street. In a state of terror, Ballot began to float upward, ultimately merging into a nearby wall. Upon merging, he found himself in a lively room, seemingly hosting a grand ball. To his surprise, the attendee showed no sign of noticing his sudden appearance, continuing to dance and revel as if he were invisible. Shortly thereafter, a masked server approached Ballot, whispering, "Are you Mr. Ballot? Please follow me." Despite his lingering confusion, Ballot trailed closely behind the server, weaving through the dance floor toward an upper room. Upon reaching the door, the server gently knocked and then bowed to Ballot, saying, "You may enter now, Mr. Ballot." With that, the server turned and departed with hardly a moment's pause, swiftly disappearing. Ballot hesitated before the door, but it swung open from within, revealing a well-lit room adorned with numerous candles that illuminated the space. Rows of bookshelves lined the walls, filled with countless volumes, and before one of these shelves stood an elegant figure. The figure, cradling a book, turned around. Ballot gasped in disbelief. Standing within the room, the gentle and refined Bao Mian greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Ballot. Please, come in." Ballot nodded, somewhat dazed, and stepped into the study. As he entered, the door closed firmly behind him, and he distinctly heard the sound of it locking. Bao Mian closed the book in her hands, maintaining her poised demeanor as she said, "I apologize for this measure. It is for our mutual safety." Without waiting for Ballot to respond, she approached him and seized his arm. Noticing the invasive roots of a banyan tree embedded in Ballot's arm, she furrowed her brow. "It seems there is some trouble. For now, it cannot be removed." Ballot's mind raced, bewildered by the presence of this city's private restaurant chef in such a setting. Furthermore, it seemed that she possessed the means to cleanse the tainted branches from him. Realizing this, Ballot abruptly inquired, "Why? Why can it not be cleansed now?" Bao Mian replied with a smile, "It is quite simple. If we attempt to remove it now, the pig-head man will discover it immediately, and both our lives will be at stake." Ballot frowned slightly at her words, pondering for a moment before asking, "Are you not afraid that I might report you right now?" Bao Mian answered calmly, "You would not. For doing so would only hasten your own demise." Though reluctant, Ballot had to concede that she spoke the truth. He truly could not afford to gamble with his life. With a resigned sigh, he asked, "Then why have you summoned me? What is it that you wish to discuss?" Bao Mian responded with composure, "I am offering you a chance at self-redemption, to help you escape the grasp of the pig-head man." Chapter 67. Investigating the Abyss. Sulu Lu, accompanied by Li Wei, ventured into the depths of the prison, entering the downward tower that sealed the abyss. Only upon stepping inside this tower could one comprehend why it was referred to as such. Despite its descent, the interior was composed of numerous chambers, with countless doors leading to various spaces. Indeed, it was a downward tower, extending from the ground downwards, with its pinnacles sealing the mouth of the abyss. Over the years, the entire structure had succumbed to the erosion of malevolent energy, leaving it in a state of disrepair. The surfaces of the tower, both inside and out, were cloaked with a dense layer of sinister tendrils, which writhed as if animated, swirling incessantly around the tower's apex. As Sulu Lu and Li Wei stepped into the tower, the sinister tendrils seemed to sense their presence and began to grow wildly. Extending towards them, the young Dawn Knight, refusing to allow the tendrils to make contact, unleashed a surge of blazing aura. The radiant energy rapidly spread, eradicating the malevolent tendrils within the first level of the tower in an instant. However, to Sulu Lu, this seemed futile. Thus, when Li Wei prepared to strike again, he halted him, Sululu crouched down and pried up a section of the floor, raising it before the Dawn Knight. Li Wei observed that the brick in Sululu's hand was infested with the very tendrils they sought to eliminate. Crushing the brick, Sululu summoned flames to incinerate the remnants, turning to Li Wei and stating, "Do you see? This tower has been in contact with the abyss for far too long. It has been thoroughly tainted by malevolent energy. Your radiant aura cannot completely cleanse the tower of its corruption." I must say, the old sage's choice may indeed be correct. The young Dawn Knight fell silent, unsure how to respond to Sululu's assertion. Observing Li Wei's silence, Sululu continued, "I understand that, as a knight of the Holy See. You have your principles." He then shifted his tone, becoming more assertive. "However, when the situation begins to deteriorate, it is essential to relinquish your steadfastness." Li Wei did not expect Sululu's words to be so direct. Yet confronted with the sight of the tower corrupted by malevolent energy, he found himself at a loss for words. As Sululu spoke, the tendrils on the ground and walls surged once more. Launching an assault on the two, without hesitation, Sululu drew a peculiar firearm and fired a shot at the encroaching tendrils. He and Li Wei then followed the bullet's trajectory, plummeting downward as they descended. The tendrils grew thicker, and the oppressive aura intensified. With no other recourse, the Dawn Knight unleashed his full strength to shield both himself and Sululu. Protected by holy energy, they continued their descent until they reached the penultimate level, where the tendrils had proliferated into a veritable ocean, nearly engulfing the entire tower, rendering even Sululu's bullets ineffective. In the moment before they would plunge into the abyss of tendrils below, Sululu swiftly fired a bullet that embedded itself into a nearby wall. Utilizing the steel wire tethered to the bullet, he successfully halted their descent, pulling Li Wei to safety, temporarily evading the onslaught of the tendrils. Gazing at the black expanse formed by the tendrils beneath them, the young Dawn Knight found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. That it was unfathomable that merely descending to the 7th level of the tower revealed such a sight. What horrors could the 8th level possibly hold? Sululu, surveying the abyssal sea below, also struggled to maintain his calmness, his expression grave as he remarked, "It appears that we have ultimately lost control." Li Wei, confused, directed a questioning gaze at Sululu and softly inquired, "Why are you so certain that the below has fallen? The tower remains intact, does it not?" Sululu shook his head solemnly. "No. You do not yet comprehend. The force suppressing the abyss is no longer this dilapidated tower, but rather the mechanical prison above." Initially, the young Dawn Knight found this assertion puzzling, but within moments, clarity dawned upon him. Just as Sululu had stated, the tower before them, now thoroughly corrupted by malevolent energy, had long since lost its original purpose. It still stood, not because it retained any lingering power, but rather due to the existence of the vast mechanical prison above, preventing the complete eruption of the abyssal malevolence. Sululu could not help but murmur, perhaps when the mechanical fortress emerged all those years ago. This tower that seals the abyss had already succumbed to corruption. Thus, the prison above is, in fact, the true entity that seals the abyss, while this tower has long been eroded by malevolent energy, losing all its original function. The young Dawn Knight concurred with Sululu's speculation. Indeed, that seems likely. At that moment, Sululu found himself pondering the nature of the powers possessed by his parents. He could hardly believe that a mere colossal mechanical structure could contain the malevolent energy of the abyss. Given that the tower sealing the abyss had been corrupted, it was evident that the abyss's malevolence was completely unconstrained. Yet, the abyss had not erupted further, which indicated that the mechanical edifice constructed by Sululu's parents possessed formidable power, effectively replacing the original sealing tower and continuing to suppress the abyss's energies. Now fully aware of the situation, both Sululu and Levi understood that remaining below held no purpose. With a resigned sigh, the young Dawn Knight said, "Well, let us ascend. It appears this place is destined for abandonment." In that instant, as they prepared to ascend, Sululu suddenly had a bold idea. Squinting at the dark abyss below, he whispered, "Perhaps there is still some utility here." Hearing Sululu's murmur, the young Dawn Knight looked around at the rapidly proliferating malevolent tendrils with a puzzled expression. Although Levi was unsure of Sululu's intentions, he cautioned, "Do not act recklessly. This place is perilous." A confident smile appeared on Sululu's face as he removed the protective arm of the rope and secured it around Levi's arm. The moment Levi was drawn upward by the protective harness, Sululu suddenly pushed Levi aside and plunged straight into the abyssal darkness below. Witnessing Cerulyalu's actions, Levi gasped in shock, exclaiming, "No, don't do that." However, to Levi's astonishment, Cerulyalu did not plummet into the ocean of malevolent tendrils below. Instead, a layer of energy materialized around him, enveloping him like a bubble. The bubble gently descended onto the malevolent tendrils' ocean and began to navigate within it. Swaying with the movements of the tendrils, the young Dawn Knight stared in disbelief, realizing he could comprehend less and less of Cerulyalu's actions. The surface of the bubble was adorned with intricate gear patterns, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be in motion. Protected by the bubble, Cerulyalu swam through the tendrils of malevolence, which did not attempt to harm him. Utilizing the bubble, Cerulyalu swiftly reached the edge of the dilapidated tower, producing a metal stake, extending his arm, and driving the stake into the tower's wall. Before the malevolent tendrils could react, Cerulyalu quickly retracted his hand. Strangely, when the tendrils made contact with the bubble, they instantly became docile. Thus, 6 metal stakes were firmly embedded in the walls surrounding the tower, and once everything was arranged, the bubble began to ascend slowly. As it rose higher, the bubble expanded, eventually sealing the topmost opening of the tower. Chapter 68. The Reformed Prison. Observing Cerulyalu's completion of the task, sealing the abyss with the transparent bubble, he stepped out from within it. The enormous bubble had indeed sealed the tower's opening, and its surface unfurled outward, rapidly transforming into a gigantic gear plate. Cerulyalu personally ensured that everything was secured. Once he had finished, Levi, curious, inquired, "Are you attempting to seal the abyss with this?" Cerulyalu shook his head, replying, "No, this cannot contain the abyss. Once the malevolent energy erupts, it will likely break through in an instant." With that, Cerulyalu grasped a pulling rope, tightening the expansive plane of the enormous bubble. As the gears on the plane turned incessantly, they began to twist and contract the tower beneath. With a resounding boom, an astonishing scene unfolded before the young Dawn Knight. As the gear plane tightened completely, sealing the opening to the abyss, the tower suddenly recoiled inward, resembling a punctured bag that swiftly severed all malevolent energies below. As the malevolent energies were constricted and sealed, the tendrils on the upper half of the tower began to wither. Crack, 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 echoed as the gears tightened further, contorting the already corroded tower under Levi's astonished gaze. The tower began to retract layer by layer, akin to a tightened valve. Ultimately, the gear plane unfurled by the bubble also completely sealed, emitting a decisive click as the opening was entirely closed. Seeing the opening securely sealed, resembling a torn garment mended with precision, the young Dawn Knight hesitated, pointing at the sealed opening. "Is this truly safe?" Cerulyalu hopped onto the sealed opening and forcefully stomped several times, even jumping. Levi watched in trepidation, relieved that the sealed opening appeared robust, showing no signs of breach. However, he soon pondered a pressing issue. If you seal the opening like this, how will the prison above descend? Cerulyalu clapped his hands, saying, "There is no need for it to descend just yet. I need to make some modifications to the interior of the mechanical city to enhance its sealing capabilities." The young Dawn Knight furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by Cerulyalu's intention to alter the mechanical prison. After a moment of contemplation, Levi could not restrain himself, saying, "Are you certain you can handle this? It concerns the fates of many." Cerulyalu responded with a confident smile, "Rest assured, I would never undertake something without assurance." After briefing Levi on the situation, Cerulyalu proceeded into the prison's quarters. Following Cerulyalu's departure, Levi suddenly sensed something amiss. He had inadvertently begun to grow accustomed to obeying Cerulyalu's commands. After a moment of stunned silence, the young Dawn Knight could only shake his head and murmur, "This is for sealing the abyss. I am merely prioritizing the greater good." Reassuring himself thus, Levi temporarily accepted the reality of his obedience to Cerulyalu. Upon returning to the first prison district, Cerulyalu noted a remarkable transformation. The prior filth had been largely eradicated, although the district retained its metallic essence. It now resembled a pristine machine, with even the sky appearing more luminous. Cerulyalu did not linger, swiftly retrieving his unicycle and hastening toward the central iron tower. The grease-laden lake before the tower had also been cleared, thanks to the drainage outlet established by Cerulyalu, which had expelled all the oil that moment. A towering silver iron tower stood at the center of the district, the surrounding ground shimmering with a metallic luster. As Cerulyalu rode his unicycle, he quickly attracted the attention of many, with the small mouse Jack being the first to approach this moment. The mouse had donned a suit, complete with a bow tie at the collar, presenting himself as a rather dignified butler. Upon seeing Cerulyalu arrive on his unicycle, Jack respectfully removed his hat and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Esteemed master, welcome back." Observing the little mouse's appearance, Cerulyalu couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha. Well done, Jack. You truly resemble a competent butler now." Jack maintained his graceful demeanor, bowing at a 90-degree angle, and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, master." Cerulyalu surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of the rabbit and the little minotaur, and inquired, "Where are the others?" Jack, evidently aware of Cerulyalu's concerns, promptly responded, "Lord Rabbit and Lord Beck have gone to find that monk. The Shadow King is currently attending to your guests." "My guests?" Cerulyalu felt a flicker of confusion. Unable to fathom how he could have guests in the prison district, Jack quickly clarified, "They are those individuals you wished to meet previously, including the former Lord of Dragon City and some of her subordinates, as well as representatives from several ancient families." Upon hearing Jack's words, Cerulyalu's understanding dawned. Evidently, the former lord still sought to leave the prison. As for the representatives of the ancient families, they were likely descendants of his parents' former followers, who had received word and wished to meet him. With this realization, Cerulyalu contemplated for a moment before saying to the little mouse, "Jack, let us first meet the former Lord of Dragon City." Jack, naturally, had no objections and straightened up, saying, "Certainly, my master, I shall lead you to them." Following closely behind the little mouse, Cerulyalu couldn't help but remark, "Jack, could you perhaps refrain from being so formal?" Upon hearing this, Jack turned his head earnestly and replied, "I apologize, master, but I believe I should extend you my utmost respect." Seeing the little mouse's apparent determination, Cerulyalu could only raise his hands and surrender, saying, "Very well. As long as you feel comfortable this way." The little mouse nodded respectfully and then turned to guide Cerulyalu into the Iron Tower. The interior and exterior of the tower had been thoroughly cleaned, with the previously disordered rooms now neatly arranged. The little mouse led Cerulyalu to a door, gently knocked upon it, and then pushed it open, announcing to those within, "Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed guest you have been awaiting has arrived." Casting a glance inside, Cerulyalu immediately recognized an elegant elderly woman seated motionless within, the former lord of Longqing. As the previous pig-headed lord had once remarked, the former lord possessed a profound lineage, boasting noble blood within the Republic. She was a descendant of the former head of state, truly of distinguished heritage, despite the fact that the former leader had retired and passed away. Nonetheless, the strength of her family remained formidable, and it was hardly surprising for someone of such a background to exhibit a demeanor of elegance and arrogance. Regrettably, Cerulyalu found this distasteful and coldly remarked, "I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but if you lack sincerity, I believe our meeting need not continue. You may take your leave." The assembly was taken aback. They had awaited the arrival of their trusted sovereign for so long, only to be met with an immediate eviction order. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the room, rendering the atmosphere extraordinarily awkward. Cerulyalu's demeanor was unexpectedly assertive, even catching the little mouse off guard. However, Jack secretly approved of Cerulyalu's behavior, as he believed it exemplified the demeanor of someone in power, a figure of considerable authority. The attendees were left in an uncomfortable predicament, unable to fathom that their long-anticipated encounter with Cerulyalu had culminated in such a dismissal. Some were at a loss for words, while others wished to plead their case but were unsure how to begin. It was an elderly gentleman, seemingly akin to the little mouse in his role as a steward, who leaned in close to whisper something in the ear of the dignified woman engrossed in her book. After a moment, the old woman closed her book, rose to her feet, adjusted her gown, and calmly stated, "In that case, we shall not impose any further." With that, the old woman prepared to depart, casting not even a glance at Cerulyalu throughout the encounter. Her inherent pride and disdain provoked a sense of indignation, while her elegance rendered the situation maddening. The little mouse instinctively looked to Cerulyalu, awaiting his next command, eager to witness how he would respond. Cerulyalu let out a cold chuckle before calling out, "Guards, where are my soldiers?" In swift order, a contingent of soldiers led by the Gentleman King burst into the room. Cerulyalu regarded the Gentleman King with a frosty gaze and commanded, "Arrest these individuals and cut off all their supplies, food and water." Effective immediately, the command left everyone in attendance momentarily stunned, including the Gentleman King, who hesitated over whether to comply. The next moment, seeing the Gentleman King remain motionless, Cerulyalu bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear my command? The gentleman king's face lit up with excitement as he quickly rallied the soldiers, charging in to apprehend the former lord and her entourage. Witnessing Sulyalu's seriousness, some of the old woman's followers hastily pleaded, "No, no, you cannot treat us this way." Just as two soldiers approached the elderly woman, seeking to seize her, the old steward suddenly intervened, blocking the soldiers. Though appearing frail, the steward proved to be formidable, swiftly overcoming the two half-beast soldiers. Realizing his warriors were struggling against the old steward, the gentleman king decided to take matters into his own hands, forcefully subduing the steward and slamming him to the ground. In that moment, the gentleman king shed his gentlemanly facade, revealing the primal ferocity of his half-beast nature and their raw combat instincts. Moreover, he exhibited combat skills that rivaled those of the old steward, who, at this juncture, appeared to be at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Finally, the elderly woman spoke up. "Do you not find this behavior exceedingly ungentlemanly? Even if you are the master here, you should at least afford me the respect I deserved. We are equals, and you have no right to treat me or my companions in this manner. If you wish to collaborate, then show some sincerity." "Ha ha!" Sulyalu erupted into laughter, a sound that ruthlessly shredded the old woman's air of nobility and grace. He then strolled toward her, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. The sharp crack of the blow left both the old woman and her followers in shock, and the subdued steward struggled to rise. Yet Sulyalu's icy voice commanded, "Still wish to resist? Take him outside and remove an arm." Without hesitation, the gentleman king seized the struggling steward and dragged him out, soon followed by a piercing scream. Moments later, the gentleman king returned, dragging the steward along with a severed arm, which he unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Blood stained the white shirt beneath his suit, lending him an unsettling ferocity. The elderly woman gasped in horror, unable to fathom Sulyalu's ruthless nature. After regaining her composure, she glared at Sulyalu and demanded, "What do you want from me?" With a stern expression, Sulyalu replied coldly, "I intend to convey that you and I are not equals." The old woman, taken aback, stammered, "Why?" A smile suddenly graced Sulyalu's face, but it only deepened the old woman's dread, fearing further horrifying actions from him. This time, Sulyalu merely seized the old woman by her hair and declared, "Because I am the sovereign here, the ruler of all, including you, everything here now belongs to me." At that moment, Sulyalu's expression turned fearsome, exuding a chilling aura of dominance akin to that of a predatory lion. The elderly woman and her entourage quaked in terror, their limbs trembling and bodies turning cold. In stark contrast, the little mouse, the gentleman king, and the soldiers regarded Sulyalu with fervent admiration, a worship reserved for the powerful. In their eyes, this merciless and decisive Sulyalu embodied the king they chose to follow. Sulyalu clapped his hands and instructed the gentleman king, "Cast out all irrelevant individuals. Do not allow them to tarnish my domain." The gentleman king complied, rallying the soldiers to escort the old woman's followers, including the steward with his severed arm, out of the room. The little mouse bid farewell to Sulyalu, turning to exit and closing the door behind him. Within the room remained only Sulyalu and the elderly woman, who was now gripped by fear, anxious about being torn apart by him. Ignoring the cowering figure in the corner, Sulyalu surveyed the surroundings. Noting that the parlor was relatively comfortable in its design, though not ostentatious, it bore the mark of careful arrangement. After a thorough inspection, Sulyalu returned to face the old woman, inquiring, "So, have you come to a decision?" The old woman, bewildered, lifted her gaze and asked timidly, "Decision about what?" Sulyalu, shaking his head in exasperation, replied, "If you wish to collaborate with me, then you must demonstrate some sincerity. At the very least, let me know who you are." Before the old woman could respond, Sulyalu abruptly interrupted, recalling something. "No, wait, I almost forgot. You are the former Lord of Lansheng, a descendant of the former head of state. How unfortunate that you are all remnants of the past. That I know you wish to assert your family's substantial background and influence within the Republic, boasting formidable power." The old woman was at a loss for a response, while Sulyalu continued, "But that is mere nonsense, child's play meant to intimidate. If your family truly possessed the strength you claim, and if they cared about you, you would not find yourself imprisoned here." Pausing, Sulyalu pulled a chair closer and sat before the old woman, stating, "Thus, if we are to collaborate, you must present me with genuine sincerity that can truly persuade me." Chapter 70. The deep-rooted background of the old woman, Iris, possessed an exceptionally noble lineage. Her grandfather was the former head of state of the Republic, and her family had produced over 10 officials within the Republic. That it could be said that within the confines of the Republic, whether in politics or the military, members of the Iris family were omnipresent. As Soyulu had remarked, Iris's family truly wielded substantial influence within the Republic. Born into such a prestigious family, Iris enjoyed unparalleled advantages, entering the Imperial Military Academy at the tender age of 10. Subsequently, she entered the Seminary of the Holy See, where she graduated with outstanding results. Following her family's arrangements, she embarked on a political career. Unfortunately, due to a minor misstep, she fell victim to the machinations of her family's rivals, which effectively curtailed her political aspirations. Ultimately, under the protection of her family, she barely retained her life. However, during that tumultuous conflict, her beloved husband tragically lost his life. The death of her husband dealt a significant blow to Elise. Yet her family proved powerless to remedy the situation. For an extended period thereafter, Elise succumbed to despair, aging dramatically overnight. However, upon hearing her daughters weeping at her perceived aging, Elise found a sudden resurgence of courage. She understood that she still had her daughter and son to care for. She could not allow herself to succumb to despair and perish. She must devise ways to create better circumstances for her children, ensuring they did not become outcasts like her. With her husband gone, she resolved to strive for the best for her offspring, refusing to be defeated by the advantages she once enjoyed. Thus, Elise entered into an agreement with her family, voluntarily relocating to the remote Dragon City to serve as its lord for the family's benefit. In return, her family pledged to nurture her children, ensuring their treatment would not be inferior to that of the family's direct descendants. For the sake of her children's futures, Elise had no choice but to accept her new role as the Lord of Dragon City. Upon hearing this, Soyulu couldn't help but laugh, saying, "It's a pity you never considered that you entrusted your fate to a pig, and that pig played you for a fool." After teasing Elise, Soyulu curiously inquired, "Since you were sent by your family, have they not considered rescuing you over the years?" When teased by Soyulu, Elise appeared quite displeased. However, witnessing Soyulu's ruthlessness, she dared not voice her grievances. Yet, upon hearing Soyulu's probing about her family's lack of rescue efforts, the elderly woman's expression turned melancholic. After a moment of silence, Elise replied, "It is not that my family does not wish to save me. Rather, they currently lack the means to do so." Soyulu's interest piqued, prompting him to press on. "Why? From what you've said, your family seems quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Elise sighed and shook her head. "You should understand the current state of the Republic. The infighting among factions is fierce, and my family is deeply embroiled in conflict with rival factions that cannot spare the resources to focus on me." Soyulu pondered for a moment, then smiled, saying, "Not entirely. Your family did send an old steward in an attempt to rescue you, did they not?" The elderly woman looked up in surprise, unable to comprehend how he knew about the steward. In response to her astonishment, Soyulu remarked, "That old fellow reeks of decay, the kind only found within the capital circle." Elise paused momentarily, but soon grasped Soyulu's meaning, sighing, "It is all a result of the relentless pursuit of power." After a brief pause, Elise voluntarily divulged, "In truth, he is the steward of my daughter's husband's family. My daughter, worried for my safety, discreetly sent him to me, only for us both to end up imprisoned." Upon hearing her words, Soyulu shook his head, saying, "You are all a bunch of decayed individuals. Your ways are long outdated." Elise had long ceased to care about Soyulu's disdainful attitude. Her sole desire was to escape from this place. Thus, she quickly implored Soyulu, "What kind of sincerity do you seek? Just say the word, and once I am free, I will ensure my family fulfills your demands." Before Soyulu could respond, Elise added, "Even if you wish to become the Lord of Dragon City, I will have my family accommodate your desires." Soyulu could not help but chuckle coldly. "How amusing. Do you truly believe that your family still has the power to dictate who becomes the Lord?" In that instant, Elise realized that not only her family, but even the head of the Republic likely could not control all the towns across the 2 continents. In this context, each city had become akin to a nation. Given the vastness of the continents, the lords of the cities, while seemingly minor, wielded substantial power. Originally, according to the Republic's regulations, each city was to be overseen by a council and representatives from the Holy See, alongside the Lord. However, with the internal conflicts consuming the nation, the rivalries among the head of state, the council, and the Holy See had escalated to an almost irreconcilable state. Under such circumstances, the original systems in each city had been obliterated. The side with the most power, be it the Lord, the Council's overseers, or the Holy See's adjudicators, could seize control of the entire city. This reality had become common knowledge throughout the Republic. In Dragon City, due to the strength of the Lord, individuals like Elise, backed by formidable influences, had effectively become the city's sovereign. However, in other cities where the Lord lacked sufficient backing, they could easily fall under the dominion of the Council's overseers or the Holy See's adjudicators. In this chaotic environment, Elise's promises appeared utterly worthless in Soyulu's eyes. He shook his head with a sigh and stood to exit, seemingly unwilling to waste any more time with the elderly woman. As Soyulu prepared to leave, Elise felt a surge of panic and quickly pleaded, "Please, have mercy on me. Allow me to escape from here." Soyulu paused at the door, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will facilitate your departure and restore you as the Lord of Dragon City." Upon hearing this, Elise could scarcely believe her ears, staring at Soyulu in disbelief. Soyulu showed no inclination to look back or engage further with the elderly woman, proceeding directly to the second floor of the Iron Tower. Before long, those who had been cast out returned, among them the old steward, who anxiously checked on Elise. Elise reassured her followers, "Do not worry, I am fine. That person has promised to let us leave this place." Upon learning they could escape the prison, Elise's attendants were filled with exhilaration. Even the old steward quietly murmured, "At last, we have not disappointed the lady's hopes." Elise then voiced her confusion. "Moreover, that person claimed he would help me reclaim the position of Lord of Dragon City." Upon this revelation, all the attendants were left stunned, their faces registering disbelief. Elise quietly asked, "What do you think that person truly desires? Why would even the position of Lord of Dragon City fail to entice him?" The attendants fell into contemplation, none daring to voice their opinions, uncertain of Soyulu's true intentions. After a long pause, a middle-aged man finally ventured, "I fear that person seeks something far grander. To him, Dragon City is merely a stepping stone." The old steward nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, what John says holds merit. Rest assured, dear lady, we shall protect you at all costs." Chapter 71. Three old scoundrels. From the outset, Soyulu had no intention of showing kindness to the former lord's faction. He understood that he must adopt a strong stance to intimidate them into cooperating with his plans. Otherwise, mere collaboration would inevitably lead them to seek greater insight into his strategies. Moreover, even if Soyulu divulged his entire plan, there was no guarantee they would adhere to his wishes. Additionally, he was reluctant to share his plans with irrelevant parties. Consequently, he opted for a straightforward approach, employing hardline methods to subdue the former lord's faction, thereby ensuring the former lord became his subordinate, simplifying many subsequent matters. Upon approaching another room, Soyulu felt a wave of heaviness envelop him. He recognized that the individuals within were descendants of some of the followers who had once served his parents. Faced with such people, he felt uncertain about how to engage with them. Simultaneously, a flicker of anticipation arose within him, hoping to glean more about his parents' past from their words. This conflicting sentiment heightened his nervousness. Just as Soyulu hesitated on whether to enter directly, a cacophony of voices erupted from within. "Damn it! I knew you two old scoundrels still held on to your grudges after all these years. How dare you raise your hands against me? I'll take you both on. Old ghost, who do you think you are? Let me tell you, if it weren't for our master's reputation, I would have dealt with you long ago." "Exactly. Do you really think you have the right to stand on equal footing with us? With your outdated skills, you are utterly unworthy." The uproar continued, accompanied by the sounds of shattering glass and furniture being upended. Realizing that the three individuals within had begun to clash, Soyulu rushed to open the door, concerned that matters might escalate. Upon opening the door, Soyulu was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. The small room lay in utter disarray, while three elderly gentlemen, their hair and beards as white as snow, grappled with one another. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, they simultaneously ceased their struggle and turned their gazes towards the entrance. Among the trio, it was evident that the dwarf and the gnome were allies. As they both sat atop the shoulders of an elderly man with an oriental visage, the gnome fiercely grasped the oriental elder's arm and even sank his teeth into his hand. Meanwhile, the dwarf clung tenaciously to the lower half of the oriental elder's body, yet was pinned down by the elder's legs. The oriental elder, in turn, had one hand tugging at the gnome's beard. As Soyulu entered, the three old men abruptly halted their altercation and quickly disentangled themselves. They each produced their respective mechanical contraptions, beginning the arduous task of tidying up the chaos within the room. However, with all three machines working simultaneously, disputes soon erupted once more, leading to an even greater tangle of mechanical limbs and parts. Observing that the elderly gentleman showed no signs of relenting, Sululu had no choice but to intervene. With decisive action, he threw a metallic sphere, which landed among the entangled machines, effectively scattering them apart and rendering them all inoperative. After neutralizing the troublesome devices, Sululu surveyed the disheveled room and remarked with resignation, "All right, gentlemen, it appears we must find a new location." With that, he turned to exit, and the three old men, now bereft of any defiance, abandoned their machines and followed Sululu out of the messy room like three children caught misbehaving. Before ascending the stairs, Sululu instructed the little mouse to arrange for a cleanup of the premises. He then led the three elderly gentlemen up to the upper level of the iron tower. Casually selecting a room once there, upon entering, Sululu took a seat and surveyed the three old men, inquiring, "Now then, might I request that you introduce yourselves?" Initially taken aback, the trio quickly chimed in unison. "I shall go first." This time, even the dwarf and gnome, who had previously united against the Oriental elder, found themselves at odds, both unwilling to concede the floor to the other. Thus, they erupted into yet another quarrel. Threatening to devolve into physical confrontation once again, Sululu, determined to restore order, drew his pistol and fired a shot into the ceiling. The loud bang effectively silenced the three men, and he coldly instructed, "One at a time." Pointing the barrel of the gun at the Oriental elder, he continued, "You shall speak first," followed by the dwarf, and finally the gnome. Noticing the dissatisfaction brewing between the dwarf and the gnome, Sululu trained the gun on them both, saying, "No more arguments, at last." His swift and decisive approach quelled their tumult, and they began their introductions. The Oriental elder revealed himself to be a follower of Sululu's father, a renowned master of mechanisms from the East. However, he had ultimately been bested by Sululu's father, becoming his loyal steward. The dwarf and the gnome served as attendants to Sululu's mother, recognized as the most skilled engineers aboard her carriage. During the construction of this mechanical fortress by Sululu's father, all three had played a role and had relocated their families to follow Sululu's parents into seclusion. They chose Dragon City, as it afforded a view of the sea, which Sululu's mother greatly cherished. Those who followed Sululu's parents were primarily weary of the unending warfare, seeking a peaceful life in Dragon City. Yet none anticipated that it would become one of the 6 abyssal entrances, leading to the subsequent rupture of the abyss's seal and the eruption of dark energies within, according to the three old men. The mechanical fortress was originally a castle suspended high above the clouds. The Oriental elder, Rufus, sighed, recounting, at that time, the Empire had retreated overseas. That it seemed that before their departure, they had deliberately tampered with the seal of the abyss, resulting in its eruption. To contain it, we were forced to descend here, and my lord and lady remodeled the fortress to replace the original seal, thereby resealing the abyss. Curiously, Sululu asked, "But should the abyss have been guarded by the so-called 6 great families?" The dwarf, Mabin, replied, "It should have been, yet for reasons unknown, all members of the 6 families seem to have vanished." Sululu pressed further, "When you arrived, were there any guardians present?" The gnome, Journey, answered, "At that time, it was actually agents sent by the church who were watching over the abyss. They were not affiliated with the Empire or the Republic." Rufus, his expression somber, added, "Later, when the abyss erupted, it drew the attention of the Republic, which dispatched those 6 individuals to guard it in the manner of the former 6 families. Subsequently, my lord and lady accepted an invitation to leave, and they have not returned since." Chapter 72. Lies and Deceptions. Through the accounts of the 3 elderly gentlemen, Sululu gained a clearer understanding of the past and learned more about his parents. It appeared that they had met during the waning days of the war between the Empire and the Republic, at which time his father was a mechanic at the Imperial Armory, responsible for overseeing the production of various war machines to counter the Republic's persistent assaults on the Empire, thus sustaining the military might of the Empire. However, the Republic eventually discovered his father's munitions factory, launching a surprise attack. During the chaos, his father became separated from the Oriental elder and others tasked with his protection, facing near-certain death until he was rescued by Sululu's mother. At that time, Sululu's mother was one of the pioneers of arcane machinery, effectively overseeing its development. After saving Sululu's father, she initially sought to subjugate him, intending for him to serve as one of her mechanics. However, Sululu's father was quite obstinate, and after a series of cunning contests, they eventually developed feelings for one another. Ultimately, under the power of love, Sululu's father accepted the Republic's cause, accompanying Sululu's mother in their struggle against the Empire. Once the war concluded, Sululu's parents adhered to the philosophy of retreating from the world, taking a group of followers with them into seclusion, no longer concerning themselves with external affairs. Thus, Sululu's father constructed this mechanical fortress, floating high above, allowing them to enjoy a life of solitude, removed from the world. Yet, the abyss's eruption shattered their tranquility, seemingly a consequence of the Empire's deliberate machinations before their retreat. Intended to leave a mess for the Republic to handle, to prevent the abyss from erupting and the dark entities within from spilling forth, Sululu's parents had no choice but to seal it within the mechanical castle. However, despite their efforts, the earlier leakage of dark energies caught the attention of the Republic's high command. Soon, they dispatched individuals, including the old priest and the one who rescued Li Wei, sending 6 powerful agents of the Republic to the tower beneath the abyss to reinforce the original seal. Yet, Sululu was perplexed by one question. Why? Why did the Republic ask my parents to leave, and why did this place subsequently become a prison? The 3 elderly men exchanged glances, and ultimately Rufus spoke. In truth, it is a grand conspiracy that my lord and lady stumbled upon certain truths, and thus some high-ranking officials within the Republic could not permit them to remain exposed to the public eye. The gnome, Journey, added, we, too, became aware of the abyss's existence and understood that their so-called victory over the dark gods was a falsehood. Lastly, Magben, the dwarf, stated, therefore, they sought to obfuscate the truth, transforming this mechanical castle into a prison, with the aim of confining us here forever. Upon hearing this, Sululu grasped that the so-called prison was, in fact, a means to permanently obscure certain conspiracies from the world. He suddenly inquired, so, does this imply that the Republic's claims about the Empire colluding with dark gods to impose a reign of terror upon the world are also fabrications? The 3 old men exchanged knowing looks, and ultimately Magben responded, indeed, all of this is a lie, a narrative woven by those in the Republic's Brotherhood. At this moment, standing before the 3 elderly gentlemen who had once followed his parents, Sululu finally began to uncover many truths. For years, the Republic had been touting its righteousness, claiming to have liberated the populace from the clutches of the Empire, which had supposedly allied with dark forces. Yet in reality, the situation was merely a conflict between 2 distinct political entities, each pursuing its own interests, resulting in one side's victory and the other's exile overseas. However, the victors failed to deliver the promised prosperity to the citizens of both continents over the past century. It appeared that everything was nothing more than an elaborate deception. The arrival of the end of the Dharma Age, when viewed through the lens of time, can indeed be considered a catalyst for the war between the Republic and the Empire. However, it is the Republic that ultimately reaps the greatest benefits from this epoch, while the Empire finds itself vanquished by this very ERAS for Sululu's parents. It seems that they were subjected to prolonged house arrest and surveillance by the upper echelons of the Republic. Initially, they had no intention of having a child. Rather, they sought to escape the Republic's confinement, striving to unveil the grand deception perpetuated by the Republic, though the methods employed by Sululu's parents remain unknown. His faint childhood memories suggest that they always appeared youthful. This leads one to ponder whether Sululu's parents acquired some mysterious power prior to the end of the Dharma Age, or perhaps transcended their mortal forms to achieve divinity. Sululu posed these questions to the 3 venerable elders, who exchanged knowing glances before the elder from the east, Rufuo, replied, young master, your speculation is not unfounded. The era of your lord and lady was indeed one of law, a time when one could master the laws, making the transition from mortal to divine conceivable. Your lord practiced diligently under the guidance of your lady, who seemingly possessed divine power from the outset. At this juncture, the gnome Jelny interjected, in truth, we have long suspected that the lady is not of this world. She is a true deity descended among us. Sululu, perplexed, inquired, what leads you to such a conclusion? Do you have any evidence? The dwarf took over the conversation. Surely you have seen the statue of the deity at the cathedral, the one with 6 faces? Sululu recalled the statue he had observed in the small chapel of Dragon City and instinctively nodded. Noticing Sululu's affirmation, the dwarf Magben remarked, Do you not find the woman at the center of that statue strikingly similar to your lady mother? This statement rendered Sululu momentarily speechless, bowing his head in deep contemplation. The image of the statue grew clearer in his mind, and he realized that, indeed, the goddess depicted bore a remarkable resemblance to his mother. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Sululu gazed incredulously at the three elders. Rendered momentarily at a loss for words, Rufio sighed, offering comfort. Young master, we were equally astonished when we uncovered this truth. It seems to be the undeniable reality. After a prolonged silence, Sululu finally posed the last question. Then where are they? My parents. Where have they gone? The three elders shook their heads in unison, indicating their lack of knowledge that in truth, they had not seen Sululu's parents since they were taken away by the Republic. As time passed, the mechanical city underwent a transformation, becoming a desolate wasteland and subsequently utilized as a prison. Naturally, as more criminals were incarcerated, the very fabric of the mechanical city began to change. The three elders, in a bid to safeguard their respective clans and uphold some of Sululu's parents' legacies, chose to retreat, avoiding any conflict with the criminals. Thus, the clans within the mechanical city led a life of seclusion. Chapter 73. The Aura of Dominion. Engaging in conversation with the three elders who once served as parents, Sululu gleaned a wealth of hidden knowledge and alleviated many of his internal doubts. Regrettably, he did not uncover any information regarding his parents' whereabouts, and he realized that to ascertain their fate, he must continue his pursuit to follow the next lead. Sululu recognized that he needed to amass greater power, potentially even the authority to govern the entire nation, or even the entire realm. Trusting the former followers of his parents, Sululu candidly declared, I wish for you to reorganize the beings within the mechanical city and reassemble an army. The three elders displayed little surprise. Exchanging glances before Rufio queried, What are your thoughts, young master? Sululu did not shy away from his intentions, articulating, I must uncover the whereabouts of my parents. I need to know more about them. Thus, I require greater strength and a more formidable influence, for only then can I safeguard myself, you, and the legacies left by my parents, as well as identify the true puppeteer behind these events. After a pause, Sululu asserted, I aim to use Dragon City as a springboard to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Republic and gain the power to govern it. Upon hearing Sululu's declaration, the three elders displayed varied expressions. The dwarf and the gnome appeared exceedingly enthusiastic, while the elder from the east seemed somewhat apprehensive. Noticing this, Sululu inquired, What troubles you? Did I speak inappropriately? Rufio sighed, replying, No, your thoughts are indeed sound. I merely wish to convey that you are distinctly different from your lord, exhibiting traits more akin to your lady mother. Sululu, perplexed by Rufio's remark, glanced at the dwarf and gnome. Ultimately, it was Jelny who explained, Your lady mother was indeed a formidable woman, who once led us in campaigns across the lands. Rufio added, somewhat begrudgingly, indeed, she even shattered the factory where your lord worked, compelling him to become her consort. Sululu's eyes widened in astonishment as he finally comprehended that his mother was a strong-willed woman, while his father had been coerced into submission. This revelation was utterly unexpected, as he had never anticipated such stark contrasts in his parents' personalities. Nevertheless, Sululu recalled that their relationship had always appeared harmonious, suggesting that his father eventually embraced his mother's assertiveness. Rising from his chair, Sululu spoke with solemnity. In this present age, I must embody my mother's strength. I refuse to be subjected to the whims of others. The dwarf and gnome applauded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, this is the spirit of the lady's son. Your mother often proclaimed that her son was destined to dictate the fates of others, not be dictated to. After discussing further details, Sululu instructed the three elders to prepare for action, readying themselves to lead an army out of the mechanical city when the time was ripe. Once the elders departed, a rabbit returned, leading a dejected minotaur named Baker. Observing Baker's despondent demeanor, Sululu surmised the outcome and refrained from questioning him. However, shortly thereafter, a small mouse approached with news. Master, the monk and Woonie have come to see you, stating they have urgent matters to discuss. Sululu instinctively glanced at Baker, who remained despondent, seemingly oblivious to the mouse's words. With a smile, Sululu instructed the mouse, Very well, please bring them to me. After the mouse left, the rabbit could no longer contain itself and rushed to Baker, lifting his drooping head with earnestness. Hey, can you stop moping around? The outcome you face is a result of your own choices. You must bear it like a man, understand? Baker pushed the rabbit away, lowering his head once more. I understand. This is all my choice. Moments later, he raised his head, a woeful expression on his face. But I still feel that she might remember something. The rabbit returned to Sululu's side, climbed onto the table, and began munching on a carrot. While chewing, the rabbit remarked, "You were truly naive. Even if she retained some memories, that monk would never allow her to keep them." Baker looked up in surprise, questioning the rabbit. Why? Why can't she retain them? This time, it was Sululu who replied first, because they are monks from the Buddhist realm, striving to sever all emotions and desires. The rabbit continued, if they were to retain those memories, it would taint the purity of the foolish nun's heart, preventing her from achieving true mastery. Baker remained dissatisfied, angrily retorting, that is tantamount to creating a horde of automatons, repressing emotions. Are they still human? Sululu nodded. It seems they do not consider themselves human. They aspire to attain Buddhahood. Baker, now even more incensed, exclaimed, Buddhism? Must one forsake all emotions and attachments to achieve that? The rabbit waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come now. You have only known her for a little over 20 days. How could you develop such deep feelings? Upon hearing this, Baker sprang to his feet, glaring furiously at the rabbit, his eyes ablaze with indignation, as if he wished to tear the rabbit apart. After a moment of intense glare, Baker declared, So what if we've only known each other for a short time? Our feelings are genuine. It matters not the duration but the sincerity in our hearts. At that moment, a rather unremarkable voice echoed from outside the door. Becoming a Buddha does not entail forsaking all emotions and righteousness. Rather, it requires relinquishing trivial affections and embracing a grander sense of tolerance and a more expansive love, one that encompasses all beings in the world, cherishing every blade of grass and tree. This, indeed, is the essence of true love, far more vast than the so-called small love that resides in your heart. Upon hearing these sudden words, Beek immediately turned around to see the warrior monk and the nun entering together. Particularly upon catching sight of the nun's cold demeanor, the little minotaur found himself at a loss, instinctively wishing to draw closer. However, the frost on the nun's face, along with her frigid distance, halted his advance. Sululu, noticing the scene, chose not to comment further, but simply stood up and inquired of the monk. I hear you wish to meet with me? The monk, ignoring the little minotaur, raised his head to meet Sululu's gaze, bowing respectfully with an air of neither servility nor arrogance, and replied, Yes, we have come to see you, firstly to express our gratitude. Sululu resumed his seat, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he asked, And what is your second purpose? The monk, undeterred by Sululu's aloofness, humbly stated, My sister, and I hope to collaborate with you. Upon hearing this, Sululu smiled and spread his hands, saying, Collaboration? What could we possibly have to collaborate on? Chapter 74. Shattering pride. Sululu's demeanor astonished both the monk and the nun, causing them to exchange glances. Furrowing their brows, in the presence of the monk and the nun, Sululu exhibited a stark contrast in attitude compared to his treatment of the rabbit and the little minotaur. Had they not witnessed the difference firsthand, the monk and the nun would likely never have imagined such a disparity. Even more surprising to the nun was that, in her recollection, the Sululu who had previously guided her was not like this. Reflecting back, although that Sululu had been extraordinary, he had not possessed the piercing intensity that he now exuded. The Sululu of that time had seemed more like a mischievous child, while the current Sululu bore the demeanor of a commanding superior. This unforeseen change caught the monk and the nun off guard, rendering their prepared words difficult to articulate. As they remained silent, Sululu, maintaining an air of calm, remarked with a smile, What's the matter? Have you not yet found your words? If not, you may return and contemplate it thoroughly. At this juncture, the monk finally spoke up. We hope that you can support us in spreading our teachings in Long City. Sululu appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated the monk's words. Following the monk's declaration, an abrupt, piercing laugh erupted from him. The laughter seemed both a mockery of the monk and a playful derision. It felt as though everything was under his control, a sensation that left both the monk and the nun quite uncomfortable. Ultimately, it was the nun who could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, What do you mean by this? Are you mocking us? Or do you see us as mere criminals unworthy of negotiating with you? Sululu ceased his laughter and replied with remarkable calmness, Do you not find this amusing? Why would you ask me for permission to preach in Long City? The nun was about to retort, but the monk restrained her, instead saying, Your Excellency, you must understand that our Buddhist nation can be a trustworthy partner. What we seek is not much. We merely wish to preach within Long City. Yet we can assist you in safeguarding it. Surulu flashed a warm smile, saying, "So it appears you are convinced that I lack the capability to protect Long City?" The nun interjected directly. "Isn't that the case? Do you truly believe you can defend Long City against the Imperial Restoration Fleet?" Surulu, expressing a hint of resignation, responded, "If that is the case, then there is no need for us to continue this discussion." With that, Surulu stood up, exuding an air of calm authority as he added, "Of course, you may still remain in the mechanical city." Upon hearing Surulu's words about their continued stay in confinement, the nun found it increasingly intolerable. Instinctively, she reached for the prayer beads on her wrist, the image of the radiant full moon flashing in her mind, as if she intended to showcase her martial prowess. The monk, sensing her intent, hurriedly attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Surulu acted with swiftness, and with a resounding bang, the sound of gunfire shattered the stillness in the room, causing the moon behind the nun to pop and break apart. Beek sprang to his feet in an instant, rushing to the nun's side, anxious to protect her and check for any injuries. The nun, coming to her senses from the shock, distanced herself from the little minotaur with a look of disdain. Glaring furiously at Surulu, who held the firearm, Surulu calmly stowed the weapon and remarked, "Here, it is best not to display your strength casually. Should you damage something, the cost of restitution would be beyond your means." At the moment the gunfire rang out, the monk's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Surulu. He had once attempted to aid the nun, but discovered himself utterly immobilized in that instant. It felt as if an unseen force bound him, rendering him incapable of offering immediate assistance. Witnessing the shattering of the moon behind the nun, the monk finally comprehended that they were no match for Surulu. Previously, he had scoffed at the notion that this youth was the true master of the entire prison. Yet, at this moment, witnessing the youth's decisive action and formidable power confirmed that he indeed possessed the strength of a ruler. Surulu regarded the monk and the nun, stating, "You must understand that in this current age of decline, there is no disparity between us." After a brief pause, Surulu coldly added, "As long as you can be killed by a bullet, you must set aside your pride, adjust your attitude, and return to seek me once more." With that, Surulu turned on his heel and exited the room, offering no intention of expelling the monk and the nun. The rabbit hopped down from the table, bouncing over to stand before the monk, scrutinizing him, and the nun as it said, "Set aside your pride. Here, you have little to be proud of. If the overseas Buddhist nation truly possessed such strength, why would they send you lot to propagate the teachings far and wide? In this age of decline, we are all struggling, so there is no need to flaunt an air of superiority." With that, the rabbit took the little minotaur by the hand and departed, while the little minotaur frequently glanced back at the nun, who continued to regard him with cold indifference. Left alone in the room were the monk and the nun, who suddenly spoke. "It seems we ought to pause and reconsider our strategy." The nun retorted defiantly, "Brother, why must we submit to him? We clearly possess strength. Does Buddhism not also teach us to maintain our pride?" The monk sighed and replied, "Yet Buddhism also teaches us to be tolerant and compassionate towards all beings. That one must possess a heart willing to descend into hell to attain true liberation." The nun wished to argue further but was silenced by the monk, who concluded, "Very well, let us return for now, and later I will meet with that youth alone." Chapter 75. The mature transformation. Surulu was in no rush to depart from the affairs within the mechanical city, despite being aware of certain schemes orchestrated by the pig-headed lord, and possessing enough power to confront him and those who worshipped the evil deities. However, Surulu remained contemplative, pondering how to navigate the situation in Long City following the removal of the pig-headed lord. According to both the former lord and the monk, it seemed that the imperial counteroffensive was a foregone conclusion. Thus, regardless of whether the pig-headed lord survived, the Imperial Restoration Fleet would arrive as scheduled. For Surulu, eliminating the pig-headed lord would mean facing the oncoming Imperial Fleet first and foremost. To confront the Imperial Restoration Fleet and safeguard the entirety of Long City, it is imperative to reveal some degree of strength. Abandoning Long City and fleeing would mean leaving behind the mechanical city, and forsaking Long City would inevitably lead to further complications. Surrendering to the Empire? Surulu has no inclination towards such a notion. He is resolute in not bowing to a foreign emperor. In truth, the path before Surulu is singular: to devise a strategy to defeat the Imperial Restoration Fleet once it arrives. This presents a complex and daunting challenge, leaving Surulu uncertain whether, after vanquishing the adherents of the pig-headed lord, he would possess the capability to withstand the onslaught of the Imperial army. Faced with such pressing issues, Surulu finds himself overwhelmed, realizing that certain matters are far more intricate than they might initially appear. According to his mother's aspirations for him, she envisioned him as the sovereign of the entire realm, intent on avenging those who had wronged his parents with a thunderous retribution. Only after acquiring such power would he have the opportunity to truly understand his parents. Unraveling the mysteries of his mother's origins and the ultimate fate of his parents. As these thoughts consumed him, Surulu found himself ascending to the highest point of the Iron Tower. Gazing out from its parapet, he surveyed the entire monitoring area, observing the vast town conjured by steam and machinery before him. In that moment, it felt as if he could see his parents from years past, two brilliant engineers with shared ambitions, who had constructed this city as a refuge from conflict. Everything within the city appeared as an illusion, yet in reality, it was all genuinely existent. This city was, in essence, a self-contained microcosm, with the colossal steam machinery serving as the framework for this constructed world. This represents the pinnacle of law, the ability to create a tangible reality through law, akin to possessing the power of creation itself. However, despite the ability to forge a brand new reality, the creation of life remains beyond reach. Thus, while the world is real, it is devoid of any signs of life. The entire realm of Mechanical City exists solely for habitation. The layout of the city clearly reflects the meticulous care with which his parents approached its design, intending to establish it as their sanctuary. Regrettably, when various conspiracies erupted once more, their compassionate hearts could not allow them to remain uninvolved. They became ensnared in deeper troubles, ultimately transforming their haven into a wretched prison. The thought that this pristine city had been appropriated by the Republic as a prison ignited a flame of indignation within Surulu. He was furious, knowing that this was the very place where his parents had once resided, crafted by his father's own hands. To see it reduced to a mere prison was utterly unacceptable to him. Yet, he recalled the reflections of his mother at the mechanical axis, where her words indicated that she seemed unperturbed by the city's transformation into a prison. This suggested that his parents had indeed returned here, arranging many things for Surulu. He believed that it was precisely due to their provisions that the beings who had once followed his parents chose to remain in seclusion. Even though the Mechanical City had become a prison, and despite being branded as criminals within its confines, those loyal followers of his parents maintained their silence. Their choice to remain silent was an act of waiting for Surulu's arrival, anticipating the moment he would lead them out of the tainted Mechanical City. Together, they would unveil the Republic's hidden machinations and prove their past sacrifices to the populace. In this moment, Surulu finally comprehended the true trial his parents had bequeathed to him, to cleanse the filth both within and outside the Mechanical City, to help the beings who remained there reclaim their dignity. He must unveil the Republic's true conspiracy and identify the original puppeteer behind it all, presenting the genuine truth to all beings of the realm. Surulu could not help but chuckle ruefully, shaking his head as he muttered to himself, "What a truly arduous trial you have left me, Mom and Dad. You have indeed bequeathed me a plethora of challenges." At that instant, he could almost envision his father's serious, unsmiling visage alongside his mother's playful smile. He could hear his mother's previous admonition echoing in his ears. "As my child, you must become a true powerhouse, one who dominates others rather than being dominated." This was a mother's expectation for her child, a demand from her to Surulu. Clenching his fists, he resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I will not disappoint you." Leaving the Iron Tower and walking along the now pristine streets of the city, Surulu sought to find something to occupy his time, only to discover that everything was progressing at a frenetic pace, seemingly leaving no room for his involvement. Everyone appeared to be busy, even the Minotaur. Becker, who, perhaps to forget the foolish nun, was laboring alongside the workers that asked for the rabbit, once a retainer of Surulu's mother, possessing extraordinary mechanical crafting skills. He was naturally sought after by the three ancient families, all hoping to gain his technological support to bolster their workshops and outshine their rivals. Surulu observed all these developments, but chose not to intervene, instead placing his trust in everyone's capabilities. Subsequently, he met with the former lord, Elise, and this time she ultimately acquiesced, deciding to submit to Surulu's command. Gaining Elise's allegiance was promising news for Surilu, as he had been pondering how to address the aftermath of the pig-headed Lord's demise. With Elise's loyalty secured, he felt confident in allowing her to continue as the nominal leader of Long City, leveraging some of Elise's family's influence. Surilu believed that he could garner support from the capital region before the Empire made its move. Even a modicum of assistance from Elise's family would significantly ease his burden. Furthermore, once Elise reclaimed Long City, it was likely that her family in the capital would not abandon the easily obtainable prize of Long City. It seemed as though all issues were being resolved smoothly, with everything unfolding according to Surilu's carefully laid plans, progressing step by step. Chapter 76. The Vengeful Chef Within Long City. Ballot had not anticipated the mysterious chef's sudden appearance, nor that she would assign him a task in Surilu's name. However, the mission presented by Bao Mianmian proved to be exceedingly cumbersome for Ballot, fraught with challenges, according to Bao Mianmian's instructions. She wished for Ballot to swiftly consolidate control over the entire security bureau, ensuring that a majority of the military and police forces were under his command. Following this, she would coordinate with him to expose the true nature of the pig-headed lord, inciting chaos and upheaval within Long City. Amidst the ensuing turmoil, they would seize the opportunity to launch an assault on the pig-headed lord while also rescuing Surilu, who was imprisoned in the city's jail. From a strategic standpoint, the plan appeared sound, representing an internal dismantling of the pig-headed lord's dominion over Long City. Once reunited with Surilu, they would execute a coordinated strike to eliminate the pig-headed lord, thereby securing control over Long City. Yet, a lingering unease gnawed at Ballot. He felt uncertain about his ability to oversee the entire security bureau. In recent years, the bureau had been a focal point of the pig-headed lord's attention, constituting the tangible military strength that he wielded. Despite the recent removal of the bureau's head, who was the pig-headed lord's eldest son, the internal dynamics and power struggles within the bureau were deeply entrenched. Even Ballot could not guarantee that beyond his current Special Operations Division, the other military and police forces within the bureau could be entirely trusted. After learning of the task assigned by Bao Mianmian, Ballot could not help but voice, "I fear I cannot fulfill your mission." Bao Mianmian appeared visibly displeased, perceiving Ballot's response as a mere dismissal, and she retorted, "Are you defying orders?" Ballot hurriedly clarified, "It is not that I intend to defy orders, nor that I wish to abandon the rescue of Lord Surilu. Rather, I find myself unable to accomplish such a task. The relationships and power dynamics within the Security Bureau are too convoluted for me to discern who among them is loyal to the pig-headed lord and who is not. To put it simply, I cannot identify who among them is an abominable warrior." Bao Mianmian, however, remained remarkably composed, stating, "Those details are inconsequential. What matters is that you must secure the authority to command the bureau." Ballot lamented, "The crux of the matter lies precisely there. I am utterly incapable of obtaining command over all the military and police forces within the bureau." Before Bao Mianmian could interject, Ballot continued, "You must understand that the Security Bureau represents the pig-headed lord's overt military might. You truly believe that he would entrust command to me, someone he does not trust?" Bao Mianmian scoffed, "This is your opportunity to demonstrate your capabilities. But rest assured, I will ensure that assistance is provided to you." Ballot, feeling quite helpless, replied, "I'm sorry, but even with assistance, I cannot afford to take such a risk." Seeing Ballot's firm stance, which left little room for negotiation, Bao Mianmian felt a surge of frustration. However, she quickly regained her composure and remarked, "Have you considered that if you were to gain control of the Security Bureau, your value would significantly increase once Surilu seizes power over Long City?" Upon hearing those words, Ballot's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation as he scrutinized Bao Mianmian anew, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of her enigma. Regrettably, Bao Mianmian continued to exude an air of mystery, perhaps even surpassing that of Surilu. Her words struck at the very core of Ballot's anxieties, leaving him momentarily flustered. In truth, Ballot's deepest concern lay in his inability to gain Surilu's favor. He found himself at a crossroads with no retreat. To survive, he must align himself with Surilu. Yet, should he fail to garner Surilu's attention, his aspirations for his family's resurgence would remain unattainable. As Bao Mianmian had pointed out, Ballot needed to secure greater recognition from Surilu and demonstrate his worth. Only then could he leverage Surilu's strength to revive his family's fortunes. In Ballot's estimation, the demise of the pig-head lord was inevitable, and Sulyalu's emergence from the prison that had never relinquished its captives spoke volumes of his prowess. Having slain the pighead lord, Sulyalu was destined to become the new ruler of Dragon City. In that scenario, Sulyalu would be Ballot's sole pillar of support, rendering his own value all the more crucial. Noticing Ballot's indecisive demeanor, seemingly caught in a web of calculation, Bao Mianmian chose not to rush him. After a brief silence, she spoke again. Deep down, you are well aware that Sulyalu is your only option. Pausing momentarily, she added, unless you are prepared to pledge allegiance to the pighead lord and become a servant of the malevolent deity? Upon hearing this, Ballot finally resolved within himself, no, I will never submit to the malevolent deity. Bao Mianmian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I believe Sulyalu will appreciate your courage, so go forth and prove your worth. Ballot nodded but did not depart. Instead, he stood quietly, observing the mysterious chef. Seeing this, Bao Mianmian smiled and reassured him, rest assured. There will be someone to assist you, and that person will reveal themselves when the time is right. Ballot, still unconvinced, insisted, no, I need to know who it is, otherwise I cannot feel at ease. Bao Mianmian replied with a hint of helplessness. Knowing too much may not be beneficial for you. Do not forget, you still carry a seed of malevolent energy. At her words, Ballot's expression grew grave, and after taking a couple of deep breaths, he chose not to press further. Relenting, he said, very well, I will strive to fulfill this task. But I only hope I will not be betrayed by you. With that, Ballot turned and departed, leaving the small building where he had met Bao Mianmian. After Ballot's exit, Yuan Bai emerged from the shadows and, with a somewhat awkward tone, inquired, why do you manipulate Brother Sulyalu's name to deceive that individual? Bao Mianmian turned to Yuan Bai, her expression tinged with resignation. I apologize, Xiao Bai, but I have no other recourse. With Sulyalu imprisoned, we must act. We need to find a way to confront the pighead lord and avenge your brother. That is our paramount concern. For this purpose, I am willing to sacrifice anyone. A trace of sorrow surfaced on Yuan Bai's face, as if he were reminded of his brother and mourned the changes in Bao Mianmin. Observing the sorrow etched on Yuan Bai's features, Bao Mianmin stepped forward, embracing his somewhat frail form. She understood that the matter concerning Yuan Bai's brother had deeply affected him, leading him to retreat into himself, becoming increasingly reluctant to speak. Thus, Bao Mianmian had once vowed to take care of Yuan Bai and to avenge his brother. For such a purpose, she deemed any sacrifice worthwhile. Anyone could become her pawn. Chapter 77. The Elf's Oath. Though absent from the urban center of Dragon City, Sulyalu managed to acquire knowledge of significant events through various means. Notably, he learned that Bao Mianmian had taken command of Ballot in his name. In response to this development, Rabbit expressed a firm stance. That woman should no longer be indulged. She clearly disregards your well-being and seeks only to fulfill her own ambitions. Sulyalu dismissed this concern, stating, I actually believe her approach is not without merit. Her involvement in planning within Dragon City alleviates some of my burdens. Rabbit, upon hearing this, leapt up in disbelief, shaking Sulyalu's head and exclaiming, Rilu, have you lost your mind? Sulyalu firmly grasped Rabbit, lifting him off the ground. I am not insane. Do you not see that her methods are quite effective? Rabbit struggled against Sulyalu's grip but remained ensnared, flailing his limbs and continuing to protest. That woman does not love you. Her heart belongs to another. Sulyalu chuckled softly. Yet the one she cares for is already dead. Rabbit slapped his forehead in exasperation. Oh dear. Rilu, please do not tell me you have truly fallen for that chef. He continued. Of all the people to love, why must it be her? I believe Nona would be a better match. At that moment, the dark elf present in the room lowered her head shyly upon hearing this remark, saying, Do not speak such nonsense. Observing Nona's bashful demeanor, Rabbit turned to Sulyalu. Look, Nona has feelings for you. Sulyalu, with a complex expression, gazed at Nona before pulling Rabbit down and stating, Rest assured, Mian is not that kind of person. She would not disregard my well-being. He then turned to Nona, saying earnestly, I hope you do not lose your sense of self. I do not wish for you to become a mere puppet or dagger in my hands. As he spoke, Sulyalu abruptly pulled the blood mark from Nona's forehead, forming it into a blood bead that he declared, I will keep this for now. Should you ever wish to leave, I will grant you that freedom. Nona knelt once more, sincerely bowing to Sulyalu. At that moment he had become the deity she revered. For a dark elf to abandon her former deity to worship a human would be scandalous, not only for Nona but also for Sulyalu. Thus, Rabbit immediately chastised Nona. "What are you doing? Are you trying to bring ruin upon Rulu?" Nona lifted her gaze to Rabbit, saying, "Lord Rabbit, Nona's devotion to her master is genuine." Sullielu smiled, interrupting Rabbit. "It is all right, it matters not. Even if the deity of the elves were to confront me, I would not hesitate to confront him." He then turned to Nona. "Regardless of your intentions, since you have chosen to submit to me, I now assign you a task." Nona replied with utmost respect. "I am ready to heed your commands and will strive to fulfill them." Sullielu nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, I have many matters to attend to, so I cannot leave here just yet. I shall first escort you out, and then you must find a way to infiltrate Long City to seek out Beck's father, the old Tyrant blacksmith. As for the subsequent plans, he will inform you." The dark elf nodded in acquiescence to the command, not daring to voice any doubts, for in her current status, she held no right to question. The rabbit, however, inquired with a hint of uncertainty. "Lulu, are you truly certain that the old Tauren will assist us?" Sullielu smiled reassuringly. "Of course, he is the flame bearer of the dawn of Long City. If he wishes to remain concealed, he must aid us." The rabbit furrowed her brow slightly. "But wouldn't that put the old Tauren in great danger? Should we not inform Beck?" Aware of the rabbit's amicable relationship with the young Tauren, she was concerned for his safety and how it might affect their bond. Sullielu spoke calmly. "Rest assured, the old Tauren's experience far surpasses yours. He knows precisely what actions to take and what to avoid." At this juncture, Sullielu produced a flame emblem and handed it to Nona, saying, "Take this. It will earn you the old Tauren's trust." The rabbit then asked, "So, Lulu, what shall we do next? Are we to simply wait?" Sullielu smiled. "Fear not. The wait shall not be long. As soon as the first batch of weapons is produced, we shall return to Long City with resolve." The rabbit lowered her head in contemplation, then grimaced. "The first batch of weapons may still take some time." "No. Are you not concerned that woman, Mian Mian, might escalate matters in Long City?" Yet, Sullielu responded with unwavering confidence. "It matters not. The greater the uproar, the more advantageous it is for us." Chapter 78. The Lord's Visitor. The atmosphere within Long City had grown increasingly tense, with even the ordinary citizens beginning to take notice. Many observant individuals started to pay attention to peculiar happenings within the city. Various reports detailing the changes in Long City swiftly spread outward, most directed towards various regions of the Republic, with a small portion even reaching overseas, traversing the boundless ocean to the distant lands of the Buddhist kingdom and the empire. Concurrently, the temperament of the pig-headed lord became increasingly volatile, with his daily consumption reaching alarming levels. Under the watchful eyes of the townsfolk, a plethora of meats were seen being transported in bulk to the town hall. The populace found it perplexing that, despite the pig-headed lord being a pig himself, the majority of his sustenance consisted of meat, particularly pork. Each time Ballot witnessed the pig-headed lord voraciously devouring a roasted piglet, a chill would run down his spine. Struggling to comprehend how the pig-headed lord could consume his own kin. Yet, it seemed in the eyes of the pig-headed lord, those pigs destined for consumption were not considered his kind. Thus, he showed no mercy in his feasting, particularly relishing the head and brain of the pig. Humph, humph, humph. The pig-headed lord devoured an entire roasted piglet in mere moments, even crunching the bones to dust, leaving behind a plate of remnants. He wiped the grease from his face while instructing two graceful catwomen to take the remains away. Once the door was closed, the pig-headed lord reclined leisurely in his wooden wheelchair and addressed Ballot. "What progress have you made on the matter I tasked you with? Have the people of the Dawn of Flames contacted you yet? Or have you betrayed me, intending to continue deceiving me while collaborating with those Dawn of Flames scoundrels to orchestrate my demise?" Ballot's heart raced, and he quickly bowed his head, anxiously replying, "Ballot would never. However, it is true that the Dawn of Flames have not sought me out again." The pig-headed lord did not respond immediately, instead fixing Ballot with a piercing gaze, his lantern-like eyes scrutinizing him intensely. Even without raising his head, Ballot could feel the lethal intent emanating from the pig-headed lord's gaze, as if it sought to dissect him. Inspecting every bone and organ within his body, Ballot understood that in such moments, he could not afford any unusual behavior. Any misstep could reveal his true intentions, leading to a grim fate. This kind of scrutiny had become a daily ordeal for Ballot during this period, and he had fully grasped the pig-headed lord's paranoia, realizing that if he were deemed useless, he would likely have been dissected long ago. After a lengthy silence, The pig-headed lord finally withdrew his gaze and calmly remarked, "It seems the scoundrels of the Dawn of Flames are indeed quite cunning." Before Ballot could respond, an unexpected voice echoed in the room. "Oh, it appears our pig-headed friend has encountered a dilemma." Upon hearing the sudden voice, Ballot instinctively sprang to his feet, drawing his sidearm and aiming it at the source of the sound. Before him, a pool of water materialized on the wall, which rapidly expanded to form a portal. Ballot wasted no time, firing a shot directly at the portal while shouting, "Who goes there? How dare you intrude upon the town hall?" The voice from within the watery portal chimed again, "Hee hee. Pig-headed one, your little friend here is quite amusing." As the voice faded, a magical sphere erupted from the portal, ensnaring Ballot and lifting him off the ground. Caught off guard, Ballot found himself powerless to resist and was suspended before the pig-headed lord. In a fit of pride, he furiously thrashed about, attempting to break free from the magical binding. Unfortunately, his struggles only tightened the hold on him. Realizing escape was futile, Ballot decisively aimed his gun at the magical ropes. Firing a shot. Boom. The magical binding shattered, and as Ballot landed on the ground, he swiftly rolled to evade the subsequent magical sphere that soared toward him. It appeared that the figure emerging from the portal had anticipated the magical sphere's trajectory, leading to a soft gasp of surprise. Clearly, the unexpected visitor was taken aback by Ballot's ability to evade the magical attack. However, the figure had no intention of letting Ballot off the hook. Swinging their arm to unleash more magic, a flurry of magical projectiles materialized at the figure's command, relentlessly bombarding Ballot within the confines of the room. Displaying remarkable agility, Ballot darted about, finding refuge even in the limited space. In the midst of evasion, he began to counterattack, firing at the mysterious figure. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the pig-headed lord's office, neither side gaining the upper hand. The pig-headed lord, however, remained unfazed, watching the spectacle with keen interest, a smile gracing his lips as if he found it quite entertaining. Bang, bang, bang. Ballot maneuvered again, narrowly avoiding 3 simultaneous magical projectiles. One nearly grazed his cheek, and had he not reacted in time, it could have struck him in the head. Though the magical projectiles appeared to lack great power, Ballot could still sense the searing heat as they brushed past his face. After evading the trio of magical shots, Ballot suddenly ceased his evasive maneuvers, boldly charging forward to tackle the figure suspended in midair. Witnessing such a reckless move, the figure's eyes sparkled with excitement, a thrill akin to the anticipation of impending slaughter. Meanwhile, the pig-headed lord sighed, preparing to intervene, unwilling to watch Ballot meet his demise. Yet, just as both the figure and the pig-headed lord believed Ballot's fate was sealed, 2 magical projectiles hurtled toward him. In a moment of unexpected agility, Ballot leaned back, narrowly dodging the projectiles, and in one swift motion, aimed his gun at the figure's face and fired. Bang! The bullet struck the figure's visage, shattering their black cloak into flames and obliterating the silver mask that concealed a stunningly beautiful face. Both the pig-headed lord and Ballot were taken aback, astonished to discover that beneath the guise of a black magical figure was a striking woman. As the mask shattered, revealing her features, the woman seemed enraged, her azure eyes igniting with fury. Raising her hands, she began to chant an arcane incantation, and in an instant, countless magical projectiles materialized, forming an overwhelming barrage that engulfed Ballot, leaving him with little chance for escape. The furious woman appeared intent on delivering a fatal blow to Ballot. Still reeling from shock, Ballot gazed up in awe at the woman, his expression reflecting a mixture of wonder and an odd sense of relief amidst the rain of magical projectiles. Chapter 79. The Witch of the Empire. As the multitude of magical projectiles descended, poised to reduce Ballot to mere remnants, he found himself with scarcely a chance to flee. Suddenly, the pig-headed lord swung his arm, unleashing a peculiar magic that enveloped Ballot in an instant. The next moment, as the magical projectiles rained down, Ballot's form vanished from his previous location. The witch attacking Ballot felt a surge of dissatisfaction, furrowing her brow as she directed her gaze toward the nearly immobile pig-headed lord seated in his wooden wheelchair. The pig-headed man opened his mouth to declare, "Enough! As an envoy of the Empire, you should be well aware of your identity. This is Dragon City, my territory." The witch slowly descended, yet her feet did not touch the ground. She remained hovering, gazing levelly at the pig-headed man. A glimmer of disdain flickered in her azure eyes, though the once palpable aura of lethal intent had vanished without a trace. Bowing slightly, the witch smiled and said, Dumont pays her respects to you. My lord. Barlotte, who had been rescued by the pig-headed man, stood up from behind the wooden wheelchair, trembling as he scrutinized the witch. He could not deny that she was indeed as beautiful as the legends foretold. A magical hat, seemingly conjured from nowhere, adorned her head, and beneath her brow, her sapphire-like eyes sparkled. With a prominent nose above her luscious cherry lips and a delicately pointed chin, her visage was so exquisitely flawless that Barlotte felt no woman in Dragon City could compare. The ample robe she wore did little to conceal her alluring figure, with a pair of enticing breasts and long, shapely legs barely concealed. Most striking was the fact that the witch was barefoot. Her fair, delicate feet suspended in midair, a sight that would send shivers down the spine of any man. The realization that such an ethereal beauty was a formidable, which sent a wave of trepidation coursing through Barlotte. The pig-headed man suddenly interjected, Lady Dumont, there is no need for such formality. A witch of your formidable prowess is more akin to my elder. His words caused the witch's expression to turn icy, her gaze sharpening as if she were about to slice the pig-headed man into pieces. Initially perplexed by the pig-headed man's statement, Barlotte quickly grasped the implication as he recalled the witch's menacing glare. It dawned on him that this witch, imbued with such extraordinary power, was likely an ancient crone, and the thought of an old woman possessing such beguiling allure made Barlotte break into a cold sweat. Sensing the witch's fury, the pig-headed man chuckled. Ha ha ha. Please do not take offense. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. The witch did not temper the murderous intent in her eyes, and she fixed her gaze upon the pig-headed man, stating, My lord, you must surely understand what a woman values most. As magical orbs began to coalesce around her, the pig-headed man hastily raised his hands, exclaiming, No, let's discuss this calmly. However, before he could finish, a biting chill swept through the air, causing Barlotte, hidden behind the wooden wheelchair, to retract his head. After a prolonged silence, when the frigid wind had finally passed, Barlotte cautiously peeked out again, only to find that the pig-headed man's torso had been encased in ice, leaving only his pig's head exposed. The witch elegantly stifled a yawn and remarked, Well, now we can commence our serious discussion. Faced with such a predicament, the pig-headed man sighed in resignation. Very well, esteemed ladies. What brings you here? The witch, casting her gaze around indifferently, replied, I am here to inform you that the Empire's fleet has entered the Red Sea. The pig-headed man was taken aback. They are arriving so soon? The witch waved her hand dismissively. Not quite. They have merely entered the Red Sea. Continuing, she sighed. You Republicans are woefully ignorant of the terrors that lurk within those crimson waters. To navigate the Red Sea safely will likely take several months. I have come to notify you in advance, so that you and your people may prepare for a swift counterattack once the Empire's fleet lands. After a moment of contemplation, the pig-headed man replied, However, esteemed lady, I fear I am currently unable to cooperate with you. At this, the witch turned her gaze back to him, her expression clearly displeased as she inquired, What do you mean by that? Do you not have control of Dragon City? With a sharp crack, the ice encasing the pig-headed man shattered, and he spread his hands in helplessness, saying, You see, Dragon City is not solely under my authority. Ha ha ha. The witch burst into a melodious laughter, reminiscent of a nightingale's song, captivating yet unsettling. For a fleeting moment, Barlotte felt a pang of confusion, but he quickly recalled the pig-headed man's earlier warning and considered the possibility of the witch being an ancient crone. The fog of uncertainty dissipated as Barlotte stood behind the wooden wheelchair, saying, Esteemed lady, the Lord speaks the truth. The witch remained silent for a moment, her laughter subsiding as she fixed her gaze upon Barlotte, seemingly awaiting his further explanation. Observing the pig-headed man gesture for him to continue, Barlotte elaborated, According to the Republic's regulations, the military and political authority of Dragon City is shared among 3 parties, in addition to the Lord. There are the inspectors sent by the council and the adjudicators of the church. Thus, the Lord must exercise utmost caution. The witch narrowed her eyes at Barlotte, then scrutinized the pig-headed man for a moment. Noticing the pig-headed man's apparent agreement with Barlotte's statement, she chuckled. Ha ha ha, such things cannot deceive me. Pausing, she continued, I am aware that the knights of the adjudication have already been dealt with by you. Both the pig-headed man and Barlotte were taken aback. Having not anticipated that the witch would be privy to their previous dealings, Tio masked their surprise. The pig-headed man feigned calmness, stating, My lady, you jest. How could we possibly handle the church's adjudication? The witch flashed a radiant smile. "Do not pretend before me. I have observed everything that transpired. The great knight of the adjudication has been trapped in a mechanical array, and you have sent someone to take his place." Upon hearing this, the pig-headed man and Barlot both secretly exhaled in relief. Grateful that the witch's knowledge seemed limited, the pig-headed man then realized, fixing his gaze upon the witch. "So, you arrived early. Why do you only reveal yourself now?" The witch, somewhat resigned, replied, "Originally, I had no intention of appearing so soon, but alas, the Empire's fleet has encountered some difficulties, necessitating your cooperation." Chapter 8. The Witch's Assistance. According to the witch, the Empire's fleet had set sail and reached the Red Sea, seemingly encountering significant troubles. Thus, they dispatched individuals to land on both continents, reaching out to those lords wishing to align with the Empire. By leveraging the support of these lords, they aimed to assist the Empire's fleet in overcoming their maritime challenges, ensuring their safe arrival. Had Barlot been unaware of the pig-headed man's collusion with the Dark God, he would have certainly believed that the pig-headed man would acquiesce to the witch's demands. However, the pig-headed man truly worshipped the Dark God, a being that both the Empire and the Republic would categorically reject. Indeed, the pig-headed man appeared troubled, saying, "Alas, you are correct. I have only just dealt with the adjudication, but there remains an even more troublesome individual." The witch raised an eyebrow, condescendingly inquiring, "Are you referring to the council's inspector, who lazes about in the East District, befriending a cadre of nobles for leisure?" Upon hearing this, both the pig-headed man and Barlot were alarmed, as it seemed the witch possessed considerable insight into the affairs of Dragon City. Sensing the pig-headed man's astonishment, the witch smiled lightly. Do not be surprised. If I have come to seek you, I must be well informed about all matters concerning Dragon City." She continued, "Moreover, since you, my lord, have decided to ally with the Empire, it is only natural that you should be utterly loyal and forthcoming about your affairs with the Empire, is it not?" The pig-headed man immediately forced a smile, saying, Of course. What else would you like to know, esteemed lady?" In truth, Barlot surmised that the pig-headed man must have been cursing under his breath, wishing to strangle the witch standing before him. The inspectors dispatched by the council each possessed substantial backgrounds and were genuine nobles within the Republic. Most inspectors would consider themselves of noble descent, naturally looking down upon the lords of various regions. In earlier years, the lords across the Republic were predominantly either esteemed contributors or notable figures within their locales. These lords were primarily accountable only to the Republic's leader, thus augmenting the leader's leverage and securing the power to balance the church and the council against one another. However, as time wore on, the internal conflicts among different factions within the Republic began to surface, leading to increasingly severe tensions among the leader, the church, and the council. This shift consequently affected the balance of power in various regions, resulting in open and covert struggles between the lords, inspectors, and adjudicators. In many cities, it was the inspectors and adjudicators who wielded dominion, reducing the lords to mere puppets. Of course, such a situation had not unfolded in Dragon City, where the lords had consistently maintained their sovereignty. Whether it was the former Lady Lord or the current pig-headed man, they had steadfastly held on to their power. As for the inspector of the Parliament and the tribunal of the Holy See, in the eyes of many citizens of Dragon City, they are merely two institutions that ought to exist. Now, the tribunal has been effortlessly taken over by the boar-headed man, leaving only the inspector, who mingles within the circles of Dragon City's nobility. Were it not for the arrival of the witch, the boar-headed man would have almost forgotten about that idle fellow who indulges in feasting and merriment. The witch scrutinized the boar-headed man, then glanced at Barlot, who was hiding behind a wooden wheelchair, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "With the entire military force of Dragon City under your command, eliminating that inspector should be a trivial task for you, no? Although it is rather unfortunate that the chief of the guard was slain by a being corrupted by evil energy, I believe this young man behind you is quite capable and could serve as the new chief." "What?" Both the boar-headed man and Barlot exclaimed in unison, seemingly taken aback by the witch's words. However, the boar-headed man soon burst into laughter. "Ha, esteemed lady, you echo my very thoughts. We truly share a telepathic connection." The witch, with a look of disdain, muttered, "Spare me. Who would share a telepathic connection with a pig? You clearly never considered such a thing." Indeed, the witch's formidable presence was unmistakable. Even her whispers revealed her utter contempt for the boar-headed man. A flicker of irritation flashed in the boar-headed man's eyes, yet he refrained from reacting, instead smiling at Burrow and saying, "Step forward." Burrow hesitated for a moment, but soon cautiously emerged from behind the wooden wheelchair and approached the boar-headed man. The latter looked at Burrow with grave seriousness, saying, "Burrow, as of today, you shall be the chief of the Dragon City Guard. Do not betray the trust one have placed in you." Burrow was taken aback, never expecting such a swift stroke of fortune. Just days ago, he had been fretting over how to gain control over the military forces of Dragon City. Yet today, he had been granted such an opportunity. And it was a direct command from the boar-headed man himself. Overwhelmed with elation, Burrow quickly knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for your trust. I shall not fail you." In that moment of bowing, Burrow caught a glimpse of the witch's lips curving into a slight smile. Suddenly, he recalled what Bohemian had said days ago about someone helping him secure the military forces of the guard. A thought struck him. Could it be that this witch before him was indeed the person Bohemian referred to? Clap, clap, clap. The witch elegantly applauded, offering her congratulations to Burrow, then smilingly added, "Hee, now that we have a new chief of the guard, the subsequent matters should be more manageable. I implore you, my lord, to have your guard cooperate with me in eliminating that inspector of the parliament." Both the boar-headed man and Burrow were taken aback once more, not having anticipated the witch's directness. It is noteworthy that the boar-headed man had long harbored thoughts of resolving the inspector's situation. However, while the inspector appeared to be a mere hedonist, he held considerable standing within the Dragon City noble circles. Many nobles, existing since the inception of the Republic, revered the inspector as a distinguished guest, and the younger noble scions often gravitated around him. Though the boar-headed man might dismiss these young nobles, he could not overlook the might of their families. His position as lord was buttressed by the support of these nobility. Now, with the witch's sudden arrival, she openly proposed to eliminate the inspector, a move that would undoubtedly incite the ire of the nobility, presenting a considerable dilemma for the boar-headed man. As he grappled with indecision, the witch interjected, "Rest assured, my lord, since I have come, I shall ensure the matter is handled. I will personally deal with the inspector, and consider this a trade between us. I hope that you, my lord, will reciprocate by aiding me in bringing the fleet of the Empire here." The boar-headed man bowed his head, weighing his options carefully before finally responding, "Very well, as long as you can help me deal with that fellow." The witch smiled, "Hee, splendid. It's a deal. Then let your chief of guard cooperate with me." "Shall we?" The boar-headed man exchanged a glance with Burrow, gesturing with his hand. Then, "Burrow, off you go. Ensure that you cooperate well with Lady Dumont." Burrow, having no reason to resist, bowed in acceptance and departed with the witch. Chapter 81. The unexpected arrival of the deputy chief. Upon exiting the municipal building, Dumont smiled at Burrow, saying, "Young one, I can assist you no further. The rest is up to your own efforts." Burrow was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the witch, struggling to comprehend her meaning. Dumont smiled gently. "Do not play coy. This matter was entrusted to me by Bohemian. I have secured you the position of chief of the guard. But the rest is in your hands. I must inform you that in 5 days, the inspector of the parliament will host a banquet, which means you have 5 days to seize control of the guard." With that, without waiting for Burrow to respond, Dumont mischievously smiled, her figure gradually becoming indistinct until she vanished from sight. A soft voice echoed in Burrow's ears, "Young one, make good use of the limited time you have." Left alone in the small square in front of the municipal hall, Burrow pondered Dumont's words, which sparked a bold hypothesis within him. Could it be that Bohemian was actually an insider of the Empire? Otherwise, how could she know Dumont? Burrow felt utterly bewildered, sensing that the situation in the seemingly small Dragon City was growing increasingly complex, not to mention the enigmatic Surlu, the lord aligned with the evil deity, the insider from the overseas empire, and the hidden forces of the Republic. All these factors entwined made the situation in Dragon City exceedingly convoluted. Adding Surlu and the Dawn of Flame into the mix only compounded Burrow's headache, presenting him with numerous choices. Though it appeared that Burrow had many options before him, a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. After much contemplation, Burrow resolved to first secure control of the guard. With the guard under his command, all factions would inevitably seek to curry favor with him. For years, Burrow had yearned for such power, wielding authority that others would fear and seek to rely upon. However, When Barot eagerly returned to the guard, he was met with a scene that left him astounded at some point. A dark elf woman had arrived at the guard, and she seemed to have garnered quite a reputation. What surprised Barot most was that the contingent of special agents, with whom he had shared perilous experiences and had narrowly returned, had almost entirely gathered around the dark elf woman. Upon seeing Barot's return, the dark elf woman smiled and said, "Ah, are you Mr. Barot? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nona, and I am your deputy chief, here to assist you, tasked with providing support and appointed as deputy chief." Barot was on the verge of exploding in frustration. What sort of appointment was this? He had yet to officially assume the role of chief, yet a deputy chief was already in place. Barot was nearly overwhelmed with anger. Feeling utterly stifled, he understood all too well that this dark elf woman was undoubtedly a spy, placed by the boar-headed man. The audacity to appoint a deputy chief before Barot's return to the guard was a maneuver only the boar-headed man could execute. Though Barot was deeply displeased, he found himself utterly powerless, for the boar-headed man was the Lord of Dragon City. At that very moment, a minor official from the municipal hall burst into the guard, declaring directly, "The Lord has appointed Barot as the chief of the guard." Upon hearing this announcement, the guard erupted into a chorus of astonishment, with many openly discussing the matter. This only served to further infuriate Barot. Why was it that when the dark elf woman arrived as deputy chief, there was no such outcry? Moreover, it appeared to Barot that many within the guard had developed a camaraderie with the dark elf woman. This was clearly a form of discrimination, as they seemed to believe Barot unworthy of the chief's title. While Barot's thoughts were in turmoil, the municipal official spoke again. "My lord, the Lord wishes for you to confirm the appointment of the deputy chief, so I may take your chosen candidate back to report to the Lord. Therefore, I kindly ask you to promptly provide the details of the deputy chief." Barot felt an urge to strangle the official in frustration. The boar-headed man had evidently appointed a deputy chief. Yet now he was expected to present this appointment in front of all the military personnel, creating the illusion that the deputy chief was his own choice. But in reality, the deputy chief was not his ally, but rather a figure sent to monitor him. Helpless, Barot turned to face the dark elf Nona, his expression reflecting his resignation. That he opened his mouth, intending to request the guard clerk to bring forth Nona's documents. However, before Barot could speak, the dark elf directly handed the materials to him, her face adorned with a remarkably composed smile. Observing the materials before him, Barot had truly reached the pinnacle of his restraint. Yet he ultimately refrained from erupting. He could only take the documents and hand them directly to the awaiting municipal officials. After that official departed, Barot smiled and clapped his hands, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received my appointment, and I hope that all of you will collaborate harmoniously under the leadership of myself and the deputy director to enhance the security of Dragon City." The room of the security bureau erupted in applause. But Barot was uncertain whether the clapping was meant for him or for the dark elven woman beside him. However, he graciously accepted it, leading the dark elf directly into the security bureau. Upon entering the office of the bureau chief, Barot gestured for the dark elf to enter first, then followed with utmost respect, ensuring to close the door behind him. Once he confirmed there were no eavesdroppers, Barot respectfully inquired of the dark elf, "Might I ask if Lord has any further instructions?" The dark elf paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, "Ah, I forgot to inform you earlier. I have been sent by Lord Surelu to assist you." As she spoke, Nona produced the emblem that had previously been shown to the elder centaur. Upon seeing that emblem, Barot's mouth fell open in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a thorough examination of the emblem, even holding it in his hands for closer inspection, he ultimately confirmed that it indeed belonged to Surelu, and was the very one he had seen in that small chapel. Only then did he truly believe that the dark elf Nona was not sent to spy on him. In that moment, Barot felt an overwhelming urge to weep, reflecting on the pressures he had faced from various factions, living in constant apprehension. Today, he had finally encountered someone who was not there to monitor him, but rather to genuinely assist him, evoking within Barot a sense of emerging into the light. Amidst his excitement, Barot suddenly felt a jolt of realization and turned to the dark elf, saying, "You were sent by Lord Surelu? What about the previous documents?" Nona smiled and replied, "Those documents are indeed genuine. They were specifically arranged for me." Barot gasped, "So, you didn't receive the appointment from the pig-headed man in advance?" "Ha ha." Nona playfully laughed, "Of course not. I was merely teasing you. I am the newly appointed deputy director you just reported, which is essentially the same. All of this has been orchestrated by Lord Suralil. Ballot was left utterly stunned, suddenly realizing that no matter how tumultuous the circumstances in Dragon City became, everything seemed to be under Suralil's control. Chapter 82. Mutual suspicion among all parties as the pig-headed man reviewed the documents presented by the returning official. A cold smirk crept across his lips, and his small eyes gleamed with malice. Upon finishing, he smashed the documents in a fit of rage, growling, "This is too much. Do they truly believe I need to rely on the Empire?" Fearing those exiles abroad, the returning official stood there with utmost respect, feigning humility, and showed no surprise at the pig-headed man's sudden outburst. The pig-headed man then turned to the official and asked, "What do you suggest we do about this matter?" The once timid official, who had trembled before Ballot and his companions, suddenly smiled and said, "Father, I believe we could agree to Ballot's recommendation." The pig-headed man's brows furrowed as he grunted. "Are you suggesting that we allow this unknown individual to become the deputy director of the Security Bureau?" The official nodded. "Indeed. Father, she is not entirely unknown at the very least. We know she was placed here as an insider by Dumont. Based on that alone, we can ascertain that Ballot remains the same Ballot." "The timid royal descendant, correct?" The pig-headed lord pondered, then remarked, "So, you mean to say we can trust Ballot?" The official confidently responded, "Why not trust him? It is now clear that Dumont does not trust him. And without a backing, he can only continue to rely on you. Father, does he truly have the courage to ally with the Empire? As far as I know, his family once betrayed the Empire. He likely lacks the audacity to seek refuge there." The pig-headed lord contemplated for a moment before lifting his head and smiling. "Well, that is quite a thorough analysis. You have made considerable progress." He then added with a touch of melancholy, "It is a pity that your elder brother was harmed." The pig-headed man then wept, his voice trembling. "Had your brother lived, the two of you, one literate and one martial, could have led our clan to revival." The official's expression dimmed upon hearing this, and he looked up to ask, "Father, have you not yet uncovered who was responsible for my brother's death?" The pig-headed man replied with a hint of resignation, "I once discreetly inquired with those returning from the military and police, and it seems the culprit is likely the warden of that prison." Upon hearing the term warden, the official's pupils constricted in shock as he murmured, "Do you mean the abyssal warden?" The pig-headed man nodded, stating, "All signs indicate that it was indeed the work of the abyssal warden." The very mention of the abyssal warden caused the official to feel faint. Not only he and the pig-headed lord, but even the malevolent gods feared that figure. Currently, the malevolent deities within the abyss were sealed by the warden, and the pig-headed men dared not provoke them lightly. Nevertheless, the death of the pig-headed lord's son weighed heavily on their hearts. And after a prolonged silence, the pig-headed lord reassured his younger son, "Do not worry. Once the divine being fully awakens, we shall avenge your brother." The official nodded in agreement, offering comfort to the pig-headed lord. "Father, rest assured, I will secretly investigate Ballot." The pig-headed man nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, you shall handle this matter. Remember, do not draw the witch's attention." The official straightened up, saluting the pig-headed lord before slowly exiting his chamber. In the kitchen of the Bao Mian Mian restaurant, Bao Mian Mian looked at Dilyuan in astonishment, asking, "Are you certain she is a dark elf?" Dilyuan pinched a small cake from the platter and took a bite, replying, "Of course. I can sense the essence of those black barbarians from Hyjal without even looking." The little elf, Dilu, perched on the counter, snatching bites of the small cakes, remarked, "It seems Ballot has not gained the trust of the pig-headed man." Hearing this, Dilyuan seized the last small cake from Dilushi's hand. Ignoring the little elf's protests, she tossed it into her mouth and said, "Are you implying that the black barbarian is an informant sent by the pig-headed man?" The loss of the last cake left Dilushi quite displeased, and she fluttered her wings, pouting, "Isn't that obvious?" Bao Mian Mian offered Dilushi the remaining small cake she had yet to eat, pondering with her finger in her mouth. "It does appear to be the case. However," she then hesitated, adding, "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss here." At that moment, Yuan Bai suddenly squeezed his noisemaker, producing a series of cacophonous sounds. After hearing that, Bao Mian Mian turned to Yuan Bai and asked, "Are you suggesting it might be that inspector?" Dilyuan licked the crumbs off her fingers, saying, "Impossible. The inspector of Dragon City has long since covertly allied with the Empire." Yuan Bai, feeling indignant, raised his noisemaker, and began a prolonged series of squeezes. The clattering sounds nearly drove Diluin to madness. Fortunately, Bao Mian intervened just in time. Otherwise, Diluin would have been pushed to the brink and might have lashed out at Yuan Bai. Shaking her head to dispel the dizziness, Diluin remarked, "What exactly is he trying to convey? Can we please refrain from using that thing?" Bao Mian laughed helplessly, saying, "There's no helping it. He is accustomed to this." Xiaobai means to say that Surilu once mentioned, the more someone appears innocent, the more likely they are to stab you in the back when you least expect it. Therefore, we cannot underestimate the inspector. Even though he seems to possess no presence, his existence should not be taken lightly. After hearing Bao Mian's words, Diluin sighed in resignation. That was quite a lengthy explanation. No wonder he squeezed for so long. Subsequently, Diluin bent down to look at Yuan Bai, lifting his chin with her finger and smiling. "Xiao Bai, do you really trust that scoundrel's words so much?" Yuan Bai angrily swatted Diluin's hand away, furiously squeezing his noisemaker, which filled the kitchen with the clattering sound once more. Diluin hurriedly cast a silent spell. Her eyes wide with fear as she realized she had provoked Yuan Bai. Bao Mian took an extended period to calm Yuan Bai down, and he finally loosened his grip on the nearly crushed noisemaker. Meanwhile, She had become dizzy, slumped over the counter, her eyes swirling with images of flying birds. Having pacified Yuan Bai, Bao Mian turned to Diluin and said, "Xiao Bai holds Surilu's teachings in high regard. To him, Surilu is like an elder brother." Diluin's expression turned somewhat melancholic as he glanced at Yuan Bai and whispered, "However, his brother should be Yuan Qing, a scion of the imperial lineage." At this point, Diluin seemed a bit irked as he added, "That scoundrel is merely a wild child. How could he possibly be compared to Prince Yuan Qing?" Nonetheless, Yuan Bai appeared unfazed by this. Recognizing that Diluin was once again disparaging Su Lu, and he clenched his teeth, ready to confront Diluin fiercely. Fortunately, Bao Mian intervened just in time, soothing Yuan Bai's emotions and preventing him from escalating the situation with Diluin. Subsequently, Bao Mian ushered Diluin out of the kitchen and, at the back door of the restaurant, said, "All right, Xiao Bai's reminder is not without merit. You should investigate further." Diluin, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, Fine. You go back and keep the little one company. I will find a way to clarify things." After a pause, Diluin added, "Moreover, for the banquet that evening, I will suggest that you take on the role of head chef. You had best prepare in advance." With that, before Bao Mian could voice any objection, Diluin suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating before her eyes. Chapter 83. Unspoken understanding. Time has a tendency to make one forget certain things, unbeknownst to many. Su Lu had vanished from the public eye in Dragon City for over a month. Life in Dragon City continued as usual, with most citizens having long since forgotten the boy once hailed as a prodigy. Even those children who had been on amicable terms with Su Lu, along with those who had been close to him, began to lose recollection of his days in Dragon City. Just as his sudden appearance had once captivated attention, time rendered everything commonplace, making it easy to neglect. Nevertheless, some individuals still vividly remembered Su Lu, particularly the two leaders of the Dragon City Security Bureau, who now worked in close collaboration. In the process of consolidating control over the Bureau, Nuana's ceaseless stream of ideas had truly alleviated numerous troubles for Barote. Within just 2 or 3 days, Barote had grown accustomed to Nuana's presence, increasingly relying on her when confronted with challenges. On the 3rd day, during the twilight hours of sunset, Barote returned to the Security Bureau with Nuana after dealing with a group of potentially corrupted military police. As they strolled along the ancient streets bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, accompanied by the resonating sounds of machinery, Barote suddenly felt that his encounter with Nuana had stirred a subtle flutter in his heart. During these brief days of collaboration, he increasingly felt a profound sense of reassurance in her presence, a sentiment he had not experienced in many years. Due to familial issues, Barote had lived in a state of unease since his early understanding of the world. Following the death of his grandfather, this anxiety had been magnified significantly. He constantly harbored suspicions about those around him, fearing retribution against his family. He was apprehensive that the enemies of his family, now high-ranking officials in the Republic, would ruthlessly seek his demise. The early Republic had been a paradise for the populace, but as the ambitions of certain high-ranking individuals grew, conflicts among the Frere, the Church, and the Parliament escalated. Families, both large and small, that had made the wrong alliances found themselves targeted for obliteration. Barote, as a child, had been unaware of the exact tribulations his family faced. However, during his time at the military academy, he encountered descendants of families that had been responsible for his own family's downfall, learning from them that his family had once been considered a benefactor of the Republic. They had betrayed the empire that had retreated overseas, choosing instead to support the Republic. Consequently, at the inception of the Republic, Barote's family was truly regarded as a noble lineage, wielding considerable influence. Regrettably, with the first Efrair's withdrawal from public life, various factions within the Republic began to vie for power, leading to internal strife. At that time, Barote's family had aligned themselves with one faction, attempting to support their ascent to the position of Efrair. However, unexpectedly, that faction ultimately failed, and the opposing faction successfully seized power, gaining majority support in the parliament, resulting in Barote's family suffering dire consequences. The images Barote had witnessed by the hearth were, in fact, a portion of the secret sealed within his mind by his grandfather using arcane methods. This was intended to activate his memories upon the return of family members fleeing the overseas empire, enabling recognition among them. The gamble his family took ultimately led them to follow the wrong leader, plunging them into an abyss from which there was no return. Throughout the years, Barote had never felt as secure as he did now, prompting him to ponder what his life might be like if this dark elf remained by his side. Perhaps his existence would unfold in an entirely different manner, even if she was merely a subordinate of Su Lulu. He believed that with the company of the night elf Nuana, he would never feel lonely. With such thoughts in mind, Barote instinctively reached out and grasped Nuana's slender hand. Holding her slightly cold palm, he earnestly stated, "Do you know, having you by my side brings me great comfort." The dark elf was taken aback by the sudden gesture and words from him, instinctively attempting to shake off Barote's hand. However, upon gazing into his azure eyes, filled with sincerity, Nuana felt her heart flutter unexpectedly. At that moment, she hesitated to release his hand, slowly beginning to appreciate the warmth radiating from his palm. Gradually, a faint blush appeared on the dark elf's somewhat pallid face as she sensed a fervent heart drawing closer. Feeling Nuana's response, Barote began to inch closer, wishing to envelop the dark elf in his embrace. Just as their hearts drew nearer, almost on the verge of collision, a sudden blaring of a whistle interrupted the moment. A steam vehicle sped towards them from the opposite end of the street. The sound jolted Nuana awake, and she quickly pushed Barote away, executing a graceful turn to dart to the other side. The rushing steam vehicle passed by, instantly placing a barrier between Barote and Nuana, thwarting his intention to reach out once more. When the steam vehicle had finally passed, Barote observed Nuana again, only to find her face now shrouded in frost. The coldness emanating from her was impenetrable. Leaving Barote hesitant to extend his hand again, the two walked back, one after the other, ultimately returning to their respective quarters in the security bureau, throwing his weary body onto the bed. Barote felt a surge of irritation, blaming the untimely appearance of the steam vehicle. Had it not been for its intrusion, he might have unlocked the dark elf's heart, potentially advancing their relationship. Alas, now everything lay in ruins. From Nuana's expression on her way back, Barote sensed her was indeed angry, and this feeling only intensified his frustration. However, Barote was unaware that upon returning to her room, Nuana was equally troubled. She was also plagued by a sense of guilt, believing that her previous actions with Barote had been a betrayal of her loyalty to Su Lulu, a violation of their vows. Yet, in that moment, the exhilarating sensation of two fervent hearts intertwined lingered in Nuana's mind, making it difficult for her to forget. That night, both Nuana and Barote experienced sleeplessness, and when they opened their doors to face each other the following day, they almost simultaneously adopted a fade of nonchalance to evade the impending awkwardness they tacitly chose to forget, casting aside the ripples stirred up by the previous day. After exchanging casual greetings, Barote spoke. "What are our plans for today? The ball is to be held the day after tomorrow, and our time is running short." Noticing that Barote had not broached the subject of yesterday's events, Nuana felt a quiet sigh of relief. Although a tinge of disappointment flickered within her, she quickly suppressed it, her expression growing serious as she mused. "It seems we must expedite our progress." After pondering for a moment, Nuana firmly declared, "Then let us focus on the Lord's Guard from the Security Bureau." Barote promptly engaged with the plan, nodding in agreement. Indeed, That is a commendable choice. Let us commence. Chapter 84. Crafting Armaments. Ding ding ding. Clang clang. In the bustling workshops of the mechanical city, workers toiled day and night. The sounds of hammering and clanging resonated incessantly, with scalding steam billowing forth, enveloping the entire workshop in a shroud of mist. As if one had stepped into a fantastical realm. 2Z sat at a workbench, meticulously calculating and sketching every component of the machinery, dissecting each part with precision, even without a model of the machinery before him. The blueprints he created were vividly detailed, appearing as though they had been drawn from life. He even illustrated the internal structures of some obscure corners, annotating the data pertaining to those hidden areas. Although 2Z often seemed unreliable, even Lu had to concede that he was superior in drafting mechanical schematics. His innate talent for mechanical processing was even more remarkable, many times. He could discern the subtle differences between various components solely through touch. Even the dwarves, gnomes, and elderly Eastern craftsmen, armed with standard measuring tools, could not match 2Z's accuracy derived from tactile perception. Initially, the dwarves, gnomes, and the group of workers from the east were quite indignant. However, after numerous confrontations, they ultimately conceded that they could not match the prowess of the rabbit. After all, no matter how precise the measuring instruments may be, there will always be slight discrepancies, which are permissible in mechanical processing. Yet, the rabbit, with its fluffy paws, could detect these minute deviations and make adjustments with impeccable accuracy, following a display of the rabbit's abilities. All the workers within the mechanical city were compelled to treat the rabbit with utmost respect. Within the mechanical city's processing plant, the rabbit reigned supreme. Everyone was obliged to heed its commands. Alas! After completing a drawing, the rabbit lay exhausted on the workbench, sprawled in a most unrefined manner. Before long, Lu, donned with protective goggles, approached to inspect the freshly completed blueprint. Observing Lu standing beside the workbench, the rabbit attempted to rise with a swift motion. However, after much struggle, it found itself unable to get up, and ultimately, it was Lu who lent a hand to assist the rabbit. After some stretching of its limbs, the rabbit sighed and lamented, "I can't take it anymore. I'm getting old'd at I in my heyday. I was a knight of the Republic, striking down the Empire's sorcerers. Who would have thought that simply drafting a blueprint would leave me in such a state? Oh, someone, come over and help this old rabbit stretch." With the rabbit's call, an elegant night elf soon approached, bowing respectfully to Lu. The elf then positioned herself beside the rabbit and began to administer a meticulous massage with her delicate claws. Lu, now accustomed to the rabbit's indulgences, regarded it as a minor reward for the rabbit's efforts. As the rabbit reveled in the elf's gentle ministrations, it fully relaxed, lying sprawled on the workbench. Noticing Lu busy at work, the rabbit could not restrain itself from asking, "Lu, must we exert ourselves to such lengths?" Lu replied with unwavering conviction, "Certainly, we must hasten to complete the last 2 cannons." The rabbit, perplexed, pressed on, "Why the urgency? It seems that the situation in Dragon City is well within your control, is it not?" Lu, head bowed as she organized the blueprints, responded, "Yes, Dragon City poses little trouble. Capturing it would be quite simple." The rabbit casually rolled over and inquired, "If Dragon City is not a problem, then what purpose do these cannons serve?" Before Lu could reply, the rabbit suddenly recalled something, propping itself up and asking, "Are you planning a rebellion?" At the mention of rebellion, the rabbit's spirit brightened. The northern cities have largely severed ties with the Republic. If you could establish independence in Dragon City." Before the rabbit could finish its thought, Lu interrupted coldly, "No, I have no intention of breaking away from the Republic, at least not for now." The rabbit, even more bewildered, questioned, "If that is the case, why then are you insisting on manufacturing so many weapons?" Lu paused for a moment before finally stating, "They are meant to confront the Empire's Restoration Expeditionary Forces." The rabbit was taken aback, leaping up in shock and exclaiming, "You cannot be serious. You plan to hold Dragon City?" After a prolonged silence without any response, the rabbit rushed to Lu's side, insisting, "Lu, do not be foolish. Defending Dragon City is not part of our mission." Lu, in a calm manner, replied, "Now it is we must protect Dragon City and ensure it does not fall into the hands of the Empire's restoration forces." The rabbit erupted in protest, "Are you mad? Do you have any idea what price defending Dragon City entails? This is beyond our capabilities." Seeing Lu remain unresponsive, the rabbit continued to shout, "Lu, do not lose your senses. Do you really believe our limited resources can hold Dragon City? That is a delusion. Do not forget the Empire's resolve to restore itself. We cannot possibly withstand those lunatics. Faced with the rabbit's frantic outburst, Sulyalu could no longer focus on the blueprints and chose to ignore the rabbit. Moving aside, the rabbit, seeing this, quickly sprang up and rushed to Sulyalu's side, pleading, "Sulyalu, can you not remain calm? Our meager strength is insufficient to oppose the Empire's army." Finally, Sulyalu, left with no choice, halted and set the blueprints down, stating, "However, we must fight." The rabbit, utterly bewildered, questioned, "Why? We can leave this place. Once we complete our task, the dawn of flame will come to retrieve us." Sulyalu lifted the rabbit, gazing intently at it without uttering a word. Only when the rabbit began to feel uneasy under Sulyalu's scrutiny did she finally speak. "We may leave, but what of this mechanical city?" Sulyalu's words rendered the rabbit speechless, despite its earlier protests. It had not considered the fate of the mechanical city and its inhabitants, particularly the dwarves, gnomes, and those from the east who had followed Sulyalu's parents. Would they simply be abandoned? These beings had been trapped in the mechanical city for so long. Would they truly be forsaken once again? Sulyalu surveyed the bustling workshop and addressed the rabbit solemnly. "Look around. They are all vibrant lives, yearning for the outside world. We should not continue to bind them." Then, with a serious demeanor, Sulyalu declared, "Since my parents entrusted me with leading them to create and transform the world, I must shoulder this responsibility and ensure they can walk out with dignity." The rabbit was momentarily taken aback, meeting Sulyalu's steadfast gaze and sensing the gravity of her resolve. It understood that this time Sulyalu was earnest. Chapter 85, The Release of the Lady Lord. When Sulyalu encountered Eliza once more, the former lord of Dragon City, now a woman of advanced years, still retained an air of dignity. This time, Eliza did not present herself with arrogance, greeting Sulyalu with profound respect. In turn, Sulyalu did not shy away. Mindful of the pressing work, he chose to meet Eliza within the factory. During this period, the factories in the mechanical city had been laboring tirelessly, and Eliza and her people had taken note of it. Eliza had not anticipated that Sulyalu would receive her in the factory, nor that he would display no avoidance. Upon meeting Eliza, Sulyalu's initial words were direct. "Esteemed lady, you and your people should prepare to depart." Caught off guard, Eliza, who had been contemplating how to persuade Sulyalu to release her and her people from the mechanical city, froze. She had been considering how to convince Sulyalu to allow her and her group to return to Dragon City ahead of time, fearing that if any upheaval occurred, she, as the former lord, would be left with nothing. However, she had not expected Sulyalu to directly state that she and her people were free to leave. Wary that he might be testing her, Eliza cautiously asked, "Your meaning is not entirely clear to me." "My lord." Sulyalu's gaze shifted from the pile of blueprints on the table to Eliza, smiling as he replied, "What I mean is, you are free to go." After a brief pause, Sulyalu continued, "I am aware that you still possess some influence in Dragon City and that you have maintained contact with the inspectors dispatched by the council." Seeing the astonishment on Eliza's face, Sulyalu chuckled, "Do not be surprised. If I had not intentionally allowed you to escape, do you think your subordinates could have sent messages from here and connected with those in Dragon City? I know your influence remains. After all, your family's strength is undeniable, is it not?" Sulyalu's words left Eliza utterly astonished. She had thought her clandestine maneuvers could elude detection. Yet, she realized that everything had transpired under Sulyalu's watchful eye. Thus, Sulyalu remained the master of all, controlling everything within the mechanical city, and no one could escape his grasp. At that moment, Eliza was utterly convinced, understanding that as long as she remained within this mechanical city, nothing could be concealed from the youth before her. After careful consideration, Eliza respectfully bowed to the young lord, saying, "Respected sir, please forgive Eliza for her presumption." Sulyalu smiled. "There is no need for such formality. In fact, I find no fault in your initiative. Your ability to connect with the inspector is quite impressive." Somewhat perplexed by Sulyalu's true intentions, Eliza remained humble, stating, "I share a slight acquaintance with him. Our families are allies in the capital circle." Sulyalu's smile remained, as he candidly replied, "That is splendid. Then you may return. I trust you will handle matters in Dragon City competently." Eliza once again expressed her gratitude to Sulyalu and prepared to turn and leave the factory. Yet, just as she was about to depart, she could not help but inquire, "My lord, what precisely are your intentions?" As soon as the words left her lips, Iris felt a twinge of recklessness, realizing that she should not have posed such a question to the young man. Beside her were factory mechanics, knowledgeable about certain processing methods within the factory. One mechanic had once confided to Iris that Surulu's factory was engaged in the production of weaponry, specifically heavy armaments akin to magical artillery. This revelation had instilled considerable concern in Iris and her companions, for if Surulu intended to assault Dragon City with such formidable weaponry, would he still allow Iris to retain her position as lord of the city once it was captured? Clearly, Iris was not naive enough to believe that Surulu would expend his efforts to conquer Dragon City merely to appoint her as its ruler. Thus, her apprehensions had led her to heed her subordinates' advice and discreetly attempt to establish contact with certain individuals in Dragon City. Iris had to concede that she was surrounded by capable individuals, particularly that young mechanic. To everyone's astonishment, the mechanic had discovered a means to dismantle the mechanical prison and successfully dispatched a small mechanical insect. In hindsight, it appeared that all of this had been permitted by Surulu from the shadows, enabling the mechanic to accomplish such feats. Nonetheless, the mechanic had indeed achieved something significant, as his mechanical insect had made contact with the inspector of Dragon City. Upon receiving news from Iris, the inspector promptly responded, expressing a desire to attempt a rescue. Now, Iris felt fortunate that she had refrained from allowing the inspector to come to her aid, for it might have cost him his life. As Iris reflected on these matters, Surulu suddenly interjected, "You need not concern yourself with these matters. There are some personal affairs I must address myself." Iris's thoughts were abruptly drawn back, and she looked at Surulu, puzzled about what he meant by personal affairs. Surulu showed no inclination to elaborate, simply stating, "You need not inquire further. Your sole focus should be on reclaiming your position as Lord." Given Surulu's assertion, Iris naturally dared not press for further clarification. Even though she harbored lingering concerns, she took her leave of Surulu. Observing Iris's retreating figure, the rabbit hopped over to Surulu and asked, "Are you truly allowing her to depart?" Surulu replied calmly, "Indeed. The chaos in Dragon City has reached a point of no return. Her involvement is essential to restore stability." The rabbit followed with, "But you must understand, she and her family are staunch advocates of negotiation. If the Imperial army arrives, she may very well surrender outright." Surulu chuckled at this, remarking, "Precisely, I hope she does surrender. If she does not, then my artillery would be rendered useless." Crunch, crunch, the rabbit nibbled on a carrot, expressing some exasperation. Well, it appears this could indeed become troublesome. Upon returning from the factory, Iris immediately conveyed to her subordinates the news that they could leave, without revealing that Surulu was aware of their clandestine actions. To Iris, certain truths were best kept from her subordinates, especially regarding their current situation under Surulu's control. Should her subordinates become aware, they might perceive Surulu as invincible, leading to a loss of confidence. Once confidence wanes, so too does the courage to confront Surulu, a scenario Iris wished to avoid. Thus, Iris not only refrained from mentioning Surulu's insight into their undertakings, but also extolled her own courage, claiming that after a vigorous debate with Surulu, she had ultimately secured the opportunity to leave the prison. This narrative imbued her followers with renewed faith in her, igniting their fighting spirit as they resolved to accompany her back to Dragon City to achieve great deeds. Chapter 86. The inspector's residence. The atmosphere within Dragon City grew increasingly oppressive, as observant individuals noted that the Lord had seemingly vanished for several days. Even the routine roll call conducted by the factory's children each evening had been entirely delegated to the Security Bureau. Such occurrences had been rare in Dragon City over the years, especially since the current Lord had taken power, making it unprecedented. The keen-eyed citizens of Dragon City began to stir restlessly, sensing an impending upheaval. Ambitious individuals would naturally not let such an opportunity slip by. Those with any semblance of power or wealth began to frequent the residence of the inspector in the Eastern District. As the frequency of these visits increased, so too did the likelihood of chance encounters. That, of course, those who crossed paths were tacitly aware of each other's intentions and refrained from exposing one another. The growing number of clandestine meetings gradually transformed the once desolate inspector's residence into a hub of activity. However, most visitors were unable to meet with the inspector directly, instead being intercepted by his associates from the council. Only those representing significant factions or possessing considerable influence were granted entry to meet with the inspector. After days of meetings with a multitude of individuals, the inspector began to feel fatigued. With only a day remaining until the banquet he had been preparing, he found himself increasingly agitated. In essence, The so-called banquet represented a contest between the inspector and the lord, an event that had played out in numerous cities before. Any slight misstep could lead to one party's defeat, while the other ascended as the new ruler of the city. As the banquet approached, even with the support of the majority of the city's elite, the inspector felt a twinge of anxiety. However, news arrived from the long-missing former lord, conveyed through a mechanical insect, bearing a peculiar message. As families bound by history, they now found themselves on the same side. And the sudden communication from the former lord bolstered the inspector's confidence immensely. Should the former lord return, the subsequent proceedings of the banquet would be greatly simplified for the inspector. If the former lord could unveil the true nature of the pig-headed usurper and reclaim the lordship, then the usurper's forces could be vanquished without a fight. Following this, with the inspector's assistance, the former lord would surely feel a sense of gratitude. Given their historical ties, the inspector believed that with just a modicum of pressure, acquiring control over Dragon City would be within his grasp. The inspector had ceased to meet with the city's various characters, for he was convinced that as long as the former lord was present, all challenges would be surmountable. However, upon learning that the former lord was imprisoned in Dragon City, the young inspector felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all, the Dragon City prison was reputed to be the most secure in the entire republic, with no recorded escapes in centuries. Contemplating this, the young inspector rubbed his temples, muttering in irritation, "This truly is an inconvenient predicament." He, accompanied by a soft, melodic laughter, a sultry voice chimed in. "What matter could possibly vex our esteemed inspector?" Another droplet of water fell to the ground, swiftly transforming into a portal through which the enchanting figure of Dumont emerged. The young inspector's demeanor did not betray surprise at Dumont's appearance. Rather, he stood respectfully to greet her, noticing his deference. Dumont smiled and gracefully approached, her steps light and airy as she stood before the inspector. Casually lifting her arm, she remarked, "No need for such formality. As I have stated, we are allies, and there is no need for such politeness." As she spoke, Dumont drew closer, her eyes immediately alighting upon the bottles of wine on the inspector's desk. She eagerly dashed forward, exclaiming, "Oh my, do you truly have such wine? This special tribute from the Eastern Wine City. My heavens! How many years has it been since I last saw it? After so long overseas, I find myself yearning for it." With a decisive motion, Dumont uncorked the bottle, gracefully retrieving a delicate wine glass and pouring the liquid within. However, she only filled it a fifth of the way, swirling the glass to observe the mesmerizing hues of the wine. The liquid within appeared almost alive, dazzling with vibrant colors as Dumont gently twirled the glass. It seems this is not a premium selection. True masterpieces should exhibit 7 variations," she mused. The inspector, standing by, felt a pang in his heart as he observed Dumont's fascination with the wine, as if the contents of the glass were his own lifeblood. Upon hearing her mention the 7 variations, he was momentarily taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with such a concept. Just then, another voice interjected, "7-day intoxication, also known as 7-colored splendor, is a premium wine from the Eastern wine capital, the finest of its kind, showcasing 7 distinct color variations, each with its own unique flavor, hence the name." The unexpected voice left the inspector astonished, and he turned to see a slightly ragged yet dignified elderly woman approaching. After scrutinizing her for a moment, the inspector exclaimed, "And Iris, you actually escaped from that prison?" The inspector's family and Iris's family shared a long-standing friendship, their connections woven through generations. Thus he was indeed obliged to address her as Aunt Iris, due to the fact that the mother of the inspector was born into the illustrious family of Iris, who was once a paragon within her lineage. It is only natural that most of her contemporaries would seek to cultivate a friendship with Iris, including the inspector's mother. However, the inspector's mother, whose circumstances were not particularly favorable, was married off early as a means of political alliance. Even after her marriage, she continued to receive assistance from Iris, who had once wielded immense power and had supported her on numerous occasions. This connection is also the reason why the inspector was dispatched by his family to Longqing. Indeed, it was his mother's wish for him to investigate the circumstances surrounding Iris's disappearance. As Iris beheld the inspector, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, prompting her to open her arms and embrace him. Tears streaming down her face, Iris exclaimed, "Little Coeur, I thought I would never see you again." The inspector, Jiang Coeur, was equally moved by this reunion, reminiscing about his childhood, which stirred tears in his own eyes. Once regarded as an unpromising member of the family, he had endured bullying from the other children. Had it not been for Iris's discreet assistance and the support of her children, his achievements today would have been inconceivable. The thrill of reuniting with Iris, who had been imprisoned for years, stirred within him emotions akin to those he felt upon seeing his own mother. Chapter 87. The traitor Dumont savored her exquisite wine, quietly observing the heartfelt reunion between the two long-separated individuals. Refraining from interrupting Jiang Kur and Iris, once their embrace concluded, Dumont curiously scrutinized Iris and inquired, "Pray tell, how did you manage to escape from that prison?" Before Iris could respond, Dumont continued, "I have heard that prison is notorious for being a one-way street, where no soul ever leaves alive." Iris appraised Dumont and immediately discerned that she was a witch. Indeed, a remarkably powerful one. That witches had all but vanished from the eastern and western continents following the Republic's expulsion of the Empire. These women, who revered magic above all, had always been at odds with the Church but were covertly supported by the ancient Empire. This conflict ultimately led to a schism between the Church and the Empire, prompting the Church to align with the Republican forces. When the Empire retreated overseas, many witches willingly chose to remain behind, hoping to assist in a counteroffensive. Regrettably, those who stayed and went underground met with brutal suppression from the Church, which even obliterated the sacred grounds where the witches had once congregated. Thus, while the Republic might boast of sorcerers, witches and their so-called sorcery were decidedly absent. The unexpected presence of a witch caught Iris's attention, and after a moment of serious contemplation, she could not help but ask, "Are you from the Empire? Has the Empire already conquered Longsheng? What brings you here? Should you seek to entice my little cur, I shall never acquiesce." Iris's words elicited a sense of helplessness from Jiang Kur, who hurriedly attempted to prevent her from continuing. Observing this, Dumont remarked with resignation, "It seems I am rather unwelcome. Have you not informed her of our plans?" Iris, taken aback, turned to Jiang Kur with a serious expression and questioned, "Little Kur, what is the meaning of this? Are you truly considering betraying your family?" Jiang Kur promptly gestured for Iris to calm down, urging her to remain composed. Once he noticed her gradually regaining her composure, he explained, "This decision is, in fact, dictated by the family." Iris's astonishment deepened as she regarded both Jiang Kur and the witch Dumont. Before stepping back in trepidation, her voice trembling, could it be that the family genuinely intends to surrender? To Iris, although she and Jiang Kur's family had historically aligned with the peace faction within the Republic, advocating for negotiations with the overseas empire rather than outright hostility, she never imagined they would stoop to surrendering to the empire or aiding in a counteroffensive. Witnessing Iris's agitation, Dumont nonchalantly finished her wine, then approached Iris, scrutinizing her as she spoke. "Well, it appears you have indeed aged." Iris was incensed by Dumont's remark. Despite the passage of time, she had no desire to be ridiculed, particularly by a witch whose age was uncertain. Thus, Iris retorted with indignation, "Some may appear charming and alluring, yet remain oblivious to their true age." Iris's rebuttal did not provoke Dumont, who merely smiled seductively and replied, "Hee, you think too much. I am certainly not older than you." After a bout of laughter, Dumont grew solemn and remarked, "Alas, we live in an era of waning magic, where even witches cannot escape the ravages of time." Iris, perplexed, inquired, "If you are aware that we are in such an age of decline, how dare you return? What folly prompts you to contemplate a counteroffensive?" Dumont took a couple of steps back, elegantly circling Iris as she replied, "You truly are a stickler for rules, if you can produce magical machinery. Do you suppose we are fated to remain stagnant, perpetually shackled by this decline? In truth, we have our own methods, and we possess machinery as well." Iris retorted without hesitation, "It seems you harbor an abundance of confidence, believing you can contend with the Republic's firearms." With that, Iris swiftly drew her sidearm. Though she appeared aged, her movements remained graceful. Before Jiang Kur could react, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the room. As he regained his senses, he hurriedly glanced towards Dumont, only to see an ice shield materialize before her, deflecting the bullet. Jiang Kur exhaled a sigh of relief and rushed to grasp Iris's arm, saying, "Do not act rashly, and Iris, the family has made its decision." Iris, still reluctant, shouted, "Why? Why must we acquiesce to them?" Jiang Kur, feeling despondent, lowered his head. In that moment, he lacked the confidence typically associated with his role as inspector. Before silence could envelop them, Dumont interjected, "The families behind you are now cornered. Pausing, she pouted as if contemplating her next words before continuing, to speak frankly, your family is on the brink of annihilation. And by aligning with us, your family might at least secure some support to continue contending with rival factions. Diluan's words left Iris in shock. She could scarcely fathom their truth. However, when Jiang Kuro nodded in affirmation, Iris felt as though her entire world had crumbled. Collapsing onto the spacious couch in Jiang Kuro's room, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, unsure of what to say. She had never envisioned her family would descend to such depths, resorting to betraying their nation and faith in exchange for support. As if reading her thoughts, Diluan smiled and remarked, "Hee, do not feel disheartened. We have all experienced similar trials." Suddenly, Diluan's demeanor darkened, and she spoke in a grave tone. "What we have endured is a despair you have yet to encounter." Startled, Iris lifted her gaze to meet the elegant witch's eyes, her expression still tinged with gravity. After a moment of silence, Iris finally asked, "Then, what do you wish for us to do?" A smile gradually spread across Diluan's face, for she knew that the aging woman before her had ultimately chosen to assist her. Clearly, the Empire's formidable resurgence had stirred something within Iris, compelling her to make the same compromises as the inspector. Diluan, unfazed, gazed at Iris and said, "Let us not rush into matters. Should you not first divulge how you escaped from that prison?" Chapter 88. The witch who became the hostess. Iris was acutely aware that both Jiang Kuro and the witch Diluan were keenly curious about her escape from the prison. Yet, the humiliation she endured during that time made her reluctant to recall those memories, much less discuss them in the presence of the proud witch from the Empire and Jiang Kuro, who had been appointed by the Republic to launching. Iris was determined to prevent that shameful chapter from becoming an indelible stain upon her reputation. Thus, she intentionally concealed certain facts, revealing only the existence of Surilu to the witch and Jiang Kuro. She claimed instead that she had successfully deceived Surilu through her own cunning, resulting in her release, without mentioning the indignities she had suffered. Upon hearing Iris's account, Jiang Kuro exclaimed, "Is it truly possible? Such a being exists. That little one is merely a child." Iris nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, just a youth, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age." At this moment, Diluan inquired, "Are you certain that the young lad was only recently incarcerated?" Iris pondered for a moment before replying, "I cannot say for sure, but I have never seen him before. I suspect he must have just been imprisoned." After a brief contemplation, Diluan remarked, "From your description, he bears a striking resemblance to a little fellow I once encountered." However, Diluan promptly dismissed this notion, adding, "Yet that little chap did not seem to possess such formidable strength." A profound silence enveloped the room, as none seemed inclined to break it voluntarily. In this stillness, Iris, Diluan, and Jianka were all lost in their own thoughts. Among the trio, it was Jianka who felt the most anxious, as a sense of foreboding began to creep in. Before Iris's return, he had been the representative of Longqing, negotiating on equal footing with Diluan. Yet, Iris's arrival shattered this equilibrium, seemingly positioning her as the dominant force. Despite the close ties between their families and Iris being Jianka's aunt, he was reluctant to become a mere puppet, allowing others to dictate his fate. After a moment's pause, seeing Diluan still deep in thought, Jianka could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. "Lady Diluan, should we not discuss the matters pertaining to tomorrow's banquet? Now that my aunt has returned, are we still to proceed with the feast as originally planned?" Jianka's words abruptly pulled Diluan from her reverie, awakening her to the present. With calm assurance, Diluan stated, "Naturally, we shall adhere to the plan. Our intentions cannot be altered, for I have already made arrangements with others." At this juncture, Diluan added in a serious tone, "Moreover, extracting that swine from the town hall is no trivial endeavor." Upon hearing the exchange between Jianka and Diluan, Iris quickly deduced the nature of their scheme. The thought of being ensnared by that swine-headed monster and subsequently imprisoned for so many years filled her with ire. Nonetheless, Iris strove to maintain her composure and inquired, "Are you planning to host a last supper for that swine?" Jianka initially wished to deter Iris from intervening, believing this matter should be credited to him alone. However, Diluan interjected, "Oh, I quite like that metaphor. Indeed, it is a last supper for that swine, for after the banquet, we shall execute him." Iris regained her poise and grace, inviting Diluan to sit, after which she settled down herself, saying, "Now, do share your plan." As Diluan prepared to speak, Jianka interjected, No, and I believe it would be best for me to handle this matter." Both Iris and Diluin regarded Jianka with curiosity, puzzled by his sudden outburst. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Iris began to grasp Jianka's thoughts and his underlying concerns. Rising, she smiled gently, encouraging Jianka to take a seat, and then sat beside him. In a soothing tone, she addressed him, "My dear Jianka, do not fret, and understands your worries, that you fear I might overshadow your accomplishments, correct?" Without waiting for Jianka to respond, Iris continued, "Rest assured, my dear Jianka, I shall not eclipse your brilliance. This will undoubtedly be your triumph." Upon hearing this, Jianka visibly relaxed, gratitude shining in his eyes for Iris's understanding. Iris then added, "However, my dear Jianka, you must comprehend that certain matters necessitate collaboration. That swine is a rather formidable adversary. He has managed to imprison me and maintain his lordship for many years, which speaks volumes of his capabilities. Thus, at this juncture, we should not harbor distrust. What we require is cooperation, open and honest collaboration." Even Diluin had to concede that, in comparison to Iris, Jianka did indeed come across as somewhat juvenile. Ultimately, under Iris's persuasive counsel, Jianka acquiesced, agreeing to allow her involvement in the entire plan. Diluin was exceedingly pleased with this outcome, as she regarded Iris as a more suitable ally. Nevertheless, Iris voiced a lingering concern. The young man in the prison is undeniably formidable. His ability to unify the forces within the prison speaks to his strength. We must guard against his sudden emergence, lest he derail our plans, leaving us as mere pawns in his game. At this moment, Diluin had already surmised who this young man was, recalling the tale she had heard from Baomiamian about Surulil. With this realization, Diluin chuckled. Hee, fear not. Since that young man is imprisoned by the swine, he shares a common enemy with us. After a brief pause, Diluin added, "Perhaps we can leverage him to uproot all of that swine's influence. And then Longsheng will belong to us." Upon hearing Diluin's words, Iris and Jianka exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with the fire of ambition. The thought of becoming the masters of Longsheng stirred a tumultuous excitement within them, as they eagerly anticipated the prospects painted by Diluin. However, Iris soon regained her composure, cautioning Diluin, "We must remain vigilant. That young man is quite the tricky opponent." Diluin dismissed Iris's caution with a wave of her hand, believing that, despite what she learned from Baomiamian about Surulil's cunning, she did not consider him a match for her, nor did she believe he possessed significant power. Iris, somewhat apprehensively, inquired, "Might I ask, Lady Diluin, do you have any forces at your disposal?" Diluin initially hesitated, but soon understood that Iris was concerned about establishing a counterforce against the prison. After a moment's reflection, Diluin smiled and said, "Here in the Empire, I am the sole commander. The other troops have yet to arrive, but I do have a contingent at my disposal in Longsheng." Iris quickly responded, "That is splendid. I implore you, Lady Diluin, to position those forces at the outskirts of the city to block any return from the prison." While Diluin found Iris's caution somewhat excessive, she did not express dissent, merely gesturing dismissively. "Rest assured, that young man will not stir up any significant trouble." Chapter 89. Nobility that cannot be overlooked. Prior to the banquet, Ballot was once again summoned for a private audience with the swine-headed lord. This time beneath the grand banyan tree in the courtyard of the town hall. In recent days, Ballot had been immersed in a flirtation with Nona, although they had not made any significant advances. The unspoken understanding between them was profoundly enjoyable. Standing once more beneath the great banyan tree, facing the swine-headed lord, Ballot had shed his earlier timidity and apprehension that in truth, Ballot had begun to deduce the intentions behind the Lord's summons. The swine was genuinely fearful. The invitation from the inspector, with its overtly malicious undertones, signified a banquet he would typically have avoided at all costs. Given his long-standing prudence, he would have likely refrained from even stepping outside the town hall on such a day. Yet this time, he had no choice but to attend. It was imperative that he made an appearance at tonight's banquet to engage with the nobility, despite the inherent dangers of the situation. He was compelled to confront the young inspector, whose intentions were palpably sinister. Although most of the nobility had lost their titles at the dawn of the Republic, time had ushered in a resurgence of power struggles, swiftly giving rise to a new breed of nobility. The diminishing lifespans in this age of decline had intensified the ambitions of many, prompting them to seek power with fervor. Thus, since the reign of the second president of the Republic, internal power struggles had escalated, whether among the presidential faction, the parliament, or the church. all sought to seize greater control. Amidst this ever-intensifying conflict, the current generation of nobility emerged. While the swine-headed lord seemingly wielded authority in Longcheng, he never underestimated the group of affluent nobles who thrived in the East District amidst a life of excess. These individuals possessed considerable wealth and, to varying extents, maintained networks of influence within the capital. Should they choose to speak on behalf of the swine-headed lord, he could find himself inexplicably ousted, despite the support he currently enjoyed from the president. This exemplifies the true power of nobility, seemingly a collection of uninformed parasites, yet wielding immense influence. The power of this new nobility instilled fear in many city leaders, prompting them to cultivate amicable relations that in some instances, the lords of cities were elected from among these very nobles, thereby alleviating considerable complications. For instance, the former lord, the aged woman Iris, was indeed born of this new nobility and had maintained harmonious ties with the noble class during her tenure in Longcheng. However, the old woman overlooked a critical truth. In the current republic, no family could dominate unchallenged as a member of an emerging noble family, inheriting both the affluent status bestowed by the lineage and the enemies that accompany such privilege. The pig-head man adeptly leveraged this circumstance to orchestrate the disappearance of the elderly woman, thereby seizing the lordship. Upon hearing the pig-head man's account, Ballot, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "So, my lord, do you mean to say that you do not intend to attend the night banquet?" The pig-head man shook his head and replied, "No, I must attend the night banquet, otherwise I may face impeachment by tomorrow." Noticing the astonished expression on Ballot's face, the pig-head man smiled, saying, "Do not be surprised. Do not think that the distance of Longcheng from the capital circle warrants fear of those fellows." He sighed, adding, "Mechanization has transformed this world, shortening distances globally. Do you really believe that the F-Rare's envoy requires such an extended period to arrive? The reason that envoy has yet to reach Longcheng is that I have paid a considerable price to slow their journey, granting us some time." At this moment, Ballot finally comprehended why the pig-head man frequently mentioned the F-Rare's envoy. Despite the envoy's persistent absence, the pig-head man had been exceedingly candid. He had indeed paid a price to delay the envoy's progress. Clearly, the pig-head man intended to accomplish his objectives before the envoy's arrival and subsequently deal with the corrupt envoy. At that point, whether the pig-head man chose to submit to the empire or not, Ballot surmised that the Republic would be powerless against him. Much like the numerous self-established nations at the edge of the northern ice plains, backed by various forces, the Republic could only acquiesce to their independence. Contemplating this, Ballot remarked, "My lord, you need not worry. Did not the witch promise to eliminate the inspector for you?" After a pause, he observed the pig-head man's lack of significant reaction and boldly continued, "And you, my lord, could seize this opportunity to eliminate those nobles." The pig-head man gazed intently at Ballot, stating, "I share this intention, yet I harbor certain concerns." Ballot inquired curiously, "What troubles you?" The pig-head man sighed, "I do not trust that witch. The Empire's agents are notoriously cunning." At this juncture, the pig-head man's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Moreover, that witch seems to be aware of the dark god's existence, yet she has never mentioned it, which makes me even more suspicious. After hearing the pig-head man's words, Ballot found himself at a loss for words. That he sensed the pig-head man's wariness, but how could he alleviate his doubts? How could he ensure that the pig-head man would attend the night banquet? This appeared to Ballot a formidable challenge, one that might even jeopardize his own safety. In that moment, Ballot felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, a fear that had previously been absent resurfacing, causing him to become visibly tense. Once tension took hold, it became all too easy to err, a reality that no sentient being could evade. Thus, Ballot's fear intensified, further amplifying his nervousness, intertwining both emotions in a torturous manner. Just as Ballot was at a loss, the pig-head man suddenly spoke. "To quell my worries, I hope you will accompany me throughout this endeavor and deploy a strong force to the Eastern District." "What?" Ballot's initial tension dissipated in an instant. Looking at the pig-head man in disbelief, struggling to grasp his intent, but in Ballot's view, the pig-head man should not be so cautious, especially after witnessing the slaughterhouse that T.O. Ballot, the pig-head man had morphed into a terrifying cult leader. Yet now he presented himself as a helpless child. Ballot could perceive the pig-head man's palpable fear. He was genuinely anxious and afraid for his life. Once composed, Ballot recalled the words of the dark elf Nona. "The more innately cautious a person is, the more they lack a sense of security. Their wariness and suspicion are manifestations of their cowardice and fear. Thus, if you grasp this point and exude the necessary confidence, you need only conquer the fear within you. The pig-head man before him perfectly validated Nona's assertion. Allowing Ballot to relax somewhat. Taking a deep breath, Ballot earnestly stated, "Rest assured, my lord, Ballot will ensure everything is arranged to your satisfaction." Chapter 90. The Instruments of War within the factories of the mechanical city. Workers toiled day and night to meet the final deadlines, ultimately producing the first completed item according to the rabbit's blueprints. However, when this initial masterpiece was unveiled, it sparked an uproar, leaving the factory workers in utter astonishment. The dwarf, gnome, and Eastern elder, three elderly gentlemen, approached the exhausted Surulu, inquiring in unison, "Did we miscalculate the data for that cannon?" Surulu rubbed his weary eyes and replied, "The data is accurate. It was provided by the rabbit, and there should be minimal deviation." Observing Surulu's fatigued state, the trio hesitated momentarily before the forthright dwarf voiced the concern. Magban addressed Surulu, saying, "The data is indeed correct, but the cannon you manufactured is problematic." Surulu, feeling somewhat helpless, asked, "Then where do you believe the issue lies?" The gnome, Journey, instantly responded, "It doesn't resemble a cannon at all." Rufa concluded, "Indeed, it looks less like a cannon and more akin to an oversized sniper rifle." Surulu chuckled upon hearing this. "Ha! You possess keen insight. It was indeed modeled after a sniper rifle." Unbeknownst to them, the rabbit had appeared, munching on a carrot, seemingly displeased with the trio's backroom discussions, upon noticing the rabbit's presence. Particularly the intense dissatisfaction reflected in its crimson eyes, the three elderly gentlemen felt a jolt of alarm, regretting their decision to approach Surulu without the rabbit's knowledge. Surulu, upon seeing the rabbit, quickly drew it over, saying, "All right, let the rabbit clarify things for you." The rabbit, nonchalantly devouring its carrot and discarding the greens, fixed its gaze on the three old men, exclaiming, "You three ancient relics, how many years have you been around? Have you been rendered dull-witted? Do you even grasp the concept of mechanical manufacturing? Are you aware of the pivotal role artillery plays in modern warfare?" The rabbit's exposition, akin to an introductory lecture on contemporary warfare, momentarily left the three elders speechless. Nonetheless, the Eastern elder Rufu was the first to regain his composure, directly challenging the rabbit. But with such a colossal sniper rifle, who could possibly wield it? The rabbit, looking exasperated, shrugged and replied, "That's precisely the issue. Having lingered here too long, you shouldn't speak recklessly. Such a massive device is no longer a sniper rifle. It is referred to as a sniper cannon." The term sniper cannon was entirely new to the three elders, who had never fathomed the existence of such a contraption. They found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend what a sniper cannon even entailed. However, the dwarf Magban, being straightforward, simply asked, "What is a sniper cannon? What does it target?" This time, Surulu provided an explanation. To put it simply, it serves a function similar to that of a sniper rifle, but with greater power and range, capable of piercing through a 1 meter thick composite metal plate. What? It can directly penetrate a 1 meter thick metal plate. Does that mean that a single shot could create a breach in the walls of this mechanical city? In response to the simultaneous exclamations of disbelief from the three elders, the rabbit proudly lifted its head, declaring, "Indeed, it can essentially achieve that." Surulu's and the rabbit's assertions utterly upended the trio's previous understanding that it was common knowledge that composite metal plates were exceptionally sturdy, typically utilized for constructing the outer walls of formidable mechanical fortresses. The combination of their inherent strength and a thickness of 1 meter rendered these plates nearly impenetrable. Some powerful mechanical artisans even employed such composite metal plates in the construction of ships or airships, and even steam locomotives, although such constructions required immense energy to operate. Therefore, it was not a feat achievable by ordinary mechanics, but demanded the expertise of formidable mechanical craftsmen, coupled with specialized energy sources. Throughout the Republic, it was said that there were initially 10 airships built from such metal plates, which dominated the battlefield with ease. Yet now, according to Surulu and the rabbit, the sniper cannon they had developed could directly pierce through a 1 meter thick composite metal plate, signifying the potential to obliterate the Republic's mightiest airship fleet entirely. The gnome Journey suddenly shouted, No, that's impossible, not to mention how you would operate such a device. The ammunition alone would likely be unable to withstand such immense propulsion force." Indeed, as Journey has articulated, for a sniper cannon to penetrate a composite metal plate of 1 meter in thickness, The entire barrel must unleash a tremendous and daunting energy. Moreover, compressing such a colossal energy within the barrel itself would generate immense pressure. Under such high-pressure conditions, it is unlikely that any projectile could withstand the subsequent overwhelming thrust. It is conceivable that the projectile might detonate within the barrel itself, succumbing to the dual forces of immense pressure and propulsion before it even leaves the cannon. Yet the rabbit calmly interjected, "Who told you that this sniper cannon is meant to fire conventional projectiles?" The three old men were momentarily taken aback, until the elder from the east, Rufus, suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you intend to use energy projectiles?" The rabbit nodded affirmatively, stating, "Precisely, it is energy projectiles, and the pivotal function of this sniper cannon is to breach the Imperial fleet's array barriers during the final assembly phase of this sniper cannon." The internal assembly was overseen by the elder from the east and his team of Eastern mechanics. Rufus had previously been invited by the elder to observe a remarkably unique device installed within the cannon's barrel. At that time, Rufus was unaware of its purpose. However, upon reflection, he now comprehended that it was a small arcane energy mechanism. When activated within the sniper cannon, the high pressure and formidable thrust would drive this internal mechanism, which, once in motion, would activate the inscribed array, unleashing the arcane power to produce pure energy projectiles. As the projectiles are composed of energy, they would inherently withstand any pressure or thrust without the risk of destruction. Such an energy projectile, expelled from the lengthy barrel of the sniper cannon, would, under immense thrust, maintain its cohesion even upon exiting the barrel, naturally converging instead of dispersing. Thus, this energy projectile could accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of conventional projectiles, according to Surulu and the rabbit. Penetrating a 1-meter-thick composite metal plate would indeed be a trivial task. Upon hearing the elder's analysis, the dwarf and gnome were left dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at Surulu and the rabbit. The three old men could only ponder how this peculiar duo had conceived such an extraordinary idea. The rabbit spoke with calm assurance. In this modern era, the connection between various arcane arrays and machinery has become increasingly intimate. Arcane barriers have become a critical defensive mechanism for certain mechanized fleets and fortresses, and the purpose of this sniper cannon is to penetrate those barriers. Surula nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, to confront the Imperial fleet, we must devise weaponry that is specifically targeted." The three old men exchanged glances, ultimately embracing the novel perspective presented by the rabbit and Surulu, and resumed work according to the rabbit schematics. Soon, a series of targeted war machines began to emerge from the factories within the mechanized city. Chapter 91. The coward's courage. As the night banquet was about to commence, the busiest individual was neither the pig-headed man, nor the witch, and certainly not Yankier or the nobles. In truth, the most occupied person in the entire Dragon City was Burrowed. After promising the pig-headed man, he hurried back to the guardhouse to prepare. Shortly thereafter, he was greeted by the witch Deluin, who sauntered into the guardhouse, strutting through the main hall with an air of confidence. Ignoring the fervent gazes directed her way, the witch maintained her grace, gliding towards the commander's office. As Deluin moved, her translucent lotus-like steps captivated the attention of every male within the guardhouse. Each step seemed to tread upon their very hearts, rendering the atmosphere palpably silent, so much so that even the sound of breathing was inaudible. Even the women present found themselves entranced by Deluin's allure. Feeling no trace of jealousy within their hearts, it was not until Deluin approached Burrowed's office, and the door closed behind her, that the sound of heavy breaths filled the air outside. Despite having encountered Deluin once before and knowing she might be an elderly witch, Burrowed could not suppress the involuntary twitch of his heart upon facing her again. The witch elegantly took a seat mid-air and smiled at Burrowed, saying, "It seems your progress has been quite smooth." Burrowed exhaled deeply, regaining his composure as he replied, "Yes, the progress has been satisfactory. I currently control 80% of the guardhouse." Deluin nodded in approval, saying, Excellent. Being able to control 80% indicates your capabilities are commendable." Then, Deluin abruptly shifted the topic, candidly stating, "However, I advise you to find an opportunity to eliminate that deputy commander." Upon hearing the witch express a desire for Nuna's demise, Burrowed suppressed his excitement and inquired with a facade of calmness, "Why?" Deluin chuckled softly, "Why? Isn't it quite obvious? Would you allow a pig-headed man's spy to remain by your side?" As Burrowed processed her words, he felt himself growing increasingly composed, retorting with a wry smile, But tonight, that pig is set to be slaughtered by you, isn't he? Diluin was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her surprise. Oh, it seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Don't you? In that instant, Barot sensed a surge of malice emanating from her. Without hesitation, he drew his sidearm. Yet, the witch's reflexes were evidently swifter. At the moment he brandished his weapon, a shard of ice was already hurtling towards him. The simultaneous sounds of bang-bang resonated as Diluin, in shock, clutched her wrist, gazing incredulously at Barot. Barot, feeling weak, slumped into his chair. His gun had been knocked away, and the ice shard had narrowly grazed his arm before embedding itself into the chair's backrest. Had he not reacted in time, the shard might have pierced his shoulder blade, potentially crippling his entire arm. At that moment, Barot recalled a lesson from his military academy, the combat instructor's admonition to never presume one could easily defeat a witch in close quarters, observing the bloodied wound on his arm and feeling the searing pain. Barot had to concede that the witch before him was indeed formidable. Even at close range, she had managed to cast the ice shard and, at the cost of sustaining a wound, disarm him. Diluin's fingertips glimmered with frost as she swiftly froze her injured wrist, gazing at Barot with a mixture of incredulity and disdain. I never would have imagined that you, the timid coward who values your own life above all else, would dare to make a move against me. That it appears you have taken a fancy to that dark elf. Haven to you. Do you truly believe you can handle that little vixen? The witch's derogatory remarks about Nuna ignited a flame of anger within Barot. However, in his unarmed state, he felt utterly powerless. After a brief standoff, Barot mustered the courage to assert, "This is my affair. I hope you will refrain from interfering." Upon hearing Barot's words, Diluin erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Your affair? You hope I want to interfere? Do not forget who gave you your current position. Her words struck Barot into silence, for she was right. He was indeed a cowardly and timid individual. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to duplicity, choosing to bow to any powerful figure rather than assert himself. His childhood experiences had instilled in him a cautious disposition, which could be construed as cowardice. Deep down, he prioritized finding ways to preserve his own life in the face of threats. Thus, during his time at the military academy, he had focused solely on his studies, hoping for a day when he could rise above his circumstances. After facing deliberate suppression and failing to secure a position post-graduation, he had to endure silently. Ultimately, he had departed from the capital, arriving in the remote Dragon City to serve under a cadre of pig-headed men. When Surilu emerged and aggressively threatened his life, he had decisively chosen to betray his pig-headed masters. When Surilu was imprisoned, facing the pig-headed men alone, he could only kneel and beg for mercy. Returning once more to their fold, perhaps the Expendables envied Barot for his cautiousness, which had granted him the chance to survive and wield significant power. Yet, often, Barot found himself envious of those Expendables. At least they had shone brightly in their final moments. Now, at this very moment, faced with the witch's relentless intimidation, Barot had resolved to compromise. However, in an instant, he recalled Nuna, the dark elf who had accompanied him for merely 5 days. The angelic presence bestowed upon him by fate. Her every smile and frown came rushing back to him, instilling a flicker of courage within him. Ignoring the pain in his arm, Barot rose resolutely, declaring, "If you believe I am unworthy, then please retract everything." With her exceptional culinary skills, she could effortlessly mingle among the elite, gaining access to the most valuable intelligence and launching. Of course, there were still a few individuals whom Bao Mianmian had yet to thoroughly investigate, such as Sulyalu and that old minotaur who ran the blacksmith shop. However, these concerns seemed trivial to Diluin, who regarded the imprisoned Sulyalu as unworthy of attention. As for the old minotaur, Diluin felt even less inclined to worry. That individual was clearly burdened by responsibilities and would not act impulsively. Bao Mianmian's research had unequivocally indicated that Balat was a cowardly and timid fellow. His fearful and suspicious nature rendered him incapable of greatness, as he would readily capitulate to stronger forces at the slightest hint of threat. Yet today, Diluin sensed an anomaly in the usually reliable information provided by Bao Mianmian. The once timid Balat had found the audacity to draw a weapon against Diluin and now dared to rise in a bid for his own demise. In that moment, Diluin felt as though Balat had transformed completely in just a few days. Chapter 92. The wait before the banquet. After gazing at Balat for an extended period, Diluin suddenly recalled a remark made by Bao Mianmian prior to her arrival. As she toiled away in her kitchen, she had said to the witch seated at the oak bar, "Some individuals cannot be pushed too hard." At the time, the witch had dismissed her words with disdain, asserting, "A weakling like Balat will never retaliate, no matter how much pressure you apply." Bao Mianmian had calmly replied, every living being will push back against overwhelming oppression. Never underestimate others. Now, witnessing Ballot standing before her, embodying a defiance akin to embracing death, Diluan finally believed Bao Mianmian's words. Rising to her feet, she sighed and stated, very well, I shall trust you this time. I hope you do not disappoint me. Furthermore, I warn you not to let a woman cloud your judgment. Should you dare betray me, I will not spare you. You shall come to understand the methods of a witch and experience a fate worse than death. With that, Diluan slowly stood and began to leave Ballot's chamber. Just as the witch was about to depart, Ballot suddenly interjected, wait, I do not understand why you did not choose the pigman. Diluan turned back to regard Ballot, elegantly responding, isn't it obvious? We cannot collaborate with a filthy pig. Moreover, that pig is a follower of the Dark God, a common enemy of the entire realm. Hence, he was never an option. Upon hearing this, Ballot lowered his head in contemplation and instinctively remarked, but it is said that your survival at sea was also... Bang. Before he could finish, Ballot watched in horror as a ball of flame surged directly toward his face. Reacting swiftly, he evaded the blaze, relieved that it did not pursue him. However, just as he escaped the fiery onslaught, a chilling sensation gripped his throat, paralyzing him with fear. With her ice spear poised against Ballot's neck, Diluan coldly instructed, there are certain things you would do well to keep to yourself, understand? In that moment, Ballot reverted to his former timidity, bowing his head in respect as he nodded in acknowledgement of the life-threatening crisis. Diluan retracted her ice spear, gracefully turning to push open the door and striding toward the entrance of the garrison. But it was only after the witch's silhouette had vanished that Ballot slumped into his chair. His uniform soaked with sweat. Huff, 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 he gasped, murmuring, the Imperial witch is indeed not to be underestimated. As soon as he spoke, another voice interjected, humph, merely a servant who has sold herself to the witchcraft for power. Ballot jolted upright, startled to see Nona standing outside his room, having arrived unbeknownst to him. Upon seeing her, Ballot quickly composed himself and stammered, I am not afraid of death. I merely... Nona's gaze softened, and with a sigh, she replied, there is no need to explain. I believe you will grow that I look forward to that day. Undeniably, Nona's words carried more weight than 1,000 phrases, providing Ballot with an extraordinary sense of solace. Rising to his feet, he expressed, thank you. I truly appreciate your faith in me. Nona then stepped into the room, turning to close the door behind her, her demeanor turning serious as she stated, it seems the time for the conflict in Longcheng is nearing. Have you made your decision? Ballot did not anticipate Nona's sudden shift in tone and, puzzled, asked, what decision should I make? Nona shot him a look of exasperation before responding. Naturally, you must determine whom you will support. You currently wield a significant portion of the military power in Longcheng. Nona's words left Ballot momentarily speechless. As he pondered his response, initially his sole aim was to preserve his life and secure the best chance of survival amid the turmoil. However, as Nona pointed out, he now found himself in a position of considerable authority, commanding a substantial segment of Longcheng's military. In that instant, a wave of unfamiliar thoughts surged within Ballot, only to be swiftly accompanied by a chilling dread. With alarm, he looked up at Nona and, dejectedly sinking back into his chair, confessed, I believe I should continue to follow Sulyalu's directives. A smile graced Nona's face as she approached, lifting Ballot's despondent visage in her hands. She kissed him softly on the lips before declaring, I am delighted that you have made the right choice. Ballot stared at Nona in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Are you so certain that Sulyalu is a person worth supporting? Nona's eyes sparkled with conviction as she replied, yes, he is a truly honorable man. In that moment, Ballot could sense the profound reverence Nona held for Sulyalu deep within her gaze. Despite not fully understanding why a dark elf would idolize a human youth, Ballot ultimately decided to align himself with Nona's judgment out of his affection for her. He quietly inquired, so, what should we do next? It seems the Empire and the Old Lord have reached an agreement, and tonight's banquet may very well seal the pigman's fate. He must have sensed the impending danger, which is why he sought me out earlier, hoping I could deploy the military police for his protection. Nona narrowed her eyes, resembling a hunter in the night, and softly replied, we need only wait patiently. Observing the confusion etched on Ballot's face, Nona continued in a low voice, we shall quietly observe the clash of the two beasts, and when they are mutually weakened, we can strike. Ballot nodded in understanding and then asked, by the way, is Lord Sulyalu still imprisoned? Nona frowned slightly, saying, that is no longer a prison, it is a mechanical fortress. Balot quickly corrected himself. Ah, right. I understand now. When will they make their move? Nona was pleased by Balot's direct reference to Sulyalu as Lord, for she had devoted her faith to him. Regarding him as a supreme deity, Nona replied softly, "Concerning Lord's matters, we need not concern ourselves. Our duty is to assist him in maintaining control over Longqing's situation and await his command." After a moment of silence, Balot affirmed, "Rest assured, I will secure the garrison and await Lord's next orders." Under Nona's influence, Balot had firmly taken his stand alongside Sulyalu, beginning to believe in Sulyalu's ability to save him. Furthermore, he sensed that while it appeared various factions were vying for power in Longqing, everything seemed to be under Sulyalu's control. The seemingly ordinary youth possessed a terrifying ability for strategy, leaving Balot filled with a sense of profound unease. Chapter 93. The bewildered lord as night fell. Longqing once again succumbed to the tranquility of a curfew, with only the gathering of nobles in the eastern district alive, with vibrant festivities. This locale resembled a paradise within the confines of a city under lockdown, overflowing with opulence and the intoxicating freedom only the elite could experience. Those permitted to enter this realm were predominantly of noble lineage, be they descendants of the Republic's heroes, affluent business magnates, or specially awarded mechanics. They constituted the newly emerging aristocracy of the Republic. Despite their claims of differing from the ancient imperial nobility, they reveled in indulgence, not only in Longqing, but across both continents. Such circles of nobility thrived in nearly every city. Tonight's banquet for the nobles in Longqing promised to be extraordinary, potentially determining the fate of the city. Certain individuals lurking in the shadows of Longqing remained vigilant, ever prepared to act when the moment called for it. The pigmen donned the lavish attire emblematic of a lord, a distinctive uniform specially crafted by the Republic for each lord. The uniform bears a striking resemblance to military attire. Adorned with intricate embroidery of hammers and wrenches upon the chest, on the back of the uniform, a colossal gear pattern is embroidered, while the cuffs and collar are embellished with designs that exude a mechanical aura. This splendid regalia, emblematic of a lord's status, showcases the essence of the Republic in nearly every detail. Mechanics. Despite the corpulence of the pig-headed man, his rotund physique resembling a ball of flesh, he effortlessly dons the lord's ceremonial attire. This particular ensemble is, in fact, a specially crafted mechanical garment, purportedly made from a fabric infused with the essence of magical metal. When a lord adorns this attire, it is tantamount to acquiring a unique piece of enchanted machinery bestowed by the Republic. It serves as a symbol of the lord's power across the land, further augmenting their strength. For the pig-headed man, this garment has not graced his body for quite some time, having only worn it during the reception of the F-Rare's envoy, since he orchestrated the imprisonment of his predecessor. He seized the position of lord over Long City, yet apart from that occasion, he rarely donned this apparel. While others perceive this lordly attire as a symbol of authority and might, to the pig-headed man, it represents a shackle. Sitting in his wooden wheelchair and gazing into the grand floor mirror, he sees his reflection alongside the equally adorned Balot. The pig-headed man inquires, "Do you know why I have seldom worn this garment over the years?" Balot, already aware of the uniqueness of the city lord's attire, perceives it as a treasure. However, from the tone of the pig-headed man, Balot senses an underlying dread associated with the garment. Puzzled, Balot shakes his head. "I apologize, my lord, but I do not understand." The pig-headed man smirks coldly. As a city lord, it may seem that one has attained unparalleled power, yet the reality is quite different. Within the Republic, the struggle among factions is eternal. In the F-Rare, the Holy See, and the Parliament engage in both overt and covert battles. Every city lord becomes a target for various factions. When all eyes are upon you, every move must be executed with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Adjusting his attire, the pig-headed man concludes, "Thus, while this garment symbolizes power, it is also a form of bondage." Noticing Balot's silence in the mirror's reflection, the pig-headed man cheerfully asks, "Do you know why I have not continued the pursuit of the assassin?" Balot, taken aback by this question, quickly regains composure and replies, "My lord, it is my failure that the assassin has not yet been apprehended." The pig-headed man, with a benevolent smile, waves his hand dismissively. "No, I have long been aware that the assassin is concealed by Sulyalu." As Balot stands in bewilderment, the pig-headed man continues, "Moreover, I also know that the assassin later ended up in that prison." This revelation sends a jolt through Balot, nearly prompting an exclamation, and he feigns calmness, asking, How do you know this? The pig-headed man snaps his fingers, and a tendril of dark energy materializes, caressing it as he explains, "Have you forgotten? That nun fell under my dark influence." It dawns on Ballot that the nun's whereabouts have been under the pig-headed man's control all along. Yet, a nagging thought emerges. If the pig-headed man had always monitored the nun's movements, why not capture the one harboring her? The pig-headed man, suppressing the dark tendril as it retreats into his body, sighs, "You must be wondering why I do not apprehend the one concealing the nun?" Without waiting for Ballot's response, he answers his own question. "It is not that I do not wish to capture her, but rather, I have not yet discerned her hiding place, until she entered the prison." The pig-headed man shakes his head. "Moreover, I have no desire to capture that nun, for she is merely an inconsequential pawn. Consider this. A figure so brazen that they crossed the sea and directly infiltrated the city hall is nothing but a fool. I initially intended to exploit that fool to draw out more lurking entities within Long City. But alas, it seems a more cunning individual has outmaneuvered me, clouding my perception." At this moment, Ballot recalls Surilu, pondering whether he had meticulously orchestrated everything from the beginning. After some contemplation, Ballot dismisses this notion, believing that Surilu's intent to rescue the nun stemmed from a desire for additional allies rather than any prior knowledge of the pig-headed man's background. However, subsequent events unfolded unexpectedly, leading Surilu to inadvertently stumble into the trap set by the pig-headed man's appointed paladin. According to the pig-headed man's original plan, he seemed poised to have Ballot pilfer the magical metal, all the while covertly eliminating the paladin, allowing one of his own kind to infiltrate the court and ascertain the Holy See's hidden influence within Long City. After all, the pig-headed clan venerates the dark gods, and their greatest threat arises from the Holy See. Only by eradicating the Holy See's presence in Long City could the pig-headed clan freely wield the powers bestowed upon them by their dark deities. However, Surilu's unforeseen intrusion disrupted the pig-headed man's scheme, prompting him to capture Surilu, whom he deemed a representative of the Holy See. The intent was to utilize the conflict between the Holy See and the F-Rare, delivering the perceived Inspector Surilu to the F-Rare's envoy to secure their trust and support. Once the envoy departed, he could leverage the Imperial Army's advance to breach the Abyssal Seal, releasing the Dark God within and propelling his clan to ascendancy. The pig-headed man calmly shared his thoughts, mirroring Ballot's clandestine speculations, causing Ballot to feel a sense of relief. Had it not been for the pig-headed man's desire to keep his Dark God's plan under wraps, intending to use Surilu's inspector status for negotiations, Ballot might have met his end alongside Surilu at the slaughterhouse. The pig-headed man ultimately lamented, "Regrettably, the Imperial fleet arrived earlier than anticipated. I am not yet able to deploy the Dark Energy Battalion." At this juncture, the pig-headed man abruptly spun his wheelchair, fixing a serious gaze upon Ballot and questioning, "Tonight is crucial. Can I trust you?" Faced with the pig-headed man's inquiry, Ballot felt the weight of pressure, but ultimately composed himself to respond. "Ballot shall serve you faithfully." Chapter 94. Far from controversy, standing atop the hill in the northwest of Long City, gazing at the city shrouded in the ominous night, the nun could not help but ask the monk beside her, "Brother, must we truly depart?" The monk nodded and replied, "Indeed, your recklessness has exposed us. Remaining here would only incite suspicion from certain individuals." The nun, akin to a child who has erred, lowered her head and said, "I am sorry, brother. I initially thought you were dead. My singular purpose in crossing the sea was to avenge you. That I gave little thought to anything else, and directly attacked the city hall, not realizing that wretched pig-headed man worshipped the dark gods." The monk sighed. "I too did not foresee that the pig-headed man would venerate the dark gods, nor did I anticipate his ambition to breach the Abyssal Seal and release them. Like many monks from the distant Buddhist lands, the monk had come to Long City with the intent of spreading the teachings. I and the Buddhist belief, the mere dissemination of doctrine and the encouragement of faith among the populace could avert the impending decline. Many monks thus chose to traverse the seas, spreading the teachings across the vast continents. The monk had harbored similar aspirations, hoping to share the teachings and inspire faith in others. Unfortunately, his curiosity led him to investigate a faction of half-beastmen corrupted by dark energy. This inquiry exposed him, resulting in his capture by the pig-headed man. Initially believing he was doomed, the monk was spared for reasons unknown and subsequently imprisoned. The Buddhist order maintains a special communication method with its monks stationed abroad. Periodically, these monks would share their experiences and seek guidance from the revered figures they serve, allowing them to resolve doubts and dispel inner turmoil. This unique practice is understood solely by the monks and the revered figures. The monk and his sister serve a particular Buddha and would relay messages through their communication with the Buddha. However, confined within the prison, the monk could no longer connect with his Buddha, possibly due to the mechanical city's special shielding capabilities designed to seal the abyss. Consequently, his Buddha soon surmised that something was amiss. Meanwhile, the nun, after receiving teachings once more, inadvertently overheard a conversation regarding the Buddha she served. The result led to the assumption that the monk had met with an unfortunate fate, having been slain by the pig-headed Lord of Longsheng during his missionary endeavors. The nun managed to gather some information about Longsheng from other monks, and subsequently ventured alone into the city, seeking to avenge her brother by eliminating the Lord. The reason she boldly stormed the city hall was due to the lack of comprehensive understanding of Longsheng's situation among the other monks. In the intelligence she acquired, the Lord of Longsheng was depicted as a cowardly, incompetent, and greedily fearful pig-headed man. Given such a character, the nun thought it would be simple to catch the Lord off guard and kill him. Afterward, she expected to be slain by the arriving military forces, thereby avenging her brother and reuniting with him in death. The monk gazed at his defiant sister with a helpless smile and said, "Silly girl. Even if your brother is dead, you must live on." The nun stubbornly replied, "No, we siblings have promised to live and die together. If you die, I shall never live alone." The monk sighed, "Have you forgotten the teachings of Buddha? One should not cling to illusions. Only by letting go can one attain true freedom." In the presence of her brother, the nun remained somewhat willful, despite having served Buddha for many years. Deep down, she was still reliant on the monk, and thus, in a childish manner, she declared, "I don't want any such freedom. I want to be with my brother." However, at that moment, as she clutched the monk's arm, fleeting images surged through her mind, memories of her time with the little bull-headed man, plunging her into confusion. Observing her stubborn demeanor, the monk dismissed her bewilderment with a wry smile, saying, "Very well, let us depart this place of turmoil. You shall travel with me across this vast continent to cultivate, and when the time is right, I shall escort you back to receive your penance from Buddha." The visions in the nun's mind were ephemeral, causing her little distress, yet upon hearing her brother's words, she responded with a hint of dejection, all right." Then, out of curiosity, she inquired, "Brother, do you think there will be great chaos in Longsheng?" The monk replied with a bitter smile, "Indeed, chaos is imminent, with the appearance of the evil god and the imperial army approaching. This is undoubtedly a great upheaval." The nun suddenly remarked, "But Buddha said that the more chaotic the situation, the more favorable it is for our preaching. Why must we leave?" The monk shook his head, stating, "Longsheng does not belong to us. Perhaps the Buddhist realm could seize any city through doctrine, but that will certainly not be the case here." The nun's curiosity deepened. Is it because of the evil god? But was he sealed away? The monk responded, "No, the evil god is not to be feared. The pig-headed man is destined to fail, and the evil god cannot escape the abyss." The nun pondered, "That is true. The pig-headed man seems to be under scrutiny from many, and the empire also appears keen to dispose of him. He indeed faces significant challenges." At this point, the nun regained her earlier indifference and analyzed, "Yet if the evil god is not a concern, the empire's occupation of Longsheng should not hinder our preaching, as the empire's relationship with us is not entirely adverse." The monk countered, "Do you believe the imperial army can conquer Longsheng?" The nun responded, puzzled, "Isn't that the case? Longsheng currently has no capacity for resistance." The monk swiftly refuted, "No, you are mistaken. Although Longsheng is on the brink of chaos, it is not yet time for the empire to take control." Hearing this, the nun felt a bit confused, but suddenly recalled something, asking in surprise, "Brother, are you suggesting that Surilu will quell the turmoil in Longsheng?" Upon seeing the monk nod, she exclaimed, "But he is just a boy. At most in his teens, how could he possess such great capability?" The monk paused in silence before saying, "Everything in Longsheng is under his control. All those who underestimate him and consider themselves superior will pay the price." The nun, who had been lively in her brother's presence, scoffed, "I don't believe that boy can dictate everything within Longsheng." Observing her defiance, the monk smiled and said, "Do not be dismissive. He has long been orchestrating everything, and you are merely a spark." Before the nun could retort, the monk continued, "Watch closely. The truth will soon be revealed. He shall take command of Longsheng." The monk and the nun proceeded along the mountain path, Swiftly departing from the confines of Longsheng, the monk's keen insight allowed him to foresee the impending chaos in Longsheng. Remaining there would only entangle them in turmoil, and escaping by sea was no longer an option. Most crucially, he understood that Surilu would undoubtedly assert his dominance over Longsheng, and he would not wish for any voices that could threaten him to linger. Thus, the monk chose to leave Longsheng ahead of time, distancing himself from this place, which was destined to fulfill the ambitions of a young boy. Chapter 95. The decadent nobility Barlot pushed his wooden wheelchair alone, slowly traversing the serene streets of Longsheng. And for the first time, he found the city under curfew remarkably peaceful. Beneath his feet lay ancient streets paved with equally sized square bricks, flanked by small buildings made of red brick. Had it not been for the pervasive scent of oil in the air, Longsheng would resemble a traditional ancient city, a place where every brick and tile seemed steeped in history, to Barlot's surprise. The pig-headed lord remained silent throughout their journey, appearing remarkably composed despite the imminent dangers of the night banquet. Soldiers hiding in the shadows of the streets occasionally peeked out to observe Barlot and the pig-headed lord strolling by. Meeting the unwavering gazes of the soldiers, Barlot gradually relaxed, fully aware that those tasked with enforcing the curfew had been meticulously chosen by Nona and were individuals of utmost trustworthiness. This night, Longsheng was destined for unrest. Both the pig-headed lord and the local nobility regarded one another as prey that in such a night. Both parties would reveal their fangs, attempting to tear each other apart. In their eyes, the military forces controlled by Barlot were the key to overcoming their adversaries. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they had already found themselves ensnared in a cage, poised to be slain by the hunters lurking outside. After passing through the shuttered commercial streets of the Eastern District, they finally arrived at a brightly lit area. Here stood individual small buildings, each with its unique architectural style, resembling an exhibition of structures from across the realm. Upon entering the district, the pig-headed lord spoke again. Do you know? Regardless of the era, the nobility shares a common trait. Barlot instinctively asked, what trait is that? The pig-headed lord coldly replied, they are eternally extravagant, indulging in pleasure. Looking around at the opulent architecture, the pig-headed lord continued. This place was once the residence of the last emperor before the empire retreated overseas. I never imagined that after so many years, it would still be saturated with decadence. The most absurd part is that these lavish individuals' ancestors once shouted slogans to overthrow a corrupt and extravagant empire, thereby establishing the very kingdom they now inhabit. The pig-headed lord seemed overwhelmed by the opulence surrounding him, as if he had long suppressed many thoughts. While Barlot was still absorbed in the pig-headed lord's earlier words, the lord suddenly inquired, by the way, Barlot, it seems your family was once part of the imperial royal lineage, right? Taken aback by the sudden question, Barlot swiftly replied, yes, that is correct. The pig-headed lord followed up. In that case, you may have some blood ties to that witch. Feeling somewhat awkward, Barlot clarified. No, my lord. The imperial royal family and the nobility are two different matters. The nobility mostly consists of the empire's meritorious subjects, and I do not possess royal blood. Upon hearing this, the pig-headed lord seemed to understand. Ah, no wonder that woman treated you so rudely. Barlot responded solemnly. Yes, my family betrayed the empire. The pig-headed lord then remarked, and your family subsequently failed in the power struggles of the Republic. Barlot fell silent. He had been a child back then and was not fully aware of the true nature of that power struggle. Although he had gleaned some understanding from the fragmented memories and snippets of information passed down by family elders, he remained largely indifferent to the conflicts, having not experienced them firsthand. Noticing Barlot's silence, the pig-headed lord sighed. Power struggles are like that. It is either you die or I perish. At this point, the pig-headed lord suddenly raised his head, gazing at the lavish district, fixating on a prominent building in the center, and declared, tonight is also a battle for power. Under the pig-headed lord's gesture, Barlot pushed the wheelchair slowly toward the opulent cluster of buildings. Amidst an array of diverse structures, a palace-like edifice towered at the heart of the architectural ensemble. Its pristine white exterior, under the dark night sky, resembled a radiant full moon, while the massive circular dome and the towering spires on either side appeared as sentinels guarding the luminous moon. Before the pointed entrance, a multitude of steam carriages, each with its own unique design, had gathered that in contrast to the slightly dilapidated steam vehicles. The grandeur of the architecture was accentuated even further. Barlot stood in awe, gazing up at the magnificent structure. when suddenly the pig-headed man in the wooden wheelchair remarked, "This was once the residence of the emperor before the empire retreated overseas." After a brief pause, the pig-headed man added with a sardonic smile, "But now it has become the abode of that nest of bureaucratic parasites." No sooner had the pig-headed man finished speaking than a gentleman of refined demeanor emerged, extending a warm welcome to him. "Ah, esteemed lord, your presence truly brings brilliance to this place." Ballet turned his gaze toward the gentleman, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, exuding the poise characteristic of the majority of the Republic's nobles. Unlike the decay associated with imperial aristocracy, the nobility of the Republic radiated an air of competence. Perhaps as the pig-headed man suggested, all nobles indulged in lavishness and gluttony alike. Yet the newly emerged aristocrats of the Republic possessed a certain astuteness absent in their imperial counterparts. From the gentleman's tall stature and the resolute glint in his eyes, Ballet sensed that he must have undergone military academy training. As Ballet scrutinized the gentleman, the latter suddenly lifted his eyes to meet Ballet's gaze. Smiling gently, "You must be the newly appointed chief of the garrison, am I correct?" Faced with the gentleman's charming smile, it was impossible for one to feel any irritation. The pig-headed man promptly introduced, "Indeed. Our newly appointed chief of the garrison, who, like you, has also studied at the Republican Military Academy." The gentleman regarded Ballet with surprise. "Oh, so we are alumni. Which year did you graduate?" Instantly, Ballet straightened his posture, raising an arm to perform the unique salute of the Military Academy, saying, "Sir, I am Ballet, a student of the 703rd cohort of the Republic's first military academy." Upon witnessing Ballet's impeccably executed salute, the gentleman chuckled, "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I am from the 603rd cohort. We are a full decade apart." The pig-headed man laughed as well. "It seems you two should indeed keep in touch." The gentleman smiled and nodded at Ballet, then half bowed to the pig-headed man, gesturing for him to enter. Then, "Esteemed lord, please do come in." Under the gaze of the gentleman, who was the inspector of Long City, Ballet swiftly realized that this individual was indeed the one chosen by the witch. A man possessing a trace of elven blood was certainly more pleasing to the eye than a pig. Grasping the handle of the wooden wheelchair, Ballet took a step forward, gently pushing it as he followed the pig-headed man behind the gentleman, making their way toward the lavish, domed building. Chapter 96. The chef's entrance in preparation for the noble's extravagant night banquet. The chefs within the inspector's residence should have been the busiest of all. However, today was somewhat special. According to the steward of the inspector's residence, the head chef for tonight's banquet had been specially invited from outside. Consequently, the self-important chefs of the residence had all prepared their various dishes, waiting in the kitchen. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time without the appearance of the so-called head chef, many of the chefs began to express their discontent, observing the mountain of culinary ingredients before them. A chef responsible for the ingredients was the first to complain. "Damn it! What is going on? Why aren't we allowed to take the stage? We are renowned masters, yet now we are relegated to assisting others and engaged in tasks that should be beneath us. What is the meaning of this?" Once the first complaint was voiced, the other chefs quickly followed suit with their grievances. "Who exactly is this head chef? An esteemed master from the capital region? How absurd! We have prepared everything, and yet we haven't even seen a shadow of that person. Do they have no sense of time?" The complaints from the kitchen grew louder, but the three head chefs of the inspector's residence remained silent. Thus, even though the other chefs continued to grumble, they dared not go to in a separate room near the kitchen. Bao Mian had already donned a chef's outfit. Upon seeing her attire, Diluin exclaimed from the window, "Oh, my dear Mian, you look absolutely stunning." Dressed in a white chef's coat and black suspenders, with a wide apron cinched at her waist, Bao Mian did not wear a chef's hat, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Though her outfit was quite ordinary, it radiated a unique charm when worn by her. Producing 2 chopsticks from somewhere, she swiftly gathered her hair into an elegant bun, securing it with the wooden chopsticks. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, Bao Mian exuded an aura of ancient Eastern grace. "Wow," the witch Diluin marveled. Mian, you look so beautiful, like an angel descended from the heavens." With a flourish, Bao Mian revealed a row of kitchen knives at her waist, meticulously checking their readiness. Then, with a serious expression, she addressed Diluin. "All right, let us go and inspect tonight's ingredients." With that, she pushed the door open and strode out of the room. heading directly toward the kitchen. The moment Bao Mianmin made her entrance, the previously bustling kitchen fell silent. Everyone was captivated by her presence, a tranquil woman radiating Eastern beauty, striking a stunning contrast against the Western chef's attire. Bao Mianmin surveyed the room and frowned slightly. Is this what you have prepared? Why haven't you cut the magic whale meat into chunks and soaked it in water? And why have these live poultry been slaughtered in advance? You are wasting ingredients. Don't you understand that the meat of these small magical beasts must be preserved with ice? This is truly disappointing. Upon hearing Bao Mianmin's unreserved critique, the three head chefs, who had remained silent until now, finally moved. They approached her slowly, seemingly wanting to say something. However, before they could utter a word, Bao Mianmin seized a fish from the water basin before her, in an instant. Everyone witnessed the flash of a knife as the fish flailed in midair. The fish was swiftly and expertly filleted, with pieces of meat cascading down as it twisted. Bao Mianmin captured the fish's meat on an ice platter. Until finally, as the fish twisted again, only a clean fish skeleton remained. She held the fish skeleton in one hand and presented the ice platter to the three head chefs. The fish was sliced into delicate pieces, arranged around the fish roe in the center, glistening like a blooming ice lotus. After the three head chefs, awestruck, received the ice platter, Bao Mianmin addressed everyone in the kitchen. You have half an hour to properly prepare all the ingredients according to the regulations. This time, no one dared to voice any objections. All the kitchen staff immediately set to work, re-preparing all the ingredients, with even the three head chefs participating without a hint of complaint. Diluan, having appeared beside Bao Mianmin at some point, observed the bustling kitchen and couldn't help but ask, is it really necessary to be this strict? Bao Mianmin replied calmly, as a chef, one must hold oneself to high standards. This is merely fundamental practice. Diluan sighed in resignation. All right, but do you really have to do everything yourself tonight? Upon hearing this, Bao Mianmin suddenly turned around, fixing her gaze on Diluan. Naturally, I must personally handle that pig. Oh ho ho ho, the witch giggled, covering her mouth. Mianmin, your demeanor is too fierce. It's not suitable for cooking. Bao Mianmin did not respond. Instead, she took a tall chef's hat from one of the head chefs, donned it, and then led the three head chefs away. Observing Bao Mianmin's confident departure, along with the procession of chefs pushing a substantial amount of ingredients, a smile of anticipation crept onto Diluan's lips as she gracefully vanished from the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the spacious hall of the inspector's residence, guests for the night banquet began to arrive one after another. The hall resonated with elegant music, suffused with an air of opulence. Bao Mianmin led the group of chefs into the venue. She immediately drew the attention of all present, especially the mound of ingredients, which made many attendees' mouths water at the mere sight. Noticing Bao Mianmin at the forefront, the pig-headed man expressed surprise to Inspector Jiang Kuro. Oh, you actually invited the best chef in the city. Jiang Kuro smiled. Hee, I am not personally acquainted with her. She comes highly recommended by a beautiful lady. Upon hearing this, the pig-headed man was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Jiang Kuro in astonishment, only to then catch a whiff of a unique fragrance. Turning his head to see the witch appearing seemingly out of thin air, the witch Diluan smiled at the pig-headed man. My lord, I didn't expect you to be aware of Mianmin's exceptional skills. The pig-headed man gazed at the witch who appeared out of thin air, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he quickly feigned calmness and said, Indeed, I have heard of her before. Diluan smiled as she replied, Then today, let us witness the culinary skills of Mianmin. At that moment, in full view of the assembly, the carts laden with a variety of ingredients were set up in a corner of the hall. Mianmin, standing in the position of head chef, bowed to the crowd and began to showcase her unique culinary artistry. Chapter 97. The perished overachiever Mianmin's magnificent culinary skills and the array of delectable dishes left the guests at the night banquet in awe. Even though those fortunate enough to attend were nobles of Longcheng, accustomed to exquisite delicacies, in the face of Mianmin's extraordinary talents, the food they had previously enjoyed seemed akin to swill. Throughout the night banquet, everyone was captivated by Mianmin's culinary prowess, and the event had seemingly transformed into a display solely for her. Tea was only when the guests had gradually satisfied their appetites and Mianmin had nearly exhausted her prepared ingredients that Jiang Kuro, sated and smiling, addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of inviting you to this night banquet is, in fact, to welcome an elder whom I have not seen in many years. My elder was once a beautiful woman. Yet she was cruelly persecuted by a demon, resulting in her imprisonment. Today, after many years, she has finally escaped from her cell. To be reunited with my elder in this foreign land brings me immense solace. This banquet serves to celebrate her miraculous survival. At this juncture, Jiang Kuo's tone suddenly shifted, his expression turning grave as he continued, simultaneously, I wish to take this opportunity to implore the esteemed figures of Longqing to bear witness. Witness the one who, in pursuit of power, willingly submitted to the evil deity, persecuting those who trusted him, who granted him power, and embraced him and his benefactors. Upon hearing this, the attendees erupted in indignation, clearly incensed by Jiang Kuo's words. In the eyes of the nobles, such acts of betrayal were utterly contemptible. Moreover, the implication that the one who persecuted the benefactor had also worshipped an evil deity rendered him irredeemable. Soon, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "My lord! Who exactly are you referring to? Is he present today?" This outcry silenced the entire banquet, and countless pairs of eyes turned to Jiang Kuo. Meanwhile, the pig-headed man, seated in his wooden wheelchair, could no longer contain his restlessness. From the moment Jiang Kuo began to speak, he sensed something amiss, and upon hearing the latter's subsequent remarks, he had almost deduced the identity of the person in question. The pig-headed man turned to search for the witch. Wishing to inquire what this night banquet signified, was it an attempt to force his hand? However, as he turned, he found to his bewilderment that the witch, who had moments ago been enjoying the feast, had vanished without a trace. The witch's sudden disappearance alerted the pig-headed man to an impending crisis, prompting him to urge Ballot to assist him in leaving swiftly. Yet, after calling out for some time, he realized no one responded, and when he strained to look back, he discovered that Ballot had also mysteriously disappeared. At this point, the pig-headed man finally comprehended that he had been laboring under the delusion that tonight's banquet was the end for the inspector and the nobles. In reality, it was a conspiracy against him, the pig, orchestrated by those very individuals. The pig-headed man cursed the witch who had betrayed him, contemplating how he might escape this perilous banquet. Just then, a voice chimed from behind him. Hodu Tan, I never expected we would meet again. The pig-headed man instantly recognized the voice and replied gravely, Iris, you have escaped from that prison, which is quite unexpected. In that moment, he found his composure, shedding the previous panic and effortlessly rotating his wheelchair to face Iris. Assessing Iris, who had shed her prison garb for splendid attire, the pig-headed man Hodu Tan remarked with a smile, Allow me to guess how you managed to escape. Was it the warden, the Dawn Knight? The pig-headed man mused aloud. It seems unlikely to be him. That fellow is as rigid as a blockhead, adhering strictly to those damned rules. Now calm, the pig-headed man paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Despite being under the watchful eyes of the enraged nobles, he remained notably composed and tranquil. After a moment of reflection, the pig-headed man smiled at Iris and said, I recall now that it was that young lad who freed you. Wasn't it? So my suspicions were correct. That young man is indeed an inspector of the church, possessing the power to unlock cages and intimidate the Dawn Knights. At that moment, Jiang Kuo approached, stating calmly, At this juncture, how my aunt escaped from prison is of little importance. The pig-headed man Hodu Tan sighed in agreement. Indeed, it has become irrelevant. Jiang Kuo continued, What matters now is the judgment of you, the filthy pig-headed man who worships an evil deity. Faced with Jiang Kuo's accusation, the pig-headed man remained composed, smiling as he said, Esteemed inspector, you remain rather naive. Jiang Kuo appeared somewhat puzzled by the pig-headed man's words. As the latter continued with poise, You accuse me of worshipping an evil deity. May I ask if you possess any evidence? Before Jiang Kuo could respond, and without granting Iris a chance to interject, the pig-headed man pointed at Iris, declaring, It is well known that your aunt, the former Lord Iris, colluded with foreign empires. Now that she has somehow emerged from that prison, one cannot help but question what the true motive of this banquet is. It must be said, the pig-headed man Hodu Tan was indeed quite astute. Upon regaining his composure, he quickly devised a counter-strategy, especially in such a situation where the representative of the empire was absent. Hodu Tan saw an opportunity to reclaim the initiative. He could not believe that all the nobles present had been bought off by Jiang Kuo, nor did he believe that all the nobles of Longqing were willing to submit to the empire. It should be noted that within the Republic, there remained numerous hardliners who viewed the empire as their enemy. Indeed, the pig-headed man's words captured the attention of the assembled nobles. and a number of them began to harbor doubts about Jiang Kur and Iris. Seeing this, Jiang Kur hurriedly clarified, "Do not believe this pig. He is slandering and defending himself." With that, Jiang Kur sternly questioned the pig-headed man. "Humph, you excel at slandering. Were you not the one who employed such vile tactics to defame my aunt? When you imprisoned my aunt, you did so without the judgment of the court or the sanction of the council's inspector. You took it upon yourself to detain her, and now you dare to continue vilifying her." Ha ha ha. Hodotan suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth striking Jiang Kur like a slap to the face, leaving him visibly flustered. After laughing, Hodotan abruptly said, "I slander Iris? Perhaps you should ask those behind you." Upon hearing the pig-headed man's words, Jiang Kur turned in surprise, eager to see who would stand up for Hodotan at such a moment. Yet, just as he turned, he felt a hand pierce through his chest from behind him. Chapter 98. The betrayed pig-headed man. At the moment Hodotan revealed Iris's crimes, he realized that the surrounding nobles showed little reaction, and he understood that he had ultimately fallen into someone else's trap. Thus, he resorted to radical rhetoric, seeking to intimidate everyone in hopes of finding an opportunity to escape. Over the years, Hodotan's relations with the city's nobility had always been strained, and he had never garnered their support. In truth, the pig-headed man was aware that, in the eyes of Longqing's nobles, he was merely a filthy pig. Even as a lord, he was seen as a parvenu. These friends and acquaintances resided within the noble circles of the capital. They would hardly care about a parvenu who unexpectedly rose to power in Longqing. Initially, Hodotan had believed that everything was arranged for the night banquet. Utilizing the military and police under Ballot's control, along with the witch Diluan's means, he planned to capture all the nobles in one fell swoop. He thought that by eliminating the nobles of Longqing, he would no longer face any threats to his authority. However, given the current circumstances, Hodotan quickly realized that he had been outmaneuvered, the empires which had actually plotted to eliminate him. The Lord of Longqing. Additionally, it seemed that Ballot had ultimately betrayed him, revealing his worship of the evil deity, which filled Hodotan with rage. What angered him most was his confusion over why Ballot would betray him. In Hodotan's original plans, he had considered Ballot the most manageable of allies. The scion born into a desolate royal lineage is but a cowardly and timid fellow, easily swayed into obedience with a mere hint of intimidation. It is precisely due to an understanding of Ballot's character that the pig-headed man established an independent special operations team within the garrison shortly after his arrival in Longqing. Similarly, it was this knowledge that allowed Hodotan to manipulate him into pilfering legal energy from the court. By drawing the court's grand knight away, he intended to utilize the mechanical traps that were already woven throughout the city to eliminate that formidable knight. Although the unexpected arrival of Sulula disrupted Hodotan's initial plans, the outcome ultimately remained within his grasp. Hodotan believed that following that incident, Ballot's inherent cowardice would ensure his unwavering loyalty. However, upon the death of his eldest son, Hodotan sensed a waning control over Ballot. Thus, he implanted a malevolent tendril of dark energy within Ballot, hoping to dominate him. It was not that he wished to dispose of Ballot. Rather, he found himself left with no alternative. Only 3 individuals held the reins of the entire garrison: his eldest son, the dark energy half-orc leader Zarufa, and Ballot, who was now his only chance at control. Time was slipping away, and he could not afford to reveal more of his secrets prematurely. Hence, he resorted to Ballot. Yet, judging by the events of this night, it seemed he had miscalculated, failing to maintain dominion over Ballot. With a furious roar, Hodotan rose from his wooden wheelchair, hoisting the pierced Janger in his grasp. The bloody scene left all the nobles in shock, and Elise screamed in terror, "Oh, my dear Janger." Upon hearing Elise cry, Hodotan swiftly turned, his sinister grin aimed at her. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a black suit dashed forth, arms swinging to intercept Hodotan. Staggering back 2 steps from the sudden intervention, Hodotan regarded the one-armed elder with suspicion. After a moment of appraisal, he spoke in a low voice, "You may save her, but you cannot save the city." As he spoke, Hodotan's arms surged with power, violently shattering Janger's corpse, revealing a still-beating heart cradled in his palm. With a malicious grin, he declared, "Since you wish to witness the dark god, I shall oblige." Raising the blood-dripping heart high, Hodotan proclaimed, "I will sacrifice you and all the denizens of this city to the dark god. In due time, he shall break free from his seal, emerge from the abyss, and you will all slowly revel in the terror of being enslaved by his will." Ha 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 ha. His words sent a shockwave through all present, They had not anticipated such ruthless malice. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a commanding voice rang out, accompanied by the appearance of an ice spear. "Stop him. He intends to awaken the dark god with that heart." The unusually rotund Hordutin suddenly became nimble. Sidestepping the ice spear aimed at him, he reached out, employing a bizarre magic to grasp the spear in his hand, then hurled it back at the witch who had summoned it, roaring, "Damnable woman! How dare you betray our covenant?" Diluin was taken aback. She had not foreseen that her ice spear would be seized by the pig-headed M.A.N.S. She witnessed the spear returning, its surface emanating a grayish aura of dark energy. She dared not reach for it, instead conjuring an ice shield to deflect it. Just as she blocked the spear, a grotesque mass shot up from the ground, hurtling toward her. Diluin vanished in an instant. Narrowly evading the charging Hordutin, floating in mid-air, Hordutin gazed at the witch, who likewise hovered above. The onlooking nobles gawked in astonishment, none daring to intervene. Hordutin cast a glance downward. Grinning maliciously as he taunted the witch, "Is this the company you have chosen? Do you truly believe such timid souls can restore your empire?" The witch merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, but instead inquired, "I find myself curious. How long can your corpulent form remain suspended in the air?" Upon hearing her words, Hordutin's glare intensified, but before he could retort, a crushing force suddenly bore down upon him. Feeling the sudden weight, Hordutin furrowed his brow and, unable to withstand it, plummeted to the ground. As he landed, the nobles who had gathered beneath him scattered in a frenzy. Just as Hordutin had mocked, they were nothing more than cowardly vermin. Even Elise, who had previously seethed with indignation, was nowhere to be found. However, as the crowd dispersed, Hordutin sensed a murderous intent approaching. Causing the bristles on the back of his neck to rise, instinctively, he hunched over, and in that instant, the fabric of his clothing strained against his rotund form, nearly tearing apart. Yet, the attire of the Republic's lord seemed to possess a unique elasticity. Holding firm despite the pressure, as he bent down, two icy blades swept past his back, the blades sparking as they grazed his flesh. Ultimately, the knives failed to pierce Hordutin's clothing, but they did shear away a tuft of hair from the back of his neck. Chapter 99. The chef's pursuit. The nobles and attendants shifted their gazes back and forth, ultimately focusing on the figure of Bao Mianmian, who had leaped from behind the cooking station onto the dining table. Catching the returning blades in her hands, it was only then that the nobles discerned that the thrown blades were, in fact, a chef's knife and a large boning knife. Yet, as Bao Mianmian gripped the knife handles, the discerning eye caught glimpses of whirling gear markings appearing along the blades. The nobles gasped in surprise, whispering, "It's a mechanical blade." Hordutin, straining to regain his composure, rubbed his nape where the hair had been shorn away. His expression shifting between uncertainty and scrutiny as he regarded Bao Mianmian. "What grudge do I hold against you that compels you to lie in wait within Longqing for so long?" he inquired, raising his gaze to the witch hovering above. "Or perhaps you, too, hail from the Empire?" Holding the blades, Bao Mianmian coldly replied, "Hordutin, do you remember Yuan Qing?" The name sent Hordutin's pupils dilating, terror etching itself across his face. This name had haunted him for years. Even after the passage of time, he would awaken in the dead of night, startled by its echo, almost in the instant of his brief distraction. The witch above seized the opportunity, hurling another ice spear toward Hordutin. "Ah!" A cry of anguish erupted as Hordutin failed to evade, the spear piercing his arm. The pain jolted him back to reality, and he realized he had been wounded. Remaining in this confrontation would yield no benefit, especially with the witch present. Alone, he would certainly fall prey to her. Moreover, facing the chef Bao Mianmian, he knew he could not contend against two determined women. Consequently, Hordutin acted decisively, throwing back his head to unleash all the dark energy within his corpulent form. A torrent of malevolent tendrils erupted from his body, surging toward the surrounding nobles. In an instant, those ensnared by the tendrils found their flesh and blood siphoned away. Empowered by this fresh offering, the tendrils transformed into grotesque dark beasts, which turned and pounced upon the nearest victims, tearing them apart and feasting upon their remains. Chaos erupted throughout the hall, and at that moment, Hordutin, disregarding the injury on his wrist, charged through the walls of the estate and into the streets beyond. As Hordutin's figure vanished into the night, the witch descended, dispatching two dark beasts along the way. She turned to Bao Mianmian, who had also emerged, urging, "We must pursue him. He cannot be allowed to return with that heart if he awakens the dark god. We shall all be doomed." With blades in hand, Bao Mianmian glanced back at the pandemonium within the estate and declared, "I will pursue him. You stay behind to protect Xiaobai." Without waiting for the witch's response, she dashed into the darkness. As Bao Mianmian disappeared into the night, the witch summoned 2 ice spears, pinning down 2 dark beasts, murmuring to herself, "What a stubborn little girl. Does she truly believe that creature is so easily slain?" Before she could finish her thoughts, a scream pierced the air behind her. "Help! Someone save me!" The witch naturally discerned that the one crying for help was the former lord, the old woman Elise. Having previously hidden away, she now displayed the audacity to emerge. Much to Diluan's revulsion, with no other choice, Diluan turned to confront the group of malevolent beasts in the hall. The thud, thud, thud of the pig-headed man echoed as he sprinted through the streets of the Dragon City under the cover of night, simultaneously bellowing, "Help! Someone! Please! The nobles are colluding with the Empire, plotting to retake Dragon City. Hurry! Someone!" However, his cries elicited no response. The military police, who should have been lurking throughout the city to enforce the curfew, seemed to have vanished entirely. Realizing he was met with silence, the pig-headed man abruptly halted, fixing his gaze on the intersection ahead. He saw Bao Mianmian approaching slowly, wielding 2 cleavers, and heard her utter, "Where do you think you can escape to? You filthy traitor?" "Me, a traitor?" The pig-headed man scanned his surroundings, checking if the witch had followed. Bao Mianmian spoke in a low voice, "Is that not the case? Yuan Qing assisted you in seizing the lordship. Yet how did you repay him? You killed him." The pig-headed man, sensing that the witch had not followed, regained his composure and coldly replied, "I believe you are mistaken. Yuan Qing aided me for his own purposes. Akin to the witch, they both seek to control me, thereby seizing control of Dragon City. They hope to assist the Empire in its resurgence, fulfilling their so-called mission of restoration." Before Bao Mianmian could respond, Hodatan continued, "They're the true demons, the ones wishing to invade this place." Gazing at the somewhat dazed Bao Mianmian, Hodatan advanced while saying, "You have lived here for many years. Do you think the people of Dragon City suffer greatly? Do they need the Empire to save them? Perhaps in other regions of the Republic, the populace under other lords suffers, but that does not mean they require the Empire's salvation," the pig-headed man stated, plunging Bao Mianmian into deep contemplation. Until now, she had never considered these matters. For Bao Mianmian, her life had been devoted to mastering culinary arts under her teacher in the Empire, and at a young age, she had been chosen to serve in the royal household as a kitchen assistant. From her humble beginnings, she had risen to become the foremost chef in the royal kitchen, ultimately becoming the chef beside the prince. She had never pondered deeply about such matters. When Yuan Qing received orders to travel across the seas to Dragon City, she naturally accompanied him. Unfortunately, at that time, Yuan Qing protected her and Yuanbai by excluding them from the plans, even preventing them from entering Dragon City. Upon learning of Yuan Qing's tragic demise at the hands of the pig-headed man Hodatan, Bao Mianmian was consumed by a singular thought: to avenge Yuan Qing by killing the pig-headed man. In truth, she could not articulate the nature of her feelings for Yuan Qing, the foreign prince of the empire. Their relationship was merely that of master and servant. She was merely an ordinary kitchen maid in the royal household. The vengeance for Yuan Qing ought not to fall upon her shoulders, yet with Yuanbai transformed as he was after Yuan Qing's death, Bao Mianmian felt compelled to do something for Yuan Qing. However, as she and Yuanbai lived in Dragon City for an extended period, gradually integrating into its life, it seemed she had acquired a new purpose. She found herself becoming increasingly perplexed, convinced that the prosperous and stable Dragon City should not be shrouded in schemes and warfare. Just as the pig-headed man had said, even if the citizens of Dragon City faced some discontent, it did not warrant the Empire's intervention. Bao Mianmian was engulfed in confusion, yet at that moment, the pig-headed man, who had been slowly approaching her, suddenly erupted in fury, roaring as he unleashed a fist imbued with dark energy towards her. As the malevolent energy bore down upon her, Bao Mianmian snapped to attention. Realizing the imminent danger as the dark energy-laden hoof approached, she hastily raised the cleaver in her hand to block. Bang! Though the cleaver intercepted the pig-headed man's dark energy hoof, the malevolent force surged forth, overwhelming her. Under the onslaught of dark energy, Bao Mianmian was forced to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the pig-headed man fled once more, darting towards the direction of the city hall. Chapter 100. The final struggle. Bao Mianmian was taken aback. While she had been distracted, the pig-headed man had unexpectedly launched an attack. Even more surprising was that after successfully striking, he did not linger, but instead fled. Watching him escape, Bao Mianmian instinctively lifted her leg to pursue. However, she suddenly felt a tingling numbness in her arm. Raising the arm that had been struck by the pig-headed man's dark energy, she discovered that it had turned pitch black. The malevolent energy had penetrated her body, rapidly eroding her. This situation was dire. She needed to halt and use holy energy to temporarily seal the dark energy. Otherwise, once it entered her system, purging it later would become exceedingly troublesome. In this predicament, Bao Mianmian faced two choices: either forego the pursuit of the pig-headed man to suppress the dark energy, or risk losing him entirely. Yet as the witch had stated, if the pig-headed man awakened the dark god with that living heart, the dark god might very well sacrifice the entire dragon city to gain the power to break the abyssal seal. Such a calamity would be devastating. Perhaps the entire city, including her and Yuanbai, would be doomed to misfortune. In the time before living in Dragon City, Bao Mianmian's life revolved solely around the kitchen. She had never contemplated these matters. Now, as these thoughts flooded her mind, she found herself momentarily stunned. Recalling the pig-headed man's words, a figure began to coalesce in her mind, and as it sharpened into focus, she was astonished to realize it was Sulilu. Hey, Baozi, could you smile for me? Don't always wear a stern face. A smiling face attracts customers, and your business will flourish. Baozi, don't always wear a frown. Let me take you to see the sea. You shouldn't be busy all the time. Occasionally, you should step outside. Look, aren't the autumn wheat waves in Dragon City beautiful? See how happy Xiaobai is smiling. You all should talk and laugh more. Baozi, I don't know what grievances you bear, but I hope you can be happy. Do not let hatred blind your eyes. Sulilu's words echoed in her ears, plunging Bao Mianmian into an emotional sea. Memories of her past resurfaced, of a young girl undergoing rigorous culinary training. In the beginning, the girl wept daily, beginning and ending each day in tears. However, over time, she realized that her tears brought her nothing, but rather earned her the scorn of those around her. To avoid being seen as weak and to prevent being bullied, the girl wiped away her tears. From then on, she wore a perpetually stern expression, her face devoid of tears and smiles alike. She became a competent cook, chosen by the foreign prince of the empire to serve in the prince's residence. With her exceptional learning ability, she quickly ascended to become the most skilled chef in the royal kitchen. Her unyielding demeanor and professional approach earned the prince's admiration, and she gradually became his confidant. She reminisced about those times. Bao Mianmian suddenly realized that she had unknowingly ceased to be the cold-faced chef. Under Sulilu's influence, her 2 years in Dragon City had been the happiest of her life alongside Yuanbai. At that moment, Sulilu's advice reverberated in her mind. Remember, no matter what happens or what troubles you encounter, first and foremost, protect yourself and Xiaobai. As for the matter of killing the Lord, leave that to me. My goal is to assassinate the Lord as well. Let me fulfill your objective while you focus on living happily. Recalling all of this, Bao Mianmian inhaled deeply and resolutely set off towards the city hall. In her view, she had no other choice. Even if it meant risking her life, she had to prevent the pig-headed man from awakening the dark god, ensuring that the beautiful memories of Dragon City would endure. Hodu Tin stumbled into the city hall, only to find it completely deserted, not a single figure in sight. He quickly realized that while he had been indulging in food, Barot must have already led the military police to resolve everything. What puzzled him was why, if he had already secured the military police, Barot had yet to appear. Furthermore, why had he relocated all the military police? Did Barot genuinely believe that the witch and those nobles could handle him? As Hodu pondered these questions, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Bao Mianmian chasing him recklessly. The pig-headed man did not hesitate, bursting into the city hall and rushing towards the back, intent on offering the Crimson Heart as a sacrifice to the ancient banyan tree in the courtyard. Using blood to awaken the dark god of the abyss, Bao Mianmian pursued closely behind. Realizing she might not catch up with the pig-headed man, she threw the bone knife in her hand. The knife arced through the air, evading the pig-headed man's block and striking precisely at the back of his neck. Blood gushed forth, and the pig-headed man was utterly unprepared for the fact that he had been unable to deflect the bone-cutting knife. With his carotid artery severed, he suddenly slipped beneath his feet and fell hard against the doorframe of the courtyard. Hodu was truly enraged, astonished that he would be pursued in such a manner by a mere cook. With a furious roar, the pig-headed man's corpulent flesh suddenly bulged, transforming his form into something extraordinarily imposing. His visage contorted into a hideous mask, with fangs erupting forth, and his entire head appeared nearly inverted. The grotesque sight was no longer reminiscent of a pig-headed man, but rather that of a demon emerging from the abyss. a visage that was profoundly terrifying. Bai Mian was equally taken aback. Not anticipating that the pig-headed man would metamorphose into such a monstrous figure, her fright momentarily overwhelming. Yet, despite her shock, she quickly regained her composure, retrieving the bone-cutting knife that had been knocked from her grasp. With both blades in hand, she let out a fierce shout and initiated her assault against the pig-headed man. Roar, the pig-headed man, now consumed by rage, was incredulous that a mere cook would dare to challenge him in his current state. This time, he did not flinch or evade. He brazenly absorbed the incoming strike of the knife. The blades clashed against the pig-headed man's body, producing a metallic clang, yet astonishingly, they failed to penetrate his flesh. As Bai Mian stood in shock, the pig-headed man raised his bulging arm and delivered a punch that sent her flying. Following this, he stomped down upon her abdomen, causing her to suffer severe injuries and spew forth blood uncontrollably. In the next instant, the pig-headed man opened his cavernous maw, a dark glow emanating from the depths of his throat, and he inhaled forcefully, as if intending to swallow Bai Mian whole. She could clearly see that the abyss within his throat resembled a gaping chasm. With a faint hint of gathering malevolent energy, this was the power of the malevolent deity, a force capable of consuming all that existed, dissolving any living being that fell victim to its hunger. Bai Mian felt a wave of terror wash over her as she struggled to resist being devoured by the pig-headed man. However, the force of his voracious appetite was immense, particularly the dreadful suction emanating from the abyss deep within his throat. After only a brief struggle, she realized she was utterly powerless against the consuming strength that originated from the abyss, just as she felt herself being drawn inexorably into the pig-headed man's mouth. A sudden gunshot rang out, and his enormous maw along with his entire head exploded in an instant. Chapter 101. The execution of the pig-headed man. Much like the previous chief of the pig-headed man's security, Tan, who had met a similar fate, a small pig head sprouted from the bloody wound left behind. The little pig head, wide-eyed with horror, scanned the surroundings in search of the one who had fired the shot. The one responsible for obliterating his skull in one blow. Pant, 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 pant. Heavy breaths echoed, and the little pig head's gaze sharpened, following the sound. Upon recognizing the figure from which the breaths emanated, the little pig head's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Solula strode forward, gun in hand, stepping into the chaotic municipal hall and approaching Tan step by step. In response to the astonished expression on the little pig head's face, Solula chuckled, "Dear Lord, you need not be surprised. My arrival should have been anticipated. Alas, your cunning schemes have ultimately failed, for I stand before you, fully in command of your fate. I have spent nearly 3 years in Dragon City, meticulously unraveling all your secrets, all for the purpose of easily dispatching you today." The little pig head was visibly shaken, clearly unprepared for the revelation that Solyulu had devoted nearly 3 years to plotting his demise. Solyulu continued nonchalantly, "Like Bai Mian's former master, you hail from an overseas empire, and the two of you journeyed together to Dragon City. However, unlike Yuanqing, who bore the weight of restoring the nation, you were summoned by the malevolent deity, thus deceiving Yuanqing. Upon your arrival in Dragon City, you quickly ascended to the leadership of your former clan with the aid of the malevolent deity and secretly summoned your 2 sons to help you seize control over the entire group. You relocated the pig-headed man tribe, originally dwelling in the northern mountains, to Dragon City, establishing a far larger community." Solyulu's narrative left the little pig head increasingly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief as he absorbed the information. Tan had not anticipated that Solyulu could unearth his entire history. Subsequently, through sacrificial rites, you gained a portion of the power bestowed by the malevolent deity and began guiding other adherents of the malevolent deity to arrive. Yet, despite your growing influence at that time, you lacked true security as you had no voice in Dragon City. Thus, you turned to Yuanqing, attempting to exploit him to seize control of Dragon City, consolidating military and political power in your hands to facilitate your own advancement. You and Yuanqing conspired to entrap the former lord, Elise, and utilized her political adversaries to imprison her within Dragon City. At this juncture, Solyulu suddenly shifted his tone, saying, "Unfortunately, your and Yuanqing's objectives diverged. Yuanqing, as a member of the imperial family, sought to aid the empire in its restoration, while your sole desire was to dominate Dragon City and unleash the abyssal malevolent deity. In the end, to thwart Yuanqing's efforts to contact the empire, you killed him, thus seizing sole control over all of Dragon City." Solyulu lamented, "However, regrettably, You committed an exceedingly foolish act. The little pig head gazed at Soyulu, bewildered, not comprehending what the so-called foolish act could possibly entail. Soyulu continued. You utilized the Dragon City prison as a genuine prison, attempting to control it, seeking to sacrifice the inmates to the malevolent deity to gain further power, while also reducing the sacrifices required from your kin. This approach was truly short-sighted. After a brief pause, Soyulu continued. Little did you know that so-called prison was, in fact, the key to sealing the abyss? The little pig head's expression was one of astonishment, as he had not anticipated that the entrance to the abyss he had been seeking all along lay right before him. Observing Hodu Tan's small pig head's surprise, Soyulu smiled, saying, Yet, this cannot entirely be blamed on you, as the malevolent deity did not clarify matters before descending into slumber. Your intent was to seize the Dragon City prison, sacrificing a portion of its inmates to the malevolent deity while transforming the other portion into vessels of malevolent energy, forming a suicide squad to confront the Imperial Expeditionary Forces. You sent me into the prison to leverage my identity as an envoy of the Church to draw out the Knight of Dawn guarding the prison. At this point, Soyulu could not help but burst into laughter once more. After composing himself, he looked down at the little pig head and said, However, you probably do not realize that my identity as an envoy of the Church is, in fact, a fabrication. The little pig head's eyes widened, suddenly grasping the crux of the matter. Hodu Tan had indeed intended to use Soyulu's identity as a church inspector to lure the Knight of Dawn out of the prison. Having previously dispatched several groups to attempt to seize the prison, all of which had ended in failure, he had come to understand the might of the Knight of Dawn guarding the prison and sought to draw the young knight out, intending to eliminate him with mechanical traps. However, he had never found a suitable method to successfully extract the young knight from the prison. The arrival of Soyulu had seemed to present an opportunity. He believed he could exploit the identity of the church inspector to deceive the young knight out of the prison. Thus, from the very beginning, Hodu Tan had never considered handing Soyulu over to the so-called head envoy. He merely intended to use Soyulu as bait to lure the Knight of Dawn out of the prison. He had even secretly opened the prison doors, laying an ambush to assault the Knight of Dawn, hoping to seize the entire prison in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Hodu Tan had completely failed to anticipate that Soyulu's identity as an inspector was false, and that he had reached an agreement with the Knight of Dawn, leading to the ultimate failure of the pig-headed man's scheme. Soyulu smiled as he tapped the little pig head with his gun, saying, Are you curious why, despite your meticulous planning, you still fell short? After a moment's pause, he continued, You and Yuan Xing spent a year in hiding, eliminating the female lord, while I spent a full 2 years thoroughly understanding all your intricacies. The little pig head suddenly lifted his head, incredulous as he gazed at Soyulu, and finally, after a long silence, he spoke. Hodu Tan's small pig head rasped. So it was, everything was under your control. I fought against the witch for so long, only to end up sewing a wedding gown for you. Soyulu chuckled. Indeed, you all believed yourselves to be the victors, only to pay the price for your arrogance. Having unraveled the entirety of the situation and realizing he had ultimately been outmaneuvered by the youth before him, the pig-headed man Hodu Tan felt an overwhelming surge of fury. The little pig head threw back his head and let out a roar, forcibly shedding his corpulent form to reveal a robust pig-headed man, charging straight at Soyulu. However, Soyulu was already prepared. The moment the pig-headed man shed his excess weight, he swiftly rose to his feet and retreated, avoiding the pig-headed man. In that fleeting moment of escape, unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy. With a swift motion, I raised my firearm and unleashed a barrage of shots towards the transformed adversary. I collapsed to the side, struggling to suppress the insidious energy within. I was astonished to discover that the bullets fired from Surulu's weapon struck the pig-headed creature without eliciting any reaction. Hodu Tan grinned malevolently, declaring, I have shed my former self. This vessel of dark energy is impervious to your ordinary bullets. Yet, Surulu sighed and shook his head, remarking, How pitiable. You remain oblivious to the fact that even the dark deity you worship has forsaken you. As he spoke, Surulu raised his firearm, drawing gasps of surprise from both Hodu Tan and Bao Mianmin. For the weapon shimmered with an otherworldly light. With a deep, resonant breath, the bullets embedded within the pig-headed man's malevolent form suddenly detonated from within, with a thunderous explosion. Bao Mianmin gazed in disbelief as the pig-headed creature's body was reduced to a grotesque mass, leaving only its terrified little head to fall with a soft thud. Chapter 102. The dawn of Dragon City. The battle commenced swiftly, yet its conclusion seemed even more rapid. Surilu's shot had dispatched Hodotan, leaving Bao Mianmian utterly astonished. A vague sense of foreboding crept over her as she realized that Hodotan's frantic final stand had likely been anticipated by Surilu all along. As the night gradually receded, the first light of dawn spilled forth, casting a blood-red hue reminiscent of fresh gore across the courtyard behind the town hall. In the courtyard, the ancient banyan tree, ravaged by dark energy, began to wither under the dawn's embrace, crumbling into ashes. Yet from the remnants, fresh sprouts emerged, symbolizing the seeds of hope that slowly unfurled in the nascent light of dawn. Surilu sighed, acknowledging, ultimately, it is too late. There is no way to halt the encroaching dusk. Darkness and war will inevitably engulf this entire realm. Bao Mianmian, bewildered, inquired, "Isn't it dawn? Why do you speak of dusk?" Surilu turned to the disheveled Bao Mianmian, only to be taken aback by the realization that the dark energy invading her was being suppressed by her inner sanctified power. With a wry smile, he addressed her, "Foolish girl, the Imperial fleet is on its way, and the dark deity has already awakened. Does this not signify the arrival of dusk?" Bao Mianmian pondered this for a moment, sensing some truth in Surilu's words, but suddenly recalled something and looked up to ask, "The dark deity has awakened. But you stopped the pig-headed man, didn't you?" Surilu chuckled and shook his head. "Silly girl. Did you think the dark deity only had the pig-headed man as a devoted follower? Moreover, have you not noticed that aside from you, the Imperial witches have shown no inclination to aid you? Surely you do not naively believe they trust your ability to thwart Hodotan." This remark left Bao Mianmin in a state of uncertainty, and upon reflection, she recognized the validity in Surilu's claims. Observing her confusion, Surilu continued, "In truth, the Empire is indifferent to whether the dark deity has awakened or not. They care not for the lives of the people of Dragon City. Their sole objective is to reclaim what they have lost. And to them, combating the dark deity and the citizens of the Republic are one and the same." Bao Mianmian's pupils constricted in realization, grasping the implication of Surilu's words. To the Empire, the lives of the citizens of Dragon City were as inconsequential as weeds in the ancient empire. Under a harsh class hierarchy, the lives of the lower classes indeed held little value. Memories of her experiences in the overseas empire flooded back, recalling the execution of a fellow apprentice merely for breaking a plate. Those bloody and painful memories were indelibly etched in her mind, resurfacing with vivid clarity. Noticing Bao Mianmian's silence, Surilu seemed to sense her painful recollections and sighed, stepping closer in an attempt to offer comfort. Yet, as he approached, Bao Mianmin suddenly swung her blade, cutting through Surilu's clothing without warning. As blood quickly soaked his garments, she was momentarily stunned, dropping the weapon in fear. Surilu examined the wound on his chest and smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing serious. It's not deep enough to be fatal." Taken aback, Bao Mianmian stumbled back, her face etched with anguish, yet she found herself at a loss for how to express her turmoil. In truth, she had not intended for this to happen. The painful memories she had tried to suppress overwhelmed her. She had never truly known fear, even after Yuanqing's death when she had agreed to assist the witches in gathering intelligence on Dragon City. Infiltrating the heart of the city, she aided the witches in ensuring the successful establishment of their allies from the Empire. She had even facilitated the elimination of certain Republic spies within Dragon City. She had committed numerous acts of violence without a shred of trepidation, driven solely by the desire for vengeance against the kind-hearted Lord Yuanqing. In her mind, assisting the Empire was merely a means to increase the chances of eliminating the pig-headed lord. Including her manipulation of Yuan to gain Surilu's sympathy, leading to Surilu's assistance. It could be said that prior to Hodotan's demise, Bao Mianmian's singular purpose had been revenge. Now, with that vendetta fulfilled and the fervor subsiding, she suddenly realized that she had grown accustomed to life in Dragon City. Perhaps more accurately, she had come to love this relatively free coastal town. If faced with a choice between Dragon City and the Empire, she would undoubtedly choose Dragon City without hesitation. However, the Imperial fleet was already on the horizon, and regardless of any obstacles, the fleet would inevitably reach Dragon City. Thoughts of the impending arrival of the Imperial fleet consumed her. In recalling Surilu's words about the Empire's indifference to the lives of Dragon City citizens, Bao Mianmian lost control entirely, overtaken by a genuine sense of panic and confusion, unsure of what to do next. Surilu stepped forward, enveloping her in an embrace, gently stroking her back to help her regain her composure. Then, softly, he advised her, "Remember, no matter what happens, you must protect yourself." After a brief pause, he continued, "Rest assured, I will safeguard Dragon City and ensure the Empire does not mar its beauty." The blade in Bao Mianmian's grip clattered to the ground as if she were clinging to hope. Tightening her embrace around Surilu, she then whispered, "Is it true? Can the beauty of Dragon City truly remain unscathed?" Surilu chuckled at her words, glancing at Bao Mianmian's tear-streaked face, and gently wiped away her tears. "Silly girl, who do you think I am? As long as I am here, Dragon City will surely be safe. The Imperial fleet may land elsewhere, but they shall never set foot on the shores of Dragon City." Suddenly realizing something, Bao Mianmian pushed Surilu away and quickly wiped her tears. Puffing out her cheeks defiantly, she retorted, "Don't call me silly girl. And who do you think you are? The Empire is determined this time." With unwavering confidence, Surilu replied, "What does determination matter? They need strength to back it up. Without strength, all is for naught." Bao Mianmian contemplated this, saying, "Are you really that confident? I heard Diluan mention that all 12 of the Imperial fleets are mobilizing together, creating quite the formidable force. Are you certain you can withstand the Imperial army?" Learning from Bao Mianmian that the Empire possessed 12 fleets, all mobilizing simultaneously, left Surilu utterly astonished. Observing Surilu's astonishment, Bao Mianmian continued, "Though Dragon City is merely one of the landing points, an entire Imperial fleet is still a formidable force." Surilu remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he strategized on how to counter the Imperial fleet. Just then, he sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation, and it dawned on him that someone was approaching. He turned to Bao Mianmian with serious intent, stating, "Someone is coming. I must take my leave now. Remember my words. Protect yourself." As Bao Mianmian stood in stunned silence, Surilu suddenly leaned in and kissed her cheek. By the time she regained her senses, all she could see was Surilu's retreating figure as he soared into the courtyard of the town hall. "Mianmian, Mianmian, where are you? Are you all right?" The distant call snapped Bao Mianmian back to reality. She bent down to retrieve the 2 blades she had dropped, standing guard before the little pig head, and replied, "Diluan, I'm right here." The witch hurried over, and upon seeing the little pig head on the ground, gasped, "My goodness, Mianmian, did you really kill the pig-headed man?" Without hesitation, Diluan rushed past Bao Mianmian to retrieve the little pig head with a flick of her wrist. Bao Mianmian felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, realizing that in the eyes of the witch, her life held less value than that of the pig head. In that moment, her conviction in Surilu's words solidified, and she resolved to protect herself and Yuan by with her own strength. Chapter 103, Cleansing and Carnage. With the death of the pig-headed lord, his conspiracy was thoroughly unveiled, and the citizens of Dragon City finally came to understand the truth of the pig-headed man's collusion with the dark deity. Elise made her return, presenting herself before the public with a heart-wrenching narrative that evoked deep sympathy among the populace, further igniting their outrage towards the pig-headed race. Leveraging the compassion and indignation of the citizens of Dragon City, Elise successfully reclaimed her position as the ruler, seizing control of the city's governance once more. With the title and authority of Dragon City's lord firmly in her grasp, the female ruler promptly initiated a thorough purge of the internal power structure. First and foremost, she permitted the previously excluded nobles to infiltrate the city's governing institutions. She meticulously selected the most distinguished young scions of the elite to form a special task force. Independent of the existing police bureau, these privileged youths were equipped with the finest firearms, while the original police forces were systematically divided, with the more robust officers reassigned to the newly formed military under the elite's command. This strategic maneuver effectively dismantled the police bureau's power, significantly curtailing the military strength and authority of ballot. Naturally, Elise's actions garnered the support of the city's aristocracy. It is noteworthy that, according to the Republic's laws, the nobility was forbidden from engaging in local governance. They possessed the right to question and impeach the lord, yet such impeachment had to pass through the judiciary. Embodying the Republic's principle of checks and balances, however, with the nobility participating directly in governance, the role of the overseers had effectively morphed into that of the rulers, thereby excluding the judiciary from the equation and rendering it nearly obsolete. With the constraints of oversight vanished, the power structure faced no limitations. Thus, upon amassing tremendous authority, the female lord's first order of business was to conduct a comprehensive purge of all pig-headed individuals in the city. Branding them as malevolent beings devoted to a vile deity, the newly formed military swiftly mobilized to apprehend the pig-headed citizens, executing a near-total eradication overnight. The most significant contributors to this purge were the oblivious citizens of Dragon City. Out of fear of the malevolent deity, many residents wished to remain uninvolved, leading to a surge in denunciations and expulsions of the pig-headed. Consequently, the pig-headed became public enemies, rendering them virtually undetectable within the city. Some, however, received advance warnings and attempted to flee. Yet, their movements were ultimately exposed and pursued, resulting in their extermination outside the city limits. This campaign against the pig-headed received overwhelming support from the populace, with many citizens voluntarily joining the hunt. The sound of gunfire echoed through Dragon City for days on end, overshadowing even the continuous mechanical clamor that characterized the city. Yet, as time progressed, dissent arose among certain aristocrats who resisted aligning with the female lord, only to find themselves accused of harboring pig-headed individuals. Their estates were raided, their families annihilated, and this led the once zealous citizenry, who had eagerly participated in the hunt, to gradually adopt a more sober perspective. As merchants of humble origins fell victim to senseless persecution, the previously subdued populace began to recognize a more sinister agenda at play. It seemed that the female lord's intentions extended beyond merely cleansing the remnants of the pig-headed lordess faction. She appeared intent on executing a sweeping purge throughout Dragon City. In the following days, respected figures among the citizens attempted to intercede on behalf of the populace, seeking to halt the female lord's relentless cleansing. However, the very next day, these esteemed individuals met with fateful demise. Their households obliterated without exception, witnessing the mounting casualties among their ranks. Branded as accomplices to the pig-headed or accused of worshipping the vile deity, the citizens ultimately succumbed to a profound silence. A steam-powered jeep careened down the desolate streets of Dragon City, its open top revealing 4 young men clad in military attire. The citizens, without needing to glance, recognized them as the elite of the newly formed military. The original police force, under Commander Ballad's command, had long been dispatched to the outskirts of the city, ostensibly to set up roadblocks to intercept fleeing pig-headed individuals. However, the majority of citizens comprehended that these barriers served a more insidious purpose: to obstruct anyone attempting to escape Dragon City. In this transformed city, now a veritable island severed from the outside world, the populace was left with no choice but to remain silent beneath the oppressive gun barrels of the elite military. One young soldier fired into the air, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, heed the Lord's command. Any individual found to be colluding with the pig-headed or venerating the vile deity must face execution. Anyone daring to harbor or assist them will be deemed an accomplice and subjected to the same punishment as those abhorrent beings." After a brief pause, another soldier rose and fired at a window, shattering the glass. With a maniacal laugh, he taunted, "You would do best to comply. Do not even think of resisting. Understood?" The silence of the street was deafening. With the inhabitants too terrified to reveal themselves, the relentless gunfire continued, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass, as the new military shattered nearly every window along the street. Despite this wanton destruction, the inhabitants remained seething with rage, yet rendered voiceless, scarcely daring to peek outside. After thoroughly demolishing the windows, the elite soldiers erupted in laughter, reveling in their destructive spree as if it were mere entertainment. Amidst the cacophony of their mirth, the driver of the jeep suddenly shouted, "Hey, you in the trench coat. Stop right there. We require a routine inspection." This command drew the attention of his companions, who soon spotted a suspicious figure cloaked in a trench coat at the street's end. The soldier in the passenger seat stood up, aiming his steam rifle at the figure, bellowing, "Halt immediately, or I will fire." With a crack, the soldier fired without hesitation, the bullet narrowly missing the figure and striking the ground at its feet. The cloaked figure faltered momentarily, almost yielding, but ultimately continued on its path. Frustrated by the figure's defiance, the soldier quickly reloaded, this time aiming for the figure's back, firing without remorse. With a resounding thud, the figure collapsed but continued to writhe on the ground, attempting to crawl forward. The jeep raced closer, and the soldier in the passenger seat leaped out, delivering a savage kick that sent the figure sprawling. The tattered trench coat flew open, revealing the terrified visage of a young pig-headed individual. Seeing the fear etched on the young pig-headed's face, the soldier cackled, "Ha! Why not just flee quietly? You've turned out to be a lucky catch." With malicious glee, he kicked the young pig-headed again, pummeling him against the wall. The anguished cries echoed through the block, accompanied by the desperate pleas of the young pig-headed. "No, please. I am not an abomination. I do not worship the vile deity." Yet, no one paid heed. The residents within their homes remained resolute in their silence. Eventually, the soldier, seemingly fatigued from the exertion, raised his steam rifle once more, aiming it at the young pig-headed's head. With a thunderous boom, the jeep sped away, leaving behind a cold, lifeless body at the street corner. Chapter 104. The overlooked pig as the steam-powered jeep vanished into the distance. The citizens, who had been hiding within their homes, began to cautiously emerge. Upon encountering the lifeless body at the corner, they appeared desensitized, showing no interest in the deceased. Instead, as more residents gathered on the street, they muttered curses in disdain. "Damn those pig-headed creatures. It is because of them that we live in constant fear." Indeed, in the eyes of the majority, their current existence, fraught with anxiety, was entirely the fault of the pig-headed. Had they not worshipped the vile deity, such calamities would not have ensued, and the other races within the city would not have been ensnared in the turmoil. As the street gradually returned to its former liveliness, a figure, similarly cloaked in a thick trench coat, stealthily navigated through the crowd. As the figure passed the corpse at the corner, it paused momentarily, casting a long, sorrowful glance at the unfortunate young pig-headed. Ultimately, however, the figure was swept away by the throng and disappeared from sight. Wrapped in the heavy coat, the individual cautiously traversed Dragon City, making several attempts to escape, yet the watchful eyes of the elite soldiers at the intersections forced them to abandon the endeavor. As dusk approached, with the city on the brink of a curfew, the cloaked figure found no suitable refuge. Wandering aimlessly through the urban landscape, they unknowingly traversed from the western district through the central district, moving through the eastern district and finally arriving at the southern district after an extensive detour. At this moment, the evening glow had already faded, and the urgent alarm had sounded, signaling that Longqing was about to enter a curfew. The nighttime curfew was the only regulation left by the boar-headed lord after the return of the Lady Lord. Upon hearing the curfew alarm, the figure clad in a trench coat understood that he must swiftly find a refuge, where he would certainly be apprehended by the newly empowered elite military. Wandering aimlessly through the South District, he inadvertently arrived at the old bull-headed blacksmith shop, seeing that the blacksmith was preparing to close. The trench-coated figure hastily rushed inside. The young bull-headed man, taken aback by the sudden intrusion, turned to the newcomer and asked with confusion, "Sir, what do you require? We are closing, and the city will soon be under curfew. It would be best for you to return home quickly. If you need anything, please come back tomorrow. And I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause." Upon hearing the words of the young bull-headed man, Baker, the figure in the trench coat, suddenly knelt down and pleaded, "I beg you, I implore you, please save me." The unexpected act of kneeling left Baker momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond, while the young bull-headed man was in a daze. The old bull-headed man emerged, drawn by the heavy footsteps. Upon seeing the figure kneeling beside the iron stand, the old bull-headed man inquired in a deep voice, "What is the meaning of this? You rascal, have you gotten yourself into some trouble?" Facing his father, the young bull-headed man grimaced and said, No, this is not my doing." He insisted on barging in. The old bull-headed man stepped forward, and before the figure in the trench coat could react, he seized him. Yanking off the trench coat revealed a disguised boar-headed individual beneath. Baker was astonished to discover that the one his father had subdued was indeed a boar-headed man. The old bull-headed man, evidently more experienced, turned to his son and commanded, "Why are you still standing there, you little brat? Quickly shut the door and lock it." Both Baker and the boar-headed man, who was being held captive by the old bull-headed man, were taken aback, not anticipating that the old bull-headed man would allow the boar-headed individual to remain. Once the door of the blacksmith shop was securely locked, the boar-headed man let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Bull-headed, truly, thank you." However, the old bull-headed man suddenly grinned maliciously and said, "Ha, no need for thanks. We were actually just looking for you." Without allowing the boar-headed man or the young bull-headed man a moment to process this, the old bull-headed man dragged the boar-headed individual toward the back of the shop. Upon reaching the door of the furnace room, the old bull-headed man called out loudly, "Hey, come quick and see what I've brought you." The boar-headed man, filled with dread, was ushered into the room, and through the flickering flames, he caught sight of several faces within. Each face filled him with terror, particularly one youthful countenance that astonished him even more. Next, Ballet, clad in military attire, scrutinized the boar-headed man and remarked, "This fellow seems to be the messenger of the boar-headed lord from the city hall. I believe his name is No sooner had Ballot spoken than a scruffy rabbit leaped up and exclaimed, "Wow! It appears we've caught a big fish that the old woman overlooked." With both the rabbit and Ballot present, the boar-headed man glanced once more at the youth seated directly across from the furnace. In an instant, the name Sulu flashed through his mind. He was the one who ought to have been imprisoned by the boar-headed lord, someone who should never have seen the light of day again. Moreover, had heard that the Lady Lord had dispatched the newly formed elite military in an attempt to raid the prison. Yet, when the elite military arrived, the prison that had stood in the outskirts of Longqing for years had inexplicably vanished. This incident had caused a sensation throughout Longqing, as not all in the new military were offspring of the elite. Some were former military police. Therefore, the news of the prison's sudden disappearance quickly spread through the streets and alleys of Longqing. Many citizens speculated on how such an ancient prison could vanish without a trace and where it could have gone. Ultimately, the Lady Lord provided an explanation, claiming that the prison held an evil god deep within. The evil god had been awakened by the boar-headed man, and when the boar-headed man's plans fell apart, the evil god chose to escape Longqing along with the prison amidst the Lady Lord's vigorous counterattack. Although this explanation seemed rather far-fetched, it was nonetheless accepted by the majority of ordinary citizens. Regardless of the truth, the prison had vanished, and its whereabouts were now a mystery. Now, the boy who should have disappeared along with the prison had unexpectedly reappeared in Longqing, leading to feel as though everyone had underestimated this seemingly ordinary youth. In the next moment, was suddenly seized by a chilling realization as he surveyed the surroundings once more. He had unwittingly stumbled into a mysterious place. Within this seemingly ordinary blacksmith shop, not only was there the boy who should have vanished with the prison, but also Ballot, who should have been dispatched by the Lady Lord to lead the old, weak, sick, and disabled military police. Thus, the old bull-headed man who had brought him in likely held a far more significant role than merely being a blacksmith. At this moment, realized that his father had ruled Longqing for so many years, yet had failed to truly understand the city. The individuals hidden within Longqing now appeared to be extraordinary, each possessing an extraordinary identity. Chapter 105. The lacking spirit. While Hoshio was lost in thought, Sulu rose and scrutinized him, saying, "Hoshio, the son of the boar-headed Lord Hodung." Upon hearing Sulu's sudden declaration, Hoshio was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Sulu. Sulu continued, "It seems that due to an unfortunate birth and a troubled upbringing, you lack the robust physique of an ordinary boar-headed man, and thus you are not favored by Hodung. Although you were assigned to the city hall, you have only ever held menial tasks and were even once despised by Hodung, who forbade you from publicly referring to him as your father. However, you are fortunate, because you were not favored by Hodung, you have not encountered the evil god and have escaped its corruption." Pausing for a moment, Sulu smiled at Hoshio and added, "Otherwise, you would be just like your brother, a dead pig." As Sulu spoke, Hoshio's expression shifted repeatedly, his demeanor fluctuating between uncertainty and wariness as he regarded Sulu. After a moment of silence, Hoshio seemed to muster his courage and asked, "You don't appear to be as simple as you seem. Who exactly are you?" Sulu chuckled. "Many have posed the same question to me. But don't you think that asking such a question now is utterly meaningless?" Turning his attention, Sulu continued, "Right now, the entire city is hunting for boar-headed men. Your kin could be exterminated at any moment. Why are you still concerned about who I am?" Before Hoshio could respond, Sulu pressed on, "In truth, I am aware that some of your kin have already gone into hiding, given that old woman and her greedy minions. It is nearly impossible for them to hunt you down entirely. However, you cannot hide forever. Soon the Imperial fleet will arrive, and if the Imperial army occupies Longqing, you and your kin will likely find yourselves facing certain death." Sulu's words plunged Hoshio into contemplation. Although he had not been favored by his father, as the scion of the boar-headed lord, he had access to many secrets. Thus, he had learned through various means that the Imperial Restoration fleet was approaching, and Longqing would be one of their landing points. Yet, Hoshio did not believe that the arrival of the Imperial fleet signified the end for him and his kin. Rather, he viewed it as a potential opportunity for survival. Noticing Hoshio's silence, Sulu quickly discerned his thoughts and coldly remarked, "If you are hoping for the Empire to save you, I advise you to abandon that notion." Hoshio looked up in surprise, confused by Sulu's words. Sulu continued, "You should understand that your father was killed by the Empire's insiders in Longqing. Do you really think you can rely on the overseas empire for protection?" Hearing this, Hoshio felt defiant and muttered, "That which is merely an insider of the Empire. The Imperial fleet is likely not under her control." Subsequently, Hoshir seemed to regain confidence and added, "Moreover, we boar-headed men are the finest warriors after the half-beasts. The Empire will need us for their counteroffensive." Sulu burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Are you suggesting that you and your kin will become cannon fodder for the Empire?" Hoshir stared at Sulu in astonishment, re-evaluating the youth before him from head to toe. He then glanced around the room at the others, including the old bull-headed man who had brought him in. Hoshir was once again struck by the shocking realization that the true authority in the room was a mere boy. Clearly, both the old bull-headed man and Ballet, who currently held sway over the security office, showed great respect toward the youth. It is evident that the old Minotaur harbors a sense of equal respect for the youth, while Barot and the others within the room exhibit a reverence more akin to that of subordinates yielding to their superiors. Despite the undeniable reality laid before them, Hoshir remains resolute against surrender, calmly stating, "Even if I am to be used as cannon fodder, at least my kin will survive. Moreover, the arrival of the Imperial fleet is inevitable. Do we truly have any other options?" Even that old woman shares a similar sentiment, does she not? Suralu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you are correct. You have no choice but to become cannon fodder." Abruptly shifting his tone, Suralu pressed, "But if death is destined, why not choose a more spectacular manner of dying?" Hoshir, perplexed, inquired, "What kind of death qualifies as spectacular?" The old Minotaur, standing behind Hoshir, interjected, "For instance, gather your kin and confront the old woman. Perhaps you could overthrow her." The Minotaur's words momentarily illuminated a glimmer of hope in Hoshir's eyes, only for it to fade swiftly thereafter. Dejected, he shook his head, lamenting, "That is impossible. Others of my kin have attempted it, and met their grim fate in the noble square of the East District." The Minotaur continued, "Then assemble all your kin and charge out of Dragon City. Perhaps one or two may escape." Upon hearing this, Hoshir raised his gaze toward Barot, seemingly seeking to ascertain whether Barot would allow passage outside Dragon City. However, before Hoshir could utter a word, Barot solemnly stated, "I am afraid I cannot grant you passage without a cost." At this, Hoshir bitterly smiled and turned to Suralu, saying, "Do you see? What hope do we have of escaping?" Suralu sighed and remarked, "In seeing you, I behold your kin in the majority of the Republic's populace. Do you know what your greatest flaw is? It is the delusion that, even in your dire straits, a savior will come to rescue you. In truth, neither the Republic nor the Empire can be your savior, only you can save yourselves." Suralu continued, his voice tinged with disdain. "Regrettably, you fail to recognize this, choosing instead to trust those executioners, even betraying your own kin." Observing the myriad expressions on Hoshir's face, Suralu added, "In this regard, your father surpassed you all, at the very least. He endeavored to forge a path for your kin through his own efforts." Upon hearing Suralu mention his father once more, Hoshir could no longer contain himself and roared, "Yet he aligned with the dark god, nearly condemning our entire kin." Suralu coldly replied, "But without your father, your kin would still be at the mercy of others, relegated to the lowest caste." After a brief pause, Suralu continued, "I must inform you that I personally ended the lives of both your father and brother." Startled, Hoshir lifted his gaze. Incredulity etched across his features as he struggled to comprehend how this youth could have slain the pig-head lord. Suralu, unfazed by the hatred reflected in Hoshir's eyes, maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "Your father deserved his fate for attempting to unleash a dark god. Yet he was also a warrior worthy of respect, for he sought to alter the living conditions of your entire kin through his own strength, striving for your kin to rise anew rather than remain a vassal to others, relegated to the role of cannon fodder and laborers." At last, Suralu looked at Hoshir and remarked, "Regrettably, I do not perceive within you the same indomitable spirit that characterized your father." Chapter 106. Persuasion of the Pighead. Hoshir scrutinized Suralu, perceiving that while the youth appeared unremarkable, he exuded an inscrutable wisdom. He seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of all that transpired within Dragon City, including the habits of key figures and the intricate web of relationships entwined among them. Hoshir felt as though he were transparent before Suralu, with no secrets capable of eluding his insight. Noticing Hoshir's lingering uncertainty, Suralu spoke again. "Deep down, you yearn to prove yourself. You aspire to become someone who does not pale in comparison to your father. You even wish to surpass him, to lead your kin toward prosperity and liberate them from their current plight, do you not?" Before Hoshir could respond, Suralu pressed on, If that is the case, why do you hesitate to make a choice? Finally, Hoser raised his head, meeting the depth of Surulu's gaze and sensing the wisdom contained therein. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Are you suggesting that I lead my kin to submit to you?" Surulu smiled and shook his head. "No, I do not require your or your kin's submission, that I merely wish to enlighten you to the fact that you possess better choices." Without allowing Hoser to interject, Surulu continued, "I, like you, am simply a seeker of freedom in this regard. We are equals. Rather than acquiring your submission, I would prefer for us to unite and forge an era that belongs to us all." Pausing for emphasis, Surulu spoke with great seriousness. "What we all desire is freedom, each of us carrying our own responsibilities and purposes. Let us join forces to fulfill our respective duties and objectives, ultimately crafting a world of freedom that belongs to us." Surulu's words resonated deeply with everyone present, prompting each individual to lower their heads and reflect upon the significance embedded in his message. As Surulu articulated, every person in attendance harbored their own thoughts, distinct responsibilities, and aspirations that at first glance, it might appear that their goals diverged. However, upon closer examination, their responsibilities and objectives were not necessarily in conflict. Through interactions with the families of those who had once followed his parents in the mechanical city, Surulu had matured significantly. He came to understand that all beings, regardless of their race, yearn for freedom. This freedom is not an absolute absence of constraints, but a fundamental respect for life itself. In the communities within the mechanical city that had once followed Surulu's parents, both elders and youth enjoyed their own choices. The community would correct their erroneous actions, but would not impose restrictions on what they must do. Every member within the tribe possesses their own choices and the autonomy to lead the life they desire. Even in matters where participation is optional, the elders of the tribe do not impose their will, nor do they intrude upon personal lives. Such autonomy within the tribes of Mechanical City is a phenomenon that Surulu has not witnessed in other regions of the Republic over the years. In the Republic, all children at the age of 10, unless they come from affluent families who can secure a place in the academy through wealth and influence, are generally sent to work in factories. Regardless of their inclinations, every child must adapt to the mechanized environment of the factory. Even those with inherent difficulties in manual tasks are compelled to conform. In contrast, the relaxed atmosphere of the tribes in Mechanical City is a luxury that most children in the Republic dare not even dream of. Thus, to Surulu, it appears that irrespective of the nature of the tribe or the deities they worship, a fundamental level of respect should be afforded to one another. Surulu believes that in the humble abode behind the old Minotaur blacksmith shop, everyone harbors a deep-seated yearning for freedom. Consequently, Surulu posed the question to Hoser, "Do you and your tribe long for freedom? Do you wish to freely choose your way of life?" Hoser was taken aback for a moment, and after a brief silence, could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Can we truly attain such freedom?" Surulu nodded affirmatively, responding, "Indeed, but it is not a gift bestowed by others. It is something you must strive for through your own efforts." Chapter 107, The Alliance of Freedom. Upon hearing Surulu's words, Hoser bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, resolving to take on the responsibility of leading his tribe out of their predicament. Surulu, in agreement with Hoser's decision, remarked, "This is a responsibility you must face. Confronting it is the right choice." Hoser nodded, affirming, "Yes, I understand. It is my duty to lead my tribe out of this plight. We cannot rely on the pity of others, nor can we beseech malevolent deities. The only support we can truly count on is ourselves." Surulu nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Exactly. That is the way. We all yearn for freedom, but to attain it, we must rely on our own efforts." Suddenly, Hoser knelt on one knee before Surulu, expressing utmost respect. "I humbly request your permission to allow me and my kin to follow you. We are willing to share in all hardships and march in your footsteps. Please lead us in the pursuit of our freedom." Observing Hoser kneeling before him, Surulu quietly asked, "You must understand, I personally killed your father and brother." Hoser was momentarily stunned, struggling with his emotions as he bowed his head, yet after a brief hesitation, he replied, "Please, allow me to follow you." The onlookers were taken aback by Hoser's unwavering resolve. Surulu fell into silence, not truly worried about the potential betrayal from the pig-headed man in the future. The genuine dilemma for Surulu lay in the responsibility he would bear should he accept Hoser's request for allegiance. He would have to shoulder the revival of the pig-headed tribe, much like his parents had done for their followers and kin. Accepting Hoser's loyalty would obligate him to offer protection and assistance for their resurgence. This was no trivial matter, nor could it be resolved merely with weaponry. After weighing his options, witnessing Hasher's determination, Sululu smiled and said, "Since you are resolute, I permit you and your tribe to follow." Before Hoser could respond, Sululu continued, "However, you must remember, as followers, there will be a price to pay." Hoser abruptly raised his head, surprised by Sululu's words. Unsure of what the price entailed, Sululu calmly stated, "To follow me means you will obey my commands and adhere to my choices. Are you certain you can bear that cost?" This time, Hoser truly hesitated, almost about to ask whom Sululu would choose between the Empire and the Republic. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he suddenly considered a possibility. Perhaps the young man before him would choose neither. Contemplating this, Hoser lowered his head once more, ultimately responding with utmost seriousness, "I have decided, regardless of your choices, Hoser and his kin shall follow you." In light of the pig-headed man's steadfastness, Sululu ultimately nodded in agreement, effectively accepting his allegiance. After inquiring about the current state of the pig-headed tribe, it was revealed to Sululu and the others that those who had not been captured were hiding beneath their feet. In the dimly lit sewers of Dragon City, Rabbit remarked, "It seems you were well prepared, able to hide so swiftly. That location must have existed for quite some time, I presume?" Hoser felt a twinge of embarrassment at Rabbit's comment, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "Yes, in fact, even my father did not know the exact location." Ballot queried, "Are you suggesting that the Lord is unaware of the sewers in Dragon City where you could take refuge?" Hoser elaborated, "My father once told me that if things went awry, he did not want the entire tribe to be destroyed alongside him. He instructed me to secretly find a safe haven, so that if he failed, I could lead the tribe to hide there, preserving a flicker of hope to prevent total annihilation. Only I, and those who do not worship malevolent deities, are privy to its location." Sululu interjected, "So, your hiding place is more than just a sewer?" Trusting Sululu, Hoser nodded. "Indeed, it is our final sanctuary." As Hoser hesitated to disclose the exact location, Sululu preemptively said, "You need not reveal the specifics to me." In response to Hasher's astonishment, Sululu continued, "I do not require knowledge of your refuge. I hope for mutual trust between us." Hoser raised his gaze to meet Sululu's, scanning the room at the various faces present. Each individual hailed from different tribes and belonged to distinct organizations, yet their eyes reflected a shared yearning for freedom. Ultimately, Hoser embraced his choice, believing it might be the beginning of a transformative chapter for his tribe. Seeing that Hasher's concerns had been addressed, the old Minotaur finally spoke. "So, what do you plan to do next? Are you intending to confront the old woman?" Sululu shook his head. "No, not yet. We must exercise patience for a while longer. I wish to discern the true intentions of that old woman." The old Minotaur chuckled. "Huh? What does she intend to do?" "It is quite evident. She plans to surrender to the Empire." Rabbit chimed in. "Indeed. She seeks to align herself with the Empire, searching for a new ally." Sululu disagreed with their assessment of the old woman and the Empire. "No, you both underestimate her and the Empire." Facing the puzzled gazes of the others, Sululu spoke with confidence. "Watch closely. She will soon reveal her true colors." Then, Sululu directed his attention to Ballot. "Return immediately. Remember, remain inactive for now, and ensure all spies are eliminated." Ballot bowed respectfully, responding, "Rest assured, Nona and I will manage everything efficiently." Sululu nodded. "I have full confidence in you. Your collaboration with Nona appears remarkably solid." After Rabbit had seen Ballot off, Sululu pondered briefly before addressing the group. "Tomorrow, I have decided to return to the factory." Before anyone could react, Sululu turned to Hoser. "You may stay here until dawn. Afterward, return to consolidate your people. Inform them to endure a while longer. Soon, they will have the opportunity to see the light of day again. And ensure you keep your location well hidden, lest the old woman discovers it." Upon receiving Sululu's instructions and advice, Hoser respectfully bowed, affirming his understanding. At that moment, the old Minotaur inquired again, "You plan to return to the factory? Would that not expose you?" Sululu calmly replied, "Indeed, it will expose me." Confounded, the old Minotaur asked, "If that is the case, why do you wish to return? What is your purpose?" After a moment of silence, Sululu asserted with conviction, "To awaken more of the populace. Our numbers are still woefully inadequate." Chapter 108. The Lord and the Witch. As the morning bells rang, within the opulent bedroom of what was once the residence of the inspector, the Lady Lord abruptly sat up, her gaze falling upon the witch, who stood before a grand mirror, donning her garments. Upon beholding the witch's graceful figure, her every gesture exuding an enchanting allure, it resembled a beautifully crafted painting. The Lady Lord reclined on the bed, savoring the moment in tranquil observance, exhibiting no intention of interrupting the witch's display. After donning her attire, Diluin let out a sigh before softly addressing the Lady Lord. "What is this? Have you had your fill of watching? It is rather peculiar, considering you are a woman too. Why then do you fixate upon my body? Although your beauty has waned, I dare say your figure rivals mine. I am truly curious how you have maintained it during your time in prison." Upon hearing the word prison, the Lady Lord's expression shifted dramatically. Revealing a deep-seated resentment in her eyes, her hands instinctively clutching the soft bedding. Without turning, Diluin seemed to perceive every subtle movement of the Lady Lord and smiled, saying, "Hee hee. My sincerest apologies for bringing up such a painful subject." Iris gradually regained her composure and, with a hint of displeasure, inquired, Why has the vanished prison not yet been located after all this time?" The witch could profoundly sense the Lady Lord's concern for the lost prison. Over the days, the two women had mingled, deepening their understanding of one another, with the Lady Lord revealing some of her innermost thoughts. Learning of the Lady Lord's experiences within the prison, particularly that it was a young man who facilitated her escape, prompted the witch to swiftly lead her newly conjured magical servants toward the prison's location, by piecing together the Lady Lord's account with certain tidbits provided by Baomianmian. The witch became acutely aware of the young man's formidable nature. Thus, she resolved to eliminate him swiftly, preventing him from becoming an obstacle to the Empire's ambitions. Yet, upon her hurried arrival at the prison with her magical servants, she found the entire structure had mysteriously vanished. In the place where the prison once stood, only a cracked ground remained, devoid of any other traces. Realizing the prison had entirely disappeared, the Lady Lord finally comprehended the gravity of her monumental error. In her attempt to preserve her dignity through concealment, she had inadvertently created a significant liability. Subsequently, she dispatched a continuous stream of noble recruits to scour the vicinity of Longqing in search of the prison. However, their efforts yielded no results, not even the faintest clue. It was as if the prison had evaporated from existence. The absence of any trace only heightened the Lady Lord's unease, leading to sleepless nights filled with dread that the terrifying young man could reappear at any moment to seize everything she had. The harrowing days weighed heavily upon Iris, tormenting her like a recurring nightmare. Until her bond with the witch Diluin blossomed, the two women found solace in one another, igniting a spark of connection, leading to the witch's nightly visits to the Lady Lord's chamber, confronted with the Lady Lord's queries. The witch too felt a swell of frustration. She believed the current troubles stemmed from the Lady Lord's deliberate concealment. Had the Lady Lord been forthcoming from the outset, perhaps she would have long since located the young man. After all, at that time, Baomianmian had been on her side, providing her with substantial information about him. However, following that bloody night, after Baomianmian had avenged herself, she seemed transformed, preoccupied solely with her small eatery and indifferent to anything else. Even the most basic intelligence was no longer forthcoming from her, and upon encountering the witch, she acted as if they were strangers. This predicament left the witch feeling quite vexed, as Baomianmian had been her source of information for many years. To the witch, Baomianmian appeared to possess a deeper understanding of the city, even more so than the elderly woman currently in bed. Yet now, all such intelligence eluded her, let alone any information regarding Sululu. Reflecting on this, Diluin expressed her irritation. "There is no choice. The intelligence is alarmingly scarce, and I cannot leave Longqing." Leaning against the bed, Iris instantly detected the witch's underlying discontent. She recognized that had it not been for her words, the witch would have likely already taken action against the young man. Thus, Iris rose and slowly approached the witch from behind, enveloping her in an embrace, saying, "I am truly sorry, my Diluin. This oversight is mine. But please understand that at the time, I was a woman who had just escaped, still rattled, and thus lacked the courage to speak freely." Diluin, feeling equally helpless, realized that blaming the Lady Lord was futile. Leaning back into the Lady Lord's embrace, she sighed. "It is all right, my dear. I sense that the young man will emerge again." Upon hearing the witch's assurance that the young man would reappear, Iris quickly replied, "Promise me, Diluin, that if he shows himself, you will kill him without hesitation." Taken aback, Diluin inquired, "It seems you truly fear this young man." Iris, with a hint of resignation, replied, "It is not merely fear, it is my deepest dread." That young man is exceedingly formidable. With a confident smile, Dumont reassured her, "Fear not. No matter how powerful he may be, in this age of waning magic, eliminating him will be a trivial task for me." The witch's self-assured words immediately alleviated Iris's worries, prompting her to laugh. "Indeed, I almost forgot. You are a witch." In that moment, the Lady Lord suddenly tightened her embrace, longing to hold the witch completely. However, in that instant, her arms grasped nothing but air, for the witch had vanished from her embrace. The next moment, the room was filled with a lingering fragrance, and Diluin's voice echoed, "It is late, dear Lady Lord. You ought to rise." Greedily inhaling the last remnants of the witch's scent, Iris squinted her eyes, savoring the moment before reluctantly signaling the bell in her chamber. Following the ringing, a flurry of attendants soon arrived, bearing an array of garments, swiftly gathering in the Lady Lord's room. Subsequently, a cadre of well-trained servants began to assist the Lady Lord in dressing, with dedicated individuals meticulously styling her hair and arranging her attire. Iris reveled in this elaborate process, feeling more akin to a noblewoman. Yet, just as the Lady Lord indulged in this pampering, a woman clad in the attire of the noble recruits burst into the room in a state of urgency. In her haste, she collided with the attendants holding Iris's garments, causing an array of clothing to scatter across the floor. Both the attendants and the soldier knelt quickly, trembling in trepidation, awaiting the Lady Lord's judgment on their fate. However, Iris appeared to be in good spirits today, refraining from chastising anyone, instead solemnly inquiring, "What matter has you so flustered?" The soldier, sensing the Lady Lord's lack of anger, promptly responded, "My lady, it is the young man, the one you mentioned. He has appeared right at the factory in the city." Chapter 109. The impact of industrialization. The factories of the Republic can be broadly categorized into four types: smelting plants, forging shops, processing factories, and assembly plants. Each type of factory serves its distinct purpose, manufacturing various machinery to meet the diverse needs across the Republic. Among these, the assembly plant holds paramount importance, as it is primarily responsible for producing the bulk of the armaments utilized in warfare. The significance of the assembly plant lies in its role of meticulously combining numerous components crafted from magical metals into cohesive magical machinery, a task that demands a high level of technical expertise, requiring specialized training and considerable experience. Particularly for large-scale magical machinery fabrication, the assembly process is often overseen by skilled mechanics, with several artisans collaborating in the assembly. Such an intricate process is seldom witnessed by the general populace throughout the Republic, rendering the assembly plant one of the most enigmatic and vital establishments. Despite the prevalence of various factories scattered across cities in the Republic, not every city is home to all four types of factories. In Longcheng, due to the vast mineral wealth nestled within the northern mountains, the primary factories are smelting and forging facilities. Naturally, owing to the Republic's principles of distributing magical metals, Longcheng also hosts processing factories for mechanical components. However, it lacks an assembly plant. Thus, the raw materials and components processed in Longcheng are predominantly transported by special trains to other cities. This arrangement typically involves substantial transactions, constituting a significant portion of Longcheng's economic income. However, this situation underwent some alterations following the ascension of the Pighead Man as Lord. Somehow, he procured a mechanic and established a modest assembly workshop. Despite its size, the existence of this workshop provided the Pighead Man with justification for retaining mechanical components. Most of the magical machinery produced within the workshop has been disseminated throughout Longcheng, in accordance with the malevolent deity's demands. Alterations were made to the City Hall of Longcheng, which included the establishment of a mechanical entrance adjacent to the slaughterhouse. If given a little more time, the Pighead Man would completely seize control of the entire Dragon City, fully integrating it with the slaughterhouse. At that point, amidst the mechanical whirrings, he might sacrifice the flesh and souls of all the inhabitants of Dragon City to the malevolent deity. On the night of the grand feast, Sululu led the engineers of the mechanical city to stealthily infiltrate various locations within Dragon City, first dismantling all the mechanical devices set by Pighead Man's engineer. However, when Sululu attempted once more to open the mechanical door in front of the town hall to destroy the Pighead Man's slaughterhouse, he was shocked to discover that the slaughterhouse had mysteriously vanished, and the mechanical door in the small square before the town hall had been secretly sabotaged. Furthermore, the engineer who had previously been at the Pighead Man's side along with the apothecary, had completely disappeared. Subsequently, the incident of the malevolent deity's retreat occurred, connecting all these events and sending a chill of horror through Sulyalu and his companions. Clearly, they had underestimated the malevolent deity, who seemingly had further plans beyond Dragon City. Most crucially, it appeared that the deity had sensed the changes suppressing his mechanical city, and to ensure a stable transition through the initial weakness of his awakening, he chose to depart from Dragon City. Linking all these occurrences together, Sulyalu finally realized that, despite appearing to control the situation, he had inadvertently become ensnared in a far greater vortex. Evidently, the resurrection of the malevolent deity had been premeditated, and there seemed to be some earth-shattering secret concealed behind it all. As for the nature of this secret, it was evident that Sulyalu was not yet privy to it, nor was he in a position to probe further. In this current age of waning divinity, it seemed that all deities should have succumbed to a long slumber to prevent the erosion of their powers. Yet, the malevolent deity's choice to awaken in such an era indicated that he must have ulterior motives. All of this led Sulyalu to feel that, in comparison to the entire realm, he remained exceedingly insignificant. Thus, he ultimately chose to conceal himself and continue to observe the happenings in Dragon City from the shadows, allowing the Lady Lord and the Witch to wreak havoc within the city. However, Sulyalu had to admit that he had not anticipated how fiercely determined the two elderly women could be. Despite the Pighead Man's allegiance to the malevolent deity and his attempt to sacrifice all living beings in Dragon City, the Lady Lord and the Witch's brutal suppression of the half-beasts and their merciless slaughter of the Pighead Man's kin were hardly any better. In terms of methods, both sides were equally ruthless, leaving no room for survival. After meeting with Hashir, Sulyalu resolved to make his presence known. He did not wish for Dragon City to fall prey to the machinations of the two elderly women. After all, Dragon City had once been chosen as a sanctuary by his parents, and such a picturesque locale, nestled between mountains and sea, should not be devastated by the fury of the Empire's resurgence. During this time, through interactions with those who had once followed his parents within the mechanical city, Sulyalu gradually formulated his own ideas. He did not wish to follow in his parents' footsteps, nor adhere to his mother's plans. He sought to carve out a path uniquely his own. He aspired to forge a brand new era, to obliterate all that was decayed and decrepit, and to create a fresh world for all living beings. As he expressed to Hashir, true freedom is a fundamental right that every life should possess. Not merely a hollow slogan. The first change Sulyalu aimed to instigate was within Dragon City, to allow it to be reborn through the fires of impending warfare. That he intended to cleanse the city through battle, awakening the populace's fighting spirit with bloodshed, so that they might rise to fight for their own freedom. Of course, before all that, he needed to return to the factory, for the ingrained beliefs of the adult populace were deeply entrenched, making them difficult to alter. Conversely, the children aged 17 or 18 within the factory were in a phase of youthful exuberance, more amenable to embracing new ideologies. Sulyalu sought to awaken the yearning for freedom within these youths, encouraging them to influence and lead their elders. His ideas appeared naive and impractical to most, including Rabbit, as they believed the Republic had existed for many years, shaping generations of citizens through factory education. Most citizens held firmly to the belief that they must remain loyal to the Republic and their nation. The notion of freedom was regarded as an unrealistic fantasy, an ethereal concept. Furthermore, the majority of the Republic's populace did not feel that they had lost their freedom. Yet, despite being perceived as childish and laughable by many around him, Sulyalu remained steadfast in his convictions. Upon deciding to return to the factory, Sulyalu solemnly addressed everyone, including the old Minotaur. Perhaps I could seize Dragon City through more direct means, relying solely on the weaponry of the mechanical city to fend off the Imperial army and subsequently claim dominion over this city. But that is not my desire. I wish to awaken the people's longing for freedom, helping them grasp the true essence of liberty, so that we might genuinely struggle for our freedom together. It must be said that Sulyalu's words resonated deeply with everyone present, compelling them to agree to his return to the factory. Thus, once operations resumed within the Dragon City factory, Sulyalu donned work attire alongside Rabbit and confidently strode into the processing plant where he had previously worked. Chapter 110. The humiliated half-beast. Upon entering the factory, familiar sounds immediately greeted their ears, invigorating Rabbit's very cells. However, after spending so long in the mechanical city, Rabbit found the factory of Dragon City to be a stark contrast, exclaiming, "Goodness! I never expected the machinery here to be so dilapidated." Hearing the clamor of the machines, Sulyalu could only respond with resignation. Indeed, it seems I was unaware of how outdated the machinery in Dragon City truly is. Rabbit pouted, producing a carrot to munch on while grumbling. I told you not to come back. But you wouldn't listen. Sulyalu chuckled softly, disregarding Rabbit's complaints as he continued his stride deeper into the factory. Before he could reach the workshop door, several figures burst forth from the workshop, closely followed by others in pursuit. Among them were two individuals clad in the uniforms of the Dragon City's elite new army, their ostentatious appearance suggesting they were neither workers nor children of the factory. Lastly, a young man, nearly of age and dressed in a blue work uniform, emerged from the frayed in the Republic's factories. Workers were subjected to a stringent hierarchy, signified by the varying colors of their uniforms. Children of tender years all donned a uniform gray, while adult workers remaining in the factory were categorized by ability into gray, green, blue, and black uniforms. Gray uniforms were akin to the status of children, while green uniforms indicated one had attained basic worker qualifications. Only those donning blue uniforms could truly be called workers, typically possessing the skills to operate machinery independently. The individual in the blue uniform stood at the workshop entrance, exuding an air of superiority as he declared, "Humph, you half-beasts and pig-head men are all cut from the same cloth, worshippers of the malevolent deity. The mere fact that you're allowed to live is already a grace bestowed by the Lord. Yet you dare to openly defy orders in the workshop, demanding to serve me. That is an undue elevation of your status." At this moment, Sulyalu and Rabbit finally discerned that the figure who had rushed out was the young half-beast. Rem. Rem had not fled far before being subdued by the two new army soldiers, who forcefully pinned him to the ground. Despite his struggles to lift his head, the two soldiers exerted their strength, keeping him firmly restrained. The pinned half-beast, naturally defiant, continued to thrash about, roaring, I do not worship the malevolent deity. You have no right to treat me this way." This farce inevitably drew the attention of many within the factory, with numerous workers from neighboring workshops stepping out to witness the commotion. Upon seeing the half-beast pinned to the ground, disdainful expressions instantly appeared on the faces of the onlookers. Clearly, most workers felt that Rem's predicament did not warrant sympathy. They believed the Lady Lord's words, viewing half-beasts and pig-head men as enemies of all. Some even shouted, "Throw him out. Worshippers of the malevolent deity do not deserve to remain in the factory." The factory was regarded as a sacred place by the first generation of leaders. Allowing such a person to stay here would only desecrate our holy ground. "Expel him." As the first cry rang out, a chorus of shouts followed, with most workers rising to voice their sentiments. Even those who remained silent largely hid behind the crowd, with no one willing to speak up for the half-beast. The individual in the blue uniform slowly approached Rem, raising his foot to place it upon the half-beast's head. At that moment, Sulyalu and Rabbit finally realized that the foot pressing down on Rem's head was, in fact, a horse's hoof. The blue uniformed figure, evidently a centaur, arrogantly proclaimed, "Did you hear that? You, the worshipper of the malevolent deity, now understand that you are utterly unwelcome here. Even if you wish to serve me now, I would refuse that. I intend to send you to the new army's barracks, where they will know how to handle you properly." Upon hearing the news of being sent to the new military barracks, the young half-orc's previously defiant expression was instantly replaced with a look of sheer terror. Rem, the half-orc, was truly engulfed by fear as he recalled the grim fates of his companions who had been dispatched to the new military camp. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that no one would stand up to speak on his behalf, leaving him with a profound sense of sorrow that in the past, when his father served as the deputy director of the Security Bureau, these factory workers had treated him with utmost respect. The centaur, now trampling on his head, had once been nothing more than a sycophant in his presence. That it was unfathomable that now, when Rem had fallen from grace, the first to step forward to humiliate him was none other than that former sycophant. Overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness, Rem had never intended to take up a job at the factory. The downfall of the pig-headed lord and the exposure of his allegiance to a dark deity had led to a brutal massacre of his entire clan, and even those half-orcs who had been closely associated with him faced dire consequences. While the half-orc community had not suffered extermination, the vast majority of their livelihoods had been severely impacted. Many young half-orcs endured relentless bullying in the factory, ultimately retreating into silence, choosing to hide at home rather than return to work. Yet, without employment, they lost their source of income, and the earnings of the factory children were among the highest in the Republic. With the death of Rem's father and his ailing mother, he found himself in dire need of money. Compelling him to remain at the factory, he had no choice but to endure the scorn and disdain of others as he returned to work, driven solely by the desire to earn the meager rations and wages allocated to each child. With food and wages, Rem could continue to care for his gravely ill mother. However, good fortune was short-lived. Within mere days, he became a target for bullying, initially having his food and wages stolen, and eventually facing outright robbery. When he could no longer contain his frustration and retaliated, the overseer, indifferent to the situation, unjustly blamed Rem for the altercation. Punished by the overseer, he was forbidden from continuing his work and relegated to cleaning duties within the workshop. The meager rations and wages earned from cleaning were pathetically insufficient, yet Rem had no alternative but to accept this punishment in silence. Today, as he dutifully swept the workshop, he was confronted by a centaur accompanied by 2 new soldiers touring the premises. The centaur ordered Rem to fetch tea and water for him and the 2 privileged soldiers. Naturally, Rem resolutely refused, leading to the current scene where the 2 new soldiers obediently complied with the centaur's command. The centaur, pressing his foot against the young half-orc's head, taunted, "Well, do you wish to try your luck, or will you simply admit your fault like I expect?" Rem felt an overwhelming wave of humiliation wash over him. Yet the thought of his ailing mother made it painfully clear that he had no choice but to submit. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, an onlooker named Sululu interjected, "Hey, little horse, how old are you? What gives you the right to wear that blue work uniform?" Chapter 111. Standing up for the half-orc. Sululu's voice, though not particularly loud, resonated powerfully amidst the clamor of the factory. As the crowd simmered with rage against the young half-orc, this singular, defiant voice silenced the tumult, causing all eyes to turn towards Sululu, who stood clad in a gray work uniform beside a rabbit gnawing on a carrot. In an instant, numerous voices gasped in recognition. Sululu. Sululu had never been a modest individual. Since his arrival in Dragon City, he had been anything but inconspicuous. Indeed, within the factory of Dragon City, he was a household name. For a long time, the rabbit had been perplexed by Sululu's ostentatious demeanor. He believed that if they had come to assassinate the Lord, they ought to remain hidden and wait for the opportune moment. Yet, Sululu had chosen a contrary path, making a grand entrance into Dragon City and the factory, where he quickly became renowned as the most formidable young worker. His reputation soared to such heights that he was even awarded a commendation personally bestowed by the pig-headed lord. After receiving this accolade, Sululu began to slack off, spending only half his days in the factory while fishing by the seaside for the other half. This had become common knowledge among the workers. Though not every citizen of Dragon City was aware, as Sululu himself noted, the more conspicuous he became, the less he was regarded by the higher-ups. After a brief period of attention from the pig-headed lord, he was soon forgotten, and no special investigations were conducted by the Burrowed's special operations. Nonetheless, the pig-headed lord, being more informed than Burrowed, understood Sululu better, which led him to underestimate the presence of this young outsider until the very moment he met his demise at the hands of the boy. Sululu had vanished for nearly 3 months, during which Dragon City underwent a seismic transformation. For most workers, memories of Sululu had begun to fade. However, the instant he reappeared, all recollections of him surged back to the forefront of their minds. This was not due to any striking features, but rather the indelible impressions he left through his exploits in the factory. After the initial gasps of astonishment from the crowd subsided, Sululu pressed on. "Hey, little horse, I'm asking you a question. Why are you wearing a blue work uniform that you are not qualified to don?" The centaur finally grasped the gravity of Sululu's inquiry and stood there fumbling for words, ultimately stammering, "How do you know I am not qualified to wear this uniform?" Sululu remained silent, yet the rabbit beside him stepped forward, grasping his carrot and asserting, "According to the Republic's regulations, blue work uniforms are reserved for workers who have earned the title of worker. To obtain this title, one must not only pass the Republic's rigorous assessments but also be of legal age and have worked in the factory for at least 5 years. You appear to be quite young. Do you not?" Upon hearing the rabbit's words and facing the questions posed, the young centaur was momentarily rendered speechless. In truth, Dragon City was indeed in a state of chaos. Although the female lord had recently regained control, established a new military force, and eliminated remnants of the previous pig-headed regime, she had failed to enforce any governance over the city or assign personnel to manage it. The newly empowered female lord resembled a famished, wealthy individual who, upon spotting a restaurant, rushed in without a thought for her status. She was eager to assert control over Dragon City and eliminate anyone who dared to oppose her in her haste to consolidate power. She neglected the governance of the city. The individuals accompanying her were primarily noble-born ruffians, ill-equipped to comprehend the intricacies of administration. As for those knowledgeable in governance, they were often disregarded for their candid counsel or simply never had the opportunity to present themselves before the Lord. In this absence of oversight, chaos naturally ensued in Dragon City. The young centaur was donning his father's work uniform, parading about the factory with bravado. His two companions in military garb were not signs of nobility, rather. They had been conscripted into the military to serve the privileged. The young centaur's father, a blue-uniformed worker, had temporarily taken on oversight duties in the workshop. Today, however, the father had to step away for personal matters, leaving his son to fill in. Consequently, when the young centaur's two military companions came to visit him at the factory, the scene of humiliation directed at the young half-orc unfolded, witnessing the centaur's discomfort as he was cornered by a rabbit. His two military comrades immediately stepped forward. One of the centaur's companions, also a centaur, demanded, "Hey, rabbit, who are you? What gives you the right to question Pick?" While Sululu and the rabbit were well known within the factory, those who had not been present for the past 2 years would naturally be unfamiliar with them. The centaur in military attire appeared to be of mature age, likely having left the factory long before Sululu's arrival in Dragon City, thus not recognizing either Sululu or the rabbit. Pick, the young centaur, intended to intervene on behalf of the military centaur, fully aware of Sululu's capabilities. That he knew well that in the factory, the duo of one rabbit and one young man was not to be trifled with. Even Rim, who once had the backing of a deputy director, had suffered a brutal beating for crossing Sululu. However, before Pick could utter a word, the military centaur had already approached the rabbit. The rabbit raised his head, spitting out the remnants of the carrot he had been chewing, and before the military centaur could speak, he sprayed the centaur with a mouthful of carrot pulp. The military centaur immediately erupted in fury. "Ugh! You wretched rabbit! How dare you spit that disgusting filth in my face?" As soon as the military centaur finished his sentence, the rabbit leaped into action, delivering a swift kick to the centaur's mouth, sending him flying. Wow! This scene left everyone in the factory utterly stunned, their astonishment palpable. It is essential to note that the individual before us is clad in the uniform of the new army, a symbol of status within the entirety of Long City. Even the military police of Europe compelled to yield to such a group, relegated instead to the outskirts of the city. In recent days, the actions of the new army have naturally drawn the disdain of many citizens, yet they dare only harbor their anger in silence. Witnessing a rabbit soaring through the air to deliver a kick that sends a member of the new army flying is a spectacle that the populace of Long City could scarcely imagine. Observing the astonished expressions of those around, particularly the frozen demeanor of the crowd, Suralev felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, the citizens of Long City, much like the majority of the Republic's populace, resemble a flock of sheep, herded by one shepherd after another, wielding their staffs with impunity. In the face of authority, none dare to confront it directly, nor question its righteousness. They simply acquiesce, going with the flow. Chapter 112. Arguing with reason upon witnessing his companion being sent flying. Another soldier of the new army initially stood in stunned silence, but he quickly regained his composure, releasing the half-beast that had been pinned to the ground. The soldier, adorned with a patterned leopard head, roared and charged at the rabbit. The rabbit glanced at Suralev, realizing that the latter had no intention of intervening, and reluctantly assumed a defensive stance, leaping in preparation to confront the leopard man. Despite the rabbit's agility and nimbleness, he found himself at a disadvantage against the leopard man, whose speed matched his own. Lacking the advantage of speed, the rabbit soon found himself on the defensive, caught in the leopard man's grasp and plummeting to the ground. The leopard man, disdainfully snorting, swiftly followed up with a kick, the blades on his paw gleaming menacingly, as if seeking to rend the rabbit asunder. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly emerged, scooping up the rabbit and planting a foot firmly upon the leopard man's outstretched paw. The leopard man howled in agony, as the spectators within the factory watched in disbelief as the sharp claws of the leopard man were utterly crushed beneath the weight of the foot. The claws, a prized weapon for the leopard man, typically delivered lethal strikes when the enemy was caught off guard. Thus, the claws on his feet were often more valuable than those on his forepaws, serving as his most trusted secret weapon. Renowned for their hardness, in this age of desolation, such weapons had become increasingly precious, nearly infallible. Yet today, the very symbol of the leopard man's prowess was shattered beneath Surilu's foot. This scene left all witnesses astounded, and even the little pony named Pick recalled the earlier instance of the half-beast being ruthlessly beaten. Pick was certain that Surilu remained the same fearless individual he had always been. After incapacitating 2 soldiers from the new army, Surilu approached the little pony, scrutinizing him closely and demanding, "You have unlawfully donned a work uniform that does not belong to you. This is a transgression. Why did you feel the need to humiliate your fellow workers? Have you forgotten that the Republic's laws explicitly forbid such mistreatment in the workplace?" Faced with Surilu's authoritative demeanor, Pick found himself wavering, his legs trembling with trepidation. However, after a moment's contemplation, he mustered the courage to retort, He is a half-beast, a member of a group that worships dark deities." Surilu raised his hand and struck the little pony, nearly toppling him over, leaving Pick dazed and disoriented. It was evident that Pick stood no chance against Surilu's formidable presence. At that moment, a goat overseer, a friend of Pick's father, could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward. Approaching Pick, he shielded him and declared, "Surilu, what do you intend to do, rebel?" Casting a glance at the goat overseer, Surilu immediately recognized him as a close associate of Pick's father, with a cold smile. Surilu replied, "What? Is stating the truth tantamount to rebellion now?" The goat overseer responded unhurriedly, "Do not jest before me. You have assaulted 2 soldiers of the new army. Is that not rebellion?" Surilu, undeterred, shot back, "But they attacked the children of the factory." After a brief pause, Surilu continued, "According to the Republic's laws, factory children are not to be subjected to arbitrary violence or humiliation, and even if they commit an offense, they must be apprehended with the approval of the tribunal and the Lord. They have already violated the law. Thus, under the Republic statutes, any act of retaliation is justified and lawful. I am still a child of the factory." At this juncture, Surilu produced a badge from his pocket, displaying it before the goat overseer. The overseer and the workers present were momentarily taken aback, compelled to acknowledge that when it came to reciting the Republic's laws, none could rival Surilu. Faced with Surilu invoking the Republic statutes and brandishing the emblem of a factory youth, the goat overseer found himself at a loss. After a prolonged silence, as he observed the half-beast slowly rising from the ground, the goat overseer suddenly exclaimed, "But he is a half-beast who worships dark deities." In an instant, Rem roared, I do not worship dark deities. I worship the beast gods." The goat overseer, refusing to relent, continued, "Humph, you would naturally deny it. Yet the Lord has declared that some half-beasts, akin to pig-headed folk, do indeed worship dark deities." Seizing upon the overseer's words, Surilu interjected, "You see, the Lord specified that it is some half-beasts, not all half-beasts." Feeling disgruntled by Surilu's interruption, the goat overseer retorted, "But how can you prove that he does not worship dark deities?" Surilu countered immediately, "And how do you know that he truly does worship dark deities?" The goat overseer found himself cornered, unable to provide any proof in the current situation. Moreover, the mere fact that the half-beast could enter the factory indicated that his suspicions were unfounded. Thus, the little pony's use of the claim of dark deity worship as a pretext for bullying was clearly untenable. The goat overseer now regretted his decision to intervene, pondering whether he should have allowed the children to settle their own disputes. However, having seen 2 soldiers from the new army assaulted, he felt it inappropriate to remain silent as a supervisor within the factory. As both sides reached a stalemate, the rabbit suddenly dashed to the side of the half-beast and said, "It is quite simple to prove that he does not worship dark deities." With that, the rabbit drew a small dagger and swiftly slashed the half-beast's leg, blood instantly streaming down his skin. The rabbit pointed at the blood on the half-beast's leg and proclaimed, "Do you see? His blood is red, a vivid crimson, proving he does not worship dark deities and has not been tainted by dark energy." The half-beast stood there as blood continued to flow from his leg onto the ground. The onlookers, witnessing the vibrant crimson blood pooling at the half-beast's feet, were left in shock. Soon, murmurs began to circulate in the crowd. The bright red blood indeed suggests he does not worship dark deities. Just because one worships dark deities does not necessarily change the color of their blood. Perhaps he has yet to undergo the dark deity's baptism. Of course, dissenting voices emerged, but they were quickly drowned out. Nonsense. To worship dark deities is to first accept their baptism. Otherwise, how could one withstand the encroachment of dark energy? Amidst the clamor of voices, particularly those affirming that the half-beast did not worship dark deities. Surulu raised his voice once more. Friends, fellow workers, we should not condemn an entire group due to the misdeeds of a few. Have we forgotten the days when groups were divided into hierarchies during the imperial era? Since we all share this land, our lives must be regarded as equal. We should not persecute other groups. Should we? Every life is equal and free, as long as he does not worship dark deities and has not committed acts of persecution against others. Should we not accept and embrace him? Indeed. Among half-beasts, there may be those blinded by power who have turned to dark deities, but we should not allow the actions of a few to taint the entire group, should we? We are all workers, living in the same city, laboring together that we all earn our keep through honest toil, and thus we should accept each member of our shared community. Let us reduce conflict. Only by respecting others can we earn their respect, allowing us to savor the freedom that comes with being respected. Following Surulu's impassioned speech, the factory fell into a profound silence, as if the cacophony of machinery had been muffled by his words. After a long moment, someone in the crowd finally broke the silence, loudly exclaiming, "Well said, absolutely right." In rapid succession, nearly all the workers in the factory began to chant in agreement, fully endorsing Surulu's sentiments. Chapter 113. The identity of the divine envoy Elise received word of Surulu's appearance and swiftly assembled all available new army forces, hastening to the factory located in the northern district. Upon bursting through the factory doors, she was met with a scene of tranquility, where each worker diligently attended to their tasks. To an outsider's eye, the workers were engrossed in their duties with unwavering dedication. Showing no signs of laxity, faced with this unexpected tableau, the Lady Lord and her accompanying new army soldiers stood momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. It was only after surveying the surroundings by the large iron gate of the factory that they noticed 3 individuals bound and discarded at the entrance. Elise promptly commanded, "Go, untie those 3 and bring them to me. I have questions for them." In truth, Elise recognized at a glance that 2 of the individuals were soldiers of the new army, and she surmised that this entire situation might have been orchestrated by Surulu. Just as the new army soldiers were about to comply with her orders, a sharp voice suddenly interjected, "Hey, who are you? Those 3 are prisoners meant for the Security Bureau. Do not interfere, or you will not like the consequences." The Lady Lord and her new army soldiers were taken aback, astonished that anyone in Dragon City would dare speak to them in such a manner. The soldier who had been reprimanded immediately raised his steam rifle and turned to aim in the direction of the voice. After chambering around, he bellowed, "Who dares speak to the Lady Lord in such a way? Do you wish to court death?" Meanwhile, a worker hiding at a height within the factory, who had been observing the bound individuals, tumbled down in fright, prostrating himself on the ground and exclaiming, "No, no, my lord. I did not see it was you. Please, spare me." However, it was evident that the new army soldier, brandishing his rifle, had no intention of backing down. He aimed at the figure sprawled at the workshop's entrance. But before he could pull the trigger, the Lady Lord suddenly stepped forward and seized the rifle's barrel, halting him with the command, "Hold your fire. First, ask him who instructed him to act this way." The soldier complied at once. Rushing over to drag the figure at the workshop's entrance before the Lady Lord, Elise lowered her gaze to scrutinize the captured worker, her voice grave as she inquired, "Speak. Who commanded you to do this?" The man in the blue work uniform trembled before the Lady Lord, kneeling with his head bowed, only managing to whisper, "It was the command of the divine envoy sent by the church." "What?" The worker's response left everyone in shock, causing the armed soldiers to hastily lower their weapons. Elise paused momentarily before pressing on. "The divine envoy of the church. Where is he?" Before the kneeling worker could respond, a voice rang out, "Ah, esteemed Lady Lord, I am here." Upon hearing that voice, Elise's heart raced, and she felt an immediate sense of dread. She raised her head in confusion, witnessing a figure emerge from the workshop. As the individual stepped into the light, Elise recognized the face that haunted her thoughts, Surulu. It truly was him. That singular realization flooded her mind, sending chills down her spine. The impression that this youth had left on her was indelible, especially after that slap in the prison. Even now, recalling the event, she felt a phantom sting on her cheek. It was not a genuine pain, but rather a manifestation of her profound fear of Surulu. In reality, Elise believed she had taken thorough measures. After seizing control of Dragon City, She promptly organized a group of young nobles to establish this new army, equipping them with the finest armaments, intending to storm the prison alongside the witches, hoping to eliminate the boy who had become her nightmare. Yet, despite her swift actions, she had ultimately been a step behind. The prison had vanished without a trace. In the days following its disappearance, Elise was plagued with unease. She sought to quell her fear and anxiety regarding Surelu through gruesome acts against the pig-headed creatures. After eradicating all remnants of the pig-headed ones and regaining significant power in Dragon City, as well as dealing with some obstinate nobles, Elise gradually began to relax, aided by the nightly company of the witches, allowing herself to forget the boy who had haunted her dreams. But today, she found herself face to face with that same enigmatic youth, whose inscrutable smile perpetually lingered. After a brief lapse into shock, Elise commanded, "What are you standing there for? Seize him." The Lady Lord's frantic demeanor left everyone present in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend why their once noble and graceful Lady Lord had transformed in such a manner. Nevertheless, the new army soldiers, armed with their rifles, began to advance cautiously towards Surelu, seemingly intent on executing the Lady Lord's order. Yet suddenly, they all halted, their rifles lowered, unwilling to aim at the youth in the work uniform. For in his hand, he held a most peculiar badge, one that represented the authority of the church. The badge was hexagonal, with a conspicuous cross emblazoned in its center. This emblem symbolized the church's supreme authority. The new army soldiers, hailing from noble families, were no strangers to it. They had seen such badges worn by the red-robed archbishops during their coming-of-age ceremonies. When they received the church's blessing in Dragon City, this badge was synonymous with the highest judicial power of the court. The mere presence of this emblem in the hands of the youth suggested two possibilities to the noble soldiers. Either he was the ruler of the Dragon City court, though he hardly appeared to be so, or he was an inspector dispatched by the church, precisely the so-called divine envoy, referred to by the workers. Whichever of these possibilities was true signified that he possessed power and status equal to, if not superior to, that of the Lady Lord. The noble soldiers dared not act. Instead, they turned to Elise, hoping she would offer guidance in this unexpected predicament. However, upon seeing the badge, Elise was rendered speechless. Confronted by a scenario she had never anticipated, the atmosphere grew tense, and all present felt a sense of bewilderment, unsure of their next course of action. After a protracted silence, Surelu broke the tension with a smile, saying, "There is no need to be alarmed. I am here on a different mission, not to usurp your authority, esteemed Lady Lord." Chapter 114. The authority of judgment. Indeed, Surelu had returned, striding confidently before everyone, employing an approach that Elise could never have fathomed. Most crucially, the badge in his possession symbolized a certain authority bestowed by the church, although Elise had resolved to submit to the empire. Before the imperial fleet's arrival, she had to maintain an appearance of integrity and loyalty as a rightful and loyal lord. Standing before the emblem of the church's utmost authority, she had no choice but to bow to Surelu. Observing Elise's submission, Surelu took a couple of steps forward, pointing at the three bound individuals discarded at the factory entrance, declaring, "These three, the half-beast, wore uniforms not belonging to them and unlawfully exercised the supervisor's authority, oppressing the children in the factory. The two in military attire are accomplices, having trespassed and assaulted the children within. Lady Lord, according to the Republic's laws, how should these individuals be dealt with?" Facing Surelu's inquiry, Elise felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Yet, with all eyes upon her, she was acutely aware that she remained the Lord of the Republic. She had to adhere to the Republic's laws and address the matter of the three individuals accordingly. Without hesitation or struggle, Elise stated, "The authority of judgment traditionally falls under the jurisdiction of the Church. Since the divine envoy is present, it is only fitting that this matter be resolved by you." Divine envoy. Elise's response was astute. She deftly shifted the seemingly straightforward yet highly consequential dilemma back to Surelu. However, Surelu appeared to have anticipated this turn of events, smiling at Elise before directing his gaze toward the three kneeling individuals. By this point, the half-beast, Pick, and his companions had come to realize the gravity of their situation. Pick hastily pleaded with Surelu, "My lord, please spare us. We will not dare to do so again." Upon hearing Pick's plea for mercy, Surelu shook his head with a sigh. "When you were slandering others and seeking to bring Rame to ruin, did you ever consider sparing him?" Then, with a sudden glint of mischief in his eyes, Surelu inquired, Let me ask you once more, who informed you that all half-beasts in the city worship evil deities? The already terrified half-beast had no capacity for further contemplation. Upon hearing the question, he blurted out without hesitation, "We were acting on the orders of the lord of the city." Two new soldiers by the side of the little horse quickly chimed in. Yes, yes, it was the lord of the city who announced within the city that the pig-headed people and half-beasts worship evil deities. The words of these three individuals once again directed the spearhead towards the female lord. Thrusting her into the eye of the storm. In an instant, Eliza regained her composure, realizing that this was a trap set specifically for her. However, it was too late. All eyes in the factory were once again fixed upon her. Yet, having weathered countless storms, Eliza remained remarkably calm after a brief moment of astonishment. She smiled coolly and remarked, "Hee, am I truly to be blamed for this matter?" Cerululu, with an enigmatic smile, scrutinized the female lord and said, "My lady, I hope you can provide an explanation to everyone." Eliza turned her gaze to Cerululu and replied, "Indeed, it was I who issued the kill order against the pig-headed beings. It was I who claimed they worshipped evil deities. Yet that is a fact. However, I never stated that all half-beasts in the city worship evil deities. I merely suggested that some tribes might also adhere to such beliefs, and those I specifically named were not limited to the half-beasts. Moreover, I only advocated for cautious investigation and did not issue a kill order against them." Before Cerululu could interject, Eliza continued, "Furthermore, the former deputy director was indeed an evil-empowered half-beast. During our efforts to cleanse the city of worshippers of evil deities, we also discovered numerous evil-empowered half-beasts." With that, Eliza elegantly turned to Cerululu and inquired, "Respected divine envoy, is there anything inappropriate in my actions?" Cerululu maintained a confident smile and calmly responded, "There is nothing inappropriate. However, my lady, you should not condone acts of retaliatory slaughter that take advantage of the situation." Eliza's expression suddenly stiffened, her elegance evaporating almost instantaneously, as a flicker of fear glimmered in her eyes when she looked at Cerululu. Clearly, it appeared to Eliza that this young man, clad in factory garb and bearing the identity of a divine envoy from the church, must have been privy to much more than he let on. Cerululu's seemingly calm words had directly pointed out Eliza's machinations, just as Cerululu had articulated. Following the exposure of the pig-headed being's collusion with the evil deities, Eliza had capitalized on the public's fear of such deities to eliminate those dissenters who opposed her. She had managed to gain complete control over the entirety of Dragon City, even dominating all the nobles within the Eastern District. This was achieved through such tactics, using the accusation of collusion with evil deities to eliminate other equally ambitious nobles. Observing Eliza's momentary loss of composure, revealing a potent blend of horror and murderous intent in her gaze, Cerululu suddenly chuckled, "Ha, do not be so tense, since some events have already transpired. We should focus on finding ways to remedy the situation rather than scrutinizing the process." He then turned his attention to the little horseman, Pick, and his companions, continuing, "The crimes you have committed cannot go unpunished and must be met with consequences. However, considering this is your first offense and no severe harm has resulted, you may be spared the death penalty. You will remain in the factory and serve as laborers for 1 month as a warning. Remember, during this month, you three are not permitted to step outside the factory gates." Upon hearing they would not face death, the little horseman and the two new soldiers immediately bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord." Cerululu turned to the female lord and asked, "My lady, what do you think of my judgment?" Eliza regained her previous elegance and smiled, "Very well. Very well, you are indeed a divine envoy of the church, and your judgment is quite just." Subsequently, Eliza signaled to the new military officer accompanying her. The officer stepped forward and addressed the two new soldiers, "You two, having left the barracks without permission and caused a disturbance at the factory, have violated military discipline. Henceforth, you are no longer new soldiers." As the officer's command was issued, several accompanying new soldiers stepped forward to strip the uniforms from the leopard man and horse soldier. Eliza watched the proceedings quietly and then declared, "All right, the farce here has concluded. Everyone may return to work." As the workers gradually turned to head back to their workshops, Eliza elegantly addressed Cerululu, "Divine envoy, please accompany us back so that we may properly host you." Cerululu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality, my lady. I find it quite agreeable to remain here in the factory. Should you require anything, You may find me at the small chapel in the northern district after work. I will always be at your service. Understanding that Cerululu must have some leverage and recognizing the attention of the crowd, Eliza refrained from taking any overly drastic actions. Ultimately, the female lord smiled elegantly and said, "In that case, I shall not disturb your work any further. Farewell." A rabbit nibbling on a carrot approached Cerululu and, observing the retreating figures, asked, "Is she really just going to let it go?" Cerululu squinted and replied, "Rest assured, with her temperament, she will undoubtedly seek revenge that a fierce battle awaits us tonight." Chapter 115. The panicked female lord. The morning's commotion did not disrupt the factory's operations. Eliza ultimately returned with her entourage. Retracing her steps, upon arriving at her lordly residence, Eliza erupted in fury, nearly demolishing everything within the room. The maids serving her were struck with fear, rendered as silent as the grave, hesitant to approach Eliza's chamber. Some maids whispered amongst themselves, "Did you see? It seems the lord is extremely enraged. I wonder what has transpired." "What is this?" "You may not know, but the former lord would kill at the slightest disagreement." "Indeed. I heard that during the former lord's reign, there were nearly daily fatalities among the servants at the town hall." "Is that true? How terrifying. Our Lady would not have us all killed, would she?" Just as the maids were murmuring within the lord's residence, a figure suddenly appeared behind them, speaking in a deep voice. "What are you all gossiping about here?" The maids jumped in fright, turning to see the smiling witch standing not far away. Upon seeing the witch, the maids collectively sighed in relief, saying, "Lady Dilapidated, you truly startled us." The witch approached with a playful demeanor, embracing one of the maids and teasingly groping her waist, saying, "If I do not frighten you little minxes, how would you know to fear? What are you all hiding here for? Are you plotting something lewd? Hee, come now, let me have a good look." Faced with the witch's teasing, the maids turned crimson but dared not resist. Only managing to stammer, "Lady Dilapidated, it is the lord, she." Upon hearing that the female lord was in trouble, the witch immediately ceased her playful antics and inquired, "What on earth happened?" The maid, who had been toyed with by the witch, was now limp in her embrace, gasping for breath as she stammered, "My lady." She went out and returned only to smash everything. No sooner had the maid spoken than the witch's figure vanished without warning. Leaving the maid stunned, stepping into Eliza's room, the witch beheld the disarray that enveloped the space, a scene of utter chaos. Eliza appeared far from her former dignified self. With disheveled hair, she resembled a madwoman. Slumped amidst the wreckage, the witch gracefully approached Eliza's side, gently enveloping her in an embrace, and softly whispered in her ear, "My dear, what has happened to make you this way?" Being held by Dilapidated, Eliza gradually regained her composure and trembled as she spoke. "It is him, he has returned." Upon hearing this, Dilapidated instantly comprehended everything, utilizing her witchcraft to navigate through Eliza's tumultuous thoughts, as though witnessing the entire unfolding of events. Seeing that boy's innocent smile and his unwavering demeanor in the face of adversity, Dilawin's brows furrowed tightly. Previously, Dilawin had acquired all information regarding that boy from the soft-spoken Minyan. She even knew that the boy had come to Dragon City to undertake a bounty task from the Dawn of Flame. Aiming to kill the pig-headed lord. It was precisely due to the boy's association with the Dawn of Flame that Dilawin had refrained from making any move against him. After all, Dilawin's main objective in her undercover operations was to assist in the restoration of the Empire. The mysterious organization, the Dawn of Flame, was one she preferred not to provoke lightly, lest she attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, during her years of lurking in Dragon City, Dilawin had hardly crossed paths with that boy. However, today, having witnessed the boy's composure through Eliza's thoughts, Dilawin could not deny that he possessed a uniquely compelling aura. Sensing Eliza's fear regarding that boy, Dilawin softly reassured, "Do not worry, his return is a good thing. We can deal with him." Eliza, still immersed in her fear, suddenly turned to embrace Dilawin, exclaiming, No, do not go." Upon seeing Elise's expression, Dilawin spoke with a pained heart, "Fear not, my dear, for I can effortlessly crush him." Elise continued to cling to Dilawin, saying, "No, you do not understand, that boy, he is truly terrifying. If you go, you may never return." Dilawin smiled gently, reassuring Elise, "There is no need for fear. In the present Dragon City, I possess absolute power." This declaration ignited a spark of hope in Elise's eyes. For clearly, Dilawin's words offered her a glimmer of optimism. Eliminating that boy would sever all nightmares, freeing Elise from her torment. With this thought, she grasped Diluin tightly and asked in a hushed tone, "Are you truly confident?" Diluin smiled brightly, radiating endless charm, and confidently replied, "Of course, in Dragon City, there is no one who can rival me. You must trust me." Elise pondered for a moment before stating, "Then you must go now. He is in that factory. Destroy him along with the factory." Upon hearing Elise's words, Diluin burst into laughter, saying, "He. Elise, have you truly been frightened into a stupor? In broad daylight, you wish for me to demolish a factory of the Republic? Do you hope to attract the Republic's attention before the Imperial fleet even arrives, inviting their army to occupy Dragon City?" Although Diluin laughed, Elise could sense a chill beneath that smile. That it was evident that the witch misunderstood her intent. Believing the Lady Lord wished to accomplish two goals with one action, to eliminate her inner nightmare while also dealing with the witch, thus severing the communication with the Imperial fleet. Sensing the coldness in Diluin's gaze, Elise realized the witch had misconstrued her intentions. She quickly clarified, No, my dear, do not misunderstand. I do not wish to harm you. That I merely think that approach is more direct." Noticing Elise's anxious demeanor, Diluin smiled and said, All right, my dear, I was merely teasing you." Elise snapped back to reality, embracing Diluin and exclaiming, "You little scamp, how dare you frighten me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Ha ha ha. Their boisterous laughter soon filled the entire Lord's estate. As sounds that quickened hearts and flushed cheeks emerged from the Lord's bedroom. The servants in the mansion were left feeling rather heated. The extravagant lifestyle of the Lady Lord and the witch had become a common occurrence for the household, and none were particularly surprised. The atmosphere of indulgence persisted until evening, when the witch departed from the Lord's estate. Intending to confront that boy alone. In Diluin's eyes, that boy was but an insignificant ant before her overwhelming power. She had no qualms about crushing the small creature that troubled the Lady Lord's peace. Chapter 116. A Leisurely Dinner. After finishing work at the factory, Soyulu accompanied Yuanbai and the little Minotaur to the restaurant run by Bao Mianmian. Upon seeing Soyulu enter the establishment with Yuanbai, Bao Mianmian was taken aback, nearly cutting her finger with a knife. Noticing Bao Mianmian's fluster, Soyulu paid it no mind and walked directly into the restaurant. She sat beside Yuanbai at the oak bar facing the kitchen. Yuanbai was overjoyed at Soyulu's return, excitedly fiddling with his whirligig and recounting his exhilaration to Bao Mianmian. Despite Yuanbai's enthusiasm, Bao Mianmian responded with little more than a smile, not even glancing at Soyulu. It was only after preparing dinner that she allowed Yuanbai, the little Minotaur Beak, and the rabbit to carry their plates to the dining table. Once Soyulu was left alone, Bao Mianmian finally spoke. "You should not have returned. Dragon City is even more perilous now." Soyulu accepted the meal Bao Mianmian offered, smiling as she placed it before her, saying, "No worries, I am not afraid of those two old women." With that, she scooped some food with her spoon, savoring a bite and exclaiming, This is truly delightful. Your culinary skills are unparalleled." "Baozi." Soyulu's nonchalance worried Bao Mianmian, prompting her to continue in a hushed tone, "Do not underestimate the Imperial witches. Each one is exceptionally powerful." Listening to Bao Mianmian's earnest warning, Soyulu smiled and inquired, "Baozi, as a mere cook, how do you know so much?" Bao Mianmian was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow and replied, "Do not play coy. I suspect you have already unearthed my secrets." Seeing that Bao Mianmian seemed unwilling to elaborate, Soyulu resumed her meal, devouring it ravenously without lifting her head. Gazing at the boy voraciously consuming his food, Bao Mianmian felt a sense of mystery surrounding him. Despite their 2-year acquaintance and her thorough investigations using the resources provided by the witch, countless enigmas still enveloped Soyulu, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Yet, even with the myriad mysteries surrounding Soyulu, Bao Mianmian did not believe he could contend with the Imperial witches. As someone born and raised in the Empire, she understood well the might of the Imperial witches. Even in this so-called end of magic era, a substantial number of witches still resided within the Empire's witch sanctuary. Every girl born within the Empire was sent to the witch sanctuary for initiation. Should they gain the favor of the sanctuary's deities during their rites, they could become part of the witches within. In the era when the church held sway, it incessantly proclaimed that witches were wicked women who sacrificed their souls to demons. Later, as the church's influence waned, it was forced to acknowledge the existence of the witch sanctuary to align with the Empire's rule. Thus, witches became a formidable weapon in the Empire's arsenal, a means to dominate the world. At the Empire's zenith, its royal authority surpassed all, wielding absolute power over the Church and the Witch Sanctuary, making it the mightiest force in the realm, even compelling ancient Eastern mystic powers to yield, nearly bringing them to their knees before the Empire. This was the Empire's true glory in commanding all races. The advent of the end of magic era diminished the deterrent power of both the Witch Sanctuary and the Church, while the emergence of machines granted the Republic an opportunity. Yet, even as the Republic expelled the Empire overseas, it failed to eradicate it completely, primarily due to the Witch Sanctuary's allegiance to the Empire. Bao Mianmian spoke softly. You may not know, but in fact, the Witch Sanctuary now possesses its own magically infused machines. Upon hearing this, Sulyalu suddenly recalled a legend circulating within the Republic that it was said that after the establishment of the Republic, a brilliant craftsman fell in love with a witch, later departing with the Empire overseas. When Sulyalu mentioned this, Bao Mianmian cautiously remarked, "This is not merely a rumor. It may very well be true." Sulyalu, puzzled, asked, "How can you be so certain?" Bao Mianmian scanned their surroundings warily before leaning closer to Sulyalu and whispering, "I once visited the capital region and saw a statue of an elder of the Brotherhood in Brotherhood Square. One of the statues I encountered there bore an almost identical resemblance to one I saw in the Witch Sanctuary. Moreover, many of the mechanical arrangements within the Witch Sanctuary are reminiscent of certain locations in the capital region." Hearing Bao Mianmian's words, Sulyalu was taken aback. Before arriving in Dragon City, he had also visited the capital region and witnessed its extraordinary mechanical city. Even the rabbit had marveled, exclaiming that the creator of the capital region was undoubtedly a master craftsman. This led Sulyalu to recall that the capital region was in fact a colossal mechanical city suspended in midair. He looked at Bao Mianmian and queried, "Is it possible that the overseas empire has also constructed a mechanical fortress upon the sea?" Bao Mianmian was momentarily stunned, then curiously asked, "How do you know?" Sulyalu then thought of the mechanical city left to him by his parents, which had been repurposed into a prison. Upon entering the mechanical city, Sulyalu had felt an uncanny familiarity with its layout. It seemed that whether it was the suspended mechanical city of the capital region or the sea-bound mechanical island of the overseas empire, their prototypes might very well be Sulyalu's parents' mechanical city. Based on the timeline, his parents had withdrawn from the war to build the mechanical city while the empire had not yet fully retreated, long before the establishment of the capital region. Sulyalu bowed his head, lost in thought, struggling to reconcile the timeline. Why did the establishment of the capital region coincide almost perfectly with the empire's retreat overseas? Furthermore, the most significant point was that his birth seemed to be far removed from that historical timeline. Just as Sulyalu grappled with these uncertainties, his heart suddenly quivered, and a fragment of a past memory surfaced in his mind. From that somewhat unclear memory, Sulyalu began to discern a possibility that his parents had been summoned back from the mechanical city to the capital region, subsequently participating in its construction, only to remain under house arrest thereafter. Due to their confinement, his parents had refrained from considering having a child, wishing to shield him from danger. In the depths of Sulyalu's heart, a perplexing question arose. Under what circumstances did the parents break free from their confinement, and what compelling force led them to decide to bring him into existence? These enigmas haunted Sulyalu, lingering like unsolvable riddles. Originally, Bao Mianmian was engrossed in a discussion with Sulyalu about the empire and witches, but suddenly noticed Sulyalu sitting there, lost in thought. After calling out for a while, Sulyalu finally regained his focus and, upon seeing Bao Mianmian's worried expression, smiled and said, "All right, I'm full now. It's time to leave." Without waiting for Bao Mianmian to persuade him to stay, Sulyalu strode over, grabbed the rabbit, and swaggered out of the restaurant. Just before exiting, he turned to Yuan Bai and said, "Xiao Bai, see you at the factory tomorrow morning. Remember to bring my lunchbox along." Yuan Bai, fiddling with the device in his hand, replied with a smile, affirming Sulyalu's request. In the end, Bao Mianmian refrained from voicing her thoughts and, as the figures of one person and one rabbit disappeared into the street outside, she murmured, "Be careful." Chapter 117, Confronting the Witch Beneath the Cloak of Night. A person and a rabbit swaggered down the street, seemingly indifferent to the curfew imposed upon launching. Even though the new military formed by the Lady Lord was responsible for enforcing the curfew, it was evident that the duo felt no trepidation. On this night, with the moon shining brightly amidst a sparse starry sky, it appeared that even the new military had vanished, as the pair strolled through several streets without encountering a single soldier. Crunch! Crunch! The rabbit could not resist pulling out a carrot to munch on, and halfway through, it asked, "Is it really all right for us to return like this?" Solula glanced at the rabbit with a smile and replied, "What? Are you afraid?" Crunch. The rabbit promptly bit down hard on the carrot and exclaimed, "Afraid? Lord Rabbit, fear nothing." Hearing the rabbit's proclamation, Solula nodded with satisfaction and said, "Perfect. Tonight, let us test the defenses of Longqing." The rabbit, puzzled, inquired, "Test the defenses of Longqing? Does Longqing even possess defenses?" Solula nodded, stating, "Of course it does. Longqing is, after all, one of the many cities of the Republic." The rabbit turned its head to survey the surroundings, asking in confusion, "Where? I have never seen it." Solulu continued to explain, "Right beneath our feet, the streets we walk on and the buildings lining them." "What kind of defense is that?" The rabbit remained perplexed. Solulu elaborated, "Initially, I too was unaware, but just earlier, while at Bowsie's, I heard mention that the Overseas Empire is, in fact, a colossal mechanical fortress suspended above the ocean. It struck me then. Why has Longqing not constructed coastal defenses over the years yet managed to withstand repeated incursions from the Empire?" Sensing the rabbit's lingering confusion, Solulu solemnly stated, "In truth, the entirety of Longqing is a mechanical city." The rabbit gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, it can't be. How is that possible? We have scoured Longqing inside and out for over 2 years and found nothing." Solulu chuckled softly, saying, "Do you remember when we inadvertently stumbled into that mechanical trap upon entering the main urban area?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Later, I specifically checked in front of the city hall and discovered that there was indeed a hidden door." The rabbit, startled by this revelation, quickly queried Solulu, "So, did you go through it? Did you find the slaughterhouse?" Solulu shook his head, sighing, "The door exists, but the other side has already been sealed." The rabbit fell into contemplation, muttering, "The other side is sealed? Could it be that the evil god took the slaughterhouse with it upon leaving?" Solulu concurred with the rabbit's conjecture. "Yes, that seems plausible. The evil god was awakened elsewhere and did not abandon the slaughterhouse of the pig-headed man before departing. After all, for a resurgent evil god, the slaughterhouse serves as a source of power, and to regain its peak state swiftly, it would undoubtedly not forsake the slaughterhouse. Moreover, when Hodatan fled the night banquet, he mentioned sacrificing the entire city's living beings to the evil god to awaken the slumbering deity. How could he possibly carry out such a grand sacrifice?" Upon hearing this, the rabbit grasped the implication and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the pig has found the control core of this mechanical city? So he intends to use the machinery to sacrifice the entire city?" Solula nodded, affirming, "Exactly. Therefore, despite the door in front of the city hall being sealed, I still forcibly broke in." "What? You've been inside?" the rabbit gasped. Solulu continued, "Indeed, I have, but the slaughterhouse was nowhere to be found. However, I did manage to open another passage." The rabbit eagerly interjected, "Did you discover the mechanical core of Longqing?" Hearing the rabbit's interruption, Solulu nodded once more, stating, "Yes, I saw the mechanical core of Longqing." The rabbit could not help but marvel. "I never would have imagined that Longqing was a mechanical city. I hadn't noticed it at all before." Solulu replied earnestly, however, "While Longqing is indeed a mechanical city, it is not the type you might envision. This city possesses its own unique characteristics, which I shall reveal to you shortly. This is, in part, the result of my recent studies. We can witness the extraordinary craftsmanship of the great artisans of the Republic." Crunch. Crunch. The rabbit continued to nibble on its carrot, quickly finishing it and asking, "Not a mechanical city in the traditional sense. What does that mean?" Solulu smiled and reassured, "Do not worry. You will see soon enough, and it will undoubtedly astonish you." The rabbit's face was filled with skepticism as it subsequently asked, "So, can you control the entire city now?" Solulu offered a wry smile and shook his head, replying, "It's not that simple. Longqing is far too vast. It is not easily controlled." He added, "Even the previous lords likely only managed to grasp a fraction of the mechanical city's control." Upon hearing this, the rabbit grew anxious and exclaimed, "Then we should run. Without your control over the mechanical city, how can we possibly contend with that witch?" As the rabbit turned to flee, Solulu swiftly seized its ears, lifting it up and denying it the chance to escape. Solulu, holding the rabbit, playfully scolded, "Why are you running? Aren't you usually braver than this?" The rabbit struggled, protesting, "Spare me. If I don't run, are you expecting me to accompany you to our demise?" Solulu continued to question, Who told you we were going to die? The rabbit, attempting to pry Sulyalu's grip apart, retorted. Isn't it obvious? Just the two of us. How can we possibly stand against an imperial witch? He. Just as the rabbit finished speaking, a tinkling laughter, like silver bells, echoed through the street. Almost immediately, the rabbit watched in astonishment as a droplet of water appeared out of thin air, hanging suspended in the air above the street. Gradually, the droplet expanded, and from within the enlarging sphere, a graceful figure clad in a wizard's robe stepped forth. Upon seeing this figure, the rabbit instinctively clung to Sulyalu, exclaiming, "We're doomed. This time it's truly over." Diluin remained elegantly suspended in the air, covering her face with a delicate smile, and remarked, what an adorable little rabbit. Then, she turned to Sulyalu, saying, I happen to be in need of a pet like this. If you are willing to gift him to me, I might consider sparing your life tonight. Upon hearing the witch's words, the rabbit scrambled up Sulyalu's arm, clinging tightly as it cried, Lulu, you can't give me to her. Diluin furrowed her brow slightly at this, saying, What, little rabbit, don't you like me? Sulyalu glanced at the rabbit clinging to his arm and replied helplessly, It seems the rabbit does not take a liking to you. My sincerest apologies. Diluin responded with an elegant laugh. You needn't apologize. In fact, it is I who should be apologizing. Since the rabbit does not wish to give itself to me, I will simply have to kill you and take your rabbit instead. Chapter 118. The power of a brick. As soon as Diluin's words fell, she waved her hand, conjuring an ice spear that soared through the air towards Sulyalu. Diluin. Sulyalu appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary youth. Even with his mechanical abilities, he could not possibly pose a threat to her. However, Diluin's intentions did not come to fruition, for the moment the ice spear was hurled, the bricks of the ground suddenly rose up. A wall of bricks formed between Diluin and Sulyalu, breaking apart the ice spear that had been thrown. Diluin had anticipated that one ice spear would not suffice to deal with Sulyalu, but she had never imagined such an outcome. The rabbit, coiled around Sulyalu's arm, wore an expression of astonishment as it watched the rising bricks gradually settle down. However, Diluin was not one to relent easily. With her arms sweeping through the air, she began to chant an obscure incantation. In an instant, a multitude of magical orbs coalesced around her, launching forth relentlessly towards Sulyalu. To Diluin, if a single ice spear failed to vanquish Sulyalu, then a torrential barrage of magical projectiles would surely suffice. Yet, once again, the ground trembled beneath her feet, and tiles began to rise, meeting the magical orbs with astonishing force. Each tile intercepted a projectile, creating a veritable shield of stone that absorbed the onslaught. Diluin staggered back in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the tiles that settled back into place as if they had never moved. She could not fathom the nature of Sulyalu's sorcery, which allowed him to wield the very tiles against her witchcraft. She watched the tiles return to their original positions with impeccable precision. A sense of unease washed over her. It seemed she had fallen into Sulyalu's trap, one he had evidently prepared for, gazing at the unmoving figure of the youth who stood there with unwavering confidence. Diluin's expression grew complex. Nevertheless, in the next moment, she summoned her magic once more, raising her hands in an attempt to conjure a wall of fire beneath Sulyalu's feet. However, as the flames surged forth, the tiles shifted again, swiftly relocating Sulyalu from harm's way. The flames that leapt into existence failed to harm him, swiftly extinguished by the very tiles that once shielded him. Diluin sensed that something was amiss. But before she could devise a strategy, Sulyalu suddenly dashed closer, striking her with a resounding slap. The loud crack echoed through the empty street, a mocking taunt directed at Diluin. In an instant, Sulyalu vanished. Moving with the tiles beneath him, fury boiled within her. Such humiliation was unbearable. Turning to glare at Sulyalu, she bellowed, Damn you, boy. You have truly enraged me, and I shall see you dead. Sulyalu, with a calm smile, replied, Esteemed witch, if you wish to kill me, you must possess the capability to do so. As he spoke, the tiles propelled him back before her, and before Diluin could react, smack, another loud slap struck her face. Diluin was overwhelmed with a mixture of shame and rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Sulyalu seemed to have melded with the city itself, as if the very city conspired to protect him. Each time Diluin attempted to launch an attack, the tiles effortlessly carried Sulyalu away from danger. Moreover, the tiles assisted him in countering all of Diluin's spells. She could not comprehend why Sulyalu had the ability to manipulate the entire city. Yet, Diluin did not relent. She continued to unleash her magic, showcasing nearly all of her spells. Alas, none could touch Surulu, not even graze the hem of his garment. Surulu strolled leisurely through the streets, smiling at the witch as he remarked, "Well, I told you, you cannot kill me." Watching the figure glide effortlessly around her, Diluin fell silent, slowly attempting to regain her composure in search of an opportunity to strike. She realized that her previous hasty attacks could never harm the youth. He had evidently employed some extraordinary means to command the tiles of the city, turning them into his weapons. In this urban battleground, Diluin found herself at a distinct disadvantage. She understood she could no longer act impulsively. She needed to discern the rhythm of the tile's movements and identify an opening for her assault. As Surulu danced about, Diluin remained silent, meticulously tracking his movements. Finally, at the moment Surulu approached her once more, Diluin began to recite her obscure incantation. In an instant, frost erupted beneath Surulu's feet, encasing the tiles that had been propelling him in a thick layer of ice. As Surulu lost his mobility, Diluin seized the opportunity, forming an ice spear in her palm and thrusting it directly towards his chest. In her eyes, this attack was foolproof, without the aid of the tiles. The boy could not possibly evade it. Yet, just as the ice spear aimed for his heart, Surulu sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack with surprising ease. In the next moment, Diluin was taken aback as Surulu swiftly kicked towards her. Bang! In an instant, Diluin was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall behind her. Before she could react, the tiles beneath her moved again, ensnaring her feet. Surulu approached with measured steps, gazing down at the bound Diluin, and remarked, "You truly disappoint me." He then struck her face with a series of sharp slaps. Blood instantly blossomed on her cheek, and the force of the blows caused her to bleed from the corner of her mouth. Despite her fury, Diluin found herself utterly immobilized. The very wall against which she leaned began to shift. Binding her alongside the tiles, Surulu shook his head, a cold smirk on his lips as he said, "Did not Bao Mianmian inform you that this city is, in fact, a mechanical marvel? Did you think the tiles beneath your feet and the bricks behind you were mere, ordinary stones? Let me tell you, just like your empire's fortress upon the sea, every brick and tile here is part of a mechanical city." As he spoke, Surulu slowly retreated, and with his arms outstretched, the tiles behind him began to assemble, forming a barrier that supported him. Leaning against the tiles, he looked at the ensnared witch and said, "In this city, you can neither kill me nor stand as my equal. I advise you to leave post-haste and abandon your empire's plans for an offensive. Otherwise, should I capture you again, I shall show no mercy." With that, Surulu extended his arms, causing the tiles beneath him to part, and he fell through the opening with the rabbit. In the next moment, the surrounding tiles swiftly reverted to their original positions, restoring everything to its prior state, as if no disturbance had ever occurred. Diluin stood in the silent street, gazing at the ancient city now enveloped in a serene slumber, a chill creeping down her spine. Chapter 119. The heart and the city's bricks. As he fell into the darkness below, the rabbit initially felt no reaction. However, as he continued to descend, seemingly into an abyss with no bottom, he began to feel a growing sense of dread. Finally, after a full quarter of an hour had passed without any sign of reaching the ground, the rabbit could no longer suppress his fear. The rabbit's terrified cry echoed through the pitch-black void. In his panic, he even covered his eyes, kicking and thrashing about in a desperate attempt to find something solid to cling to for reassurance. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly felt someone grasp his ears, and his body halted abruptly. Then, he heard Surulu's voice. "What on earth are you screaming about?" Slowly, the rabbit opened his eyes, only to find himself still engulfed in darkness. Though he could now see Surulu holding an oil lamp. In a swift motion, he threw himself on his Surulu's arm, trembling as he stammered, "Lulu, where are we? Can you please not scare me in the dead of night?" Noticing the rabbit tightly clutching his arm, Surulu released his grip on the rabbit's long ears and sighed. "We are, of course, in the sewers of Dragon City." The rabbit finally calmed down, and as the flickering light from the oil lamp illuminated their surroundings, he confirmed they were indeed in the sewers of Dragon City. Then, with a swift motion, the rabbit jumped down from Surulu's arm, landing lightly on the ground. Feeling the solid earth beneath him, he sighed with relief, completely relaxing. Once at ease, the rabbit suddenly recalled certain questions and eagerly asked Surulu, "By the way, how did you manage to control those tiles and bricks earlier?" Surulu, noticing the rabbit's puzzled expression, smiled and picked up a brick, presenting it to him by the light of the oil lamp. The rabbit could see strange patterns etched upon the brick's surface when he reached out to touch it. He discovered that it had a metallic texture. As the rabbit fully grasped the brick, he was astonished to feel something moving within it, while he was still in a state of bewilderment. Surelu abruptly gestured, causing the brick to levitate. With deft movements of his hands, the brick began to disassemble, transforming into an entirely different shape in an instant. Only then did the rabbit realize that the brick resembled an extraordinary cube, constantly shifting forms under Surelu's command. Finally, it reverted back to its original brick shape, seamlessly returning to the wall from which it had been removed. To the rabbit's astonishment, he then witnessed the entire wall of the sewer come alive. The bricks began to morph, assembling into a myriad of shapes. Once the wall tiles were restored to their original positions, and the walls of the drainage system returned to their former state, the rabbit turned and asked, "How is this possible?" Surelu smiled and replied, "This is the true secret of Longqing, and as I mentioned, the entire city operates as a colossal machine." Noticing that the rabbit appeared somewhat perplexed, Surelu gestured and grasped a wall tile in his hand. He then held the tile aloft before the rabbit, saying, "Observe these bricks. They may appear to be ordinary tiles, yet in truth, each one is an independent mechanical entity." As he spoke, Surelu infused energy into the tile, and it began to transform. With the changes in the tile, Surelu continued, "Do you see? As long as you inject energy into them, these bricks will undergo transformation, revealing the machinery within. When these mechanisms are activated, they will connect with other tiles." With that, Surelu retrieved another wall tile and connected it to the previous one. Upon infusing energy once more, the two tiles initially operated independently before gradually synchronizing their movements. The rabbit, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished, as such a phenomenon had never crossed his mind. However, a new question soon arose in his mind, and he pondered aloud, "But if, as you say, energy can drive the internal mechanisms of these bricks, why has no one discovered this before?" Surelu chuckled at this, then opened his coat to reveal the mechanical device that encased his heart. The rabbit gasped in astonishment as he observed that, under Surelu's control, the slightest tremor of his heart would cause the machinery before it to whirl into action. As the mechanisms whirred, they seemed to generate a peculiar force field, enveloping the two floating bricks. The rabbit suddenly exclaimed, "Surelu, have you mastered the use of your heart?" Surelu nonchalantly waved his hand, causing the two hovering bricks to swiftly return to the wall of the drainage system. He then clapped his hands together, laughing, "My heart is still locked away and cannot beat fully, but I have discovered that the mechanism restraining my heart is not merely a lock." The rabbit leaped onto Surelu's shoulder, climbing up to examine the mechanical lock on his chest. After a thorough inspection, even extending his fluffy paw to fiddle with the mechanism, the rabbit eventually retreated. His front paws crossed over his chest and declared earnestly, "It is a remarkably intricate device, one that I cannot decipher." Surelu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is exceedingly complex. The machinery prevents my heart from beating, yet it allows my heart to retain its essential functions. Moreover, through my recent studies, it appears that the mechanism possesses a unique power, akin to that of a magical device. However, unlike magical devices, as the machinery operates, it seemingly grants me the ability to control all mechanisms." The rabbit, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "So, your ability to manipulate those bricks is also due to the mechanism on your heart?" Surelu nodded again, "Precisely. It is indeed because of the mechanism on my heart. Originally, those bricks should have had special devices to drive them, but the energy generated by the tremors of my heart activates the mechanism, creating a unique energy field. Within the realm of this energy field, I can manipulate those bricks embedded with mechanical patterns." The rabbit grew even more exhilarated. "So, in Longqing, you are virtually invincible." Before Surelu could respond, a dark voice suddenly echoed, "Oh, you believe yourself to be invincible in Longqing?" Upon hearing this ominous voice, the rabbit's fur bristled, and he quickly scurried behind Surelu's neck. Surelu turned to face the source of the voice and watched as a figure stepped forth from the shadows. Like the last vestiges of darkness before dawn, the first light of dawn broke, and in an instant, the flames of day surged forth. As the figure emerged from the darkness, it launched an attack without warning. Surelu's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he raised his arms in an attempt to block the incoming strike. Bang! However, Surelu was unable to defend himself and was sent flying, as if he were a kite severed from its string. Chapter 120. The Malevolent Flame Wielder. Thud, cough, cough, cough. Surelu landed in the murky waters of the drainage system, feeling as though his entire body had been shattered, struggling to rise from the dark waters. He sought to escape the filthy depths, yet, just as he approached the banks of the murky river, a foot swung up and struck him squarely in the face, sending him tumbling back into the filthy waters. Surulu. The rabbit called out in alarm upon seeing Surulu kicked back into the sewage river, then bared his teeth in furious defiance at the figure on the bank. The dark voice rang out once more. "Oh, little rabbit, it has been over 2 years, and your temper has certainly grown. What is this? Do you wish to challenge me?" Before the figure on the bank could make a move, an arm suddenly extended, seizing his ankle. With half of his body still submerged in the filth, Surulu forced a smile and said, "My lord, as the flame wielder of dawn, why trouble yourself with a mere rabbit?" A foot lifted, pressing down heavily on Surulu's wrist, forcibly prying his grasp from the ankle. In the instant Surulu released his hold, the previously captured foot swung up, kicking him squarely on the chin. Boom! Surulu was sent flying onto his back, crashing once more into the murky waters, blood faintly visible as it sprayed from his mouth. Witnessing Surulu being sent flying again, the rabbit roared, "Surulu!" With that, he glared venomously at the figure who had kicked Surulu. Snarling, "You damn scoundrel, I shall take you on." With that, the rabbit leaped into action, his forearms shimmering with light. Accompanied by the flickering brilliance, gear-like patterns emerged upon his front paws. In that moment, the rabbit was no longer the powerless creature who could not harness energy. He seemed to transform into a descending deity. Swinging his forepaws, he roared as he charged toward the figure standing at the riverbank, his fluffy little claws glinting with a metallic sheen. As the cold gleam sliced through the pitch-black drainage, it aimed to cleave the figure standing by the riverbank. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the murky depths, enveloping the rabbit in an embrace. They rolled onto the bank of the river, with Surulu holding the rabbit close. A smile plastered on his face as he addressed the figure at the riverbank. "My lord, please disregard this. The rabbit has been a bit irritable lately. With spring approaching, all creatures are stirred by the season, and he has become a bit unhinged. Do not take offense." The flickering firelight cast a reflection upon the surface of the murky water, revealing a handsome face adorned with a mocking smile. It was a visage of striking beauty, rivaling even that of Bharat, almost possessing an otherworldly allure. Even the most beautiful woman would likely feel envy and jealousy upon gazing at such an enchanting countenance. Yet, this ethereal beauty was accompanied by a pair of crimson eyes that radiated a fierce malevolence. Most would be deceived by the beguiling appearance, overlooking the hidden menace lurking within those scarlet orbs. Surulu would never allow himself to be misled by the superficial charm. He remained ever vigilant against the ominous gaze of those crimson eyes. This individual, known as Yaoyu, was a being whose true nature even Surulu and the rabbit could not discern. He held the title of Flame Wielder within the Dawn's Flame organization, wielding the power of life and death over all its members, perhaps due to the countless disloyal individuals he had eliminated. Yaoyu exuded an otherworldly aura accompanied by an unmistakable scent of blood. Within the ranks of the Dawn's Flame, nearly everyone regarded Yaoyu with dread, none wishing to confront this enigmatic figure. Surulu himself found it difficult to comprehend this peculiar entity, which is why he preferred to avoid provoking him. Yaoyu regarded Surulu, who stood protectively over the rabbit in his arms, and coldly remarked, "Young man, it seems you've been quite active lately." Surulu chuckled in response. "Thanks to your grace, I have survived in Longsheng and successfully dealt with Hodatan." Yaoyu continued to inquire, "Since your mission is complete, why not return to report? Is there some ulterior motive for remaining in Longsheng?" At Yaoyu's words, a flicker of tension crossed Surulu's face, but he quickly recovered, donning a smile as he replied, "My lord, you misunderstand that I have heard that the Empire is plotting to restore its power and is about to launch an assault on Longsheng, that I thought it prudent to observe events here and assist the organization in gaining an advantage in the south of the eastern continent." Yaoyu scrutinized Surulu, a captivating smile gracing his enchanting face as he remarked, "Surulu, you truly have a knack for stirring up trouble." Surulu stood quietly, saying nothing, respectfully awaiting Yaoyu's next words. Yaoyu continued, "Among so many peculiar individuals in the organization, you remain an enigma. Those who have joined the organization all possess their own ambitions. They seek to leverage the organization's power to achieve their goals. Thus, before me, they resemble mice before a cat, fearing me and the severance of the resources the organization provides." As he spoke, he continued to scrutinize Surulu, taking in the sight of him drenched in sewage, blood at the corner of his mouth, yet smiling broadly. Yaoyu could not help but shake his head and remarked, "However, you are unlike them. You appear to possess no ambition whatsoever. Since your induction into the organization, You have harbored no ulterior motives, which indeed causes both me and the party leader considerable unease. The party leader is the true architect behind the Dawn of Flame, issuing nearly all commands and tasks within the organization. Yet, very few within Dawn of Flame have ever encountered this enigmatic leader, and Sululu has never laid eyes upon him. Nevertheless, despite the party leader's rare appearances, the mere mention of his title is enough to instill fear in many. Yao Yu's assertion that both he and the party leader are wary of Sululu carries weight that could easily crush him, even though Sululu currently wields absolute power in Dragon City after unlocking the shackles on his heart. The mere thought of the party leader sends a shiver of trepidation down his spine, leaving him reluctant to attract such a figure's attention. Thus, he hastily responded to Yao Yu, Master Flamekeeper. I assure you, I am a rather simple individual with no grand ambitions. I merely wish to live peacefully. Ha ha! Yao Yu suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the desolate sewer. After his laughter subsided, he gazed down at Sululu and said, Young man, the party leader was indeed not mistaken. You harbor the greatest ambition of all. Do you not realize that the desire to simply live well is, in itself, a significant ambition? However, I admire your audacity. Pausing for a moment, Yao Yu bent down, drawing closer to Sululu, and declared, In that case, I offer you an opportunity. His voice turned grave as he continued, You shall step forward. Assist me in seizing Dragon City, and then surrender it to me. Upon hearing Yao Yu's words, Sululu's gaze sharpened, and a look of astonishment crossed his face as he struggled to comprehend Yao Yu's intentions. Observing Sululu's bewilderment, Yao Yu straightened up and spoke softly. I have toiled for this organization for many years, and now the party leader has found a better option. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. I certainly do not wish to end up as the hunted. Therefore, I must seek refuge amidst the impending chaos, and I find Dragon City to be quite favorable. Without allowing Sululu to inquire further, Yao Yu coldly added, Enough said. Take care not to fall victim to that witch. If it comes to dire straits, you may seek my assistance, though, as you know, my aid comes at a cost. Upon hearing Yao Yu's words, Sululu quickly replied, Thank you for your concern, my lord, that I shall exercise utmost caution. Noticing that Sululu had no intention of asking for help, Yao Yu chose not to linger, ascending into the air and transforming into an ethereal moon that gradually faded from view. Once the strange moon hovering over the dark river disappeared, Sululu and the rabbit in his arms exhaled in relief. Chapter 121. The ambition to seize Dragon City. Sululu slumped by the edge of the dark river, his demeanor turning somewhat despondent, devoid of the composure he had displayed in confronting the witch. Evidently, the arrival of the Flamekeeper from Dawn of Flame posed a significant dilemma and setback for him. The rabbit crawled out of Sululu's embrace, opened its arms, and hugged him, saying, Lulu, we could simply eliminate him. Sululu shook his head and sighed. No, we cannot act against him for now. Doing so would only invite greater troubles. The rabbit, feeling somewhat exasperated, settled onto Sululu's lap and grumbled, Is there truly nothing we can do? Sululu lowered his head and stroked the rabbit. Falling into deep contemplation, after a moment of silence, he muttered softly to himself, With Yao Yu's appearance, it seems something significant is about to transpire. The rabbit, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, Even if something momentous is on the horizon, it hardly concerns us, does it? At least for now. Preserving Dragon City is already a formidable challenge. If a more powerful adversary emerges, we may find ourselves unable to protect Dragon City. Lulu, perhaps we should leave this place. It truly is not a safe haven. No, we must secure Dragon City. It shall serve as our stronghold, Sululu asserted resolutely. Sululu's longtime companion. The rabbit understood his thoughts well and recognized the burdens he bore. Ever since Sululu first glimpsed the image left by his mother in the dilapidated chapel and unlocked the mechanical lock on his heart, he had nurtured grander ambitions. He yearned to reclaim his parents and the familial ties he had lost for over a decade. Upon entering the mechanical city, which had been turned into a prison, he learned of his parents' past tribulations. He discovered that the city where his parents had once sought refuge had devolved into a dilapidated prison, teeming with criminals. The rabbit knew that at that moment, Sululu's heart was filled with rage, and he became more determined to strengthen himself. He wished to grow powerful enough to uncover the truth behind those events, to restore the essence of the conflict between the Republic and the Empire, and to reclaim the honor that rightfully belonged to his parents. In pursuit of these goals, Sululu realized he needed to amass greater power. Perhaps even the ability to dominate the entire realm. Such aspirations felt exceedingly distant and nebulous to him at present, yet he remained resolute in his pursuit. The rabbit understood that to uphold such a commitment, he must bear even greater burdens. The chaotic state of Dragon City presented an excellent opportunity for Sululu's rise. By seizing Dragon City, he could acquire more resources and enjoy broader prospects for development. In the impending turmoil, even without relying on the Empire or the Republic, he could gradually establish himself using Dragon City as a foundation. Thus, it could be said that Dragon City held immense significance for Sululu. It was the ideal place for his ascent. Despite comprehending Sululu's intentions and aspirations, the rabbit could not help but urge, "But with Yaoyu's emergence, do you not find the situation exceedingly suspicious? Dragon City likely harbors even greater secrets. We may not be able to seize control of the city. It would be wiser to leave and seek refuge in a smaller town, where we can develop gradually. Some matters cannot be rushed. Should we fail in Dragon City, we may lose our lives." Sululu replied firmly, "I understand precisely why they place such importance on Dragon City." The rabbit was momentarily taken aback and promptly inquired, "Why is that?" Sululu explained softly, "It is quite simple. Dragon City bears a striking resemblance to the capital circle of the floating city." Upon hearing this description, the rabbit was once again taken aback, struggling to grasp Sululu's meaning. Sululu continued, "We all know what the capital circle is like. It is a true mechanical city, where every brick and tile is a part of the mechanism. Such a city possesses an extraordinarily formidable power. Did you not mention this before? If the capital circle were to mobilize, it would become a fortress of war, capable of sweeping across the entire realm." The rabbit suddenly recalled Sululu's earlier confrontation with the witch, remembering how effortlessly he had controlled every brick within the city. The rabbit exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that Dragon City is also a fortress of war?" Sululu shook his head. "No. Dragon City is not. If it were a fortress of war, it would have long been seized by a more powerful entity." The rabbit, increasingly puzzled, asked, "Then what do you mean? If Dragon City is not a fortress of war, why must we obtain it?" Sululu smiled and replied, "Although Dragon City is not a fortress of war, it possesses the potential to become one, and in the minds of certain individuals, they regard Dragon City as a fortress of war." Before the rabbit could respond, Sululu continued, "Legend has it that when the Republic was founded, in order to exert control over the nation, 7 elders constructed 6 sky cities, or rather, 6 fortresses of war, which were distributed across the eastern and western continents, serving as instruments of dominion during the Republic's nascent stages and as a deterrent against overseas empires and certain nefarious factions. However, in the end, only 2 war fortresses remain, which have become the capital circles of the eastern and western continents. Nobody knows what happened to the remaining 4 fortresses of war, but there are rumors that they will surely reappear whenever the Republic faces a crisis. As Sululu spoke, he lifted the rabbit into his arms and said, "Now that the Republic stands on the brink of a monumental crisis, it is likely the opportune moment for the remaining 4 war fortresses to emerge." Listening to Sululu's narrative, the rabbit pondered for a moment before saying, "Are you implying that those ambitious individuals wish to seize control of the war fortresses ahead of time?" Sululu nodded. "Indeed, for the ambitious, war and chaos present opportunities for their ascendance. Thus, reclaiming the war fortresses scattered across the land is their most pressing endeavor." The rabbit, feeling perplexed, asked, "But how can they be so certain that the remaining 4 war fortresses are lost across the eastern and western continents?" Sululu smiled enigmatically and whispered, "Consider this. Why are there only 2 capital circles? Now ponder what makes those 2 capital circles so distinct." The rabbit lowered its head, lost in contemplation, meticulously recalling the 2 capital circles he had visited alongside Sululu, reminiscing about all that he had witnessed within the 2 floating mechanical cities. After a prolonged period of reflection, the rabbit suddenly remembered a peculiar musing of Sululu's in the squares of the 2 capital circles. Why is it that the statues in the central squares of the 2 cities are positioned differently? This recollection led the rabbit to reflect on the disparate placements of the statues representing the 7 founding elders of the Republic in the central squares of the 2 capital circles. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Are you suggesting that a conflict occurred among the 7 elders, resulting in the defeat of the other 4 war fortresses, and thus their statues were toppled? Sululu replied in a grave tone, "This is merely my conjecture. Yet based on the behavior of the Yaoyu, it appears that my hypothesis may be quite close to the truth." The rabbit was utterly astonished. If Sululu's speculation held any truth, The secrets concealed within the Republic were indeed quite sensational. At that moment, before the rabbit could regain his composure, Soyulu rose to his feet and retrieved the oil lamp that had fallen to the ground. Carrying the lamp, he approached the wall of the sewer and casually waved his hand, manipulating the bricks to construct a door. Stepping forward, he led the rabbit through the doorway while saying, "For now, let us not dwell on those matters. There is much that we need to accomplish." Once they had entered the door, the bricks quickly returned to their original positions, and the sewer once again fell into tranquility. Chapter 122. The Usurper of Dawn's Flame. The sound of clanging iron echoed as the hammer struck, awakening the still slumbering Soyulu. Due to the events of the previous night, he had gone to bed late and had not risen early to visit the factory. He awoke only when the old bullhead began his day's work, emerging from the side entrance of the blacksmith shop and stretching lazily in the sunlight. The old bullhead, hammer in hand, noticed the young man basking in the sun and couldn't help but remark, "The Yaoyu appeared yesterday. You must have encountered it." Yes. Since Soyulu's return, he had taken up residence in the old bullhead's smithy. As for the dilapidated house he had once shared with the rabbit in Dragon City, it had been given to another by the pighead lord during his imprisonment. Upon hearing the old bullhead mention the Yaoyu, Soyulu responded with a question that seemed unrelated. "As a seed bearer, shouldn't your status be higher than that of a flame master?" The old bullhead, taken aback, retorted angrily, "Are you daft? How could a seed bearer possibly outrank a flame master?" Observing the old bullhead's irritation, Soyulu broke into a grin. He then strolled to the front of the smithy. Stepping into the increasingly warm interior, approaching the forge, he quietly said to the old bullhead, "In truth, you harbor an aversion towards the Yaoyu, do you not?" The old bullhead widened his eyes, an undercurrent of hostility emanating from him as he began to swing his hammer menacingly. Sensing the tension, Soyulu remained unfazed, saying, "The Dawn's Flame comprises 4 flame bearers, 8 seed bearers, and as many as 24 flame masters. By sheer numbers, one would think the seed bearers hold a higher status. Yet I have never understood why the identity of a seed bearer is deemed inferior to that of a flame master." The old bullhead's grip on the hammer tightened, his veins bulging as he appeared to be on the verge of eruption. Nonetheless, Soyulu continued, "Uncle Bullhead, have you ever heard of the Usurper of Flames?" The hammer came crashing down upon the anvil with a resounding thud, the old bullhead's eyes widening in disbelief as he glared at Soyulu. "Are you out of your mind?" Soyulu, however, remained composed. "The Dawn's Flame is a profoundly enigmatic organization. Do you know what my initial impression of joining the Dawn's Flame was?" The old bullhead, feeling drained, relaxed his grip on the hammer and sighed. "A political party akin to a religion." Nodding in agreement, Soyulu elaborated, "Indeed, the entire organization resembles both a religious institution and the political factions within a parliament." The old bullhead shook his head. "You really ought not to delve too deeply into these matters. Some enigmas, once unraveled, will bring you nothing but misfortune." Soyulu replied calmly, "I have not sought to pry. I have merely entertained certain conjectures. The Dawn's Flame venerates the Flame of Dawn. The original leader should have been the King of Dawn's Flame, with the flame bearers responsible for the king's succession and the seed bearers tasked with selecting the heir. The party leader was originally meant to be the king's successor, to conceal their identity. They formed their own faction within the parliament, hence the term party leader. The flame master's duty is to protect the heir. One could say they are the dagger in the heir's hand. Regrettably, your lineage has encountered a predicament. A usurper has emerged, seizing the legacy of the Dawn's Flame." Upon hearing this, the old bullhead could no longer contain himself, interrupting Soyulu with a menacing grip on his hammer, questioning in a low voice, "Do you have any idea what you are saying? If these words reach the ears of those within the organization, your fate will be dire. Do you believe your knowledge grants you the power to alter anything? Let me tell you, you are but a feeble insect, incapable of changing a thing." In the face of the old bullhead's intimidation, Soyulu remained unruffled, undeterred by the threat. Ever since he had encountered the Yaoyu the previous night, he had begun to strategize, as the rabbit had suggested. The Yaoyu had to be dealt with, otherwise, with such a flame master in play, none of his plans could come to fruition, as the Yaoyu would pose a significant impediment. Thus, Soyulu resolved to eliminate the Yaoyu while drawing minimal attention from the Dawn's Flame. After careful consideration, he decided to seek the old bullhead's assistance in dealing with the Yaoyu. However, the old bullhead was a seed bearer of the Dawn's Flame, a staunch believer in its tenets. Convincing such an individual to help him eliminate the Yaoyu, a flame master, would be akin to asking the old bullhead to renounce his faith. From the rabbit's perspective, This seemed nearly impossible, as the old bullhead would never betray his beliefs. Nevertheless, Sulyalu held his own views. While perusing certain historical texts of the Dawn's Flame, he had come across a segment detailing its past. From the descriptions within the texts, Sulyalu had ventured some bold conjectures regarding the organizational structure of the Dawn's Flame. Furthermore, during his years of undertaking missions, he had conducted some discreet investigations. Through these inquiries, Sulyalu confirmed some of his hypotheses. The Dawn's Flame served both as a religion and a political party within the parliament. Its original structure was likely composed of a king of Dawn's Flame. For flame bearers, 8 seed bearers, and 24 flame masters, the King of Flames represented the core of the organization, embodying its internal religious beliefs, akin to a pontiff. The King of Flames was the true supreme commander of the Dawn's Flame, while the flame bearers acted as attendants, tasked with transmitting the king's position. The seed bearers were responsible for selecting the king's successor, imbuing the successor with the essence of the Dawn's Flame. Those who received the Flame of Succession would undergo a series of trials under the protection of the Flame Masters. In the past, this involved the successor establishing a nation independently, battling one another until the strongest emerged. During the Republic's era, this selection process was altered to focus on the formation of political parties, competing for seats within the parliament. Thus, in Sulyalu's discreet investigations, he found that many members of the Republic's parliament had affiliations with the Dawn's Flame. It could even be said that the parliament was effectively manipulated from behind the scenes by the Dawn's Flame, because the successors of the Flame would establish parties and participate in the competition for parliamentary seats. They gradually acquired the title of party leader. However, upon reviewing that historical account, Sulyalu discovered an intriguing detail. The term usurper of flames appeared on the title page of the document. According to the content of that material, it seemed that the current king of Dawn's Flame had been usurped by a usurper. Sulyalu quietly addressed the old bullhead. The current leader of the Dawn's Flame, the party leader, is likely a usurper. Is he not? He has stripped you of the power and status that rightfully belong to you. After listening to Sulyalu's recounting of the historical material, particularly the audacious conjecture at the end, the old bullhead was momentarily taken aback before sternly warning him once more. Do not attempt to uncover everything. Every revelation comes with a cost, and some costs are beyond your capacity to bear. Seeing this, Sulyalu immediately wanted to continue the debate and persuade the old bullhead to join forces with him against the Yaoyu. But before he could articulate his thoughts, the young bullhead, Beak, rushed in, exclaiming urgently, Su, hurry to the factory. The new army has surrounded it. Chapter 123. The counterattack of the Lady Lord. Upon hearing Beak's frantic announcement that the new army had encircled the factory, both Sulyalu and the old bullhead stood in stunned silence. The old bullhead set down his hammer, stepping forward to seize the young bullhead, demanding, What on earth is going on? Why would the new army encircle the factory? Beck, who had never before witnessed his father in such a state of agitation, was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight. However, Sulyalu quickly regained his composure and stepped forward to pull the elder bullman aside. Then turned to the young bullman and inquired, What on earth is happening? Only then did Beck collect himself and urgently say to Sulyalu, Sul, you must hurry and investigate. It is said that the new army has received word of collusion between the workers and the dark gods within the factory. A contingent of new soldiers arrived and, without hesitation, began indiscriminately apprehending individuals in the workshop, inciting public outrage as some workers bravely attempted to intervene and halt the soldiers. Unexpectedly, rather than ceasing their actions, those soldiers escalated the situation by seizing not only the workers who spoke out but also anyone in their vicinity. It appeared that nearly all the workers in our workshop were on the verge of being captured, prompting others from different workshops to rise in protest. The situation escalated dramatically, and amidst the chaos, gunfire erupted, resulting in the death of Nordal, leading to a complete loss of control. Uncle Mohan rallied everyone and swiftly subdued the new army soldiers, intending to escort them to the Lord and the court. At this point, the young bullman Beck gasped for breath, his face a mask of horror as he exclaimed, But somehow, the entire new army mobilized and surrounded the factory. Now, both sides are at a standoff across the factory walls, with the new army even setting up artillery outside, poised to invade the premises. Sul, you must go and assess the situation, devise a plan. Just as Sulyalu was about to respond, the elder bullman grasped Sulyalu's arm firmly. With utmost seriousness, he declared, You cannot go. This is clearly a trap. Should you venture forth, you may well be gunned down in the crossfire. Young Bullman Beck, startled by his father's words, stammered. But how could this be? The elder Bullman then asked. Tell me, who is the child that has been captured? Beck hesitated for a moment before turning to Sulyalu, stating, the first to be seized was Xiaobai. The elder Bullman fixed a stern gaze upon Sulyalu, saying, Did you hear that? This is plainly targeted at you. Your presence will only exacerbate the situation. Unbeknownst to them, at some point, Rabbit had also made his way into the blacksmith shop, munching on a carrot. As the group's attention shifted to him, Rabbit remarked, The elder Bullman speaks the truth. The old woman is clearly intent on targeting you. Rabbit continued, Such tactics are truly despicable, so you need not concern yourself with them. Yet, despite the elder Bullman and Rabbit's counsel, Sulyalu shook his head resolutely, stating, No, I must go. Rabbit gasped in disbelief. Are you throwing your life away? The elder Bullman furrowed his brow, adding, Going there is tantamount to courting death. Sulyalu responded with unwavering determination. But I have to go. If I do not intervene, the entire factory could be destroyed. The elder Bullman dismissed him. How could that be? Even if the old woman wishes to surrender to the Empire, she surely lacks the courage to demolish the factory. Sulyalu countered, No, she does have that courage. She seeks to exploit this factory riot as a means of testing the waters. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the elder Bullman and Rabbit, young Bullman Beck was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Sulyalu continued, Consider this. If the turmoil in the factory ultimately serves her purpose, will she have any reservations then? In Dragon City today, there is truly nothing left for her to fear. The influence of the church and the nobility has all but vanished. Both the elder Bullman and Rabbit fell silent, pondering Sulyalu's words, and it seemed to dawn on them that he was indeed correct. After the witch's failed attempt the previous night, the old woman was evidently unwilling to wait any longer. She needed to swiftly consolidate her control over all of Dragon City. Naturally, her greatest concern would not be the nobility she had already subdued. The elder Bullman spoke gravely. Her only apprehension lies with the court in the northern district. She wishes to gauge their response. Rabbit then added, If this assault on the factory succeeds, and the court fails to respond, she will likely turn her attention towards them next. Sulyalu nodded in agreement. However, we all know that the court no longer exists. The elder Bullman was already aware that the Grand Knight of the Northern District's court had been eliminated by the pig-headed man, and the replacement pig-headed individual had also been dealt with by the Dawn Knight whom Sulyalu had freed from prison. Thus, the absence of the church's influence rendered the court little more than a mere facade. Without the church's backing, how could the court possibly contend with a lady lord who commanded an army? Sulyalu sneered, Do you truly believe that Levi alone can judge the old woman of the lord's estate? The elder Bullman, Rabbit, and the now-recovered young Bullman Beck all understood at that moment. None of them believed that Levi could enter the lord's estate to hold the lady lord accountable. The unrestrained lady lord would inevitably become more brazen, potentially even openly declaring her intent to surrender to the Empire. The elder Bullman turned to Sulyalu and asked, Since you know that no one can restrain her now, do you still wish to court death? Sulyalu replied confidently, No. It is not that no one can restrain her. Those who can are us. Rabbit and the young Bullman chimed in unison. Us? How can we restrain her? The elder Bullman furrowed his brow again, silently scrutinizing Sulyalu as he contemplated his words. After a moment, the elder Bullman seemed to grasp the essence of what Sulyalu was suggesting and asked, You intend to use public sentiment to restrain the old woman? Sulyalu nodded. Indeed. This is the only means to halt that old woman at present. The elder Bullman narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Sulyalu. Are you not afraid that the old woman, in her frenzy, will order a massacre? Seeing Sulyalu hesitate to respond, the elder Bullman spoke gravely. You do not know the outcome, do you? You are essentially gambling with the lives of the entire populace. The elder Bullman paused for a moment before continuing to question, Why are you silent? Did I guess correctly? Do you not perceive that your actions are akin to hers? At this juncture, Sulyalu finally spoke. No, I am not like her. My actions are aimed at awakening the spirit of the people. Before the elder Bullman could scold him again, Sulyalu interjected, We face many adversaries, and without sufficient conviction and resolve, how can we hope to survive? Do you believe that the current state of the people in Dragon City can withstand the impending brutal war? Can they confront the Empire, or even the Dark Gods? Upon hearing Sulyalu's words, the elder Bullman opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Chapter 124. seeking aid from other factories in truth. Sululu had anticipated the unrest at the factory today. After the witch's unsuccessful return the previous night, the Lady Lord would undoubtedly be unable to swallow her indignation. However, Sululu had not expected that the Lady Lord would so directly mobilize the new army to surround the factory. This indicated that she was indeed intent on bloodshed, resolutely determined to eliminate Sululu. Despite this, Sululu remained unfazed. He was willing to take a gamble with the Lady Lord to see if she truly dared to sever ties completely. Upon entering the industrial district where the factory was located, Sululu suddenly altered his course and did not head directly towards the besieged factory. Noticing the sudden change in direction, the young bullman and rabbit exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of his intentions, that it was only when they observed Sululu heading towards the smelting factory that the young bullman could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to say, "So, they are not attacking the smelting factory." Sululu continued walking towards the smelting factory, replying, "I know, but we need to seek assistance from other factories to ensure the safety of the workers. By escalating the situation, we can secure greater benefits for the factory." Beck was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated that Sululu would desire to amplify the chaos. From Sululu's words, it seemed he intended to embroil all the factories in Dragon City in this conflict. Once Beck regained his composure, he rushed forward a few steps to catch up with Sululu, saying, "So, is this truly wise? Could it not infuriate the Lord even further?" Sululu remained composed, asserting, "The Lord is already enraged. There is no further angering her. Involving more workers will actually make us safer." Upon entering the smelting factory, they discovered that the workers there were already aware of the situation and knew that the neighboring factory had been surrounded by the new army. Nevertheless, the majority of workers were still engrossed in their tasks and paid little mind to the unfolding events. As Sululu, the young bullman Beck, and Rabbit stepped into the smelting workshop, all the workers turned to look at them. Confronted by the scrutinizing gazes of the factory workers, the young bull-headed man instinctively lowered his head, causing his entire demeanor to become notably restrained. In truth, the majority of the workers at the smelting plant were bull-headed beings, many of whom had previously been apprentices under the old bull-headed patriarch. Faced with the apprentices of his own father, the young bull-headed man felt an immense pressure, often avoiding direct confrontation. As he stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say, a blue-uniformed bull-headed overseer approached him, clapping a large hand on Baker's shoulder, and inquired, "Young Baker, what brings you here? How's your father's health? Is he still as robust as before? Did he send you here?" The term father, used by the bull-headed workers in the smelting plant to refer to the old patriarch, reflected their deep respect, as they viewed him as a paternal figure. Baker was momentarily taken aback, then raised his head to meet the overseer's gaze, responding with a sheepish grin, "Brother Buffy, my father is quite well. The reason I came is, however," as Baker stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Sululu stepped forward and declared, "We have come here in hopes of receiving your assistance." Upon hearing Sululu's voice, Overseer Buffy turned to him. Being a notable figure within the Dragon City factory, Buffy recognized Sululu, but his impression of him was evidently unfavorable. After appraising Sululu for a moment, he coldly replied, "Do you require our help?" Unfazed by Buffy's indifferent demeanor, Sululu straightforwardly stated, "Our factory is surrounded by the new army, and we hope you can lend us your aid." Silence enveloped the room, as if time itself had come to a halt. The smelting workers paused their tasks and cast bewildered glances in their direction. After a prolonged moment, a smirk slowly crept across Buffy's lips, which soon transformed into a full-throated laugh that resonated throughout the workshop, betraying his mockery of Sululu. After a fit of laughter, Overseer Buffy, still grinning, addressed the workers, "Brothers, this lad has come here to ask us to accompany him in confronting the new army of our Lord. Is this not the most ludicrous joke? Ha ha ha. Young man, what on earth are you thinking? Ha ha." Laughter erupted throughout the workshop, with the workers openly ridiculing Sululu. Observing the derision directed at them, Baker felt a pang of discomfort and quickly grasped Buffy's arm, pleading, "Brother Buffy, this matter is truly urgent. I implore you to help us." Buffy regarded the young, bull-headed man, suppressing his mockery, and remarked, "Baker, you should not associate with such individuals. Do you not see that he is using you?" Baker hastily retorted, No, Brother Buffy, you misunderstand Sululu. He is not using me." Buffy fixed his gaze on Sululu and said, "Is that so? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? If it were not for his actions against the new army soldiers yesterday, would we be in this predicament? Subsequently, Buffy, visibly irritated, stepped closer to Surulu and spoke in a low voice. Young man, you are indeed a genius, possessing extraordinary talent in machinery. However, you must remember that you are merely an ordinary worker. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are some great hero or savior. There are matters that do not concern you. Focus on your responsibilities. Witnessing this, Baker rushed forward, attempting to prevent Buffy from continuing and to defend Surulu. Yet, he was brusquely shoved aside as Buffy pointed at Surulu and persisted. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. Angrily, Buffy continued, you merely wish for us to help you confront the Lord's new army, do you not? Let me be clear, that is utterly impossible. We bull-headed beings will never become anyone's slaves. Nor will we be commanded by anyone. If you are a man, then take responsibility for the chaos you have created and resolve it yourself. Do not hope for us to shield you from bullets. With that, Buffy turned to leave, dragging the young bull-headed man along with him, disregarding Surulu entirely. At that moment, Surulu suddenly produced a badge and declared, if I were to say that I will stand at the forefront, would you join me? The bull-headed overseer paused, turning to Surulu with a questioning gaze. What did you just say? Surulu replied calmly. I said I will stand at the forefront, placing my body in the way. Will you accompany me? Buffy turned, pointing at Surulu, and asked, do you realize what you are saying? Do you think your status holds any weight at this juncture? Upon seeing Buffy turn towards the emblem of the ecclesiastical inspectorate, Surulu remained undeterred and raised the badge, saying, I understand that this badge now holds no power, but I still hope you will join me in stepping forward to quell the fear within your hearts, and to embody the true spirit of a Republic worker in confronting injustice and tyranny. After a brief pause, Surulu lifted the badge high, surveying the room, and proclaimed, and I will lead you. If, locking eyes with the bull-headed overseer, he continued, if they open fire, I will shield you with my own body. Chapter 125. Awakening the indomitable spirit. None could have anticipated Surulu's resolute stance, his gaze unwavering and devoid of any hint of retreat. In the land of the Republic, factories have always occupied a unique position, often beyond the jurisdiction of any single city lord. Each factory within the Republic operates under its own independent management system, separate from governmental oversight. This arrangement is said to stem from the fact that the Republic's first head of state was born a humble mechanical worker within a factory. During his tenure as leader, he enacted a series of decrees to prevent factories and their workers from falling under the control of the elite, thereby safeguarding them from becoming mere tools of the powerful. It can be said that following the first head of state, several successive leaders emerged from the ranks of ordinary workers. In fact, the early leaders of the Republic were essentially synonymous with factory leaders. Unfortunately, as time progressed, the influential members of Parliament grew increasingly restless within their positions of power. The authority of the head of state began to erode, and reliance solely on the strength of the factories became insufficient to counter the elite. By the time of the 10th head of state, a compromise was forced upon him, to align with a political party within the Parliament. With their support, he could gain the strength to contend with the other elites within Parliament. Consequently, every head of state since has needed the backing of the majority party in Parliament before ascending to power. Nevertheless, it remains a tradition that the head of state originates from the working class, a fact that has not changed. Those who control the parliamentary parties still wish to maintain the idea that the head of state is of humble origins. Given this relationship, it would be reasonable to expect that local lords would be drawn from the ranks of factory leaders. This arrangement would establish a triad of governance, comprising the local lords, the ecclesiastical judges appointed by the church, and the inspectors sent by Parliament, thus creating a system of checks and balances. However, if even the head of state must rely on Parliament, how could local lords possibly be factory leaders? Over the years, ambitious individuals like the pig-headed lord and the female lord, as well as those of noble birth, have risen to become local lords. Meanwhile, esteemed workers within the factories have found themselves stripped of even the most basic rights to voice their opinions. Relegated to silence within the confines of the factory, Dragon City, like most cities, was previously under the control of a powerful lord who governed the entire city. Surulu locked eyes with Overseer Buffy and suddenly spoke again. Look at the current state of the factory. Look at yourselves. Aside from laboring within these walls day after day, what else can you do? In the face of the pig-headed lord's oppression and the female lord's slaughter, you can only endure in silence. Is this truly what you, as workers of the Republic, desire? The overseer and the workers in the workshop were momentarily taken aback. as Surilu's emphatic words struck a chord within each of them. It is worth remembering that there was a time when workers were the true leaders of the Republic, with 9 of them having ascended to the position of head of state. These leaders were genuine champions of the working class, possessing extraordinary skills and capabilities. They pioneered numerous processing methods still in use today and refined the overall structure of the Republic's factories. Each one was a true artisan in machinery, bringing countless benefits to the people of the Republic. They were the genuine benefactors of the populace, unafraid of the parliamentary elite or the authority of the church. Yet today, the head of state is but an ambitious individual leveraging familial influence to seize power within the Republic. In light of this, the majority of workers have chosen silence, passively enduring their circumstances. Too fearful to rise in defiance. However, the workers who entered the factory from a young age, after enduring the baptism of the factory's traditional civilization, all harbored a flame deep within their hearts. This flame represented their desire for workers to rise as the leaders of the Republic's populace, reclaiming their voice in the political sphere of the Republic. Thus, after listening to Surilu's impassioned words, the flames within the smelting factory workers began to ignite. Observing the expression of the bull-headed overseer and the other workers around, Surilu continued, "Today, the reason the Lady Lord dares to dispatch new troops to attack the factory is to test you. To see if you are willing to rise and resist this tyranny with your identities. If you choose silence at this moment, then you will be utterly reduced to her slaves." Upon hearing this, the bull-headed overseer, Bafi, retorted indignantly, "Humph, spare me your alarmist rhetoric." Surilu, undeterred, fixed his gaze on Bafi and resolutely questioned, "Do you truly believe I am being alarmist?" He then boldly inquired, "And what of those workers who were taken from the factory? Where are they now?" At this juncture, Surilu raised his voice, demanding, "What about those who were executed, those pig-headed men who did not worship the vile deities, and those half-beasts who are now too frightened to return to the factory? Do you still think I am exaggerating?" Surilu's barrage of questions rendered Bafi speechless and left all the workers in the smelting factory in a state of shock. There was a time when the factory workers enjoyed numerous privileges. Not merely the special protections afforded to child laborers, they possessed a voice in the Republic that was rightfully theirs. However, after years of development, the power of the factory had been continuously restricted and eroded by the privileged elites behind the parliamentary parties. In fact, many years ago, workers had attempted to instigate change, leading to a collective strike in several factories near the capital. Those workers surged towards the capital, seeking to reclaim their rights, only to be met with brutal suppression. The order to crush the workers had come from the then-chancellor. This incident became an enduring scar for the factory workers and ultimately led to the further erosion and even deprivation of their power in various factories. Nowadays, workers could only toil within the factory, their status even inferior to that of certain affluent commoners. Against this backdrop, the rights and benefits of the factories were continually stripped away, leaving workers filled with indignation yet silenced. Observing Bafi's prolonged silence, Surilu felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for an awakening among the workers. However, witnessing their demeanor in the smelting factory, Surilu began to suspect that perhaps his expectations were overly naive. The workers were, after all, ordinary citizens, likely desiring only a peaceful and prosperous life, rather than becoming embroiled in a struggle for power. Yet, Surilu clung to the hope of rekindling the workers' once indomitable spirit, urging them to rise against tyranny. Alas, with a sigh, Surilu bowed to Bafi and said, "I apologize for the intrusion." With that, Surilu turned and walked towards the factory's exit, seemingly unwilling to continue his persuasion. Seeing Surilu's retreating figure, the young bull-headed worker, Beak, could not help but call out, "Su, where are you going?" Surilu paused, smiled, and replied, "Of course, I must meet that new military commander. We must find a way to protect the factory." Just as Surilu was about to continue on his way, Bafi suddenly spoke up, "Wait, we will go with you." Chapter 126. The confrontation inside and outside the factory. Surilu turned sharply upon hearing Bafi's words, only to see Bafi stride to the center of the smelting factory. Standing before a massive smelting pool, Bafi first murmured to the smelting pool, then bent down to retrieve a large, dark iron hammer from its edge. Lifting the hefty hammer high, Bafi surveyed the gathered workers, his gaze sweeping over all present. Suddenly, he bellowed, "We are workers, the builders of the Republic. We should not be reduced to the status of slaves. Today, we shall prove to everyone that we are the true masters of this city and this land. And we shall not be oppressed at their whim. Those willing to follow me, grasp a hammer from your side. Initially, few workers reacted, exchanging glances that betrayed their fear and hesitation. However, it was not long before a bull-headed worker stepped forward, approached the massive smelting pool, and seized a hammer. With the first brave soul, a second soon followed, and one by one, the workers emerged to grab the hammers from the pool's edge. In the end, even non-bull-headed workers joined in, picking up hammers beside the molten pool. Ultimately, nearly all the smelting workers raised their hammers, signaling their resolve. Witnessing the solidarity of the workers, Bafi turned to Surelu with a sense of pride. He then raised his hammer high and proclaimed, "Since those who have stripped us of our rights still seek to enslave us, we shall show them the might of the hammer." Roar! Bafi's words ignited a fervor among the smelting workers, their roars echoing throughout the factory. Surelu found himself momentarily stunned, not expecting such a potent reaction. Originally, his intent in visiting the smelting factory was merely to persuade the workers to mobilize, hoping to involve more factories in order to compel the Lady Lord to relent. If they could drive back the new troops, the subsequent matters would be manageable. Surelu had not anticipated that many workers would be swayed, but he hoped he could at least convince the bull-headed workers. Given his connection to the elder bull-headed figure, however, Surelu had not foreseen the direct refusal from Bafi, despite the presence of the elder bull-headed worker and young Beiki. In desperation, Surelu had resorted to his earlier rhetoric, invoking the oppression the workers currently faced to spur them into action. Those words indeed stirred the long-buried spirit of resistance within them. As Surelu witnessed the smelting workers lifting their dark iron hammers and voicing their defiance against oppression, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy that he then turned once more and boldly strode toward the factory's exit. The new troops besieging the factory had been stationed outside for a considerable time and were relentlessly bombarding the factory's gates. Yet, every factory of the Republic possessed unique defensive measures established during wartime to protect the facilities. Consequently, despite the bombardment, the factory's doors remained securely shut, rendering the artillery fire ineffective. Witnessing the futility of the bombardment, the young commander of the new troops felt a growing anxiety. Initially, he had no intention of attacking the factory. He had merely followed the Lady Lord's orders to capture a few children. As the Lady Lord had previously indicated, the plan was to use those children to force Surelu to reveal himself and then seize him at the opportune moment if they acted swiftly and left no chance for Surelu to escape. Even if they had to kill him, it was unlikely the church would receive any word of it. The young commander had been reluctant to proceed with such a course of action, as it felt like a betrayal of his innermost beliefs. However, the Lady Lord's subsequent words solidified his resolve. He would go through with it, even if it meant forsaking his convictions at that moment. As the cannon fire echoed relentlessly, the young commander recalled the Lady Lord's words. "You must understand, our actions have already crossed a line, that we have judged those who defy us without the church's tribunal, executing many factions in the process. If this were to be discovered and spread, we too would find ourselves without a path forward. Rather than await our demise, it would be wiser to take decisive action and eliminate the church's envoy. After that, we can seize control of the entire Dragon City. Everything here will belong to us." The Lady Lord's words had ignited the young commander's ambition, leading him to contemplate the prospect of wielding power over Dragon City and perhaps even achieving autonomy akin to that of the smaller northern nations. Thus, he resolved to follow the Lady Lord's orders, leading all the new troops to encircle the factory, relentlessly bombarding its doors with artillery. Within the beleaguered factory, the workers gathered to devise a strategy to address their current predicament. The goat-headed overseer gazed at the children, who had been shielded by a throng of workers, the very ones the new troops had attempted to abduct. He spoke up. "The situation is dire. We must make a decision soon. I say we should surrender them." Upon hearing the goat-headed overseer's suggestion, another dwarf overseer stepped forward, asserting, "No. Handing them over would be tantamount to capitulating to those tyrants." In the Dragon City factories, dwarves were few in number, but their exceptional skills made them suitable for supervisory roles. There are still a few dwarves who are directly responsible for training the children. Thus, although the number of dwarves in the Dragon City factory is limited, their status and prestige within the factory are remarkably high. Unlike the predominantly Minotaur-operated smelting factories, the processing plant where Surelu and his companions work boasts an incredibly diverse array of laborers from various races. This diversity among the workers further elevates the dwarves' standing within the factory. Initially, the goat foreman believed that by secretly colluding with the new army, they could send the children away while Surelu was absent in the morning. However, He could never have anticipated that, despite Surulu's absence, the dwarves would step in to protect those children. With the dwarves' intervention, the majority of the workers rallied together, safeguarding several children and even retaliating against the new army soldiers. Apprehending two in the process, the goat foreman had envisioned taking the captured soldiers to confront the new army and the Lady Lord for an explanation. Yet, before they could act, the new army arrived in full force, surrounding the entire factory on charges of rebellion without any hesitation. After sealing the factory gates, the goat foreman intended to employ tactics to smuggle the children out, but his plans were thwarted as the opposition had anticipated his moves. Ultimately, only the young Minotaur was allowed to escape. Even the goat foreman was taken aback by the unwavering resolve of the opposition, who remained steadfast in their intent to capture individuals, left with no options. The workers could only maintain their position within the factory, awaiting the young Minotaur to fetch Surulu for their rescue. Chapter 127. The indomitable cry boom, boom, boom. Amid the cannon fire outside, the individuals within the factory were engulfed in a profound sense of uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. The goat foreman, still unwilling to concede, spoke up again. Do you truly believe that the young envoy from the church will come to our rescue? I fear that upon receiving news he has already fled, I even begin to doubt the authenticity of his status as an envoy. Is such a person truly worth the immense cost of our belief? The goat foreman's words were blunt, and his demeanor remarkably firm. He felt it was imperative to press the others in the factory. Upon hearing his remarks, the factory's higher-ups, including the dwarf foreman, fell silent, each grappling with the reality that they might have ventured too far this time, potentially facing a dire outcome. Just as the other foreman seemed to waver, Yuan Bai, who had been hiding behind the dwarf foreman, suddenly stepped forward, frantically manipulating a device in his hands. The goat foreman was taken by surprise, causing him to stumble backwards in shock. Rising in anger and humiliation, he shouted, "Damn you, boy! Do you think you're asking for a beating?" As he advanced, Yuan Bai suddenly declared, "Lulu will not run away. He is a true warrior." Yuan Bai's voice sounded hoarse and somewhat awkward, likely due to his prolonged silence. Nevertheless, the foreman and workers present were astonished to hear him speak. Soon, the goat foreman regained his composure and sneered, "Not running away? Then where is he? How long must we wait?" The goat foreman's words left Yuan Bai momentarily stunned, as he clenched his teeth and repeatedly insisted, "He will not flee, will not flee. He will definitely come, without fail." Hearing Yuan Bai's insistence, the goat foreman smirked, eager to deliver a final blow. However, just as he was about to speak, a worker stationed as a lookout shouted, "He's here, the envoy has arrived." Indeed, Surulu had come, but he was not alone. He was accompanied by a throng of laborers wielding hammers as they passed other factories. More workers joined their ranks, swelling the formidable procession. Upon arriving at the besieged processing factory, an impressive army of workers followed Surulu, standing boldly before the dark muzzles of the new army's weapons. Surulu bellowed, "Cease fire, immediately halt the bombardment." Whether it was the intimidating presence of the laborers or the force of Surulu's command, the cannon fire finally ceased. The young commander of the new army was momentarily taken aback. He had initially resolved to execute Surulu on the Lady Lord's orders without hesitation upon sighting him. Yet, faced with the young envoy and the mass of workers rallying behind him, the young commander faltered, his confidence evaporating in the face of fear, watching the cannon fire cease and Surulu approach with determined strides. The young commander found himself helpless. Surulu stepped forward, standing before the ranks of the new army, confronting the soldiers with a piercing gaze. "Who authorized you to besiege this factory?" No one answered. The soldiers, caught in Surulu's sharp gaze, instinctively lowered their heads or turned to their commander for guidance. Most of the soldiers understood that directly shelling the factory was a violation of the Republic's laws. Yet they proceeded under the belief that they were merely following the Lady Lord's orders, emboldened by the support of Dragon City's elite. However, confronted by Surulu, they realized that the foundation they relied upon crumbled under his scrutiny. This young man, bearing the title of Church Envoy, represented the authority of the church itself. Behind him stood the collective might of all the workers from Dragon City. In that moment, the young commander and his soldiers felt as if they were at odds with the entirety of Dragon City. The subtle movements of his aide roused the dazed young commander from his reverie, prompting a low whisper, "Sir, what should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, the young commander, lowering his head, inhaled deeply, and declared, "We possess evidence that the factory harbors worshippers of the dark god." Preposterous. This is clearly slander. You vile aristocrats, this is your usual tactic. The moment the young commander finished speaking, he was met with an uproar of anger and accusations from the workers. Those who had emerged from various factories to form the united front against the assault stood resolutely. Filled with righteous indignation, Surelu raised his arm, silencing the chorus of insults. Yet the workers remained steadfast, shielding the factory from gunfire. Gazing intently at the young commander, Surelu inquired, "Do you understand why I, as an envoy, choose to remain among the workers?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "It is because, in my eyes, these workers hold far greater nobility and honor than you privileged elites. Look at the workers behind me. They labor tirelessly, pouring their sweat and skill into building prosperity for the Republic. They constructed this place with their diligent hands, nurturing it with their blood, sweat, and tears, transforming Dragon City from a mere coastal fishing village into its current splendor. They are akin to the steel that fortifies this city, the very bricks and mortar that constitute it. They are the ones deserving of enjoying the fruits of the city. Yet, the rights that rightfully belong to them have been stripped away by you greedy parasites, who occupy the finest residences in the city. You have usurped resources from other parts of the Republic that they earned through hard work, and now you dare to impose restrictions upon them." Surelu inhaled deeply, his voice rising to a thunderous roar. "You bask in the fruits of their labor, while having the audacity to stand here and slander them, aiming your weapons at them. Do you not feel a sense of shame?" Such words, such fervent questioning, stirred the hearts of all present. For many years, since the resurgence of the Republic's elites, these sentiments and inquiries had lingered in the minds of every worker. Yet, faced with relentless oppression from those in power, they had been left to swallow their grievances in silence, with no one daring to challenge authority. The indomitable spirit that once burned brightly within them had been suppressed. But today, after years of silence, the workers of Dragon City finally heard someone articulate their pent-up frustrations, unleashing the cries that had festered deep within their hearts against the cold guns of authority, releasing generations of suppressed anger in a single outburst. Chapter 128. The flames of hatred. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire from the mines jolted Diluin from her slumber, sitting up abruptly in bed. As she did, in intense pain, as if tiny creatures were gnawing at her insides, washed over her entire body. "Ah!" Diluin instinctively cried out in agony, feeling as though her body no longer belonged to her. Just as she was being tormented by pain, a calloused hand, gentle and tender, caressed her body. Despite the roughness of that palm, which even inflicted a painful friction against her delicate skin, the moment it glided over her body, the sensation of tiny insects gnawing within her vanished completely. Another hand, similarly calloused and coarse, caressed the witch's form from the opposite side. Ultimately, the two hands glided over Diluin's silken body, intertwining before her, pulling her fiercely into an embrace. The lady of the manor leaned close to the witch's ear and whispered softly, "My dear, do not be afraid, all will pass." Diluin nestled into the lady's arms, greedily savoring that motherly tenderness that in that moment. They resembled two forlorn souls abandoned by fate, seeking solace in each other's embrace. Kindling warmth within one another's hearts through the flames of their spirits. Gradually regaining her composure, Diluin parted her ruby lips and murmured, "Did you truly order the guns to fire? Have you genuinely forsaken your faith?" The lady of the manor, seemingly anticipating this, cradled the witch gently and replied, "Faith, I lost it long ago when my family cast me aside and banished me to this desolate place, and my kin have long abandoned me. Not even the wretched pig that imprisoned me drew a soul to my rescue. And the gods I once revered have shown me no mercy. Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Diluin lowered her head, her laughter ringing like silver bells, yet laced with a poignant sorrow that compelled the lady to hold her tighter. Leaning against the lady's embrace, Diluin stifled her laughter and whispered, "Once, there was a woman who devoted herself to the gods, offering everything she had, dutifully executing their every command, even surrendering her most treasured possessions to the faithful. But one day, a divine messenger arrived, bringing forth a different decree that urged her to fall in love with him. The woman, bewildered, could not comprehend why the gods would issue such a command. She felt lost. A twinge of fear mingling with a flicker of hope. Love, a feeling she had never known, was something she had heard the faithful speak of while giving herself entirely. It was said that love was the most beautiful thing in the world. And thus, When the divine messenger brought the god's will, she harbored a secret longing that as she conversed with the divine messenger, she gradually opened her heart, discovering that she truly loved the striking figure before her. Ensnared by love, she began to withhold her offerings from the faithful, deeming it a betrayal of love and disloyalty to the messenger. However, she never anticipated that the faithful would accuse her before the gods. And suddenly, divine retribution descended upon her. To her shock, the very messenger she adored was the one to administer her punishment. As Dumont recounted the tale, the lady of the manor tightened her embrace around the trembling witch. As if wishing to fuse their beings, the lady remained silent, a patient listener, as the witch continued her harrowing narrative. They stripped the woman bare, binding her to a rough wooden plank, then summoned each of the faithful she had served to inflict wounds upon her. The woman watched in horror as those she had once devoted herself to. Their eyes alight with madness showed her no compassion. Only disdain and hatred resided in their gazes. The cold blade mercilessly tore through her flesh, blood flowing from her wounds, the agony unbearable, yet she could only endure. For her body was bound, her tongue severed beforehand, preventing her from taking her own life. The physical pain was not her greatest despair. Rather, it was the emotionless gaze of the divine messenger that pierced her soul. The messenger observed coldly, as if nothing could stir him from his indifference. Memories of their encounters, of days spent preaching for the gods, and of cherished moments flooded her mind. Within those recollections, her heart grew increasingly numb, and she realized she could no longer feel pain. But just as she was nearly broken, they brought forth honey and smeared it over her wounds. The sweet scent attracted countless insects that began to gnaw at her injuries. After countless days of torment, the woman was unrecognizable, her body riddled with wounds, rotting beneath the weight of her suffering. In her final moments, she beheld the divine messenger, who released her from her bonds. With his head bowed, he spoke with anguish, urging her to flee and never return. Weak and gasping, she could not help but ask him if he had ever loved her. To this point, tears streamed down Diluan's face. Her body curled in the lady's embrace, weeping like a child. The lady sensed the tremors coursing through Diluan, as if her very soul quaked in distress. After a prolonged silence, the lady, witnessing the witch's continued silence, finally inquired, "And then what happened?" Diluan suddenly broke free from the lady's grasp, rising in a frenzy as she exclaimed, "What happened?" Before the man could answer, the faithful discovered them, and the divine messenger accused the woman of seducing him, claiming he was bewitched by her witchcraft. Thus, the frenzied faithful bound the already decaying woman to the pyre and burned her alive for all to see. The lady, struck with horror at the witch's frenzied demeanor and the chilling tale, felt a wave of dread wash over her. Diluan bent down, cupping the lady's terrified face, and gently kissed her parched lips. Then, smiling, she said, "But my dear, the woman did not perish. She achieved true immortality, becoming the first witch." In the next moment, before the lady could recover from her shock, she watched in disbelief as the witch's palm turned, flames erupting instantly from her hand. Diluan casually cast the flames outward, and in an instant, the entire chamber was engulfed in fire. The lady gazed in terror as the flames illuminated the witch's increasingly deranged expression, hearing her declare, "We have not forsaken the gods, but rather, we have been cast aside by the very deities we believed in. Since the gods have abandoned us, wishing to incinerate us with pure flames, we shall embrace rebirth within that fire, with the fury that burns in our hearts. We will set ablaze the unjust gods and purge all filth from this world, rendering it pure." As the flames licked at her body, the lady showed no fear. Instead, a peculiar smile graced her lips. Ultimately, the lady sprang to her feet, arms wide open, embracing the witch as they plunged into the surrounding inferno, becoming kindling that fueled the flames, consuming the entire estate. Chapter 129. The Cannon Fodder Commander. The cries of Surilu. Rallying the workers swiftly met with their response. The workers from the processing factory opened the gates, stepping out to join the throng outside. In that moment, the workers of Long City stood united, defiant before the guns of authority. Fearless. Witnessing this scene, the young commander of the new army realized that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. That he stood trembling, uncertain of how to confront or manage the unfolding chaos, even contemplating flight. Yet in such a scenario, fleeing would likely render him forever without a place to stand. Conversely, if he chose to remain, facing the wrathful workers and that illustrious youth, the young commander found himself lacking the courage to give the order to fire. To truly unleash gunfire and cannon, the ensuing consequences were far beyond what a mere commander could bear. Beside the young commander stood his aide, also a youth of the privileged class, who could not help but murmur, "My lord, we must make a decision swiftly. If it comes to it, we should retreat. The longer we remain in this stalemate, the more passive we become, and if this escalates further, it will be detrimental to us." Turning to his aide, who had grown up alongside him, he recognized the superior intellect and capability of his companion, who, due to unfortunate circumstances of birth, had to remain in his shadow, even during the selection of new army commanders by the lady of the manor. His aide had been deemed unworthy due to his lineage, yet the young commander understood that this steadfast companion, who tirelessly supported him, was his most unwavering ally in the current predicament. However, the young commander was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Nonetheless, his aide stood resolutely by his side, proposing what might be the wisest course of action in this dire situation. The young commander turned to his aide-de-camp, a bitter expression crossing his face as he lamented, "Roxa, where can we retreat to now?" The aide, named Roxa, responded with an unusually grave demeanor. "If we do not retreat now, the situation will escalate beyond our control." The young commander gave a dry chuckle, his eyes revealing a deep sense of despair as he murmured, "I have no way back, but I cannot allow you to accompany me to the grave." With that, before Roxa could react, the young commander thrust his sidearm into the aide's hands. Addressing his astonished childhood friend, he urged, "Take action. Only with my life can this chaos be quelled." At this juncture, the young commander had come to a profound realization. Everything was irrevocably lost, and he had ultimately been abandoned, reduced to a mere pawn. The situation had escalated to the point where all the workers had rallied, and even if he ordered a retreat now, he would still be cast as the scapegoat during the subsequent trial, forced to bear the brunt of the blame laid by the lady of the realm. The thought of such an outcome not only haunted him, but also posed a threat to his friends and family. Resolutely, the young commander decided to end everything at this moment, willing to bear all sins and death. With his eyes closed and head tilted back, he awaited Roxa's finger on the trigger. However, just as he shut his eyes, a strange laughter echoed in his ears. He. Is this how you choose to end everything? Have you forgotten the vow you made to the Lord?" The young commander's body convulsed as he longed to open his eyes. Yet he lacked the courage to do so. The voice that lingered in his mind was his eternal nightmare, and he knew all too well the identity of its owner. This awareness bred fear within him, rendering him unable to open his eyes. He. What's wrong? Afraid to open your eyes? Why not take a look at the people before you? They are all waiting, anticipating your command, hoping that you will lead them to glory and become the masters of this city. Why do you choose to falter at such a moment? You should fire, continue to bombard them, and eliminate those workers. Use their blood to intimidate everyone. Come now, open your eyes, fire away, with the weapons you hold. Let the blood of those sweat-stained workers bring glory to you and your family." Roxa stood by, gazing at his childhood friend who awaited death with closed eyes. He glanced at the gun in his hand, but found himself unable to pull the trigger. Though he could not fathom the problems that had befallen this childhood friend, who had been born with a silver spoon and enjoyed every privilege, Roxa understood that his friend was now cornered, forced onto a path with no return. If he did not die, the current turmoil could not be quelled, and he too would face judgment, potentially dragging others into the fray. With a sigh, Roxa slowly raised the sidearm, intent on fulfilling his friend's final wish. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the young commander suddenly opened his eyes and looked down at Roxa in that fleeting moment of their gaze meeting. Roxa was struck by the vengeful fire burning in the young commander's eyes, the murderous intent sending a shiver down his spine. Before Roxa could react, the young commander snatched the sidearm from him, raising it high and commanding, "All troops, heed my orders. The factory workers have gone on strike, inciting unrest, shielding the followers of the Dark God, and openly defying the law. I command you to fire immediately. Suppress them all." The young commander's order left the new army soldiers in shock. They had never anticipated such a command. Roxa was the first to regain his senses, grabbing the young commander's arm in a fit of agitation, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what the consequences will be?" The young commander lowered his gaze, his eyes gradually turning crimson, exuding a palpable bloodlust. He aimed the sidearm at his longtime friend. Roxa felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, but he understood that the young commander intended to kill him, using his death to spur the soldiers into action. Ha. Roxa forced a bitter smile. "I do not know what has happened to you, but I hope you can turn back before it's too late." Just as Roxa prepared to meet his fate, Another officer from the new army rushed forward, positioning himself in front of the gun's muzzle, pleading, "Commander, we cannot do this. Please reconsider." A decisive gunshot rang out, shattering the tense standoff between the new army and the workers. Roxas' eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed a loyal subordinate, who had followed him for years, fall to the young commander's gun. The crimson hue in the young commander's eyes briefly receded as he forcefully kicked Roxa aside, in that instant. Roxa clearly saw the bloodlust that had consumed his friend's gaze. The young commander then issued the order, "Open fire immediately. Any further disobedience will be dealt with as treason, without mercy." The workers, hearing the gunfire, fell into a stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the new army dared to shoot in such a precarious situation. Soyulu, relying on his goggles, observed the young commander closely, sensing that matters were taking a turn for the worse. In the next moment, Soyulu turned to the workers, shouting, "Everyone, retreat immediately. Fall back now, hurry." Having called out, he wasted no time and charged toward the new army. As he took his first step, gunfire erupted from the new army, a torrential barrage of bullets and shells raining down. Chapter 130. The silence of gunfire. As the gunfire and cannon fire erupted, the workers beheld the youth, charging forth amidst the hail of bullets and shells. A sacred light enveloped him, each step he took absorbed into the tiles beneath his feet. After covering a certain distance, the tiles suddenly rose into the air, forming a wall that shielded them from the relentless barrage. Standing before the factory, the workers braced themselves for death, yet marveled as the wall of bricks absorbed the gunfire, leaving them unscathed. The youth continued to charge forward, focused on breaching the new army's front lines. With a fierce roar, he flipped his hands, sending all the bricks flying and toppling the soldiers standing in his way. Panting heavily, the immense power he exerted placed tremendous strain on his body. In that moment, Soyula comprehended why his powerful heart had been locked away by his parents with a mechanical device. The heart possessed an overwhelming force that his body could not endure. Now, with the mechanical lock only partially released, Soyulu felt as if his very being was on the verge of bursting, his veins and muscles saturated with surging energy. The influx of energy and its release were disproportionate. The overwhelming force coursing through him felt as if it might tear him apart. Despite Soyulu exerting every ounce of strength to control the energy, commanding every brick and tile within the factory district, the sheer magnitude of energy still surged through his body, overwhelming him. Yet he understood he must give it his all to ensure the workers' safety. With the soldiers eliminated, the workers were finally secure. Soyulu let out a long sigh, momentarily retracting the energy from his heart, enduring the tearing pain in his body as he stepped toward the young commander. At that moment, the young commander stood silently, facing Soyulu, who had single-handedly withstood the onslaught and dismantled the new army's assault. The young commander showed no sign of surprise as Soyulu advanced. Suddenly, the bricks that had been overturned began to stack themselves, forming an arched passageway before Soyulu. The young commander lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes fixed on Soyulu, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Soyulu sighed, glancing back at the workers he had protected, then allowed the brick wall to collapse, restoring the bricks to their original positions. In full view of all, Soyulu stepped forward into the archway formed by the bricks. The rabbit bolted from the crowd, looking anxiously at Soyulu, only to find the passageway sealing shut behind him. Entering the passage, oblivious to the closing behind him, Soyulu retrieved a small mechanical lamp from his pocket. With a gentle turn of the crank, the lamp flickered to life, illuminating the dark corridor. At the end of the shadowy passage, the young commander, with eyes stained by bloodlust, scrutinized Soyulu, and upon seeing the peculiar lamp that dispelled the darkness, he could not help but chuckle. "I never imagined you possessed such an item. Have you lit it out of fear of the dark, or perhaps fear of me?" Soyulu calmly raised the mechanical lamp, gazing at the young commander who stood not far away, appearing remarkably youthful. Meanwhile, the papal insignia carried by Soyulu suddenly radiated a luminous glow, enveloping him in a shimmering light. The surrounding atmosphere, thick with the stench of blood, was instantly isolated by the radiant brilliance emanating from the insignia. The young commander of the new army, upon witnessing the light encasing Soyulu, appeared somewhat taken aback. Tilting his head, he remarked with a hint of annoyance, "Another whiff of the church. How bothersome." Soyulu raised his arm, observing the radiant glow enveloping him before turning to the young commander, saying, "The only two things capable of provoking a reaction from my papal insignia are sinister energy and the aura of a witch." It seems that the Imperial Witch indeed venerates the vengeful sorceress, does she not? Ha ha. The young commander suddenly burst into laughter, his features beginning to contort as he did so, watching his countenance warp. Sulyalu noted with a sense of calm, "You truly are relentless." As he spoke, Sulyalu lightly tapped his pant leg, causing a gear pattern to emerge. With the turning of the gears, a door opened on his pant leg, from which the previously mentioned breathing firearm sprang forth. Grasping the weapon, Sulyalu fixed his gaze upon the now distorted face of the young commander and declared, "I warned you, should we meet again, I shall show no mercy." The young commander's laughter ceased as he regarded Sulyalu, unperturbed by the weapon. Instead, he calmly replied, "There is no need for such haste. Do you not wish to have a proper conversation?" Sulyalu raised his firearm and queried, "At this juncture, what is left to discuss between us?" A smile appeared on the young commander's twisted visage as he replied, "You must understand, there are no eternal enemies in this world." Before Sulyalu could respond, the young commander continued, "Consider this. Your republic is now in a state of decay. Why persist in your obstinacy? I am aware of your ambitions. You desire to claim Long City. Cooperate with us, and once the Imperial army has crossed, I can assure you that Long City will be yours." Sulyalu replied with a smile, "I regret to inform you, there is an ancient saying in the East, those who do not share the same path do not conspire together." With that, Sulyalu raised his firearm, aiming at the young commander lurking in the shadows. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the young commander laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, splendid. So, you are Sulyalu? I shall remember you." In the next instant, without Sulyalu needing to fire, the arched passageway collapsed, and as the light flooded in, the young commander brandished his sidearm, smiling at Sulyalu. "Until next time, I assure you, I will not be defeated again." Gazing at Sulyalu with a smile, the young commander licked his lips and then swallowed the barrel of his gun. A gunshot rang out, blood gushed forth, and the young commander fell backward, his eyes losing their crimson hue. His aide, Rasha, rushed to his side, cradling him in his arms, gazing at the young commander's expression of relief, leaving Rasha momentarily speechless. Sulyalu had not anticipated that his adversary would choose such a manner to conclude their encounter without further conflict. He waved away the dissipating energy, restoring the scattered tiles to their places, sheathed his weapon and mechanical lamp, and stepped toward the new army commander. Before Sulyalu could approach, the new army guards raised their weapons in unison, aiming them at him. However, Rasha interjected, "What are you doing? Lower your weapons. Do you wish to abandon your faith?" The next moment, the young aide stood tall, proclaiming, "All soldiers of the new army, lay down your arms at once. This farce must come to an end." Subsequently, the aide approached Sulyalu, kneeling before him and saying, "Vice-aide Rasha of the new army greets you, my lord, and confesses to the divine envoy." With Rasha's voluntary confession, the soldiers of the new army had no desire to continue fighting. As the workers gathered around, the new army soldiers had no choice but to surrender, bringing the farcical siege of the factory to a close. However, just when everyone believed the ordeal had concluded, a young man stumbled in, rushing to Rasha and exclaiming, "My lord, trouble brews. The Lord's residence is ablaze." Chapter 131. The Burn Lord's Manor. After confiscating all the discarded weaponry of the new army, a temporary force was formed under the collaboration of the Minotaur Overseer and the Dwarf Overseer, comprised of the adult workers who utilized the new army's weapons to maintain order. After giving a few instructions to the various factory supervisors and overseers, Sulyalu advised them to allow the workers to return to production while leaving a portion behind to restrain the new army soldiers. Sulyalu, embodying the role of a commanding figure, solemnly instructed, "Do not create any further disturbances. I will notify the military police to return promptly for oversight. Remember, you are merely to keep watch temporarily, confining these new army soldiers within the factory area. As for the situation at the Lord's residence, I shall address it with the church and council officials." The supervisors nodded earnestly in agreement, acknowledging Sulyalu's approach. Of course, with the backing of the Minotaur and Dwarf Overseers, there were no objections from the other supervisors. Once his instructions were completed, Sulyalu, albeit with a slightly unsteady gait, hastened toward the Lady Lord's residence. Upon arriving, he found the entire manor engulfed in flames, reduced to mere rubble. The sight before him left Sulyalu utterly shocked. A wave of horror washing over him. It was known that every brick and tile in Long City contained mechanical arrays. Typically, even in destruction, those mechanical arrays could restore the city to its former state with the right stimuli. Yet, the Lord's manor had been turned to ruins, its very bricks and tiles seemingly devoid of life. Reduced to ashes by the inferno, Sulyalu had previously investigated and discovered that even the noble district where the Lord's manor stood had undergone renovations. The details of the architecture indicated that every brick and tile had likely been replaced. It appeared that the architect of Long City had ensured the city's mechanical integrity by substituting these imperial relics. Regardless, since all the bricks and tiles contained mechanical arrays, they should not have been easily destroyed. Sulyalu, possessing such a city meant that as long as he remained within Long City, he would be virtually invincible. However, the sight of the Lord's manor, now a mere shell of its former self, shattered that sense of security completely. In the face of such a reality, a profound fear began to take root within Sulyalu. He became increasingly concerned that if something could obliterate the mechanical arrays, dismantling the constructs forged by magical energy from within, then a far more terrifying power might exist, capable of destroying the magical constructs. The thought was unbearable. If, during the Republic War, the magical constructs were to suddenly lose their power, could the Republic's forces still stand against the Imperial army? Yet, Sulyalu quickly regained his composure, as he suddenly realized that such a dreadful power likely did not originate from the Empire. Or perhaps the Empire itself had no control over it. If the Empire had mastery over such power, then the outcome of his confrontation with the witch would certainly have been different. Nevertheless, regardless of the source of this terrifying power, Sulyalu felt compelled to uncover the truth. Hey, who are you? Who permitted you to roam about here? Just as Sulyalu was sifting through the debris in search of clues about the force that had dismantled the mechanical arrays, a deep voice interrupted him. Sulyalu looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a group of individuals clad in voluminous robes adorned with the church's insignia, standing at the edge of the ruins. The appearance of the bishops from the Dragon City Cathedral took Sulyalu by surprise, as they had previously hidden away in the church, avoiding all contact. They had even forsaken their judicial authority, failing to approach the courts to file grievances. Intrigued by their sudden presence, Sulyalu approached the bishops and revealed the insignia of the inspecting envoy. Upon seeing the insignia, the bishops of the Dragon City Cathedral were left momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, they hurriedly bowed to Sulyalu, exclaiming, "We are honored to meet you, divine envoy. Your arrival is indeed a surprise to us." Observing that the bishops seemed eager to offer further flattery, Sulyalu interrupted them, scrutinizing the group. There were 6 bishops of varying heights and builds, accompanied by several clerics. Sulyalu could not help but chuckle. "I never expected to encounter the 6 bishops of Dragon City here today." A short and stout bishop stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Divine envoy, we sensed the emergence of malevolent magical energy and heard of the Lord's manor being consumed by flames. We are deeply saddened." Upon witnessing the bishops, each adorned with expressions of profound sorrow, one would think they had just lost their parents, their anguish palpable. Indeed, Sulyalu observed a particularly gaunt bishop who, to his astonishment, shed genuine tears. The theatrical display of grief from this assembly of bishops was truly an eye-opener for Sulyalu, a sight he had previously deemed unimaginable. After a moment of silent contemplation, as the 6 bishops endeavored to regain their composure, Sulyalu finally interjected, "Is it not rather tardy to weep at this juncture?" A look of alarm swept across the faces of the 6 bishops. Though it quickly faded, the stout bishop spoke again. "Your Excellency is perhaps unaware that our position within the Dragon City is quite precarious." The previously tearful, lanky bishop added, "Indeed, successive lords of Dragon City have imposed stringent restrictions upon us, relentlessly seeking to undermine the influence of the church here." The stout bishop continued, "As you can see, in the vast expanse of Dragon City, our churches are confined solely to the southern and western regions. We are entirely barred from the eastern and central districts." The group of bishops appeared despondent, lamenting, "We are well-intentioned, yet powerless." Sulyalu pondered for a moment, contemplating the validity of their claims. He then inquired, "What brings you all here in unison today?" The stout bishop, Rodman, who seemed to assume the role of the group's leader, responded, "Your Excellency, is it not because you sense that malevolent aura that you have come?" Malevolent aura. Sulyalu fell into silence, bowing his head as he meticulously recalled the events since his arrival. He saw the servants of the Lord's manor, each kneeling amidst the ruins, wailing, while officials from Dragon City conducted inquiries. Additionally, certain individuals, having rushed to extinguish the flames, were now clearing the debris in hopes of locating the missing persons and items. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Surulu. He closed his eyes to attune himself to the sensation. He discerned that the badge in his pocket had seemingly absorbed some ominous presence, releasing a sacred energy that had begun to emanate. In an instant, as if seizing upon a revelation, Surulu opened his eyes with fervor and shouted to those still sifting through the rubble. "Hasten away! Evacuate the ruins! Everyone, heed my command and withdraw immediately. Do not continue your excavations. I, in the capacity of the church's inspecting envoy, order you all to retreat from the debris at once." However, as soon as Surulu's command echoed, the individuals amidst the rubble remained in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, flickering flames erupted from the shattered bricks, and before those within the ruins could flee, fire surged skyward in an instant. The blaze rushed directly towards Surulu, who swiftly activated the mechanical gauntlet on his arm. Interlacing his hands before him to shield against the oncoming heat wave,